Synopsis. After facing death against Itachi, the protagonist awakens reborn in his childhood body. Overcome with emotion, he sheds bitter tears, finally releasing decades of hidden sorrow. Given a second chance, he vows to never again walk the lonely path that once alienated him from his loved ones. A deeply moving moment occurs when Hiruzen Sarutobi warmly wipes his tears and passes on his parents' final message, kindling a profound affection within him. He also changes his dynamic with his teammates, Jiraiya and Tsunade, forging genuine bonds. Driven by the desire to resurrect his parents, he begins an emotional journey to gain strength without losing his humanity. Chapter 1. A dazzling, blue-violet flash of lightning, as if meant to pierce and tear apart the heavens and the earth, suddenly burst forth. Not long after, boom, boom, boom. A continuous series of earth-shattering roars, accompanied by deafening thunder, instantly spread in all directions. In less than the blink of an eye, the forest for hundreds of meters around had been reduced to ashes by this world-destroying ninjutsu, and the buildings that once stood there were shattered into a heap of ruined debris. A strong smell of burning permeated the air, the scent of destruction. Crackle, crackle. Tiny electric currents continually and haphazardly moved across the ruins until they lost their energy and uncontrollably burrowed into the ground. Swish, swish, rattle, rattle. Countless pieces of shattered rock and mud, dust mixed with an unceasing downpour of rain, accompanied by the immense sounds fading farther and farther away until they gradually disappeared. Several wisps of pale white smoke curled and snaked toward the sky. In the center of the devastated area, only one young, handsome figure, dressed in a kimono patterned with a fan design, stood proudly upright. Ha, Hugh. The boy's uncontrollable, heavy gasping indicated that he was utterly exhausted. Rain mixed with sweat dripped from his cheeks, which he didn't bother to wipe away. Uchiha Sasuke stared through the continuous curtain of rain at the familiar, yet somehow alien, figure lying on the ground not far away. The surroundings were completely silent, with only the gentle rain still, pat, 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 tapping against the ground. The rain gradually stopped. Hoot, hoot, hoo. A series of gentle breezes blew, bringing the refreshing coolness of the just-cleared weather. The thick, dense dark clouds, which seemed to have solidified into a tangible form, gradually dispersed. After staring for a moment and seeing that the figure on the ground still hadn't moved, Sasuke let out a heavy sigh, as if expelling years of hatred and melancholy. A long-lost feeling of relief and ease welled up in Sasuke's heart, though it was subtly entangled with a deep, sorrowful pain and grief. The alluring, blood-red three-tamo sharing it in his eyes slowly faded, and he lowered the incessantly screeching blue-violet chidori in his left hand. Thud! Sasuke, completely drained, slumped onto the slippery ground. His eyes, now vacant with both liberation and confusion, lost their focus, and he muttered to himself, "It's finally over." Suddenly, "Is this the image of my death you wish to recreate?" A familiar voice rang out. Sasuke's body, which had been slumped on the ground, instantly tensed. His jet-black eyes, due to immense surprise and terror, condensed into two tiny black circles, and he suddenly looked toward the place where Uchiha Itachi had fallen. Uchiha Itachi, who was lying on the ground, was covered in patchy scorch marks from the intense electrical current he had endured. His right hand was completely charred, a stark contrast to his pale left hand, making him look utterly wretched. Yet this very person, whom Sasuke believed to be dead for sure, staggered and stood up. Hift. Itachi continuously coughed up dark red blood, indicating his injuries were severe. Sasuke cursed under his breath, "Damn it." The three-tamo cursed seal on his shoulder activated again, immediately switching him to the second stage form with grayish skin, long hair, and two tengu wings sprouting from his back. His dried-up chakra was refined once more, and he stared vigilantly at Itachi's frail body. Hiss! An eerie, translucent dark red flame, accompanied by a shocking, immovable aura, surged forth from Itachi's seemingly wind-blown body, quickly growing larger and stronger. Crack, crack, crack. Following a chilling sound of bone dislocation, a massive, half-body skeleton clearly emerged within the flames. It stood behind Itachi, along with the unsettling red blaze. Itachi spat out another mouthful of blood, yet a look of relieved satisfaction hung on his lips. He spoke softly to Sasuke. "If I didn't have this, I really might have been killed. You've truly become strong, Sasuke. Now, let me show you my final trump card." Susanoo. Sasuke could sense the powerful threat emanating from the flames and the astonishingly massive energy contained within the skeleton. His heart grew incredibly heavy. Beams of dazzling sunlight, like sharp swords piercing the sky, broke through the thick curtain of dark clouds, illuminating the colossal skeleton. The strange skeleton within the red flames suddenly began to transform. Sizzle, 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 clang. Thick, coarse sinews quickly surged out from the gaps between the joints, wrapping around the massive bones, giving rise to strong muscles and even a majestic, powerful suit of armor. In just a few breaths, a colossal, mighty half-body warrior, holding a shield in its left hand, had appeared within the rolling red flames. A supreme, overwhelming pressure emanated from its body, forcing itself fiercely towards Sasuke. Itachi, encased within the red flames, spoke coldly. "What's wrong?" Chakra exhausted, left completely helpless. Inside the depths of Sasuke's body, Orochimaru felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement, and he slowly began to tempt Sasuke. "Lend it to you, my power. I know you need it, don't you? Sasuke, accept my power, kill the man in front of you, and take your revenge. Come, as long as you accept my power, your wish." Damn it, Sasuke struggled against the erosion of Orochimaru's power. However, how could Sasuke, who had exhausted his chakra, resist the mighty Orochimaru? A powerful, chilling, snake-like surge of colossal energy erupted from the depths of Sasuke's body. Like a surging tide or a wildfire sweeping across the land, it became unstoppable. An intense, tearing pain radiated from Sasuke's cursed seal. An eight-tailed, eight-headed white-scaled serpent drilled out of his body, stretching its enormous, hill-like frame in the air. Hiss! Roar! Roar! It continuously roared and bellowed at Itachi, emitting a cold, eerie pressure that seemed to come from an ancient, primal era, confronting Itachi's Susanoo without yielding. The two powerful pressures constantly collided and crushed one another in the air. The very atmosphere seemed to become thick and congealed. Itachi, standing in the red flames, smiled wider, a look of understanding or perhaps the relief of a long-sought goal achieved. 8 branches technique. HMPH, you finally decided to come out, Orochimaru. The eight-tailed, eight-headed white-scaled serpent aggressively bore down on Itachi. Boom, 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 grinding up dust along its path. Itachi gave a cold smile, staggered his feet, and moved to meet it. The 8 ghastly white serpent heads writhed and danced their massive bodies in the air, nearly obscuring the vast sky. They opened their grotesque fangs and viciously lunged at Itachi from different directions, attempting to devour him. A trail of dark red blood hung on Itachi's lips, yet his eyes were perfectly clear as he surged the remaining chakra within his body. The majestic warrior behind Itachi raised its thick right arm. The strong arm surprisingly had 2 hands on one arm. The lower hand held an ancient, rustic-looking gourd, while the upper hand was empty. After the warrior raised its right hand, the large hand holding the gourd clenched. Whoosh! A golden light immediately surged from the mouth of the stopper and landed in the other hand, instantly transforming into a sword wreathed in roaring golden flames. The golden longsword was raised high toward the sky and brandished in the air. Slash boom! One colossal white-scaled serpent head was instantly severed and smashed onto the nearby ruins. Hiss, roar, roar, roar. With one head cut off, the 8-headed serpent grew more ferocious in its pain, its cries becoming sharper and more intense. 3 more serpent heads attacked. Slam! The warrior raised its left round shield, staunchly blocking the attack, while its right hand, without pausing, sliced down once more. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more serpent heads were severed, and dark red serpent blood flowed all over the ground. The remaining serpent heads of the 8-headed serpent suddenly lunged, coiling up and around the warrior's body, binding it tightly. Roar! The warrior in the red flames let out an inhuman roar of fury. The red flames surged, and the seemingly indestructible golden sharp sword cut upward, tracing a golden flash of light as boundless as the sky. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more serpent heads fell to the ground. With only 1 head remaining, the 8-headed serpent retreated a few steps, showing submission. 7 horrifying stumps of severed necks on its ghastly white body continuously bled torrents of serpent blood, splattering onto the ruins. The air was filled with a pungent, nauseating smell of blood. Itachi controlled the warrior in the red flames. It didn't pursue, merely watching coldly. The remaining single serpent head opened its mouth toward the sky. Slee-eyed slash. A chilling sound of tearing muscles rang out. From inside the serpent head's pink mouth, a naked man emerged. With his inky black hair and mesmerizing golden snake eyes, it was Orochimaru. HMPH, ha ha ha. He licked his lips and laughed wildly. His long-cherished wish was finally about to be fulfilled. The body of the Uchiha clan was about to be his, and he would finally possess the Sharingan. At this thought, an uncontrollable excitement surged through Orochimaru's heart. The moss-green Kusanagi sword extended from his mouth. Orochimaru spoke deeply to Itachi. Thanks to you. Thanks to you for making Sasuke exhaust the chakra that was suppressing me. HMPH, HMPH. In that case, I'll take his body now. Haha. However, before he could finish his laugh, a sharp golden light had already pierced through his snake-like, ghastly white body. The seemingly indestructible golden light effortlessly penetrated Orochimaru's body, bringing out a spray of dark red blood and exiting through his back. Splat! Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood but didn't seem to care, saying arrogantly, Itachi, do you think you can kill me with an attack like this? Uchiha Itachi showed a hint of a mocking smile. Orochimaru's gaze suddenly froze. A powerful sense of intense danger abruptly arose within his body. His abundant, powerful chakra, like a flood bursting through a gate, rapidly drained away, flowing out in an unrestrained torrent, madly pouring out of his body and into the golden longsword that had pierced him. Orochimaru lowered his head and looked on in disbelief, muttering, Could this be? The Totsuka blade. Itachi didn't reply, his smile only growing colder and more sardonic. Orochimaru's mind was a mess. It had been a long time since things were out of his control like this. Damn it, is it going to end? The suction from the Totsuka blade grew stronger and stronger. Not only was his inner chakra, but even his body and consciousness were gradually being decomposed, stripped away, and sealed within this legendary sword. Orochimaru knew the effect of the sword. Everything it pierced would be sealed. Terrifying, chilling, endless darkness gradually encroached upon Orochimaru's consciousness. A feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time surged into his heart. The uncrowned king of the darkness clearly recognized this feeling. Fear, the fear of death. The pursuit that consumed his entire life, the abandonment of what should have been abandoned, and the abandonment of all that shouldn't have been abandoned. All for what? Only for eternal, immortal life and power to stand above all others. But now, all of it was about to return to dust. Orochimaru was terrified, he was afraid. Feeling his body gradually twisting and dissolving, and unable to do anything or change anything, he roared up to the sky. No. Immediately afterward, the endless darkness completely enveloped his consciousness. No, I won't perish, my existence won't vanish. There's still Kabuto, I still have an ultimate backup plan. This was Orochimaru's final belief. And the story begins here. Chapter 2. Within the pitch-black sealed space of the Totsuka blade. Endless darkness, like thick, deep curtains, tightly enveloped Orochimaru's soul and thoughts. With his body sealed and even his 5 senses stripped away, he transitioned from initial rage to cold indifference, and finally into deep, pressing contemplation. He knew he would be revived, not only through the series of backup plans he had left, but also by his most capable and loyal subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi. The key was only a matter of time. However, for Orochimaru, who had spent his life championing boundless power and eternal life, the current state, where he could no longer feel his former immense power, being reduced only to thought, was undoubtedly the greatest torment. Unable to sense the passage of time, he did not know how long had passed. After enduring the humiliation of being sealed by a younger successor, Orochimaru sank into profound reflection. The decades of his life's experiences and memories replayed and flashed within his consciousness like a movie. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times, even 100 times. The uncrowned king of the darkness couldn't help but ask himself a question. After sacrificing so much, giving up everything, was this path right or wrong? In the continuous curtain of rain, he saw the beautiful figure weeping over a corpse, burying the feelings he had hidden for years deep within his soul. Under the dark and gloomy night sky, he crossed swords with the dear friend he once laughed and joked with. In the village of scattered leaves, he killed the elderly figure who had personally guided him onto the path of power. Ancient memories continually touched the ice in his heart. Orochimaru did not regret, or perhaps it's better to say he would not regret what had already happened, but faint sorrow, subtle emotion, and threads of regret uncontrollably lingered in the depths of his soul. Left with only his thoughts, he couldn't help but mock himself. Heck, how long has it been since I've had such a rich range of emotions? This place really will drive a person mad. It's a pity I didn't have time to experiment with the technique that is even more powerful than immortality. I was so curious about the power of that jutsu. As his thoughts intensely churned, invisible soul fluctuations gradually spread throughout the endless darkness. Suddenly, in the darkness of the Totsuka blade ceiling space, a soft white light abruptly flashed, like the first ray of dawn piercing the night. It was so completely out of place with the surrounding space, yet it offered boundless anticipation and hope. In just a few moments, the speck of light expanded to the size of a person, taking the form of an oval, soft white halo, standing quietly before Orochimaru's soul. Being a powerful force that once dominated an era, Orochimaru was not only deprived of his 5 senses, but his soul's perception ability had become stronger and more acute in this endless darkness. The sudden appearance and change of this light, like a visitor from outer space, naturally could not escape his notice. However, before he could think further, an overwhelmingly powerful attractive force suddenly generated within the white halo. Orochimaru's translucent, pale blue soul body was irresistibly pulled into the halo. Immediately afterward, the soft white halo instantaneously condensed to a single point, abruptly vanishing from the Totsuka blade's sealed space as if it had never existed, leaving only the boundless darkness, silent, unchanging, and eternally present. After entering the halo, his surroundings were a kaleidoscope of shifting light and shadow. After experiencing it for only a moment, Orochimaru felt his consciousness blur, and then he became completely senseless. A somewhat harsh light appeared before his eyes, followed by a sensation of generalized, debilitating weakness. Orochimaru struggled to open his eyes, blinking a few times before he could clearly see the scene before him. A snow-white ceiling, warm sunlight streaming in from the window on the left, and a faint smell of disinfectant wafted into his nasal cavity. This is a hospital. At this realization, Orochimaru frowned. Could this be the hospital in the Sound Village? How could Kabuto manage this, to choose such a sensitive location for my revival? A stream of chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. Orochimaru struggled to turn his head and looked out the window through the wide-open, white curtains. That single glance made his eyes widen in astonishment. At the edge of his vision was the Hawkage Rock, so familiar it couldn't be mistaken. This is Konoha. How is that possible? What exactly is going on? A chain of questions flooded Orochimaru's mind. Who? Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru quickly calmed down. Feeling his strength gradually return, he lifted his head, bracing himself to sit up from the hospital bed. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon his own arms. They were a pair of delicate, pale white arms. Stunned for a moment, Orochimaru's brows furrowed even tighter. He intensely disliked this feeling of things being out of his control. Damn it, why is this vessel so weak? He picked up the half-full, steaming cup of water on the bedside table and took a shallow sip. The moist liquid flowed into his mouth and body, and only then did Orochimaru feel much more comfortable. The corner of his eye caught the mirror next to the cup, his pupils contracted slightly, and his body instantly turned to stone. The person in the mirror had the face of a 6- or 7-year-old child, with a pale, sickly look on the small face. His demonic, dark golden snake eyes were slightly narrowed due to intense surprise. This was exactly what Orochimaru looked like when he was 6 or 7 years old. Snapping back to reality, Orochimaru's right hand slightly trembled as he picked up the mirror, holding it up to his face and examining it carefully. Could it be that Kabuto didn't revive me, but rather, I was reborn? As soon as this thought emerged, and comparing it with the Hawkage rock he had just seen, it became increasingly certain in Orochimaru's mind. A sudden, indescribable feeling welled up. Now, if I get a second chance, should I still walk that path of alienating everyone? Should I still give up everything? All the events of his previous life, and the questions of his current life, surged into Orochimaru's heart. There was bitterness, pain, helplessness, and regret. Leaning against the bed, holding the mirror in both hands, Orochimaru was like a gambler who had lost all his savings, only to have his stake returned to him in an instant, giving him a chance to start over. For a moment, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Was it joy, sorrow, or despondency? He didn't know. Intense emotions, as if a volcano had suddenly erupted, surged in his long-dormant heart. He tilted his head back and let out a childish, hoarse roar. Ah! Tears, clear and glistening, unconsciously rolled down his pale cheeks and into his lips. They tasted very, very bitter. Ah, woo-woo-ahs. What flowed were not just tears, but the bitterness and sorrow of decades of misunderstanding and alienation in his previous life, and the deep-seated solitude and world-weariness in the depths of his heart that he couldn't dissolve. The weeping gradually subsided. The confusion in his eyes was washed away by the tears. He licked his lips, leaving only a hint of an arrogant, superior smile at the corner of his mouth, a smile at how right and wrong, success and failure turned to naught, and a smile at the chance to start over. With a young body and a mature soul, an unprecedented determination radiated from Orochimaru's eyes. I have drunk the sorrow and world-weariness, mixed with tears. I shall be reborn from the endless darkness, rising like a phoenix from the ashes. As the tears flowed, his state of mind gradually became calm and open. With clear and determined eyes, Orochimaru quickly began to make plans. First, he needed to figure out exactly what period this is. Just then, knock, 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 a hurried knocking sound came from the door. Orochimaru looked toward the entrance, and a familiar, yet somehow unfamiliar, figure walked in. Chapter 3. The person who entered was roughly in his early 20s, the peak age for a ninja, and wore a crisp, clean, forest green flak jacket. A slightly worn but still clearly visible Konoha, leaf village, forehead protector, was tied securely to his forehead with a dark blue ribbon. This, combined with his resolute face, neat short hair, and a wisp of beard on his chin, gave him a reliable and capable aura. The intermittent warmth in his eyes, however, maintained an approachable friendliness. The two traits together naturally gave rise to a subtle air of leadership. This was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru stared blankly at this familiar, yet strange, figure, somewhat stunned. He still remembered the smile of relief and final fulfillment on the face of his deeply gracious sensei, teacher, in his previous life, after sealing his arms with his own life, perhaps hoping that in losing his hands and all his jutsu, he might finally repent. At this thought, a hint of guilt arose in Orochimaru's heart. After entering, Hiruzen saw the tear stains still on Orochimaru's face and sighed inwardly. He slowly walked to the bedside, bent down, and wiped the tears from his face. His dry, warm hand patted the young boy's frail shoulder, and he said gently, "Go on and cry. You'll feel much better once you let it out. You're still a child, don't bottle everything up." Feeling this long-absent comfort and care, a natural, deep sense of affection and emotion was added to the look in Orochimaru's eyes as he watched Hiruzen. Hiruzen, of course, couldn't know about Orochimaru's bizarre transmigration. Seeing the extremely deep attachment in Orochimaru's eyes upon meeting him for the first time, his heart was touched. Did he faint from crying over the news of his parents' death? Alas, this is a child of true deep feeling. Recalling the dying request of Orochimaru's parents, a deeper thought subtly formed in his mind. A flash of sorrow crossed Hiruzen's eyes as he remembered the scene of Orochimaru's parents dying in battle. He took out a scroll, about the length of an adult's palm and 2 fingers wide, from the pocket of his flak jacket. He placed it in Orochimaru's palm and sighed, offering comfort. "If I remember correctly, your name is Orochimaru, right? This is a message your parents left for you. Orochimaru, you are a ninja now, so you must be strong, all right." With that, Hiruzen gently touched Orochimaru's head. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru immediately deduced that this was the final year before his graduation from the Ninja Academy, right after the end of a major war, a war in which both his parents and the second Hokage had lost their lives. This was the very turning point of his life in the previous world. It was precisely from this moment that Orochimaru began to deeply feel the fragility and brevity of life, leading him onto the path of pursuing ultimate power and eternal life, a path that would alienate him from everyone he knew. Taking the last will of his parents from Hiruzen's hand, Orochimaru was filled with confusion and surprise. In his previous life, after his parents died, he grieved for a long time but never went to the hospital, so he naturally never encountered Hiruzen, and the so-called last will was non-existent. It seems my rebirth has already begun to change history. Thoughts swirled in Orochimaru's mind, but he didn't show any trace of impropriety on his face. He held the last will delicately in both hands and nodded firmly toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen added, "If you have any difficulties in the future, just come find your uncle. Your uncle will help you." "Thank you, Uncle Hiruzen." To leave a good impression, Orochimaru replied politely and humbly. Hiruzen nodded, smiled with satisfaction, and turned to leave. After Hiruzen departed, Orochimaru slowly opened the scroll. The familiar handwriting within made his heart feel heavy. His father, using firm, resolute strokes, penned his final words to his son. Though brief, the words were carefully chosen. Beneath the serious tone was a strong reluctance and deep affection. His mother's handwriting was delicate and elegant. Seeing her light-hearted words despite facing death, the teasing between the lines didn't make Orochimaru happy. Instead, it tasted exceptionally bitter. Their voices and smiles became clearer and clearer in his mind. Even after 2 lifetimes spanning decades, the memory hadn't faded. Instead, it had settled deep in his heart over time, now surging forth with greater intensity and indelible clarity. In his previous life, after Orochimaru perfected the immortality technique, he immediately used the impure world reincarnation, Edo Tensei, to resurrect his parents. Alone his entire life, misunderstood and companionless, he was like a child who had found a treasure, eager to share it with his parents. But what he received in return were their heartbroken and disappointed eyes. That look was like a sharp knife, plunging deep into Orochimaru's heart. At the time, he didn't understand. Now he did. In fact, the immortality technique was not without cost. The more frequently he used it, the more Orochimaru later realized that his soul was becoming weaker and even fractured, which in turn affected his emotions and actions. His parents, who had been summoned back from the afterlife, must have recognized the consequences of that jutsu. Slowly closing the scroll, Orochimaru walked to the window and stared intently at the enormous, prominent Hokage rock in the center of the village. His clenched palms showed the turmoil within his heart. The warm, gentle sunlight shone on his pale skin, seeming to reflect golden rays. His body slowly relaxed, and he spread open his palm. His dark golden snake eyes were filled with determination, glittering mesmerizingly like 2 precious gems. In this life, I absolutely cannot repeat the same mistakes. With the power of a perfect soul merged from 2 lives and the experience and lessons of decades from his past life, I will certainly erase all regrets and also. Orochimaru licked his lips. A flash of excitement, deeply concealed, flickered in his demonic snake eyes. Where his gaze fell, the busts of the first and second Hokage on the giant Hokage rock overlooked all of Konoha. To the ninjas of all nations, I, Orochimaru, who has been reborn from the endless darkness and risen like a phoenix from the ashes, have returned. Chapter 4. Early morning on the 29th of April, Konoha Year 16. The sky was overcast, and a light rain was falling, cultivating an atmosphere of solemn tragedy and oppression throughout the entire Konoha village. Today was the funeral of the second Hokage. Orochimaru was sitting on his hospital bed, eyes closed, sensing and refining the chakra within his body. Neatly folded clothes lay beside him. Today was the day he was scheduled for discharge. His eyes slowly opened. A faint blue flash passed within his dark golden snake pupils. Orochimaru smiled. Although he was currently very weak, the increased spiritual energy, or mental fortitude, from the fusion of his two souls would not only greatly enhance his immunity to genjutsu, but also grant him several times the potential he had in his previous life. Orochimaru appeared quite excited. He licked his lips, his eyes full of a fervent desire for even greater power. Tap, 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 the crisp sound of high heels approached. At the door of the ward, a beautiful young nurse in a pure black morning dress walked in smiling. She handed a file folder she was holding to Orochimaru. "Here you are, I've taken care of everything, Orochimaru. Hurry. The Hokage-sama's funeral is about to begin." Orochimaru gave the beautiful nurse a faint smile, took the discharge papers, quickly signed his name, picked up his small bag, bowed to the nurse, and left the hospital. Along the way, medical ninjas and nurses greeted Orochimaru, and he, with an earnest smile, bowed and returned each greeting. Over the few days he was there, this handsome, polite child had earned their unanimous approval and admiration. Of course, this was partly the result of Orochimaru's deliberate actions. He understood that a reputation for being an upstanding citizen would greatly boost his future plans. When I possess immense power and extremely high public support, let's see who can stand in my way. Thinking this, Orochimaru's steps became lighter and quicker. As soon as he stepped out the hospital gate, a chill abruptly struck him. He saw streets filled with ninjas in pure black mourning attire, converging into streams of people, all rushing toward the same direction, the Hokage platform. Orochimaru quickly pulled his clothes tighter and hurried home. By the time Orochimaru changed into his mourning clothes and arrived at the Hokage platform, a significant number of Konoha ninjas had already gathered. Their eyes were filled with deep sorrow and lamentation. They had spontaneously formed a square formation, waiting for the funeral to begin. Orochimaru quietly made his way to the back of the team, designated for the Ninja Academy, and stood still. "Hey, Orochimaru," a suppressed voice called out. Orochimaru looked toward the source of the sound. A white-haired boy was quietly waving at him from not far away. Seeing this youthful version of Jiraiya, Orochimaru smiled knowingly, secretly teasing, "Jiraiya is still the same, huh?" After acknowledging Jiraiya, Orochimaru turned his attention to the front of the crowd. At the front of the ninja formation, a long, rectangular table draped in white cloth was set up. The image of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, with his gently smiling face, was prominently placed on the table. Standing beside the table were the second Hokage's disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and an elder of the village who was presiding over the funeral. Pitter-patter, splash, splash. The rain grew heavier. As if the heavens themselves were weeping for the passing of the second Hokage, this powerhouse of the ninja world. The atmosphere among the crowd became increasingly heavy with sorrow. They knew clearly that in the final moments of the first great ninja war, without the second Hokage sacrificing himself to hold back the Kinkaku force, the Cloud Village's strongest fighting unit, the elites of Konoha like Hiruzen and Danzo, would not have survived, and the war would not have ended so quickly. It could be said that the second Hokage protected the ninjas of the village and the interests of the entire land of fire with his own life. Ahem, the elder coughed, signaling that the funeral was about to commence. Hiruzen stepped back and stood beside a server, holding large bunches of white chrysanthemums. Ninja after ninja stood solemnly straight, all looking towards the second Hokage's portrait. The rain continued to fall. Several large loudspeakers amplified the elder's hoarse voice, filled with sorrow and remembrance, spreading it far and wide. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who made immense contributions and sacrificed himself for the village during this first great ninja war, is a great man who is worthy of being remembered by all of Konoha and the people of the land of fire. We must remember his presence, respect his spirit, carry out his will, and help Konoha and the land of fire move towards strength and prosperity. The funeral now begins. At this moment, the people of the village stopped their work, walked out of their homes, and collectively looked toward the Hawkage Rock, sending their deepest respects and blessings. Sorrowful funeral music echoed throughout Konoha, mixed with the low sobs of the people. Ninja after ninja lined up, walked past the server, took a white chrysanthemum, and solemnly placed it before the second Hawkage's portrait. Orochimaru laid down his white chrysanthemum and bowed to the portrait. This was a great man. Seeing Orochimaru, a peculiar light flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. He turned and beckoned to Mikawa, the current teacher of the Ninja Academy where Orochimaru was enrolled. Mikawa respectfully walked over. He dared not be casual when facing Hiruzen Sarutobi, the candidate with the highest public support to become the third Hawkage. Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru and asked Mikawa, "Mikawa, how is that child?" Mikawa followed Hiruzen's gaze and replied with a hint of admiration in his voice. "Hiruzen-sama, Orochimaru is absolutely a genius rarely seen in decades. He maintained an A rank in all 3 years of the academy, and his chakra level has long reached the level of a chunin. If the academy's scoring maximum wasn't A rank, some of his subjects would have even reached S rank." Hearing Mikawa's reply, a satisfied smile touched Hiruzen's lips. His gaze toward Orochimaru became even softer and more appreciative. After the funeral ended, Orochimaru did not linger and walked straight home. "Orochimaru, Orochimaru," a boyish shout came from behind. Orochimaru turned to see the white-haired child running towards him and couldn't help but smile. Jiraiya ran up to Orochimaru, panting, and blocked his path, his face full of dejection. "Orochimaru, why are you walking so fast? I chased you for a long time just to catch up." I'm exhausted." "Heh, is something wrong?" Orochimaru didn't mind and asked with a smile. Heh, Jiraiya gave an awkward laugh. Being an airhead, he rarely did things like this. He scratched his head sheepishly and said with a look of concern, I heard about your parents. Don't be sad. Let's play together at school tomorrow." After speaking, he looked anxiously at Orochimaru's reaction. Orochimaru felt a flicker of sadness and gratitude at Jiraiya's clumsy attempt at comfort, then gave a faint smile. It was difficult for the typically competitive and airheaded Jiraiya to say something like that. "Sure," Orochimaru readily agreed. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya jumped with joy and waved, saying, "Then I'll head off now." Jiraiya quickly leaped several times, lightly landing on the roof of a second-story building nearby. His cheerful voice drifted from a distance. "Be sure to come early tomorrow." After Jiraiya had gone far, Orochimaru turned around, gathered chakra to his feet with a thought, and sped home with a few powerful leaps. Remembering the item his parents mentioned leaving for him in their last will, Orochimaru slightly licked his lips, a look of interest crossing his face. Chapter 5. Orochimaru's home was a large estate covering several acres. His family had lived there for generations, and with several generations of ninjas in their lineage, they held a respectable position within the village. He stepped onto the porch, crossed the front yard and the main hall, and walked directly toward the ancestral shrine in the backyard. With a soft creak, the dilapidated wooden door of ancient history was pushed open. On the wall directly facing the entrance hung a scroll painting of a solemn, majestic-looking samurai. Orochimaru's father had told him this was the founder of the Great Serpent Clan. Below the portrait was a row of ancestral tablets. On either side, running vertically, were 2 wooden racks holding iron candlesticks. Whenever there was a sacrifice, his mother would tend to them, lighting the candles to illuminate the entire shrine. Then, the family of 3 would kneel on 3 earth-yellow prayer cushions before the table and begin the ceremony. Now, with things changed, and no one tending to it for some time, the ancestral tablets were even covered with a thin layer of dust. Orochimaru slowly walked to the leftmost prayer cushion. Looking at it and recalling the veiled clues in his father's final words, he muttered to himself, "The cushion belonging to father in the shrine, is it? What could be inside?" He gathered chakra into his hands, grabbed the earth-yellow cushion, and forcefully shook it with both arms. With a tear, the yellow cloth covering the cushion was ripped open by a powerful force. Orochimaru immediately reached inside and began to search. After only a moment, an ordinary black scroll appeared in his hand. Orochimaru opened it. As his eyes skimmed the first few lines, his hand trembled, his pupils contracted slightly, and his heart was profoundly shaken. He immediately understood his father's actions. It turned out this scroll recorded the family's greatest secret. The family's true name was not the Great Serpent Clan, but the ancient eight-headed serpent clan, Yamata no Orochi clan. They had changed their name and surname to the Great Serpent Clan and hid themselves in Konoha village to avoid being hunted down by numerous enemies, eventually settling there. Orochimaru had vaguely suspected this in his previous life. Later, after gaining some influence, he had investigated for a long time, but the information he obtained was limited. Now, the scroll left by his father finally confirmed it. Furthermore, the scroll included instructions on how to enter the family secret chamber. And within that chamber, there was a summoning scroll belonging to the eight-headed serpent clan. The eight-headed serpent clan was one of the strongest families of summoning animals. The eight-headed serpent itself possessed power strong enough to surpass some weaker-tailed beasts. The Great Serpent Clan's summoning scroll Orochimaru possessed in his past life was vastly inferior to this one. Yet, even the Great Serpent Clan scroll was something Hiruzen had gone to great lengths to acquire for Orochimaru. It was easy to imagine the turmoil this kind of treasure would cause if it were known. No wonder his father had set up these safeguards, only hinting at it in his last will. Even if others saw the will, they would merely think it was some jutsu scrolls and money left by a father to his son, a normal occurrence for a ninja family, and would never connect it to such a hugely important and precious artifact. Orochimaru carefully tucked the black scroll into his clothes. He licked his lips, looking unusually excited. No one understood the power of the true eight-headed serpent better than Orochimaru, the man who created the eight branches technique, Hakishu no Jutsu himself. He had tirelessly sought this power in his past life but couldn't find it. Now, this treasure was right before his eyes. The thought of acquiring this power soon made Orochimaru's excitement difficult to suppress. He stood up and meticulously examined the ancestral tablets on the altar. Orochimaru first bowed apologetically to the ancestral tablets. Then, following the instructions on the scroll, he gently picked up the fifth tablet from the left of the first row. A barely noticeable circular indentation appeared before him. Orochimaru's heart stirred. Knowing this must be the mechanism, he didn't hesitate and pressed his finger onto the indentation. Click, 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 clank, a sound of internal mechanisms echoed. The wall on the left side of the shrine opened, revealing a secret chamber large enough for a person to enter. As the chamber opened, a flash of light illuminated the area. Candles on the walls of the inner corridor instantly lit up, revealing a set of steps leading down and inward. The yellowish, flickering light of the candles made the passage resemble the wide-open mouth of a mysterious beast. Orochimaru placed the ancestral tablet back, took a long stride into the secret chamber, and as soon as he entered, with another click, 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 clank, the secret chamber sealed itself shut again. All that remained were the softly swaying candlelight and the echoing footsteps throughout the corridor. After walking for about 100 meters, an ancient bas-relief carved with an eight-headed, eight-tailed serpent appeared before Orochimaru. The serpent on the relief was indeed the Yamata no Orochi. The ferocious eight-headed serpent, every head, every scale mark, and texture was clearly visible, so lifelike it seemed real. Standing before the relief, Orochimaru felt a powerful aura of fierce, barbaric, malignant, and domineering power, originating from ancient times, washing over him. Facing this fierce aura, Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes narrowed sharply. His powerful soul energy surged out, forcefully dispersing the aura in a dominant fashion. A wicked, interested smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was even more excited about the eight-headed serpent summoning scroll behind this relief door. Orochimaru bit his finger until it bled, and pressed it one by one onto each of the 8 snake heads. When the last snake head was also marked with Orochimaru's blood, a blinding, deep blue chakra light spread over the entire eight-headed serpent. Orochimaru watched quietly. The scroll stated that this door could only be opened with the blood of a descendant of the eight-headed serpent clan. If someone tried to open it violently, they would be struck by the soul of an eight-headed serpent sealed within the relief, a consequence even a cage-level ninja couldn't survive. Rumble, a long-sealed aura emanated from behind the relief door. After the flash of blue light, the door split in the middle, opening inwards. Orochimaru looked inside. There was only one object behind the door. On a half-human height altar, fully illuminated by candlelight, lay an ancient scroll about the length of an adult's arm and the width of 2 hands. Licking his lips, Orochimaru slowly unrolled the scroll. A line of ancient ninja world script entered his vision. For Orochimaru, who had dabbled in various fields in his past life, these characters, which would be esoteric to others, were not difficult to decipher. The opening passage, spanning thousands of characters, detailed the history of the eight-headed serpent clan signing a summoning contract with the ancient eight-headed serpent entity. Suddenly, the second-to-last sentence caught Orochimaru's attention. The eight-headed serpent clan rules all snakes of the ninja world. All serpent-type summoning animals can be controlled and summoned. This sentence was like a giant stone, instantly stirring up ripples of excitement in the depths of Orochimaru's heart. In other words, by signing this eight-headed serpent clan summoning scroll, he would later be able to sign the scrolls of all serpent-type summoning animals, summoning and controlling them. Next, the very last sentence of the opening passage startled Orochimaru again. Descendants of the clan, remember that the eight-headed serpent summoning technique requires enormous expenditure. No member of our clan shall sign this until they become a Jonin. Otherwise, they will certainly be drained of all life force and perish due to insufficient chakra for the summoning. Remember this. Remember this. The single remember and the double remember this made Orochimaru's heart clench. What a technique. It's a treasure indeed. I never expected the signing condition alone to be so stringent. It seemed the domineering, fierce aura on the relief door was also a mechanism set up to test the strength of the clan's descendants. Orochimaru gave a wry smile. If not for his bizarre rebirth experience, he might have been blocked outside the relief door by that spiritual energy, even if he knew about the secret chamber. This power and treasure that he could only see but not obtain left Orochimaru feeling an unbearable, anxious itch, like a cat scratching at his heart. Of course, Orochimaru's anticipation for the true power of this summoning technique grew even stronger. Flipping further, lines of names of the clan's former heroes appeared after the opening text, numbering in the dozens. Orochimaru inwardly gasped and sighed. Although he didn't hold Jonin in the highest regard, he had to admit that they didn't grow on trees. Even his father had only reached the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin, special Jonin. To become a Jonin required effort and talent in equal measure. Every Jonin was a core strength of a nation. Dozens of Jonin were enough to destroy a small country. After contemplating for a moment, Orochimaru placed the eight-headed serpent summoning scroll back on the altar. This secret chamber was hidden and secure, far better than carrying the scroll on his person. Chapter 6. Leaving the secret chamber, Orochimaru cleaned the slightly dusty ancestral tablets, and then scanned the area repeatedly to ensure the chamber's location wouldn't be easily discovered before finally closing the wooden door of the shrine. The sky had cleared by now. Although the ground was still a bit damp, it was a good day for training. He went to his bedroom, changed into a short training outfit, tied his kunai pouch to his right leg, and quickly grabbed some money from the drawer mentioned in his mother's last will. Then, Orochimaru left the house. Walking down the street, Orochimaru began to contemplate his next plan. Before his rebirth, his inner chakra was already at the genin low ninja level. Now, after his rebirth and the fusion with the powerful soul that had lived for decades in his previous life, his spiritual energy, or mental fortitude, had skyrocketed. His chakra naturally increased significantly. Though it hadn't reached the Chunin middle ninja level, it wasn't far off. Moreover, with decades of combat experience and countless forbidden and secret jutsu, Orochimaru was confident that he could easily deal with a Chunin now. Currently, the only thing restricting his true strength was the quantity of his chakra. Regarding this theoretical knowledge, Orochimaru was arguably a professor-level figure in the ninja world. He knew exactly what was needed for chakra growth. With his massive spiritual energy, as long as his physical strength increased, his chakra quantity would naturally also increase significantly. With this thought, Orochimaru quickened his steps toward the clothing store to purchase 22 pounds weighted training vest. The owner of the clothing store, having settled in Konoha for years, was prepared for all sorts of odd requests from ninjas. Weighted clothing and accessories were, of course, essential training tools. A server first used a soft tape measure to size Orochimaru's body, then took down a finished product, trimmed it a few times with a cutting knife, and filled the pockets in various parts of the weighted vest with iron blocks totaling 22 pounds. Orochimaru took the 22 pounds weighted vest and put it on over his inner clothes. The fitted white weighted vest was very convenient to put on and take off using several clasps. It not only allowed him to train his strength anytime and anywhere, but the iron blocks in the vest could also provide some defense against attacks, making it highly practical. Orochimaru paid the money with satisfaction. Without delay, he activated the ninja walk, a technique to concentrate chakra in the feet for running leaping, and headed toward the dense forest outside the village. The sound of whoosh, whoosh rushed past his ears. A stream of scenery was left behind him. After putting on the weighted vest, the chakra consumption for using the ninja walk increased considerably. By the time he reached the Konoha forest about 3 miles away, Orochimaru was slightly out of breath. He had calculated the weight of the vest precisely. 22 pounds, the limit for his 6-year-old body, which also wouldn't hinder his development. Orochimaru stopped in a secluded, relatively remote clearing in the woods. He sat cross-legged on the ground to rest for a while, taking the opportunity to recall some of the jutsu and battle techniques from his past life that he could use now. 5 minutes later, Orochimaru stood up. Thin, sharp beams of light flashed within his dark golden snake eyes, as if they contained razor-sharp blades. Faint chakra fluctuations emanated from his small body, along with a terrifying, surprisingly strong killing intent. Chirp chirp, chatter flap flap. The terrifying killing intent frightened away flocks of birds in the forest. Orochimaru ignored everything else. He calmed his mind and focused his energy. His pale, slender hands crossed in front of his chest, instantly changing hand signs like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Thumbs pointing up, left hand higher, straight and overlapping, unformed seal. Thumbs overlapping, left thumb on top, the snake Mi seal was formed. Both thumbs straight, the tiger Yin seal was formed. Orochimaru formed these 3 basic jutsu seals in just over a second. With a sound of poof, a cloud of smoke surged next to Orochimaru. As the smoke cleared, an identical clone stood quietly. Except for its slightly vacant eyes, every other part was exactly the same. Orochimaru glanced at the clone, his expression unchanged, and continued to form seals in his hands. Poof, with another puff of smoke, a capable, robust young man who subtly emanated a faint aura of leadership emerged where Orochimaru's main body stood. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru changed the hand signs again, and the Hiruzen Sarutobi instantly transformed into a log body replacement technique. The sound of poof, poof, poof from the jutsu explosions was continuous. The basic 3 jutsu, substitution, transformation, clone, were effortlessly executed in Orochimaru's hands. During this rapid, continuous sealing process, Orochimaru's seal-forming speed and chakra control technique rapidly improved, as if on a rocket. The dark golden snake eyes shone brighter and brighter. When he sensed that 3 seals per second was likely his current limit, the basic seals for the 3 jutsu suddenly changed dramatically. Snake Mi, Ram Hitsuji, Monkey Saru, Boar Eye, Horse Uma, Tiger Tora. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. 6 complex seals were formed in the span of a breath. He placed his right hand cup-shaped over his mouth. A wave of intense, blazing flame shot out of Orochimaru's mouth. 3 meters in front of him, it abruptly expanded into a high-temperature fireball the size of a millstone. Boom! The scorching fireball burned a charred, 1-meter diameter crater into the grass in front of him. Faint smells of scorch gradually dissipated into the air. Swoosh! From the adjacent forest, an extremely faint sound of air being cut could be heard, and a black shadow darted past within it. Suddenly, the black shadow detected the chakra fluctuation from this side and stopped. With a swoosh, its figure flickered, and when it reappeared, it was standing on the branch of a towering tree, looking down at Orochimaru in the forest clearing. Orochimaru, in his short training outfit, gave a faint side glance at the destructive power of the great fireball technique. He frowned slightly, his eyes sharpened, and the seals in his pale hands changed again, forming an even more complex sequence than before. Faint blue chakra ripples permeated Orochimaru's body. He took a deep breath, aimed at his cup-shaped right hand, and exhaled all the air in his chest in one forceful blow. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Whoosh boom. Rolling heat waves warped the air. The scorching stream of flame shot out 5 meters, expanding into a gigantic fireball the size of a passenger hydrogen balloon. The entire forest clearing was lit up in fiery red. The intense heat was noticeable even to the black shadow watching nearby, whose eyes showed a look of profound disbelief. Hyo. Slightly breathless, Orochimaru looked at the crater, which had been deepened several times over, and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, a strong feeling of alarm arose in Orochimaru's heart. Under the perception of his spiritual energy, he detected an abnormal, turbulent aura in the nearby forest, which flashed and then disappeared. Who is there? Orochimaru roared. Chapter 7. Who is there? Orochimaru roared. His colossal killing intent, like water bursting from an open floodgate, was no longer restrained and surged madly from his disproportionately small body. The chilling, icy killing intent, which regarded all life as insignificant, rushed like a torrential flood toward the direction he sensed. Simultaneously, Orochimaru's pale hands instantly changed through several jutsu seals. Forbidden technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A solid clone immediately appeared by Orochimaru's side. The two ran at high speed, forming a pincer-like position for an enveloping attack. Faintly, Orochimaru spotted a black shadow in the tree. Without hesitation, he and the shadow clones simultaneously drew sharp shuriken from the weapon pouch on their right legs and shouted, "Get out here." Swoosh, swoosh. Using all their strength, they flung the shuriken toward the black shadow. The black shadow was momentarily stunned by Orochimaru's astonishing, wave-like killing intent. It only reacted when Orochimaru used the Shadow Clone Jutsu and fired the 2 shuriken. Damn it! The black shadow cursed under its breath, shocked again by the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Its extensive combat experience ensured its hand movements were swift. It quickly crouched low, performing a flawless evasive maneuver that looked straight out of a textbook. Orochimaru licked his lips, smiling menacingly. The black shadow's reaction was entirely within his expectations. At this moment, the sinister, dominating aura of his past life was fully displayed, the battle entirely under his control. He was like a savage, giant python spotting its desired prey. Immediately after throwing the shuriken, Orochimaru rapidly began to form seals, and the jutsu seals of his main body and shadow clone were completely different. Ox Ushi Dog Inu Dragon Tatsu, Rat Ni Dog Inu Boar Eye Snake Mi, Tiger Tora. Orochimaru gave an icy smile. His jutsu was complete. His sharp eyes were like swords and knives as he drank in a low voice, "Die." Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The 2 sharp shuriken began to hum with a continuous, soft resonance. The magical jutsu power caused the 2 shuriken to rapidly transform and multiply in the air. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, dozens of dark, sharp shuriken covered the black shadow like a net closing in. The black shadow saw this, and was about to leap away to dodge the direct brunt of the shuriken storm, when it suddenly sensed a feeling of imminent danger. A burst of intense heat abruptly struck from above. In a panic, it looked up. A high-temperature fireball the size of a millstone was rapidly dominating its vision. Boom, thud, thud, thud. A perfect pincer attack. the great fireball jutsu exploded in a thick cloud of smoke. The tree branch, as thick as a grown man's leg, was instantly shattered and fell to the ground. A stream of shuriken passed through the smoke, embedding themselves several centimeters deep into the thick tree trunk behind. Orochimaru listened intently, but did not hear the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. He frowned slightly. He dodged it. He has some skill, it seems. Sure enough, when the smoke cleared, all that remained was a substitution log. In such an extremely dire situation, the Black Shadow was still able to execute the substitution jutsu seal just as it was evading. This spoke volumes about its rich combat experience and superb sealing speed. Realizing this, Orochimaru decided to stop holding back his power. His pale hands began moving like invisible piano keys being played in the air, dancing along with the shadow clone, which had used the great fireball jutsu and landed on a branch not far away. The trap he had prepared beforehand was now activated. In the reflection of the sunlight, one could clearly see transparent steel wires as thin as hair. One end was tied to the fingers of Orochimaru and his clone, and the other end was connected to the numerous shuriken he had fired. As Orochimaru's fingers flickered, the transparent steel wires, like a massive, invisible yet deadly spider web, quickly stretched out in the air. Orochimaru lowered his eyelids, carefully sensing the vibrations on the wires. Suddenly, one section of the wire subtly vibrated. His eyes lit up, and an icy smile appeared on his lips once more. "Heh heh, I found you." Orochimaru's 10 fingers fluttered wildly like butterflies, constantly interweaving and crossing. The massive web of transparent steel wires, like the silk net in the hands of the most agile spider, wrapped itself around the reappearing Black Shadow, carrying with it the chill of death. Snap tear tear tear. The Black Shadow, wearing a dark black trench coat and a tanuki mask, was tightly bound in the air by the steel wires, like a massive zongzi, rice dumpling. An Anbu member. Orochimaru paused internally, but his actions were merciless. His 10 fingers, still tied to the steel wires, quickly formed a sequence of jutsu seals. Snake me, Dragon Tatsu, Rabbit U, Tiger Tora. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. Chakra surged into his mouth. A torrent of raging flame, like a flying fire dragon, spewed fiercely from Orochimaru's mouth. Following the steel wires, it rapidly spread toward the Black Shadow. As if the wires were trails of oil, the flame whoosh, 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 wildly extended into a giant web of fire in the air. Looking at the surging, scorching torrent of flame, the Black Shadow's eyes, however, were as serene and cold as a still lake. A right hand, as pale and delicate as a woman's, extended from beneath the dark Anbu trench coat. His movements were too fast to discern, but several flashes of stunning blue-violet blade light zipped around the Black Shadow. The steel wires binding his body instantly shattered. Seeing that striking blade light, a strong alarm blared in Orochimaru's heart, and his pupils contracted slightly. A whisper of wind brushed past his ears, and a few leaves fluttered down. Shunshin no Jutsu, Body Flicker Technique. This jutsu name suddenly crowded into Orochimaru's mind in that instant. By the time he realized it, there was a person and a blade behind him. The short sword, radiating icy coldness, rested steadily against his neck. The sharp edge made the skin on his neck involuntarily rise in goosebumps. The short sword in the Black Shadow's hand was as steady as a rock, yet as fatally ruthless as the grim Reaper's scythe. A profound chill erupted in Orochimaru's heart. What an astonishing swordsmanship! Orochimaru forcibly suppressed the coldness in his heart. Sensing that the Anbu's movements didn't seem to indicate any malicious intent toward him, he subconsciously asked, "Who are you? Why were you spying on me?" The white tanuki mask slowly moved close to Orochimaru's ear. An icy voice containing a hint of killing intent echoed in Orochimaru's ear. "Little one, sharp senses, and intense killing intent. Ha, quite interesting." Another whisper of wind passed. The short sword on his neck instantly vanished. Orochimaru immediately turned his head to look in the direction the Black Shadow had left. All he saw was an afterimage that flickered a few times before disappearing into the distance. Standing rooted to the spot, a faint anger surged in Orochimaru's eyes. Disregard, naked disregard. Throughout the entire battle, Orochimaru had used every technique he knew. Yet this powerful Anbu ninja had only used a substitution jutsu and a short sword. Although Orochimaru knew that this person was likely a powerful Jonin-level ninja and that he was only 6 years old, even with rich combat experience, the gap between their realms of strength was still too vast. A sense of humiliation still rose uncontrollably in his heart. The pride he had felt since his rebirth, stemming from having decades more experience than others, was completely shattered by this Anbu's strike. In its place was an intense hunger for power and inexhaustible motivation. A powerful, ferocious beast is just a tender, weak cub before it grows up. Orochimaru profoundly believed this to be true. Chapter 8. After watching the black shadow disappear, Orochimaru's heart was filled with complex emotions. Having nearly used up all his chakra in the recent fight, he didn't dismiss his shadow clone. Instead, he used pure taijutsu, hand-to-hand combat, to spar with it. A cold, godlike, ruthless look flashed in his dark golden snake eyes. Orochimaru leaped up. His rapidly moving figure was like a giant python quickly gliding through the woods, winding through the trees in curved, strange, snake-like patterns, successfully dodging the shuriken the clone fired with a series of thud, thud, thud. He stomped violently on a nearby tree trunk, and while doing so, drew a sharp kunai from the ninja tool pouch on his right leg. Orochimaru shot out like an arrow from a bow, charging toward the shadow clone. The shadow clone, having replicated Orochimaru's personality, was naturally not afraid of battle and also brandished a kunai, closing in. Cling, cling, cling. Orochimaru and his clone seemed to turn into two black blurs, constantly engaging and separating in the air in an intensely fierce exchange. Cling, hiss, hiss. After another fierce collision, Orochimaru noticed a strange sound. He couldn't help but glance at the kunai in his hand. The originally sharp and pointed kunai now looked like a piece of scrap metal, covered in terrible friction marks and dents. Huff puffs. Orochimaru's eyes were locked on the shadow clone across from him, maintaining his vigilance. The clone shared the same combat experience and skill as the main body. In essence, this was a battle against himself. However, ordinary ninjas, even if they learned the shadow clone jutsu, didn't dare to use it casually, let alone for training. After all, the massive amount of information flooding back from the clone upon its dismissal was enough to overwhelm anyone with insufficient willpower and spiritual energy, potentially rendering them catatonic. For Orochimaru, the strength and capability of his soul were undoubtedly one of his most powerful assets. A sharp gleam flashed in his dark golden snake eyes. In the next instant, Orochimaru charged forward at high speed. Swoosh! The shadow clone threw the equally damaged kunai in its hand. Orochimaru's powerful soul perception clearly registered the kunai's attack angle and trajectory in his mind. He slightly tilted his head, easily dodging it, and unceremoniously hurled his own kunai out. Swoosh! The high-speed flying kunai transformed into a dark, dangerous black streak in the air. The shadow clone leaped aside to evade. Orochimaru smiled coldly, seized the initiative, pushed off the ground with his foot, and rushed in. As Orochimaru sprinted to within an arm's length of the shadow clone, he slammed his right foot to a stop and stepped forward with his left. In the rapid transition from motion to stillness, a strong surge of force was generated. Orochimaru used a special technique to transmit this force, starting from his foot up to his waist and then transferring it to his right fist. Immediately afterward, his young yet firm right fist shot out like a cannonball, wrapped in a strong gust of wind, aimed directly at the shadow clone's face. The agile shadow clone was momentarily shocked. In an emergency, it quickly crossed its arms to defend its face. A slight, successful smirk touched Orochimaru's lips. His right fist, which was moving with the force of thunder, instantly changed its trajectory. The tip of his right elbow abruptly shot out from the side, striking the shadow clone's left cheek. The powerful blow, like a bolt of lightning, hit with a poof, causing the shadow clone to burst into a cloud of smoke. Huff puff huff puffs. Orochimaru slumped onto the ground, breathing heavily. His dark golden snake eyes were filled with chilling indifference and determination. He was harsh to others, but even harsher to himself. He immediately sat up cross-legged and began to refine chakra. Once he had enough chakra to perform the shadow clone jutsu again, Orochimaru began his second battle of hand-to-hand combat against himself. In this strenuous training, which nearly squeezed the very limit of his being, Orochimaru's strength rapidly improved. The sun began to set. An entire day had passed in the blink of an eye. In the dim glow of the setting sun, Orochimaru lay exhausted on the ground, huffing and puffing, breathing greedily. His physical exertion had reached its absolute limit. His entire body was agonizingly sore and weak. His training shorts were dirty and torn, like a beggar's clothes. Through the shredded fabric, faint bluish-green and deep purple bruises were visible. Orochimaru looked back at the sun, which was about to disappear below the horizon. He managed to stand up, activated the ninja walk, and hurried toward the village. He stepped into a noodle shop. Ignoring the owner's surprised look, he quickly finished his dinner. After dinner, night had fallen. Orochimaru walked quietly on the road home. A fresh night breeze, carrying a slight coolness, blew past, easing some of his physical fatigue. Ah, woo-woo-woo. Suddenly, a weak girl's crying sound came from the side of the road. Orochimaru's steps faltered. This soft, young voice was like a sweet, clear spring instantly flowing into the lake of his heart. He instinctively turned his head to look. It was by the door of a charity food distribution shop. Konoha Village was one of the most affluent places on the entire ninja continent. Many people displaced by local wars liked to migrate to Konoha, which consequently led to a large population of wanderers and orphans. This distribution shop was one such place, opened by the monks of the Fire Temple to dispense porridge and food to the displaced orphans. Using the light spilling from the shop door, Orochimaru's gaze settled on a little girl, dressed in a gray-black cloth, sitting on the ground, quietly sobbing. The girl looked about 5 or 6 years old. Her black, shoulder-length hair was messy, like a bird's nest. Her gray-black cloth clothing was tattered and covered in dust and mud. It was also ill-fitting, being about a handspan too short for her body. The cold air from the land of Earth, Iwa no Kuni, mixed with the chilly night wind, made the little girl tremble. But at the moment, the girl didn't notice the cold. She seemed to be suffering immense distress. Large tears, like strings of broken, glistening pearls, continuously fell. Her 2 dirty little hands pitifully wiped at them, but she couldn't stop, instantly evoking sympathy in anyone who saw her. Orochimaru watched quietly for a moment. Then, thinking of the dark, lonely mansion waiting for him at home, his heart softened, and he walked toward the little girl. A shadow fell over her. Sensing a stranger approaching, the little girl stopped crying, gave a sob, and her pair of black, watery eyes stared directly and curiously at Orochimaru, who was also dressed in ragged clothes. The dark golden snake eyes and the black, watery eyes met in a strange intersection the moment the little girl looked up. The 2 children, both in ragged clothes, stared at each other blankly. Chapter 9. The 2 young children looked at each other for a long time. The girl's crying gradually subsided. Suddenly, her 2 big eyes curved into 2 beautiful crescents. Giggle, giggle, she smiled foolishly at Orochimaru. Looking at the girl's pure and flawless smile, Orochimaru was stunned. As if infected, a faint, rare, warm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru bent down and asked gently, "What is your name?" Seeing Orochimaru bend down, the girl's eyes instinctively flashed with a trace of fear and apprehension toward strangers. However, upon seeing the warm smile at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, her courage grew. Hesitantly, she quietly replied, "Be big brother, my name is Magi." Orochimaru frowned slightly upon hearing the girl's name, but didn't dwell on it. He asked again, "Magi, why were you crying?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the cute little girl's grievances instantly resurfaced. Her watery eyes welled up with glistening pearls again, and she said tearfully in a childish voice, I wanted some porridge, woo-ah, but those big brothers wouldn't let me have any, woo-woo-woo-ah." Watching the pitiful Magi start crying again, a rare tenderness surfaced in Orochimaru's heart. He held out his right hand and asked softly, "Magi, Do you want to come with me? From now on, Big Brother will buy you porridge every day and make sure you eat until you are full." Hearing Orochimaru's words, Magi stopped crying in surprise and looked up at him. Orochimaru's pair of dark golden snake eyes met the girl's innocent gaze again, the snake eyes holding a rare softness. The girl was stunned, her pure eyes, still lingering with a small grievance, scrutinized Orochimaru for a long time. Finally, she slowly placed her dirty, tender little hand in Orochimaru's palm. A warmer smile broke out on Orochimaru's lips. He gently pulled the little girl up from the ground. Suddenly, HMPH, where did this little beggar come from? A voice, youthful but mixed with a low tone, came from the side. Hearing the ill-intentioned snort, Magi immediately hid behind Orochimaru like a startled bunny, stumbling. She pulled Orochimaru with one hand and tightly gripped the corner of his clothing with the other, trembling incessantly. Orochimaru's warm little hand firmly held Magi, hoping to give her some sense of security. Then he looked coldly toward the source of the voice. A half-grown boy, about 11 or 12, much stronger than both Orochimaru and Magi, still had white porridge residue around his mouth. He was looking at Orochimaru aggressively, followed by several other boys of the same age, all wearing rough cloth clothes. They appeared to be the Kid King among the orphans. Orochimaru, seeing the boys' appearance and connecting it to Magi's reaction, instantly understood. He sized them up with cold, indifferent eyes. The half-grown boy, fixed by Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes, felt an inexplicable weakness in his heart, but he forced himself to stand firm and challenge, "You little beggar, what do you think you're doing?" The killing intent, which had been restrained inside his body, burst out like a mountain flood. Orochimaru roared at the boy and his group, "Get out." The aggressive boy, hit by the killing intent accumulated by Orochimaru from mountains of corpses in his previous life, immediately felt as if he had stepped into a frozen wasteland. His face went pale, and his whole body turned icy cold. His trembling eyes suddenly noticed Orochimaru's tattered clothes. In an instant, his heart seemed to register a great insult. His face flushed red, and he shouted in a false show of bravery, "You little beggar, stop acting tough. Why don't you kill me, if you dare?" Slight anger flickered in Orochimaru's heart. The mountain flood-like killing intent intensified like a vast ocean tide, overwhelmingly surging toward the half-grown boy. He roared sharply again, "I told you to get out." In the aggressive boy's eyes, the ragged Orochimaru seemed to transform into a ferocious beast ready to devour him. Terrified, he instantly collapsed onto the ground. The group of followers behind him fared even worse. A few even lost control of their bladder, and a nasty, foul odor began to fill the air. Just then, a kind and benevolent voice emerged from the charity food distribution shop. "Children, what's wrong?" Orochimaru's heart stiffened. The ocean-like killing intent instantly vanished and was fully contained, not leaking a single trace. The source of this voice was not simple. The voice itself contained a comforting quality that brought peace to the listener. "It seems I've encountered an enlightened monk." An old monk dressed in a plain white robe and with kind eyes walked out. He looked at the situation on both sides. His gaze lingered imperceptibly on Orochimaru for a moment. He smiled faintly, bowed with clasped hands toward Orochimaru, and slowly said, "Young benefactor, may I ask, what is the matter? Why are you teasing these children?" This old monk saw that I'm a ninja. Orochimaru felt the thought in his heart and answered respectfully, "Master, my parents passed away in the war. This little sister, I see she's pitiful, and I wish to adopt her and treat her as my sister." Saying this, Orochimaru slightly stepped aside, revealing Magi behind him. Orochimaru's words were masterfully chosen. First, he revealed his own background to gain the old monk's sympathy, and then stated his purpose. Oh, sure enough, upon hearing this, the old monk's tone became softer. He had heard rumors about the aggressive boy's actions, and his heart was full of pity for the little girl named Magi. Every night, he would secretly tuck a white steamed bun into the sleeping girl's hand. The old monk saw Magi tightly gripping Orochimaru's hand and clothes, understanding the girl's choice. He sighed faintly. "Alas, very well. Magi is a poor child. Young benefactor, the path of a ninja is dangerous. You must protect Magi well." A look of joy flashed across Orochimaru's face. He bowed and said, "I understand, master. I will protect Magi well. We shall take our leave now." Orochimaru could sense that the old monk was not simple. Since he had achieved this happy result, he did not linger and immediately said goodbye. Orochimaru held Magi's soft little hand and said with a smile, "Magi, let's go home." The little girl smiled and nodded. Suddenly, a look of pain crossed her face, and she cried out, "Ouch!" losing control of her body and falling to the ground. Orochimaru knelt down with a hint of concern to look. He saw that the girl's slender right ankle was bruised blue and purple and was slightly swollen. It seems she twisted it when she was frightened earlier. His heart eased slightly. Orochimaru smiled and gently stroked the girl's bird's nest-like little head. Ignoring the girl's wronged eyes, he turned his back and squatted down, looking over his shoulder. "Come on up. Big brother will carry you home." Magi's watery eyes turned into two adorable crescents again. With a touch of shyness, she climbed onto Orochimaru's small, fragile back. Seeing this scene, the old monk's eyes softened and spoke. "Wait a moment, young benefactor." Chapter 10. The old monk clasped his hands, silently recited a Buddhist phrase, and called out to Orochimaru and Magi, who were about to leave. The old monk walked up, took out a small white porcelain bottle and a scroll about 2 fingers thick from his plain white monk's robe, and handed them to Orochimaru, saying kindly, "These are some healing herbs I prepared myself. They work quite well. If young benefactor doesn't mind, please take them." Orochimaru looked at the old monk with a hint of suspicion and vigilance. Finding nothing amiss, he turned his head and said to Magi, "Magi, take them." Magi's pair of innocent big eyes looked at the old monk. She smiled sweetly, extended her dirty little hand, took the white porcelain bottle and the scroll, and then hugged Orochimaru's neck tightly. Orochimaru reluctantly bowed to the old monk and said flatly, "Thank you, master." The old monk watched Orochimaru gradually walk away. Recalling Orochimaru's reluctant bow, he smiled knowingly. This child is not bad at heart. Suddenly, the old monk saw Magi, who was lying on Orochimaru's back, raising a delicate little hand and continuously waving goodbye to him. His heart was even more delighted. He clasped his hands and prayed. Magi lay on Orochimaru's back, hugging his neck tightly. She kept looking around at the scenery, her small hands and feet moving restlessly, making Orochimaru, who was carrying her, feel uneasy, as he was only a 6-year-old child himself. Orochimaru couldn't help but blurt out, "Magi." The little girl responded doubtfully. "What are you doing? Twisting and turning so much, big brother can barely hold you," Orochimaru said jokingly. "Ah," Magi cried out, immediately stopped moving and said bashfully, I'm trying to remember the way home. I thought if I remember it now, I won't get lost later." Hearing the girl's words, Orochimaru fell into a profound silence. "Big brother, what is your name?" Magi asked curiously. Orochimaru smiled. In his dark golden snake eyes, a sinister charm and stern dominance that no one saw radiated as he said, word for word, "My name is Orochimaru." "Orochimaru?" Magi repeated. She seemed to find the name difficult to understand, murmuring, "It's as weird as Magi's name, heh heh." Magi's self-talk naturally didn't escape Orochimaru's ears. His smile froze at the corner of his mouth, leaving him slightly speechless. Remembering Magi's name, Orochimaru asked again, "Magi, why did your parents give you this?" Orochimaru paused, carefully choosing his words. "Why did they give you this strange name?" Mama was a singer in a traveling troupe, and I don't know who Papa was. Mama said that a name that's a bit lowly is easier to raise, so she gave me this strange name. But Magi really likes this name. It's weird just like big brothers." Magi said innocently. Being so young, she didn't understand the full meaning of the word lowly. Orochimaru sighed softly in his heart. He didn't know what the little girl on his back had thought of, but she suddenly started crying again. Glistening tears pattered onto Orochimaru's neck and ran down into his clothes. The girl rested her head on Orochimaru's back, constantly sobbing, and recounted haltingly. Mama always said, sob Konoha. Konoha has many people, boo-hoo, and when we got to Konoha, we could earn a lot of money, and then we could have a good life. But boo-hoo, Mama got sick when we were almost at Konoha. Later, soon after we got to Konoha, Mama died, woo. Only Magi was left, all alone, woo-asa. Orochimaru listened quietly. An indescribable bitterness lingered in his heart, leaving him speechless. After a long time, Magi's sobs gradually softened. "Magi, from now on, you are Big Brother's little sister." Orochimaru's equally young voice held an unspeakable determination. Maji's voice was mumbled, and then gradually softened. Orochimaru felt the silence slowly settle behind him. Gentle breathing puffed against his neck. The girl was exhausted and had fallen asleep. Smiling gently, Orochimaru tightened his grip on the girl on his back and walked home, one step at a time. The bright moonlight, like liquid silver pouring down, quietly shone, stretching the shadows of the two figures walking on the road, long and overlapping, yet not lonely. Inside the Hawkage Tower, in an ordinary office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dressed in comfortable, loose casual wear, sat upright at his desk, reviewing various documents and secrets. At this moment, the warmth in his eyes was completely gone, replaced by a wisdom and composure rarely seen in an ordinary person. The room was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Only the shhh, shhh, shhh sound of Hiruzen's pen reviewing documents could be heard. A breeze blew past, and the shadow in the corner seemed to become heavier and darker. Hiruzen's movements did not stop. He continued to focus on reviewing the documents. After a moment, Hiruzen placed the document he was holding aside, picked up another, and continued reviewing. His hands kept working, but Hiruzen's steady voice echoed within the room. "Jen, you've returned." "Yes, Hiruzen-sama," a low male voice answered from the corner. "How did the mission go?" Hiruzen asked, his head still bent over the document. "The target has been eliminated." The newcomer in the corner, whose voice contained a faint smell of blood and killing intent, continued. "Furthermore, according to reports from Anbu Team 6, the Land of Rivers has been causing some unrest recently." Oh, Hiruzen's pen stopped. His wise and composed eyes were suddenly replaced by sternness and authority. He spoke with a sense of dominance and power. "HMPH, those insignificant clowns don't have the audacity. I will assign another team to you. You must investigate and find out the people hiding behind them." "Yes, Hiruzen-sama." The newcomer hesitated, stopping short, however, Danzo-sama's side. Hiruzen put down his pen, stood up, walked to the window with his hands behind his back, and gazed at the sparsely lit Konoha outside. His eyes were as deep as an abyss. He said calmly, "Don't worry, Danzo won't make trouble for you over this kind of matter." With a slight smile, Hiruzen continued lightly, "Jen, stop being so formal all the time. After all these years of friendship, don't you think I understand what you mean?" The newcomer hesitated. His tone was vague and tentative. "Hiruzen, the second Hawkage has passed, and the position of Hawkage is vacant. With your reputation in the village and the Anbu, and your current position as the Hawkage's assistant, taking the Hawkage seat would be simple. Why haven't you made your move yet?" Hearing this, an astonishing aura, vast as the ocean, flashed around Hiruzen and instantly disappeared, rendering the newcomer speechless. After a long pause, Hiruzen sighed deeply. Now is not the time. The newcomer said no more, bowed, and his tanuki mask flashed as he vanished, a breeze passing by as he retreated. The room returned to silence. Looking out the window, Hiruzen's eyes were exceptionally clear, as if they could see through everything. Chapter 11. It was early morning. Magi opened her sleepy eyes and looked at the spacious, comfortable, yet completely unfamiliar surroundings. Her eyes were filled with deep surprise and a little panic. Click! The Japanese-style wooden door slid open. Orochimaru, dressed in a dark black sleeping robe, walked in, carrying a bowl of white porridge and a few small side dishes. Seeing Orochimaru, Magi's heart immediately settled. She urgently asked, "Big brother, where is this?" Orochimaru smiled faintly and answered, "This is my house. From now on, this will be your house too. Come, drink this bowl of porridge, then take a bath and put on some beautiful clothes. We'll go visit the graves of our parents together." Magi's eyes lit up when she saw the white porridge. She eagerly took the bowl from Orochimaru's hands and took a large, satisfying gulp with her pink little mouth, going huff, huff, huff. Only then did she pause. She looked at her clothes. Her exposed arms and little feet were clean, but the rest of her tattered clothes hadn't been changed. Orochimaru couldn't help but ask, "Is the injury on your foot healed?" Magi put down the white porridge a little shy. She lifted the blanket slightly, peeked at her foot, and said happily, "It's all better, big brother." "Let big brother see." Orochimaru said. Magi extended her foot slightly from under the blanket. The purplish-blue bruise from last night had completely vanished from her fair, tender little foot. Orochimaru was secretly astonished. The old monk's cooling powder, though unimpressive in name, was remarkably effective. The bruises he sustained from his grueling training and Magi's sprained ankle were completely healed overnight. After showing Orochimaru her foot, Magi paid no mind to his expression, picked up the white porridge, and continued drinking happily. In between mouthfuls, she asked vaguely, "Are we going to visit Big Brother's mama and papa?" Orochimaru replied subconsciously, then asked, "Where is Magi's mama buried?" Magi paused her movements and put down the porridge. Her adorable little face began to cloud with sadness again. "Mama died in the hospital, and I couldn't find where they put her." Orochimaru affectionately stroked Magi's little head, saying, There, Magi, don't cry anymore. From now on, Big Brother's mama and papa will be Magi's mama and papa too." Magi nodded, then continued drinking her porridge listlessly. Orochimaru watched Magi, who was nearly burying her face in the bowl, and smiled. He pointed to the small, pink girl's dress laid out on the bedside table and said, "Magi, the bathroom is next door. Go take a bath when you're done, and then change into this outfit, understood?" Magi lifted her head from the bowl, a shiny ring of white porridge clinging to her lips. She looked at the smiling Orochimaru, then at the clothes on the bedside, and nodded obediently. Orochimaru did not disturb Magi further, and he pushed the door open and left. Returning to his own bedroom, Orochimaru stood before the oval standing mirror and meticulously examined himself. In his dark golden, demonic snake eyes, a complex expression, part cold dominance, part gentle wickedness, faintly shone, silently announcing the mature and powerful soul hidden within this young, tender body. His handsome, pale face and loose, dark black sleeping robe covered his slightly thin yet incredibly strong physique. Orochimaru stood there quietly. His small body naturally radiated a faint, awe-inspiring presence, as if he were an unparalleled tyrant standing on a solitary mountain peak, observing the vicissitudes of the world and the effortless roll of clouds across the sky. After a moment of scrutiny, Orochimaru changed into the moon-white, Japanese-style casual clothes laid out nearby and secured it with a pale golden belt. In a blink of an eye, the figure standing before the mirror lost a degree of grimness and sinister strangeness, gaining a sense of clarity and nobility. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. He knew that one's image was the first impression others received, and it was crucial for building reputation. Leaning by the door, Orochimaru waited for Magi, lost in thought. "Big Brother," a familiar voice interrupted Orochimaru's contemplation. He turned his head to look. The girl's gorgeous pink dress, embroidered with lilies symbolizing purity, made her delicate, milk-like skin appear even fairer. Her shoulder-length black hair was neatly combed, falling naturally on both sides of her adorable small face. Her large, watery eyes were crystalline, bright, and exceptionally expressive, as if they could speak. "What a charming and lovely girl." Orochimaru muttered to himself, "It seems my handiwork is pretty good." "Let's go." Orochimaru tenderly took Magi's hand and headed out the door. The young girl was still a little shy, which she couldn't quite shake. Noticing the admiring and curious glances of the neighbors, she couldn't help but hide behind Orochimaru, her tender little face flushed. Tightly clutching the corner of Orochimaru's clothes, she followed awkwardly. Orochimaru, however, did not mind. He greeted the neighbors with a smile, introducing his new sister. That little girl must be the Orochimaru family sister. That Orochimaru boy is so sensible. With his parents gone, he's responsibly taking care of his sister. Oh, she's that Orochimaru boy's sister. What two lovely children. They really are. The two children look like a match made in heaven. If only my dead husband had given me two children like that. Amidst the mixed chatter, Orochimaru took Magi to the Yamanaka flower shop and bought a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. The pretty shop owner, seeing the adorable little Magi, generously gave her an extra flower as a gift. After thanking her, the two walked for about half an hour, finally arriving at the memorial stone. The surroundings were silent, save for the rustle of the wind blowing through the leaves. The atmosphere became mournful and heavy. The sensible little Magi came out from behind Orochimaru and looked at her big brother with concern. The dark blue memorial stone was the final resting place for all the village's ninjas, the most sacred spot in Konoha. The epitaph, which sounded like a song of mourning, and the rows of names listed below it recounted Konoha's weighty history. Upon this crystal stone, I carve your name. Though you have died, the will of fire lives forever. Beneath the memorial stone, bodies are buried in the dust, leaving no trace. Through the long years, the rain washes away memories, taking secrets with it. May the deceased rest in eternal peace. For the living shall take up the mission and continue forward. As the wind whistles past the ears, passion and emotion surge like a tide in the heart. As the leaves dance before the eyes, the spirit of the dead merges with everyone. How does one interpret death? Ultimate release is gained. The soul moves toward eternal light. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. After life, the soul endures. Chapter 12. Orochimaru carefully scanned the memorial stone area but didn't find what he was looking for. He felt a little disappointed. His gaze returned to the memorial stone. Following the rows of names carved onto it, he finally found his parents' names in the second-to-last row. Even after rebirth, I still couldn't see my parents one last time. Alas. Orochimaru hid the sadness deep in his eyes and silently placed the white chrysanthemums in his hand before the memorial stone. The kind and sensible little Magi also placed the white chrysanthemum the flower shop owner had given her on top. She then turned around and said to Orochimaru in a childish voice, "Big brother, Mama said no matter what happens, don't be sad, because tomorrow will be better." Orochimaru looked at the clever and understanding little girl, patted her small head, and a warm smile appeared on his lips. Magi's large eyes pretended to look, aggrieved and resentful at Orochimaru, as if saying, "Bad big brother, you messed up my hair again." Orochimaru smiled dismissively, put his arm around Magi, and spoke softly to the memorial stone as if addressing the spirits of his parents. "Father, mother, I have a little sister now. Her name is Magi. See, isn't she adorable? Don't worry about us up in heaven. We will be very well." Orochimaru paused, then murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Father, mother, I won't go down that path again. I will become much stronger and bring you back gloriously from the hands of the god of death." By the end, Orochimaru's voice was firm and resolute, like a solemn vow. Little Magi didn't understand some of Orochimaru's words. Bored, her watery eyes kept looking around. Suddenly, a strange object entered her sight. Magi tugged on Orochimaru's hand, pointed to a patch of grass next to the memorial stone, and asked doubtfully, "Big brother, look, what is that?" Orochimaru followed the little girl's finger. A translucent snakeskin, still slightly damp with a milky white fluid, lay quietly on the grass not far from the memorial stone. Orochimaru, who had been disappointed moments ago, now had his eyes light up. He smiled and stroked Magi's adorable little head, praising her. "Magi is big brother's lucky star, heh heh." Little Magi huffed and ignored Orochimaru. Bad big brother, he messed up Magi's hair again. Orochimaru walked over, picked up the translucent snakeskin, and examined it closely. He suddenly noticed something different. The translucent skin was indeed the shed skin of a white-scaled python, but there were several faint golden streaks on the skin. The fluid residue on the skin hadn't dried yet, meaning the little creature must be nearby. Orochimaru's pair of dark golden snake eyes continuously scanned the surroundings. A white streak suddenly flashed across his vision. Behind a large rock not far from Orochimaru, a small white snake head peeked out curiously, observing the world. Orochimaru's heart jumped with joy. He waved to the white snake. Seeing Orochimaru's movement, the white snake instinctively drew back in vigilance. However, perhaps due to the Orochi clan blood in Orochimaru, the small snake head shot out its scarlet tongue, testing the air. It actually started slithering slowly toward Orochimaru. The white snake wasn't large. It appeared to be a young python. Orochimaru flattened his right hand and placed it on the grass. The young python hesitated for a moment, then slithered up, coiled itself into several neat rings, raised its head, and continuously observed Orochimaru, occasionally affectionately licking Orochimaru's palm with its tongue. The little creature was about the thickness of a finger and over 1/2 meter long. Its small head constantly flicked its scarlet tongue. Its 2 deep red snake eyes were as bright and glittering as the most precious rubies, and on its snow-white body there were faintly visible golden patterns. This is actually a golden python. Orochimaru was slightly surprised. The golden python was a snake species even more precious than the white-scaled python, said to be a 1,000-year rarity. Magi, who had been pretending to be angry, suddenly realized that Big Brother had found something interesting. She immediately hurried over on her small arms and legs. Her 2 watery big eyes landed on the golden python, and she let out a delighted sound like a canary. "Wow, Big Brother, this little lizard is so cute. Lower it down, let Magi see." Orochimaru looked helpless and explained, "Magi, look closely, this is a snake." "Big Brother, what is its name?" Little Magi tightly grabbed Orochimaru's right hand, blinking her big eyes as she asked. The little creature lying in Orochimaru's palm seemed overwhelmed by Magi's enthusiasm. With a slish, a white shadow flashed, and in the next instant, it had coiled around Orochimaru's arm and settled on his shoulder. Little Magi gripped Orochimaru's right hand, insistent and coquettish. "Big Brother, make it come down and play with me, Big Brother." The pleasant final syllable was drawn out very long. Orochimaru remembered the name he gave the white-scaled python in his previous life. He said kindly to the little creature on his shoulder, "Yamada, come down. This is my little sister." The little creature tilted its small snake head and kept shaking its head, making a human-like gesture of deep thought. After a while, it reluctantly slithered down again. Little Magi excitedly blinked her bright eyes, watching curiously, asking Orochimaru from time to time, "Big Brother, is its name Yamada? Why doesn't it talk to me?" Suddenly, the young golden python looked vigilantly toward the path Orochimaru and Magi had taken. Seeing the little creature's unusual behavior, Orochimaru's heart stirred. Hiruzen walked slowly. As usual, he had woken up early to visit the memorial stone. In his opinion, this was the village's sacred site. He felt that by meditating here every morning, he could somehow communicate with the spirits of the fallen heroes, making his mind clearer and his judgment more accurate. This had slowly become his habit, day after day, year after year. The difference today was that he had brought a bouquet of white chrysanthemums to pay respects to the recently deceased second Hawkage. Furthermore, when he arrived, he found 2 children who had come even earlier than him. Hiruzen walked closer and recognized one of the children. He said kindly, "It's Orochimaru. Are you here to pay respects to your parents?" Seeing it was Hiruzen, Orochimaru bowed and replied, "Yes, Uncle Hiruzen. I brought my sister to pay our respects to our parents." A look of admiration flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. What a sensible and filial child. Little Magi no longer focused on the golden python. She bowed to Hiruzen and, sweetly mimicking her brother, said, "Hello, Uncle Hiruzen." Hiruzen's smile broadened. He praised her. What a darling child. "Oh," Hiruzen looked at the young python in Orochimaru's palm, slightly surprised. "That is a young white-scaled python, No, this is actually a young golden python." Hiruzen's tone grew more surprised. Orochimaru was unsurprised that Hiruzen recognized the young python's origin. "Yes, Uncle Hiruzen, this is my new pet." Hiruzen involuntarily looked at Orochimaru with a hint of envy. He said, "Child, you truly are lucky. This kind of spiritual creature is rarely seen in 1,000 years. It is the king of snakes, symbolizing not only luck and rebirth, but also the kingship over all things. Take good care of it. In future battles, it will be a powerful aid to you." "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Hiruzen," Orochimaru replied. Seeing that there was nothing else, he continued, "Uncle Hiruzen will be leaving now." "Go on then, children," Hiruzen smiled, bidding them farewell. "Goodbye, Uncle Hiruzen," little Magi waved her hand. "Goodbye." Hiruzen watched Orochimaru and Magi walk away, then turned around, placed the white chrysanthemums before the memorial stone, and muttered to himself, "Lord first, Lord second, could this child be the disciple I have been waiting for?" The surrounding area was filled with the rush of wind and the rustling of leaves. No one answered. Chapter 13. Orochimaru led Magi towards the academy. After making various unequal promises, such as swearing to pick her up immediately after school, he finally managed to send her inside. Orochimaru smiled knowingly, seeing the little Magi turn back to look at him with a pouty, mournful expression every few steps. Just as he told the old monk, Orochimaru did not intend for his sister to become a ninja. After all, the Second Great Shinobi War was due to start in just a few years. When that happened, many ninjas were sure to die. If Magi also went to the battlefield, Orochimaru couldn't guarantee he would be able to protect her. Moreover, in his view, the path of a ninja was a profession filled with ruthlessness and inevitable grief. He didn't want this little sprite, who had suffered misfortune since childhood, to follow his path. Orochimaru had fully embraced this little sprite as his blood relative. If grief was destined to be experienced, then he alone was enough. Putting his turbulent thoughts aside, Orochimaru performed the hand signs for the Shadow Clone Jutsu, summoned a clone to attend the Ninja Academy, and then headed into the Konoha forest with Yamada. The Second Great War was approaching, and he had to seize every moment to improve himself. History was constantly being changed. He needed not only to survive, but to live brilliantly. The Orochimaru clone arrived at the Ninja Academy, where many children had already gathered. He walked into the graduation class 1 classroom, and, just as usual, immediately caused a sensation. Wow, Orochi-kun is here. Oh, Orochi-kun is even handsomer. Yes, Orochi-kun is so handsome and so smart. How wonderful it would be to be his wife someday. With you, stop dreaming. You're the one dreaming, HMPH. Orochimaru frowned slightly, a little annoyed by the noise from these infatuated girls. However, he didn't show the slightest displeasure on the surface. With his handsome, indifferent expression and a faint smile playing on his lips, he was like a rose with thorns. Though everyone knew he had thorns, countless people still loved him madly. Jiraiya, with his white hair, pouted and looked around at the girls with contempt. He let out a loud HMPH before calling out to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, hurry, sit here. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya and walked straight toward the seat next to him, naturally having to navigate the heavy encirclement formed by the girls in the class. When Orochimaru sat down, Jiraiya looked at his friend with a look of melancholy, complaining sourly, "I really don't get what those girls like about you. Is it just that your skin is a bit paler than mine? Please, that's practically white, all right. Is it just that you're a bit taller than me? You're a 6-year-old kid. I don't know how you got taller than a 10-year-old. I have handsome, beautiful white hair too. Why doesn't anyone appreciate me?" As he spoke, Jiraiya flirtatiously and narcissistically tossed his head of beautiful hair in front of Orochimaru. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Orochimaru understood this Livewire's personality perfectly. He ignored the pointless rambling, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and began sensing and refining chakra. Jiraiya talked to himself for a while. When he saw that Orochimaru wasn't responding, he gradually lost interest. He turned to look at his friend, and a trace of admiration and respect flashed involuntarily in his eyes. Jiraiya, who also came from an extraordinary background, he could clearly sense Orochimaru's current state. He understood better than anyone that his friend possessed not only supernatural talent, but also an extraordinary capacity for effort. That was the quality he valued and respected the most. As time slowly passed, the students gradually arrived. Click! The classroom door was pushed open, and Mikawa, wearing a moss-green ninja vest, walked in. Seeing the room in an uproar, he sighed helplessly and clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. All right, children, class is starting. The classroom quickly quieted down. Orochimaru also stopped his training and opened his eyes. Mikawa habitually scanned Orochimaru, the most outstanding student in the entire academy. Mikawa noticed something unusual. As a special Jonin, he couldn't help but carefully sense Orochimaru's condition. After about a breath, Mikawa couldn't help but let out a wry smile, though his eyes were full of deep surprise and admiration. This child really gives me too many surprises. He's using a shadow clone to attend class. What an incredible young man. Mikawa simply chose to ignore Orochimaru. After all, the academy had no regulations against this behavior. Who could have imagined that a Genin-level student would learn a forbidden technique that even some Chunin and special Jonin couldn't master? Mikawa faced the Class 1 students and said with a smile, "In 1 month, we will have the long-awaited Ninja Academy graduation exam. Everyone must train hard this month and strive to pass the exam and become excellent genin." As soon as Mikawa finished speaking, the classroom immediately erupted. Every child was excited. Ninjas were the heroes they had admired since childhood, and the thought that they would soon become ninjas made everyone's heart surge with emotion. Where there is joy, there is naturally worry. Jiraiya lay on his desk with a miserable look. The thought of his poor theoretical scores and the miserable return home if he didn't get his ninja headband. He couldn't imagine what kind of cruel punishment awaited him. Orochimaru knew exactly what Jiraiya was calculating. He said calmly, "Why are you pretending? The village values a ninja's combat ability the most. As long as you perform well on the few jutsus you draw, you'll definitely pass." "Really?" Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru in disbelief, then asked suspiciously, "How do you know more about this than I do?" "Isn't that normal?" Orochimaru maintained his indifferent expression, but the smile on his lips widened slightly, unnoticed by others. Jiraiya was left speechless. This period was physical education. After announcing the graduation exam date, Mikawa led the whole class to the training grounds for physical fitness and weapon-throwing practice. As soon as they entered the small Ninja Academy training grounds, a figure that deeply impressed Orochimaru appeared before him. That head of silver-white hair, different from Jiraiya's, clearly indicated the child's identity, a member of Konoha's Hadate clan. Given the rare population of the Hadate clan, Orochimaru could think of no one else besides the future White Fang of Konoha who would be studying at the academy during this period. The silver-haired child was 1 year younger than Orochimaru. He wore an expression of cold seriousness, even more solemn than Orochimaru's. He was like a block of ice, difficult to approach. At that moment, he was practicing kunai, throwing on the other side of the field under the guidance of another instructor. Chapter 14. Orochimaru looked at the silver-haired child in the distance, nudged Jiraiya's arm, and asked, "Jiraiya, is his name Hadate Sakumo?" "Huh?" Jiraiya looked astonished, as if discovering a new continent. "I thought you never paid attention to anything outside your own business." Orochimaru asked again, "How are his grades?" Jiraiya said with a hint of sarcasm, "He's a year below us, and he's also the top genius in his class. Rumor has it his father is Hadate Gen, the Anbu vice commander." Orochimaru nodded, muttering to himself, "Just as I thought." Hadate Sakumo seemed to sense the gaze. He suddenly turned his head and looked directly into Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes. Both of their movements paused. Sakumo's ice-like face shifted slightly. He could sense that the child across from him with the dark golden eyes was extraordinary. Orochimaru, who had long planned to build a super-strong team after his rebirth, narrowed his dark golden snake eyes, letting out a slight trace of killing intent. Orochimaru's look naturally didn't escape Sakumo's perception. His black eyes sharpened, and he threw an undisguised, provocative glare back. "Ha ha!" Orochimaru chuckled softly, slightly licked his lips, and showed an expression of genuine interest. Jiraiya, standing nearby, looked helpless. He vaguely sensed a faint scent of gunpowder igniting between the two. One mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Orochimaru retracted his gaze and honestly attended class. The physical training consisted of running 10 laps around the field, about 3,000 meters, which was effortlessly easy for him. Even wearing his weighted clothes, it was just a warm-up. "Wow!" Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from Sakumo's class on the other side. Orochimaru turned his head. It was Sakumo's turn to throw kunai. 4 out of 5 kunai had hit the bullseye, and the remaining one was closely grazing the edge of the bullseye, narrowly missing. This naturally caused quite a stir. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Sakumo was still a child at heart. Orochimaru's provocation had worked, and the boy was now challenging him. Orochimaru would naturally not let Sakumo down. He knew that for a genius with such high innate talent and immense internal pride, he had to be firmly suppressed before he would truly submit. Moreover, Orochimaru, needed to convey to everyone in Konoha the message that he was a genius. Only this way would he receive the attention he required, and only this way would his many plans proceed without obstruction. And what is a genius? A genius is a halo built upon the shattered pride, and sometimes even the broken lives, of countless others. Orochimaru walked over to Mikawa, bowed, and asked respectfully, "Teacher Mikawa, may I throw my kunai first?" Mikawa was momentarily stunned. He naturally had no objection, but mindful of the other students, he looked around. The girls were all showing expressions of infatuated admiration, and quite a few boys openly respected Orochimaru's ability. Mikawa readily agreed. Jiraiya, rarely seeing Orochimaru so proactive, was excited. He yelled loudly from the side, "Go, Orochimaru, go, beat that silver-haired brat." Mikawa and the students, upon hearing this inside story, grew even more expectant. Mikawa keenly noted Sakumo's score, 4 out of 5 hits. That child is a genius too. But subtly, Mikawa believed that Orochimaru would give him an even bigger surprise. The teacher and students on Sakumo's side also heard Jiraiya's shouting and gathered around. Orochimaru's reputation as the Academy's top genius was well known to those children. A tight circle formed several meters behind Orochimaru. Everyone watched his movements with curious anticipation. Sakumo, as the person being challenged, fixed his black eyes tightly on Orochimaru. Orochimaru took one kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Without any noticeable preparation, he merely flicked his right hand. The black, sharp kunai immediately turned into a black flash, zipping through the air with a slight tearing sound and hitting the bullseye with a thud. "Good, fantastic." Cheers erupted from Orochimaru's class behind him. Orochimaru did not take out another kunai. Instead, he walked to the target, pulled out the first kunai, and returned to the throwing point. The crowd waited quietly, somewhat confused about why Orochimaru was doing this. Swoosh, thud. Swoosh, thud. Thud, 4 consecutive hits. By the 4th throw, the sound of the kunai cutting through the air was so faint that it was barely audible. The students in Orochimaru's class were excitedly cheering and unable to contain themselves. The students in Sakumo's class, meanwhile, felt an immense pressure arise from seemingly nowhere. Mikawa and the other teacher exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. The students didn't realize it, but the two teachers, one a chunin and the other a special jonin, could clearly see that Orochimaru's 4 kunai had not only hit the dead center, but were also all lodged in the exact same indentation. Jiraiya and Sakumo also understood the profound subtlety of the feat, and the shock in their eyes was even greater than the teachers. Retrieving the kunai from the 4th throw, Orochimaru gave Sakumo a meaningful glance. With the same indifferent expression, he walked back to the throwing point. For the final throw, Orochimaru didn't plan to hold back. A cold, sharp light flashed in his dark golden snake eyes, and he forcefully flicked his right hand holding the kunai. The kunai shot out several times faster than the previous 4 throws. Frighteningly, the sound of the air being sliced was still as faint as a mosquito's buzzing. Crack, thud, the black flash of the kunai hit the bullseye again, in the same indentation as the previous 4 throws. But this time, it directly pierced the 2-finger-thick wooden target and embedded itself in the wall behind it. Wow! Amazing! At this, the crowd was greatly excited. Even Sakumo's class was completely subdued by Orochimaru's powerful display. Mikawa looked helpless, but the shock in his eyes had not faded. I can't believe this child was still holding back. Sakumo looked at Orochimaru with dejection. He couldn't imagine that a child just 1 year older than himself could be so much stronger. Orochimaru paid no attention to the noise and admiration of the crowd, turning his gaze towards Sakumo. Sakumo's look of dejection lasted only a split second. Seeing Orochimaru looking at him, he immediately met the gaze with an expression of firm defiance. Orochimaru smiled slightly. If the future White Fang of Konoha could be crushed by such a small ploy, then he would have had to seriously reconsider whether to include Sakumo in his future team. But, as it stands now, he's acceptable. Sakumo, of course, had no idea of Orochimaru's bizarre thoughts. Unwilling to concede, he secretly resolved that after this, he must train even harder. The surrounding students were thrilled. They had witnessed the birth of the Ninja Academy's top genius, and possibly the top young talent in Konoha's entire junior generation. Mikawa, meanwhile, quietly raised Orochimaru's assessment in his evaluation book to the next level. Chapter 15. Ding-a-ling. With the sounding of the Ninja Academy's dismissal bell, the children, busy all day, rushed out. The Orochimaru clone, however, remained calmly seated. Jiraiya asked doubtfully, "Orochimaru, aren't you leaving?" "You go ahead, I'm waiting for someone," Orochimaru replied with a slight smile. He was waiting for the prey he had long designated. Jiraiya looked utterly puzzled, but he waved a casual goodbye, slid the wooden door open with a CHCH, and left. The entire classroom instantly fell silent. The setting sun cast its dim, yellow glow through the window, spilling into the classroom. Orochimaru sat back in his seat with his arms crossed, his dark golden snake eyes unfocused, twinkling with an indescribable light. Step, step, step. A subtle set of footsteps in the hallway reached Orochimaru's ears. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, bursting with intense light. He's finally here. The footsteps stopped right outside Orochimaru's classroom door. The person walked in, and just as Orochimaru expected, it was Hadake Sakumo. The proud boy with the silver-white hair looked sharply at Orochimaru, who was sitting alone in the classroom. An undisguised fighting spirit radiated brazenly from his entire body. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth curled into a wicked smile. He knew that simple kunai throwing wouldn't subdue Hadake Sakumo. For a child like this, who had been regarded as a genius since he was small, only an overwhelming victory in combat could truly leave a lasting impression and ensure the boy would be sincerely convinced in the future. Therefore, Orochimaru had created an opportunity for Sakumo. He waited for Sakumo in the classroom. Sure enough, the unwilling boy came. Orochimaru chuckled, saying, "Since you're here, let's go." He stood up. His moon-white Japanese casual clothes, paired with the pale golden belt, made him look like a noble king slowly emerging from the setting sun. From the elongated shadow he cast, Sakumo seemed to vaguely sense the powerful, wicked, and dominating soul hidden inside that young body, a soul that made him incredibly fearful. This contradictory feeling weighed on Sakumo's heart like a boulder, creating immense pressure. The two tacitly walked toward the training grounds. They positioned themselves, one on the left, one on the right. At this moment, Orochimaru still looked calm and composed. The faint smile on his lips suggested he had everything under his complete control. Sakumo looked at the boy facing him, who was only 1 year older, and the unease and pressure in his heart intensified. Sakumo took a deep breath, managing to suppress all anxiety, unease, and other negative emotions. His eyes were fixed on Orochimaru. The nascent but definite fighting spirit returned to his body, blatantly baring its fangs at Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt the weak fighting spirit. He licked his lips, his smile widening. "You first." Sakumo was momentarily stunned. A feeling of humiliation at being underestimated instantly surged into his heart. He pushed off with his feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a powerful burst of force, combined with his inherited family training methods, Sakumo aggressively lunged toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru remained standing still, his hands hanging loosely at his sides. He maintained the same tranquil and composed look. Seeing this, Sakumo's anger grew even hotter. His brow furrowed, and he could no longer maintain his composure. He let out a childish yell. "Yeah?" His stance was solid. His fists punched forward with fierce wind, carrying a menacing momentum, aiming a heavy, powerful blow at Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru did not move his feet. The speed of the punch was snail-slow under the sensitivity of his powerful soul. He tilted his head slightly, and the punch whooshed past his ear, lifting a strand of hair but not even grazing his skin. Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes met Sakumo's black eyes, which were filled with surprise. To Sakumo, the eyes of the demonic young boy were utterly placid. He felt like a mere ant, unable to stir the slightest emotional fluctuation in the youth before him. Sakumo executed his perfectly honed family taijutsu one move after another. Driven by anger and humiliation, he displayed even greater strength than usual. When his intended punch missed, Sakumo immediately changed his move, turning his right fist into an open hand and slicing forward horizontally. The move was incredibly sharp, strong enough to cut through a piece of wood. Orochimaru lowered his head at the precise moment. Sakumo's right palm again scraped past Orochimaru's hair, creating nothing but a gust of wind, achieving nothing. His right palm having missed, Sakumo immediately capitalized on the opening created by Orochimaru's lowered head. He curved his 5 fingers, cupped his palm, and thrust up heavily from below, like a bulldozer, aiming for Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru smiled faintly. His right hand shot out like lightning. With a thwack, it firmly blocked Sakumo's heavy thrust, stopping it 3 millimeters in front of his face, preventing any further movement. Sakumo decisively pressed his left hand toward the ground to support his body. His legs swung into the air, and he sharply side-kicked toward Orochimaru. The twin kicks were clearly the result of deep training. The powerful kicking force caused his trouser legs to stick tightly to his skin from air resistance. The 2 black blurs slashed through the air, fiercely assaulting Orochimaru. Orochimaru frowned. Seeing the unnecessarily flashy move with its obvious flaws, he lost interest in playing around. His left forearm was held steady at his side, and with a thump, thump, he easily blocked both of Sakumo's determined side kicks. He quickly curled and cupped his left hand, transforming it into a claw that firmly gripped one of Sakumo's legs, immobilizing him. His right foot then shot out like lightning, kicking Sakumo in his completely exposed chest. Some thud. A powerful force hit Sakumo. He suddenly felt a surging, overwhelming power in his chest, as if he'd been hit by a charging bull. His left hand could no longer support his weight, and he flew backward. He tumbled several times on the ground, kicking up dust, before stopping in a desperate heap. Lying on the ground, a fierce pain shot through his chest, making him instantly break out in a cold sweat. He curled up, coughing incessantly, making suppressed cries of pain. Cough, 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 aha. Orochimaru watched coldly. He keenly noticed Sakumo on the ground subtly forming hand signs, but he didn't care. He said calmly, "You're too lacking in power and speed, not to mention chakra and jutsu." Sakumo's body on the ground flinched. Having his intention exposed, he endured the pain in his chest, scrambled up, and roared, "How can you know if I don't try, yada?" Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A fireball the size of a millstone, trailing a streak of red flame, shot out from Sakumo's mouth. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Orochimaru initiated his jutsu later but delivered it first. His fireball, the size of a hydrogen balloon, aggressively swallowed Sakumo's fireball, and, carrying a heat that warped the air, continued towards Sakumo at undiminished speed. Sakumo, astonished and fearful, stood frozen, his silver-white hair lifted by the approaching hot air blast. His entire face was flushed red by the high temperature, and he seemed to have forgotten how to dodge. Chapter 16. Sakumo stared blankly at the surging great fireball, for a moment forgetting to dodge. Orochimaru perceived Sakumo's situation, and his expression instantly changed. In the nick of time, he cut off the chakra supply to the great fireball jutsu. Boom, the jutsu, deprived of chakra, abruptly exploded just half a meter away from Sakumo. Crash! Smoke and dust billowed up. Shrapnel, small stones, scorched and shattered by the extreme heat, flew in all directions. It was like a rain of pebbles on the spot. Orochimaru frowned, his gaze like 2 cold streaks of lightning. Sakumo's performance disappointed him. The boy actually froze during combat. Had Orochimaru not possessed the experience of 2 lifetimes and highly refined chakra control skills, it would have resulted in Sakumo's immediate death. Orochimaru looked at Sakumo, who was covered in blood marks from the flying shrapnel and generally disheveled. He shook his head coldly and mocked, "Aren't you a genius? Aren't you a descendant of the Hatake clan? You are too weak. You are truly too weak." Sakumo seemed deeply affected by these words. His entire body suddenly stiffened. Covered in dirt and minor wounds, his right hand slowly moved toward the sword hilt at his lower back. That familiar, cold sensation was like a basin of cold water being thrown over his heart, instantly chilling and making him as serene as a clear lake. He raised his head. That familiar cold object seemed to transmit a powerful spiritual force to him. The terror and unease from moments ago vanished completely. A budding fighting spirit rapidly surged, and his young face was taut, his eyes sharp, even faintly carrying a hint of killing intent. Orochimaru observed Sakumo's sudden transformation, yet he didn't intervene. Instead, he watched with keen interest. The sinister smile on his lips gradually widened. He licked his lips. Yes, that's the expression I wanted. My body is starting to feel excited. Ching! Orochimaru's ear twitched abruptly as a sharp sound of a blade being drawn reached him. Orochimaru looked at Sakumo in surprise. The silver-haired boy slowly drew an equally silver-white short blade from behind his back. The blade, entirely silver-white, was forged into a profound, slightly curved arc, resembling a tiger's fang. The edge faintly reflected a cold gleam, appearing incredibly sharp. A fine blade, Orochimaru praised silently, growing even more expectant of Sakumo's next move. Sakumo held the short blade in his right hand. His grave expression, seeming to mimic someone, seriously declared, "The blade is named White Fang. Please enlighten me." Orochimaru looked amused. His actual strength isn't that great, but he's certainly mastered the theatrics. A faint breeze blew past. Sakumo fiercely pushed off the ground, rushing forward at high speed. The silver-white short blade slashed a refined, masterful arc through the air. The sharp flash of the blade startled Orochimaru. Clang! Orochimaru took out a kane, firmly blocking the ferocious blow. Sakumo pressed his advantage. With the silver-white short blade in hand, he seemed like a completely different person, sharp and deadly like a veteran swordsman. Though still young, he already displayed the early signs of mastery. The silver-white sword light traced several silk-like streaks in the air, like fleeting crescent moons. Though beautiful, they contained lethal danger. Cling, cling, cling. The two clashed repeatedly. Orochimaru was not having an easy time. As just a shadow clone, his strength was significantly diminished compared to his full-power original body. Suddenly, Orochimaru's movements faltered, and Sakumo capitalized, pressing his fierce attack. The many beautiful streaks of light Sakumo had drawn in the air instantly converged into a dazzling, silver-white blade flower, flickering with elegant, deadly coldness, forcing Orochimaru to retreat continuously. Observing this subtle but still slightly awkward swordsmanship, refined in form but lacking the spirit of mastery, Orochimaru felt a sense of familiarity. A flash of insight hit him. The swordsmanship used by the mysterious Anbu operative he encountered during his intense training yesterday seemed identical to the style Sakumo was using now. Could that Anbu be Sakumo's father, Anbu Vice Commander Hadake Gen? Impossible. I've seen the White Fang's future style, and it wasn't this. Why the change now? A string of questions arose in Orochimaru's mind. The irritation of having his life threatened again after his rebirth, combined with a touch of impatience born from Sakumo's current rapid assault, rushed into Orochimaru's head. Unconsciously, a faint but overwhelming surge of ruthless killing intent, like a demon climbing out of the infinite hell, was released from Orochimaru's young body. Hit by this killing intent, Sakumo's entire body violently shook. His compact blade stance was instantly stripped of its sharpness, as if a wooden stick had been brutally shoved into his tight formation. Orochimaru was also momentarily startled. He quickly calmed himself, withdrew the leaking trace of killing intent, and seized the opportunity. With lightning speed, he delivered another kick with a thump to Sakumo's lower abdomen. Pai. Sakumo, still clutching his short blade, flew several meters back like a bounced ball. Orochimaru couldn't help but inwardly mock himself. Sure enough, without releasing killing intent, relying only on a shadow clone is still a bit restrictive. Orochimaru slowly walked up to the collapsed Sakumo. He lifted him from the ground with one hand, his dark golden snake eyes staring into Sakumo's unfocused ones. He said flatly, "And this is what people call a genius. Do you have the right to be proud like this? You are truly too weak, Sakumo. You disappoint me greatly." I'll be waiting for you. Come find me when you feel strong enough to prove your worth." With that, Orochimaru, ignoring Sakumo's face, which was red with humiliation and eyes that seemed ready to spit fire, dropped the exhausted Sakumo to the ground and walked away composedly. Orochimaru's words didn't need to be finished. "Heh heh." He let out a suppressed, low laugh from his throat. "When that time comes, either you defeat me to prove your existence, or you submit to me and allow me to grant you greater strength." Just as on the previous day, the real Orochimaru, battered from intense training, was walking home after picking up Magi from school. Suddenly, a massive flow of information and physical exhaustion surged into him. His forward stride abruptly paused. After processing the information, a subtle, shallow smile spread across his lips. "Oh, such an interesting thing happened today, did it?" Sakumo was left alone, sprawled on the silent, scarred training ground, his heart a turmoil of emotions. I lost so completely. It's impossible, impossible. My very life was saved by him. Even with the white fang drawn, I couldn't defeat that Orochimaru. No, how can this be? He said he'd give me a chance. Yes, I must become stronger. I must become stronger. I will personally wipe away this humiliation. Sakumo lay on the ground, deep in thought for a long time, until he finally stood up with a determined look and walked toward home. Chapter 17. Orochimaru took Magi out for dinner and then returned home, dragging his exhausted body with him. After settling little Magi for the night, Orochimaru finally had a moment to himself. He leaned back lazily against a pillar on the courtyard veranda. It was a clear night, and even the moon seemed brighter. It was late spring, around May, and the courtyard was lush and full of life. An occasional evening breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and wood. Orochimaru half closed his eyes, enjoying the moment. Then, he sat cross-legged and began performing a special refining technique that he had mastered in his previous life while researching vitality and cursed seal techniques. Under Orochimaru's superb control, light blue chakra was rapidly refined and condensed, gathering on the surface of his body, even permeating individual muscle tissues and muscle fibers. For Orochimaru, who had dissected thousands of different corpses in his previous life, this step posed no obstacle. The entire process was as easy as looking at the lines on his palm, taking only about 15 minutes to complete. If an instrument could generate a clear 3D image of Orochimaru's body, it would astonishingly show that his skin and muscles were completely saturated with a thin layer of light blue chakra, like a sheer veil or scattered starlight. After the first step was complete, Orochimaru paused to recover from the mental exhaustion. He then began executing the most essential part of this secret technique. The light blue chakra began to condense into strands as thick as chopsticks. These chakra chains traveled, weaving and interlacing through Orochimaru's skin and muscles. As they moved, Orochimaru used a specific secret method to slowly change the strength and structure of the skin and muscle cells. From the outside, the cross-legged, closed-eyed Orochimaru was visibly twitching and trembling slightly. His brows were furrowed, his thin lips tightly pressed. Beads of fine sweat clearly trickled down his forehead. He seemed to be enduring intense pain. Suddenly, a slender white shadow slipped out of Orochimaru's clothes. It was the young golden python, Yamada. Under the bright moonlight, the delicate gold patterns on Yamada's body were even clearer. Yamada moved quickly over Orochimaru, slithering rapidly to his left forearm. This extremely intelligent and unusual small snake coiled on Orochimaru's forearm and opened its mouth to emit a stream of faint golden-colored energy, unnamed essence. As this faint golden energy permeated Orochimaru's forearm, the smooth skin broke out in blue veins, wriggling like earthworms, the exact tracks of the chakra chains moving beneath his skin. After the golden energy seeped into these worm-like veins, it instantly reversed, becoming a subtle stream of light blue chakra. Yamada sucked this stream into its mouth. Immediately after Yamada inhaled the chakra stream, the bulging veins flattened. After Yamada finished traveling over Orochimaru's entire body, it displayed a human-like look of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, felt strange streams of faint golden energy rapidly permeate his entire chakra circulatory system during Yamada's actions. In a moment, these strange energies quickly converged into a single stream, flowing through all the sections of skin and muscle he was refining, penetrating each one. After accepting this influx of unknown golden energy, Orochimaru could clearly sense that the strength of his physical refinement was several times better than he had anticipated. Given the immense benefit to his body, Orochimaru decided to ignore it. He had a faint idea who was responsible for this golden energy. He continued to execute the final procedure of his secret technique. Instantly, 1/3 of the total chakra from his entire body and circulatory system was drawn out. Along the way, it even carried a few wisps of the strange golden energy. This energy all converged on the center of Orochimaru's left chest, where it formed a peculiar, brand-new cursed seal tattoo. The seal contained 1/3 of Orochimaru's total chakra, serving as one of his ultimate trump cards in battle. Orochimaru opened his eyes. A faint, light blue chakra glow flashed and vanished within his dark golden pupils, making his already unusual snake eyes even more sinister and demonic. Letting out a deep breath of stale air, Orochimaru squeezed his hands, assessing the changes in his body. Very good. The density and toughness of his muscles and skin had nearly doubled, and his strength had increased by about 50%. The weighted clothing he had put on earlier now felt as light as if it weren't there. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. However, he knew that this exceptional result was only possible because it was the first time he used the secret technique. He likely wouldn't enjoy such incredible benefits again, and the subtle golden energy was likely one of the crucial reasons for this success. Orochimaru opened his shirt. Under the light of the moon, one could clearly see a majestic and fierce image of an 8-headed, 8-tailed serpent, the Yamada no Orochi, imprinted on the skin over his left chest. Even more magically, the color of this 8-headed serpent was the same as the young Yamada, white mixed with faint golden streaks. The entire Yamada no Orochi cursed seal covered his left chest. It subtly shifted with the rise and fall of his heartbeat, the vivid tattoo appearing almost alive. 8 pairs of scarlet snake eyes emitted a chilling killing intent, ready to devour a person, while the pure white body, interspersed with the faint gold, radiated an inherent nobility and prestige. Orochimaru suddenly felt a slight difference on his shoulder. Swoosh! The playful Yamada slid down and coiled, attaching itself to Orochimaru's cursed seal. It didn't fall off and even affectionately flicked its scarlet tongue at Orochimaru. Orochimaru gently stroked Yamada's head and said with a smile, "You little rascal, was this your doing?" Yamada adopted a human-like, fawning posture and proudly nodded. It affectionately licked Orochimaru's hand, then slowly settled into its coil and fell soundly asleep. Orochimaru looked at the strange golden python coiled on his cursed seal, and faintly realized that Yamada seemed to feed on chakra. After watching for a while and seeing no further reaction from Yamada, Orochimaru's interest faded. He quickly took a shower. Between the grueling training and the Shadow Clone's activity, he was tired. He fell onto the bed and was soon fast asleep. Chapter 18. Sakuma walked toward home, his body battered and aching, his steps unsteady. Creak, the wooden door opened. His father Tgthegood stood in the hall, his back turned and hands clasped behind him, his figure as steady and resolute as a mountain. He was gazing at the powerfully written character for Shinobi hanging on the wall. Whenever Sakuma saw that back, his heart, like a small boat in a violent storm, would instantly calm down, having found a safe harbor. Tgthegood heard the sound of the door and knew his son was back. However, listening to the unusually faltering footsteps and the heavy breathing that clearly indicated injury, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He turned around with concern. Looking at his battered son, who was clutching his chest with his right hand and grimacing from periodic pain, a barely visible yet profound concern flashed in Tgthegud's eyes. A rare, deep anger also surprisingly welled up in his heart. Tgthegood faced Sakuma, placing his hands on his thighs, and respectfully knelt in a formal seiza posture. His calm voice held a faint tremor of worry. "Come here, Sakuma." Sakuma did as he was told, removed his shoes, and entered the hall. The strict etiquette his father always adhered to forced him to straighten his back. He then knelt respectfully before his father. "How did you end up like this?" Tgthegood's voice held a deeply hidden anger. Sakumo dejectedly began to recount the entire incident, starting from the throwing competition during PE and ending with his utter defeat, even after drawing the white fang blade. Tgthegood listened intently. The deep anger gradually dissipated. He knew his son was a genius, but now that someone had completely suppressed and defeated him one-on-one, he didn't feel angry. His son had been outmatched, and there was no one to blame. Furthermore, Tgthegood considered Sakumo's consistently arrogant demeanor. Experiencing this kind of setback was an excellent opportunity to temper his character. Not only did the anger vanish, but he began to feel a sense of anticipation for the boy Sakumo described. As Sakumo spoke, he also watched his father's expression. Being mature for his age, he had some understanding of his father's thoughts. When he finished, Tgthegood instead nodded and said seriously, "This incident is actually a good thing for you. It shows you that there's always someone better, and you must train even harder in the future." "Yes, father, I will personally wash away today's humiliation," Sakumo replied with determination. Tgthegood nodded in satisfaction, smiling with relief. Tgthegood then ran through the young geniuses of the village's various clans in his mind. When he didn't get the expected match, he asked, "What is the name of the child you fought, and is he from another clan?" Sakumo thought for a moment before replying, "His name is Orochimaru. He has a pair of strange, dark golden eyes." Upon hearing Sakumo's words, Tgthegood's expression briefly stiffened. He recalled the child he had encountered in the Konoha forest outside the village earlier. A look of realization flashed in his eyes. Sakumo took in his father's reaction and asked with a hint of urgency, "What is it, father? Do you know him?" Tgthegood slowly nodded. The memories of that brief encounter ran through his mind like a slideshow. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Yes, I don't know the child's background, but I once ran into him training while returning from a mission and had a small clash with him. If it's that child, then yes, it makes sense." Sakumo's heart sank. He knew his father was strong, though he wasn't sure exactly how strong. But his reputation as the Anbu vice commander in the village was a testament to his immense power. Yet, his father had encountered that Orochimaru and still praised him highly. A huge sense of pressure rose in Sakumo's heart. Tgthegood was aware of Sakumo's thoughts, but he continued, "If it's that child, he likely held back a great deal against you. It's even possible that he was using a shadow clone in your fight." If Sakumo's heart had been weighed down by a boulder before, it now felt like it was carrying an entire mountain after hearing his father's words. He couldn't believe he had been utterly defeated by the shadow clone of a peer. Sakumo subconsciously wanted to find a reason to argue. Tgthegood, who had been intently watching Sakumo's eyes, knew exactly what his son was thinking. He immediately said, "Nothing is impossible. He used the shadow clone jutsu that day." The clever combination of the clone and the original body in their joint attack clearly showed extremely rich combat experience. Furthermore, he had already used multiple jutsu before fighting me. And during our skirmish, that child used 2 C-rank jutsu and 1 D-rank jutsu to force me to use 30% of my strength. That child is absolutely the greatest genius I have ever seen, bar none. Tgthegood mercilessly added layer after layer of pressure onto Sakumo. Sakumo's head drooped lower and lower. Tgthegood remained silent, just sitting there, seemingly waiting for something. After a long time, Sakumo finally raised his head. A brilliant look of knife-like resolve shone in his young eyes. He spoke slowly, one word at a time, with grave seriousness. "Father, I wish to learn the Tgthegood instant blade style. Please grant my request." Tgthegood showed a nearly imperceptible smile of gratification. He asked solemnly, "I only learned the Tgthegood deceptive blade style. You know the difficulty of the instant blade style. If you can't master it, you will be a second-rate ninja for life. I only ask you, have you thought this through?" "I want to learn the instant blade style, father," Sakumo repeated, his voice firm beyond question. Tgthegood smiled. Night fell. Mikawa took a stack of graduation class assessment reports and went to Hiruzen's Hawkage aid office. Tap, tap, tap. He respectfully knocked on the door. Come in, Hiruzen's kind voice sounded from inside. Mikawa entered and placed the assessment reports on Hiruzen's desk. Hiruzen looked up at Mikawa, habitually putting on his friendly smile, and asked gently, "Oh, Mikawa, how is the academy lately? Are the children behaving themselves? Heh heh." A slight feeling of gratitude flashed in Mikawa's heart. He bowed and replied, "Lord Hiruzen, the child you inquired about last time, Orochimaru, is, if I may be frank, a genius ninja rarely seen in a century." Hearing Mikawa's words, Hiruzen stopped writing and looked at him seriously. Hiruzen was a little surprised. He knew a bit about Mikawa. This special Jonin was a prudent and highly responsible ninja, which was why he had assigned Mikawa to teach at the academy. He immediately asked with interest, "Mikawa, tell me more." Encouraged by Hiruzen, Mikawa spoke with greater confidence, respectfully reporting, "Lord Hiruzen, Orochimaru's strength seems to have made huge strides recently. Today, he even used a shadow clone to attend class. Furthermore, his kunai throwing technique surpasses that of some Jonin, and from his performance, it seems he was even holding back." "I see, Mikawa, you've done well," Hiruzen said calmly. Mikawa knew he had said enough. He also understood Hiruzen's meaning. He respectfully excused himself and left. After Mikawa was gone, a faint smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. A determined light shone in his eyes, suggesting he had made a significant decision. Chapter 19. Under Orochimaru's highly methodical and scheduled way of life, the 1-month preparation period quickly passed. To his surprise, but also completely within reason, a document nominating Orochimaru for exam-free graduation, put forward by his homeroom teacher Mikawa in collaboration with several other instructors, was personally reviewed and approved by the Hawkage aide, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This news quickly spread throughout the village of Konoha. People talked everywhere about Orochimaru being the #1 genius of the young generation, making the 6-year-old Orochimaru immensely popular. Naturally, some arrogant and unconvinced youths from various clans, who prided themselves on their own talent, refused to accept this. However, upon hearing the story that Hatake Sakumo of the Hatake clan had been overwhelmingly defeated by Orochimaru and was still recovering at home, their elders quickly suppressed any dissent. Orochimaru, who had originally expected to exert more effort, found things much quieter. However, the rumor that Hatake Sakumo was still recovering at home made him feel a subtle sense of unease. He vaguely guessed at the implications of the story. Graduation day was a beautiful, sunny day. Although Orochimaru had been approved for graduation without taking the test, he still sent a shadow clone to handle the formalities and gather information about his assigned Jonin leader. Orochimaru, the clone, timed his arrival at the academy perfectly, just as Jiraiya was taking the final written exam. Looking through the window, he saw the white-haired Jiraiya, conspicuous in the crowd, scratching his head and desperately racking his brain, which drew a faint smile from Orochimaru. Another person in the classroom also caught Orochimaru's attention. It was a child the same age as himself, sitting near the window. He had sea-blue hair and an exceptionally handsome and gentle appearance. When people looked at this child, they easily felt warmth and closeness, as if the child radiated a faint, gentle, sunny aura that brought comfort. "Dan," Orochimaru softly murmured the child's name, his dark golden eyes showing a complex emotion. Just then, Mikawa, who was supervising the exam, walked over. Seeing Orochimaru arrive in his shadow clone state, Mikawa felt both a bit helpless and gratified. After all, this was his student, and he felt a certain pride in him. Mikawa came to Orochimaru's side and greeted him warmly. "Orochimaru." Orochimaru pulled his gaze away, instantly suppressing his complex emotions. He displayed an appropriate and deeply grateful attitude, bowing respectfully to Mikawa. "Teacher Mikawa, thank you for your nomination." Mikawa waved his hand, smiling. "Heh, even without my recommendation, I believe you would have passed easily based on your skill, right, Orochimaru? You're still up to your old tricks, using a shadow clone to come to school." Orochimaru gave an awkward laugh. Mikawa knew Orochimaru well enough to realize he wouldn't come to school for no reason. He asked, "Do you have something specific in mind? Tell me, perhaps your teacher can help you with something." "Teacher Mikawa, do you know who my Jonin leader will be?" Orochimaru looked up and asked Mikawa. Mikawa was taken aback by the question. His expression stiffened and his eyes flickered, as if hesitating for a moment. Then he looked left and right, confirming they were alone. He patted Orochimaru's back and said, "Come with me to my office and I'll tell you." Seeing this level of caution, and coupling it with the earlier incident of his exam-free nomination, Orochimaru already had a strong guess about his Jonin leader. Mikawa brought Orochimaru to his office, motioned for him to sit opposite him, and then said seriously, "The village normally keeps this kind of information confidential to maintain fairness. However, you are the most talented student I have ever taught, and I don't mind telling you the truth. Lord Hiruzen has decided to take you on as his disciple and will personally lead your team and mentor you." A flash of excitement burst in Orochimaru's respectful eyes. He thought, as expected, "It's Hiruzen-sensei. It seems the efforts I've made these past days were not wasted. My plan has advanced a major step." Orochimaru stood up and bowed, thanking him. "Thank you, Teacher Mikawa." Mikawa also seemed very happy. He continued, "Ha, Jiraiya will also be on your team, and one other descendant from a major clan will join as well. You must work hard and not disappoint Lord Hiruzen's dedication." "Yes, Teacher Mikawa." Orochimaru did not disappoint Mikawa, his face filled with emotion. The teacher and student then chatted briefly about life matters before Orochimaru bowed and took his leave. Seeing that Jiraiya's exam would still take some time, he simply dispelled the shadow clone jutsu. The real Orochimaru, who had been engaged in simple taijutsu training at home in anticipation of meeting his Jonin leader in the afternoon, suddenly stopped his movements as a familiar stream of information flooded his mind. He closed his eyes and quietly absorbed the data. When he opened his eyes, his dark golden snake pupils were filled with the confidence of having everything under control. "Finally, just like in my previous life, I have become Hiruzen's disciple." Orochimaru knew that Hiruzen becoming the third Hokage was virtually guaranteed. With the status of being the Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru's reputation in the village would surely reach a new level, which was crucial for his subsequent series of plans. With this thought, Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his scarlet lips. At noon, Orochimaru invited Jiraiya, who had passed the graduation exam by sheer luck, and little Magi out for a celebratory meal. In the afternoon, Orochimaru, now wearing the Konoha headband, and Jiraiya arrived early at the classroom. As expected, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were assigned to the same team. Mikawa then led the two of them to the rooftop of the Hokage office building. Jiraiya, having been brought there without explanation, was full of frustration. He asked impatiently, "Orochimaru, who do you think our team leader will be? They're being so mysterious." Orochimaru looked up, standing quietly and gazing at the magnificent and majestic Hokage mountain. Hearing Jiraiya's question, he calmly replied, "Just wait patiently. You'll know soon enough." They didn't wait long. A figure suddenly appeared before Orochimaru and Jiraiya. He wore a neat, well-kept Jonin vest, and his face was as kind as when Orochimaru had seen him at the hospital that day. However, the presence emanating from him was an overpowering authority, completely unlike before. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. As he stood before Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Orochimaru faintly glimpsed the dominant demeanor of the future third Hokage, the god of shinobi. Chapter 20. Seeing Hiruzen's sudden appearance, the incredibly dense Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, "Old man, where did you come from? Don't you know this is the Hokage building rooftop? Did you take a wrong turn?" Orochimaru stood by, momentarily speechless at Jiraiya's words. This guy never changes. Looking up, he saw Hiruzen looking at him, and Orochimaru immediately bowed and said, "Uncle Hiruzen." Hiruzen smiled kindly, then turned to face Jiraiya. Jiraiya still looked bewildered. He looked at Orochimaru, then back at Hiruzen, before finally seeming to understand. He casually blurted out, "Oh, so the old man is our Jonin leader." Hiruzen chuckled and nodded. He seemed to know Jiraiya's nature and teased him, "You must be Jiraiya. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi. We'll need to get along well from now on. Jiraiya puffed out his chest proudly and said, That's right, I am Jiraiya, the man who possesses both handsomeness and courage. Hiruzen smiled, watching Jiraiya's cheerful demeanor. Orochimaru, however, wore a look of utter helplessness nearby. Suddenly, two figures abruptly appeared on the Hawkage rooftop. Orochimaru looked over alertly. One was an old man in a black robe, whose subtle aura hinted at Jonin-level strength. The other was a beautiful, cute little girl with light yellow hair, Tsunade Senju. The instant he saw Tsunade, Orochimaru's body gave an imperceptible tremor. The old man led Tsunade over to Hiruzen, revealing a nostalgic smile. It's been a long time, Hiruzen. Hiruzen bowed respectfully, saying, Indeed, it has been a long time, Elder Senju. Hearing their exchange, Orochimaru immediately understood the old man's identity. He must be Senju Morinawa, the great elder of the Senju clan. At this time, Tsunade, who was being held by the old man, also greeted him clearly. Hello, Uncle Hiruzen. Heh, little Tsunade is such a good girl, Hiruzen replied warmly. Senju Morinawa lowered his head and gently stroked Tsunade's head. His clear, aged eyes were full of love. He then turned to Hiruzen and said, Hiruzen, I entrust Princess Tsunade to you. Elder Senju, Hiruzen will not fail your trust, Hiruzen stated firmly. Senju Morinawa nodded, bent down, and lovingly instructed Tsunade. Tsunade, listen to Uncle Hiruzen from now on, okay? Yes, I understands. Goodbye, Grandpa Morinawa. Tsunade raised her adorable face, looked at Morinawa, and replied sensibly. Morinawa smiled and instantly vanished with a whoosh. After Morinawa left, a hint of sadness flashed across Tsunade's beautiful face. Hiruzen took in Tsunade's expression and said gently, Don't be sad, little Tsunade. You're a ninja now. Tsunade looked at the kind Hiruzen, the sadness in her heart slightly fading. She forced a smile and nodded, then walked to stand beside Orochimaru. Jiraiya suddenly jumped forward, tilting his head slightly and adopting a serious, confident, and heroic pose. Pumping his chest, he declared, Tsunade, don't be sad. With me Jiraiya here, I'll definitely protect you. PFFFD. Stung by the antics of this live wire, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Orochimaru stood to the side, watching the two, a look of realization in his eyes. It was just like this in my previous life. Hiruzen looked at these three children, each with distinct personalities, and smiled faintly. They are the future of Konoha. After a moment, Hiruzen clapped his hands, signaling the three to sit on the ground. He then asked, Starting now, you are officially standard genin. First, let's introduce yourselves. Tell me your name, age, hobbies, and goals. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru and Tsunade, enthusiastically leaped up, raised his right hand, and loudly shouted, Me. I'll go first. Hiruzen smiled and said, All right, Jiraiya, you start. Jiraiya narcissistically ran his right hand through his white hair. I'm Jiraiya, the man who possesses both handsomeness and courage. I'm 6 years old. My hobbies? I have lots, like practicing jutsu, sleeping, and so on. My goal is to become a great ninja, haha. Hiruzen nodded. Good, next is Orochimaru. Orochimaru, sitting next to Jiraiya, thought for a moment before speaking. I am Orochimaru, 6 years old. My hobby is learning jutsu, and my dream is to become a man whose name is recorded in the annals of the shinobi world. Hiruzen nodded again. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but shout, Orochimaru, you truly are my good friend. You have a great dream just like mine. Haha, let's work hard together. Orochimaru subtly shifted away from him, thinking, foolishness must be contagious. Tsunade, Hiruzen then asked. Everyone looked at Tsunade. Tsunade smiled graciously and said in a clear voice, Hello, everyone, I'm Tsunade Senju, 6 years old. My hobbies are gambling and drinking, ha. Seeing the instantaneous look of surprise on everyone's faces, Tsunade gave an embarrassed smile and continued, Oh, and eating good food. My goal is to restore the Senju clan. All right, I'm done. Finally, Tsunade playfully stuck out her tongue, concluding her introduction. Orochimaru and the other two shifted their focus back to Hiruzen-sensei. Hiruzen clapped his hands. You all spoke very well. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, and I am a Jonin. The atmosphere quieted down. They waited, but heard no further details from Hiruzen. Jiraiya immediately jumped up and loudly protested. "Come on, old man. We only know your name, you didn't say anything else." Hiruzen gave an awkward laugh and immediately changed the subject. "All right, let's move on to the next segment." Orochimaru was a bit annoyed, but remained silent, knowing that the real challenge was about to begin. Without waiting for Jiraiya to continue his rebellion, Hiruzen dropped a sudden bombshell. "Actually, while you are standard genin, you are not yet truly my subordinates. You still need to complete a mission I assign you and earn my recognition." Hiruzen's tone suddenly became stern. "Otherwise, I will strip you of your genin status and send you back to the Ninja Academy for another year of re-enrollment. Tsunade will also be sent back to the Senju clan." These words instantly stunned Tsunade and Jiraiya. Orochimaru, having experienced this in his previous life, was prepared and unsurprised. He simply waited for Hiruzen to assign the task. Hiruzen observed their reactions and silently praised Orochimaru's calm and collected response once more. He then tossed a black scroll to Orochimaru. "This is your mission, take it and read it together." Orochimaru caught the scroll, opened it, and a faint look of surprise flashed in his dark golden snake eyes. Chapter 21. Orochimaru opened the black scroll that Hiruzen had tossed over. He unrolled it and saw that the assigned mission was to exterminate a bandit group. It was not the simple bell test from his previous life. Orochimaru keenly sensed that there had to be something suspicious about this bandit group, likely the presence of 1 or 2 rogue ninja. If so, this mission would be far more difficult than the bell test, certainly for Jiraiya and Tsunade. While he couldn't figure out Hiruzen's exact motive for the change, it didn't lessen Orochimaru's interest in the bandit group. He subtly licked the corner of his mouth, unnoticed by others, a long unseen, bloodthirsty glint appearing in his dark golden snake eyes. "It seems it's been a while since I last killed someone." Jiraiya and Tsunade both leaned over to look at the mission scroll in Orochimaru's hand. The typically dense Jiraiya was also stunned after reading the mission. He said somewhat uncertainly, "Exterminate bandits? You mean, we have to kill people?" Tsunade's small face was also clouded with worry. Hiruzen stepped forward at the opportune moment. His kindly face was replaced by an expression of unspeakable solemn resolve and imposing authority. He said gravely, "This is a C-rank mission. I don't care how others test their subordinates, but if my subordinates, the subordinates of Hiruzen, are too afraid to kill a few bandits, or can't deal with them, then there is no need for them to be ninja. I've given you the mission scroll. The time limit is 3 days. Only if you wipe out this bandit group within 3 days will I accept you 3 youngsters as my subordinates. Otherwise, remember the consequences I mentioned earlier." Orochimaru was the first to stand up. After bowing respectfully to Hiruzen, he used the ninja footwork technique and left the Hokage building. Without a word, Jiraiya instantly made a face at Hiruzen as soon as Orochimaru left, then followed after him. Tsunade watched Orochimaru and Jiraiya leave. After a thought, she gave a polite and sincere bow to Hiruzen and quickly pursued them. On the Hokage building rooftop, Hiruzen watched the 3 genin walk away, and his stern expression softened into a slight smile. A ninja in a black ambu windbreaker and a raccoon mask suddenly appeared beside him, standing quietly about a step behind. It was Tgthegood. Tgthegood spoke respectfully. "Lord Hiruzen, the Rain Ninja, Hanzo of the Salamander, from the Land of Rivers has sent operatives to intervene in the southern dispute. The 6th squad, which was dispatched to investigate, has been recalled after 1 death and 2 serious injuries. The 4th squad, which was sent as backup, has arrived in the Land of Rivers. I believe 1 squad may be insufficient. Should we dispatch another?" Hiruzen replied calmly, "That Hanzo fellow is quite capable, humph. Now he's setting his sights on our Konoha ninja. Tell the 4th squad to behave themselves, stay safe, and not tip their hand. I suspect the Land of Wind is already getting involved in this matter. I'll take a team and myself to round them all up once those petty devils show their faces." By the end of his statement, Hiruzen's tone was chilling, filled with murderous intent. Tgthegood bowed in acknowledgement. Hiruzen then asked in a relaxed tone, "Jen, what do you think of those 3 children?" Tgthegood pondered the question and answered with one of his own, Hiruzen, aren't your demands too high for them? They just graduated from the academy, and you've assigned a C-rank mission. That bandit group could easily turn the situation into a B-rank mission. Hiruzen smiled faintly and waved his hand. Don't worry, I will be following them. How can they grow without experiencing a baptism of blood? Besides, I am quite curious about that Orochimaru boy's strength, heh. By the way, I heard about Sakumo. Is he all right? That Orochimaru beat your son like that, yet you still worry about the boy. Sakumo was too arrogant. He was defeated one-on-one, and he has no one to blame but himself. Moreover, that child's talent and strength are indeed astonishing, Tgthegood said, his tone subtly revealing something more. Oh, Jen, did you clash with the boy? Hiruzen asked in surprise. On the way back the other day, when I reported to you about the land of rivers, I happened to see him training and played with him for a bit. It turned out to be a good thing. Inspired by that child, Sakumo has made up his mind recently to start training in the instant blade style, Tgthegood said, a hint of relief and pride in his voice. Hiruzen paused at this news. Oh, the instant blade style? With that child's talent, he might actually succeed. I look forward to seeing the power of the instant blade style. Thinking of those two children, I'm reminded of our own youth, heh. A look of nostalgia also crossed Tgthegood's eyes. Orochimaru led Jiraiya and Tsunade to a restaurant. Orochimaru told Jiraiya, my treat. Let's celebrate graduating from the academy first, and then we'll discuss the mission. Tsunade, you come too. Jiraiya naturally and happily agreed wholeheartedly. Tsunade, hearing there would be good food, also cheerfully followed them inside. After a full meal with drinks, Orochimaru sat cross-legged at the dining table, took out the mission scroll, and said to the other two, this bandit extermination mission looks like a C rank, but we cannot rule out the possibility of rogue ninja being involved, which would elevate it to a B rank mission. Orochimaru paused, took a sip of tea, and watched their reactions. Jiraiya was unusually serious, and Tsunade's small face was pinched with worry. Orochimaru continued, time is tight. Tomorrow, we'll take our ninja tools and gear and head there first to investigate the enemy situation and gather intelligence. Then we'll formulate a plan for extermination. What do you think? Good, Jiraiya immediately agreed. As Orochimaru's friend for so long, and especially recently, having been unable to gauge Orochimaru's strength, he largely agreed with Orochimaru's suggestion. After all, it seemed like the most logical approach. Tsunade thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement as well. The three set a time and went their separate ways. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Orochimaru, dressed in a sharp black combat outfit, said goodbye to a reluctant little Magi. The three genin then gathered at the village gate. After showing the mission scroll to the Konoha guard members at the gate, the three left the village. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after they left, Hiruzen gave a few instructions to the guard members and followed them. Using ninja footwork, the three maintained a steady pace for about an hour, finally reaching their destination. They stopped on a towering tree, looking out at a dimly visible wooden bandit fort on the opposite hillside. Apart from Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade were visibly exhausted, and they had little chakra left. The hour-long run would have been taxing even for Orochimaru had his chakra reserves not been much greater and his control skills superb. The three rested on the tree for a while to recover their chakra. An hour later, having recovered, the trio quietly headed toward the opposite hillside. Chapter 22. Perched on a hidden large tree beside the bandit fort, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade meticulously observed every movement within the camp. Orochimaru crouched low, his body concealed behind the thick foliage, only his dark golden eyes visible. Yet, no clash or skirmish among the bandits escaped his notice. Even a few bandits going to the latrine were perfectly clear to him. The fort was a medium-sized camp, occupying several acres. Orochimaru's sensory perception counted 187 common bandits, including visible and hidden sentries. They operated in 3 groups. 2 groups went down the mountain to raid, and 1 remained to guard the fort, rotating shifts. However, aside from a few individuals who seemed to be low-level chiefs giving orders, Orochimaru had yet to see the bandit leader appear. This was the reason he had delayed setting a time for action. He paid special attention to the height of the outer wall, which was about 7 or 8 meters high. This made him frown. Genin could not jump that high. Behind the main gate was a spacious open ground. In the center lay the embers of a bonfire, along with some training equipment, weapons, and knives. On both sides were rows of crude wooden houses, which Orochimaru frequently saw the common bandits entering and exiting, suggesting they were their barracks. At the far end of the open ground and the 2 rows of houses was a hall with a noticeably grander architectural style. Behind it was a stone courtyard, much larger and more refined than the common bandits' housing. Orochimaru occasionally saw bandits bringing newly plundered goods here. It was likely the bandits' storage room, or perhaps the leader's quarters were located within. Sunrise to sunset. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru and his teammates had been observing the fort for 2 days. All 3 wore signs of fatigue. Jiraiya's restless nature even showed a hint of impatience and frustration in his eyes. Jiraiya had suggested taking actions several times during this period, but Orochimaru had always stopped him. Although Jiraiya felt frustrated, the calm tone and seasoned experience in Orochimaru's words and actions made him subconsciously choose to comply. Tsunade stayed silent by their side. She vaguely sensed what Orochimaru was worried about. Throughout these 2 days of observation, Orochimaru had not detected the presence of the fort's leader, and his internal unease grew stronger. Looking at the sunset about to drop below the horizon, Orochimaru turned to Jiraiya and Tsunade. "Tonight will be our last night, and our last chance." His dark golden pupils radiated a long-suppressed bloodlust. After seeing Jiraiya and Tsunade visibly brace themselves, he said sternly, "Can either of you perform the tree climbing or water walking training?" Jiraiya looked confused. Tsunade replied clearly, "I've practiced the tree climbing training, but I can't go very high." Orochimaru was only testing them, but Tsunade's response gave him a small surge of hope. He pointed toward the fort's gate. "Can you manage this height?" Tsunade's face instantly showed embarrassment, and she shook her head. Orochimaru didn't dwell on it and continued with his plan. "Soon, I will use the transformation jutsu to sneak in among the returning bandits. When it's midnight, I will open the main gate. You 2 must immediately take care of the sentries in the surrounding woods and rush inside." Orochimaru looked at them. "Any problems?" Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances and shook their heads. Orochimaru displayed the imposing demeanor of a master strategist from his past life, the conviction and charisma in his words making them irresistible. Jiraiya was about to say something, but Orochimaru, knowing his friend's mind, interrupted. "No need to argue. We don't know if the leader inside is a ninja, or what their skill level is. My strength is the greatest here, and only if I handle the infiltration will our operation have the maximum chance of success. Besides, I've been looking for an opportunity to test my own tolerance and nerve, heh heh." As he finished speaking, Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint, sinister smile. Intense excitement surged in his dark golden pupils, and he licked his lips, faintly emitting an inexplicable aura. Jiraiya and Tsunade stiffened slightly. The vague aura emanating from Orochimaru was cold and chilling. Though not directed at them, it made them feel a profound sense of threat. The sun set. The last batch of bandits, dragging their plunder, returned from the mountain in succession. The sounds of women crying, the bandits' crude laughter and curses rang out simultaneously. As they entered the fort, a black shadow flashed through the nearby jungle, unnoticed by everyone, landing on one of the carts carrying various goods. It followed the bandits into the fort. Rumble. Where do you think the 3 chiefs went? Rumble. Stop it, Yi, don't worry about where they went. As long as we eat, drink, and have women to sleep with, why do you have so many questions? Huh. The cart stopped. Why don't we secretly pocket a bit of the loot? Yi, you've gotten brave now. You want to die, but don't drag me into it. I'm only telling you this because we're from the same village. You know what happened last time the chief came back and executed a few men. Besides, those head officers aren't easy targets. They were brought in by the 3 chiefs and are fiercely loyal. If they find out, HMPH. Ninjas are tough, haha, you're right, Let's go drink and play with the women. I'm telling you, the ones we grabbed today. That skin, that feeling. Heh heh, they're really fresh. Haha, let's go, let's go. Orochimaru, having transformed into a sack of grain using the transformation jutsu, lay in the ox cart. As the voices of the two bandits gradually faded, his heart tightened. It seems 3 ninja are the leaders here. No wonder the subordinates are still so self-disciplined even when the leaders are away. Their authority must be immense. Since the leaders aren't present, the remaining small fry pose no threat. Orochimaru's mind settled with this realization. He released his sensory perception. The noise outside was a cacophony of shouting, men's lewd laughter, whipping sounds, and even the suppressed gasps of women being violated. Orochimaru quietly sensed it all, his mind unmoving, without sorrow or joy, simply waiting for midnight. The outside clamor gradually faded until the area was completely silent. Orochimaru calculated the time in his mind. About 3 hours passed. Poofs! With a puff of smoke and a soft sound, Orochimaru jumped out of the cart and opened the door. Moonlight spilled in. Orochimaru looked up at the sky. A crescent moon, like a sickle, seemed to hang in the night sky with a faint, blood-red tint. The silver-white moonlight clearly reflected the demonic glint in Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes, a mixture of bloodlust, excitement, killing intent, and rapture. He licked his lips, and a habitual, sinister smile slowly formed on his face. The slaughter had begun. Chapter 23. Orochimaru held a kunai in his right hand. Bathed in the clear moonlight, he walked with steady, unhurried steps toward the main hall. Turning the corner, he ran directly into a bandit coming out to relieve himself. The thin man stared at Orochimaru's frail, small figure, then pulled the katana from his waist. Grinning menacingly, he stepped forward. Where did this brat come from? Heh heh, perfect for me to practice my swordsmanship on. When the bandit reached within 2 steps, Orochimaru moved. He instantly darted forward with a speed the bandit couldn't react to. In the flash of an eye, the sharp kunai in his right hand slashed across the bandit's neck as he brushed past. Pished! Under the silver-white moonlight, a fountain of scarlet blood, accompanied by a weak, gurgling sound, sprayed from the bandit's carotid artery. The bandit desperately clutched the bloody wound on his neck, struggling to turn around and look at Orochimaru's young figure with terror. Thud! With a dull sound, he collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. A thread of fresh blood dripped from the kunai in Orochimaru's hand. The demonic look in his dark golden eyes was unchanged, but the sinister smile on his lips grew more tempting. He quietly counted, the first. The immense, deathly cold and blood-soaked killing intent contained within his small body seemed to have been triggered after this first kill, intensifying dramatically as if it were solidifying. It surged out of Orochimaru like a volcanic eruption, causing a sudden, fierce, cold wind. Feeling the piercing killing intent surrounding him, Orochimaru continued toward the main hall. The moment he stepped into the hall, the chilling, pervasive killing aura caused the 4 bandits lounging lazily against the corridor pillars to jolt violently. The intense killing intent gave them a powerful premonition of instant death. Their hands, resting on the katanas at their waists, froze, daring not to move. Orochimaru didn't leave them in suspense for long. 4 shuriken immediately found their marks, embedding themselves in the back of their heads. Thwack thwack. The sharp, cross-shaped shuriken pierced deep into the bandits' skulls. White brain matter mixed with bright red blood flowed out. The 4 men met their end without even seeing their enemy. 5, Orochimaru tallied silently. A burly bandit walked in from the main hall's entrance, about 10 meters away from Orochimaru. Orochimaru recognized him instantly. He was one of the minor chiefs he'd observed over the past 2 days. The little chief was quick-witted. Seeing the corpses strewn across the floor and the blood dripping from Orochimaru's kunai, he immediately screamed, "Enemies, ah!" Before he could finish the word, Orochimaru's figure, cloaked in frantic killing intent and gripping the kunai, had already rammed into his throat, silencing the remaining word. Pished. 6, surging blood splashed onto Orochimaru, but he was unfazed. He held the still-dying petty chief with one hand and looked outward. Quick, 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 someone's attacking the fort. Which bastard dared to attack us, and where is he? The open ground was in an uproar. The The central bonfire had been lit, its roaring flames illuminating the surroundings. Scores of fiercely scowling, raggedly dressed bandits rushed out of the houses, snatching up their weapons. Hidden in the trees outside, Jiraiya and Tsunade heard the clamor and knew Orochimaru had been discovered. Since the gate hadn't been opened yet, they could only fret like ants in a hot pan. One by one, the hidden sentries emerged from their concealed positions and ran toward the fort. Seeing these men, Jiraiya and Tsunade instantly suppressed their fear of killing. They charged forward. On a large tree on the other side of the fort, a tall figure witnessed the scene and gave a faint nod before shifting his gaze back to the noisy fort. Orochimaru watched the chaotic crowd, making no move to stop them as they gathered. The sinister smile on his lips held a slight contempt. After about a minute, the disorganized bandits finally focused their attention on Orochimaru, who stood in the main hall entrance, holding the corpse of the minor chief. Thump, thump, thump. Orochimaru tossed the chief's corpse down to roll to the bandits' feet. A hurricane-like wave of killing intent swept across the field. To the bandits' eyes, the almost materialized killing aura seemed to form a ferocious, roaring giant serpent behind Orochimaru, charging straight at them. The terrified bandits collectively took a step back, their faces reflecting disbelief. A refreshing night breeze blew through, and the scene, a child confronting a horde of vicious bandits, settled into an eerie silence. Orochimaru, bathed in the moonlight, his eyes reflecting the roaring flames of the bonfire, took a deep breath. The gradually thickening smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. The contemptuous smile on his face revealed a long-suppressed excitement and craving. He slowly extended his tongue to lick the splash of blood on his lips, and his young, gentle voice conveyed a lunatic's icy killing intent. Truly an intoxicating scent. "Ha ha, are you ready? Then, I'm starting." A faint, profound state of rapture and madness began to permeate Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes. The bandits exchanged glances. The advantage of sheer numbers gradually overcame their internal fear. With bloodshot eyes, they rushed toward Orochimaru hysterically. "Kill him!" Click thud. Orochimaru's fingers released the clasps on his weighted clothing. The 20 pounds of weights dropped to the ground with a sharp sound. His body transformed into a small black shadow and darted into the bandit crowd. 2 sharp kunai appeared in Orochimaru's hands. Plunging into the mob, he moved like a free-swimming black fish, rapidly gliding through the crowd. The 2 kunai consistently appeared at the throats of the bandits, slicing across easily, harvesting their lives before they could even react. SHH, SHH, SHH. The black shadow flashed past. 5 jets of blood sprayed out. 5 bandits clutched their throats, fearfully looking at each other before collapsing. 10. He stomped the ground, ducked low, and held his hands up, instantly spinning around with the kunai. The center of the crowd blossomed like a death lotus of black and scarlet. Pished. What looked like a fountain of blood erupted. A circle of 7 figures howled and fell. Long cuts, dozens of centimeters in length, were slashed across their chests. 17. The sinister smile on Orochimaru's lips grew wider. He tossed the kunai into the air, simultaneously throwing a circle of shuriken. His hands moved like dancing butterflies, completing a series of jutsu seals in an instant. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of divided shuriken created an even larger death lotus. The screams across the ground abruptly ceased. Each fallen man had exactly 3 shuriken lodged in his throat, heart, and forehead. 30. He caught the falling kunai. His body turning into a black shadow, Orochimaru plunged into the crowd again. Direct stabs, straight slashes, horizontal cuts, diagonal swipes, bringing forth circle after circle of bloody carnage. 31, 35, 37. Pished. 2 now-dulled kunai plunged into the hearts of 2 bandits. 50. The crowd suddenly parted. The fort's main gate was right ahead. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. A new technique, which he had recently developed after gaining the cursed seal and strengthening his body, was unleashed. Accelerating with quick, small steps, the light blue chakra within him surged wildly into his right hand. Concentrating on his fist through Orochimaru's superb chakra control technique. His dark golden pupils filled with pure madness. He launched his right fist at the 5-meter-high fort gate with a piercing, high-pitched screech of displaced air. Taijutsu, Monstrous Strength Fist. Chapter 24. Taijutsu, Monstrous Strength Fist. Break, break, break. Orochimaru's young, forceful voice echoed across the night sky. The Monstrous Strength Fist, a technique eventually mastered by Tsunade, was prematurely created by Orochimaru. Surging, light blue chakra, meticulously controlled, gathered in his right hand. A visible wave of light blue chakra even emanated from his fist as it powerfully slammed into the fort's main gate. The bandits behind him stared foolishly at Orochimaru. They were stunned by his actions. What was a 5- or 6-year-old child trying to do, punching a 5-meter-high, 10-centimeter-thick gate? It completely defied their imagination. But reality often contradicts expectation. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out from the fort gate. The bandits clearly felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. Crash, crackle, smash. Orochimaru's right fist instantly shattered the entire 5-meter-tall gate, sending pieces flying several meters away. The powerful punch, wrapped in a strong gale, ripped the gate off its hinges and hurled it into the forest outside the fort. The tall figure watching from the distant tree was also momentarily stunned, a look of surprised amusement crossing his face. Huffed huffs. Orochimaru turned around, panting heavily. His dark golden snake eyes scanned the remaining bandits. Over 100 were left, but their overwhelming numbers no longer gave these terrified men courage. Their faces were ashen as they stared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru drew 2 more kunai from his ninja pouch. He still wore that faint, sinister smile, possessed that same look of bloodthirsty madness, and radiated the chilling, demonic killing intent. He spoke in the same gentle tone. "Well, shall we continue?" Within the bandit crowd, 2 leaders, clearly distinguished from the other small fry by their leather armor, exchanged glances. They teamed up, forming a coordinated attack. Gripping their katanas tightly, they charged Orochimaru with desperate, savage looks. Orochimaru stood motionless, watching them approach. The 2 leaders held their swords with steady force. Their footsteps were quick, and their movements fluid and coordinated, clearly demonstrating long-practiced teamwork. Sheeing slice. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men crossed paths in front of Orochimaru, each leaving behind a flash of steel that would impress any ordinary person. Orochimaru was instantly sliced into 3 pieces. However, before the 2 leaders could celebrate, 2 sharp kunai were pressed against their vulnerable necks in the very same moment. Pished. Blood sprayed. 2 massive heads, their eyes still holding disbelief, flew into the air. Poofs. The body of Orochimaru, sliced into 3 sections, burst with a soft pop, transforming into 3 segments of a thick tree branch, substitution jutsu. Kawarami no jutsu. 51. If the faces of the 100-odd bandits had been described as dirt-colored before, they now resembled gold-colored parchment. Swoosh, swoosh. Orochimaru flicked out 2 black blurs, claiming 2 more lives. 53. The bandits screamed and scattered in all directions. This was the scene Jiraiya and Tsunade witnessed as they rushed in, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. Orochimaru formed hand signs again, rapidly weaving a series of textbook-perfect jutsu seals in the space of a breath. Futon, great breakthrough. Hoo. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru violently expelled it, instantly generating a localized gale as furious as a Category 5 typhoon. Under Orochimaru's precise control, this sudden violent wind swept up the intense heat and flames from the bonfire. Its force rapidly escalated several notches, wrapping the surging flames and transforming into a raging, dancing fire dragon in the night sky. The ferocious fire dragon circled the clearing, swallowing the fleeing bandits one by one. Those merely brushed by the dragon instantly turned into screaming torches. After running a few meaningless steps, they helplessly collapsed to the ground. The lives of the bandits were continuously being harvested. 54, 57, 101. Everywhere lay burnt and charred corpses. Terrified and injured men screamed relentlessly, clutching their wounds on the ground. The air was filled with a foul stench, a mixture of blood and burnt flesh. The fort clearing now resembled a terrifying scene from a battlefield of demons, Shura. Orochimaru's small figure stood quietly in the midst of this carnage, illuminated by the firelight, looking like the god of destruction who had crossed into this world. Jiraiya and Tsunade stared blankly at Orochimaru's somewhat slender back, suddenly feeling that the distance between themselves and this peer was immense. Orochimaru's silhouette stood unshakable, powerful as a mountain. The figure on the distant tree muttered to himself, "No mistake. Adapting to conditions, utilizing the situation to one's advantage, that is the essence of combination jutsu. This child was born to inherit my mantle, ha ha ha." Orochimaru sensed the presence of Jiraiya and Tsunade. He turned around, smiling with a hint of fatigue. "I'll cover you, you two clean up the rest." Jiraiya and Tsunade naturally didn't object. The remaining bandits had been completely terrified by Orochimaru and posed no threat. Orochimaru clearly intended this to be their training. The two charged forward, kunai in hand. Orochimaru quietly went about opening the other buildings, eliminating any remaining bandits hiding in concealed places. Creak. This was the last room in the row of crude houses on the left. The roughly made door swung open. "Yeah!" a sharp shriek erupted. Orochimaru frowned slightly, and then a sour, foul stench, possibly mixed with bodily fluids or excrement, wafted out. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes swept inside the room. The large room contained only a crude bed made of planks and straw mats. On the bed were several women of various ages, all with plain looks and ragged clothes. Their garments, clearly ripped and tattered, could not conceal their lower bodies, which still had traces of a milky white substance. These pitiable women screamed in terror upon seeing Orochimaru enter. They huddled together, scrambling to retreat into the corner by the headboard. Seeing that Orochimaru was a small child, a few women visibly relaxed, but when they caught sight of the blood stains smeared on his body, their faces immediately turned vigilant and terrified again. Orochimaru glanced indifferently at the women, then turned to leave. Suddenly, his sensory perception registered an inexplicable fluctuation. He spun around instantly, his pair of sharp, dark golden snake eyes fixed on a dark corner of the room. A strong surge of killing intent, sharp as a blade, rushed toward the corner that Orochimaru sensed. A young, soft grunt came from the dark corner. Immediately, a piercing light exploded in Orochimaru's eyes. Interesting. Chapter 25. A young, soft grunt came from the corner, saturated with shadows. Orochimaru looked carefully into that corner. He saw a small figure stumble out of the darkness, curled up against the wall, trembling from the shock of Orochimaru's killing intent. The eyes staring back were full of intense panic and caution. A sharp light burst from Orochimaru's dark golden pupils. Interesting, this seems to be a bloodline limit. He retracted his departing foot and walked toward the corner. The silver-white moonlight streamed in through the wide-open wooden gate, revealing the outside scene that looked like a burning hell. The terrifying killing intent pierced the small figure in the corner like swords and blades. In the boy's eyes, Orochimaru looked like a demon who had stepped out of the moonlight, bearing down upon him. Standing before the shadow, Orochimaru used the faint light to clearly see the face of the young figure. It was a delicate and young boy, about 4 or 5 years old. He wore the same kind of ragged clothes Orochimaru had seen little Magi in, but what was different was the child's eyes. Beneath the fear and caution was a deep, entrenched emptiness and despair, utterly lifeless. It was the look of complete disillusionment with reality and life, a soul about to die. Orochimaru's body trembled slightly. He vaguely saw the shadow of his former self in this child, and his heart stirred. Orochimaru retracted his killing intent. In his dark golden snake eyes, a powerful, highly infectious emotion was brewing. He looked at the boy. His sinister smile, coupled with that strange look, gave him an indescribably demonic and commanding aura. He held out his right hand, the unique aura intensifying. "Come with me, I will give you a reason to live." The boy, watching Orochimaru, seemed to be infected by the intense, powerful feeling in Orochimaru's eyes. He stared blankly, then slowly reached out his hand and placed it in Orochimaru's warm palm. Later, the boy would learn that the emotion in Orochimaru's eyes was called ambition. By then, he had already followed Orochimaru's ambition across the shinobi world for years, without regret. Orochimaru smiled, holding the boy's hand. Ignoring the horrified expressions of the women on the large bed, who were further terrified by his residual killing intent, he simply led the boy out. The boy, whose life had always been in the darkness, stood in the moonlight for the first time while holding Orochimaru's hand. A complex mix of emotions, bitterness, grievance, happiness, and dependence, suddenly filled his lifeless heart. A spark of brilliant vitality appeared in his desperate eyes. The boy knew that from this moment on, he was destined to give everything to this man, who was not much older than himself. Simply because he had led him out of the darkness, simply because he had found him a reason to live, and simply because, holding his hand, he felt his own existence and worth. Because he needed me, because he smiled. Orochimaru's sinister, yet gentle voice sounded in the boy's ear. "Child, what is your name?" The boy seemed to not have spoken in a long time. His voice was a bit hoarse and stuttered. No name." Orochimaru held the boy's hand tighter. "From now on, you shall be named Kai." The vitality in the boy's eyes intensified when he heard Orochimaru's words. He repeated, "Kai." Orochimaru's eyes reflected the corpses and the terrified, fleeing bandits outside. The arc of his sinister smile, which seemed to look down upon all living things, grew wider. "From now on, let my enemies tremble at your name." The boy didn't understand the full meaning of the sentence, but he deeply engraved the words in his heart. Orochimaru brought Kai to the main hall, found a seat, and sat down. Not long after, Jiraiya and Tsunade returned, both looking a little tired. Orochimaru said calmly, "Is it all taken care of?" "A few ran away in the chaos," Jiraiya said glumly. Orochimaru waved his hand, smiling. "They are just a few small fry. Even if they ran, they won't cause any trouble. Let's go, we've completed the mission." Orochimaru's words carried a natural, reassuring charisma. Jiraiya and Tsunade felt a collective sense of relief and a flash of joy. Just then, an angry roar suddenly erupted from the fort gate. Who destroyed my fort?" Orochimaru slightly frowned. It seemed the situation had devolved into the worst-case scenario. The actual leaders had arrived. Despite this thought, Orochimaru's expression remained calm and composed, which, for Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had been watching him, acted like a central pillar of strength, settling their hearts. Orochimaru said coolly, "It seems the 3 leaders who were away have returned. These 3 leaders are ninja. Be cautious. Just stay close to me and cover me. Be extremely careful." Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded. Orochimaru turned to Kai, whose hand he still held. "Stay here alone for a little while. I'll come back for you. Can you do that?" Jiraiya and Tsunade had already noticed the boy in Orochimaru's hand. Hearing Orochimaru's words, they both scrutinized the boy. The boy did not speak, only nodded, his eyes filled with determination. With everything arranged, Orochimaru led the way out, with Jiraiya and Tsunade following closely behind. What they didn't notice was that Kai, behind them, lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with self-reproach. He didn't even notice that his knuckles were white from the force, and his nails were digging into his flesh, drawing a slight trickle of blood. Orochimaru did not plan a sneak attack. Aside from the fact that Jiraiya and Tsunade were only genin and had limited ability to pull off a successful ambush, there was the risk that if they were caught during the attempt and Orochimaru was forced to reveal his full strength, the situation would become even more disadvantageous. The 3 simply walked out of the main hall into the open, heading toward the 3 fort leaders still roaring at the gate. As the 3 approached, they got a clearer look at the leaders. Unlike typical rogue ninja, these 3 were fully equipped from head to toe. They wore unidentifiable ninja vests, iron greaves and gauntlets on their forearms and shins, and had ninja pouches on their thighs. 2 had already drawn the long ninja swords from their backs, while 1 stood empty-handed, eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. All 3 turned out to be Chunin. Looking at their gear and skill level, Orochimaru vaguely sensed that there might be something unusual about their organization. The three leaders also noticed Orochimaru's group. Seeing that they were just 3 children, a look of surprise and disdain crossed their eyes. When they sensed the children's chakra and confirmed their identities as ninja, the surprise faded, but the contempt remained clear on their faces. After all, in their view, Orochimaru's group were just 3 genin. One of the leaders, a muscular ninja with a menacing face and a long ninja sword, spoke fiercely. "Did you 3 brat genin wipe out our fort? You've got guts. Pay for it with your lives. Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the ninja charged forward aggressively. He didn't see the curve of cold, sinister disdain that formed on Orochimaru's lips when he saw him rush forward. Chapter 26. Seeing the blatant scorn in the eyes of the 3 leaders, Orochimaru inwardly sneered. The blade-wielding ninja, with a ferocious expression, rushed forward, seemingly already envisioning Orochimaru and his 2 companions being sliced into pieces by his ninja blade. The 2 leaders behind him stood with their arms crossed, watching with arrogant indifference. Orochimaru keenly noted that the remaining bare-handed ninja among the 3 posed the greatest threat to his own group. There was a thin layer of calluses on every finger of that chunin, a clear result of years of frequent hand signs from practicing ninjutsu. If this chunin wasn't dealt with, once Orochimaru exposed his true strength, the chunin would release ninjutsu from a distance. Even if not a fatal blow, the constraint on Orochimaru would be obvious, not to mention the already weaker Jiraiya and Tsunade behind him. With this thought, Orochimaru licked his lips, and a sinister plan suddenly formed in his mind. His pair of dark golden snake eyes were fixed on the charging blade-wielding chunin. With his killing intent concealed, Orochimaru looked like a fragile 6-year-old child. His perfectly timed expression of terror successfully fooled the 3 scornful leaders. Orochimaru slowly and awkwardly drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and began to clash with the blade-wielding chunin. Jiraiya and Tsunade, being watched by the other 2 chunin, dared not make any sudden moves. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp, sharp sounds of clashing metal echoed intermittently. Huffed huffs. Orochimaru looked exhausted, panting heavily and feigning fear. After defending a few more times while acting weak, he slowly retreated backward, his back facing the cold-eyed, bare-handed chunin watching them. When he was about an arm's length from the bare-handed chunin, Orochimaru stopped, gasping for air, and half-crouched on the ground, appearing to have used up his last bit of stamina. The blade-wielding chunin charged forward excitedly. His long, narrow ninja blade, enhanced by the ninja's high-speed rush, carved out a sharp flash of light like a bolt of silk, slashing towards Orochimaru's half-crouched figure on the ground, determined to cut him in 2. Just then, the exhausted Orochimaru abruptly lifted his head. His dark golden pupils held cold, ruthless killing intent, and an aura of immense killing intent raged around him. The disdainful, evil smirk on his lips seemed eternal. The deep, overwhelming killing intent, like an icy wind in the dead of winter, instantly swept over the entire area. The 3 bandit leaders collectively shuddered. It was as if a fierce giant python had suddenly appeared before them, and they were the prey unable to escape its jaws. The instant the blade-wielding ninja staggered from the shock of Orochimaru's killing intent, his sword style inevitably paused. A blinding flash erupted in Orochimaru's eyes. He fiercely pushed off the ground, backflipped with the kunai reversed, and transformed into a black shadow. He created a small dent in the earth as he rapidly somersaulted backward, turning and charging towards the bare-handed chunin. 8 branches seal release. The pale gold 8 branches seal on his chest instantly dissolved, turning into surging chakra that dispersed into his entire chakra network. It's not enough. 8 inner gates, first gate, gate of opening, open. The bodily restriction was forcibly broken open by a powerful will and spiritual strength. Ping, a faint sound, audible only to Orochimaru, emanated from inside his body, as if something had suddenly shattered. The torrent of chakra pouring from the gate of opening instantly replenished his entire chakra supply, and his physical strength instantly rose a notch. In the brief charge, Orochimaru, holding the sharp kunai, increased his speed again, becoming like a black bolt of lightning. In less than a second, he had covered the distance of several arms' lengths with his body hunched. his dark golden snake, eyes meeting the stunned gaze of the bare-handed Chunin. Puch, a head was separated from its body, trailing a fountain of blood as it flew into the air. The moment Orochimaru moved, Jiraiya and Tsunade had already rushed forward to engage the other blade-wielding leader who was watching from the side. Having instantly killed one person, Orochimaru didn't stop. The sharp kunai in his right hand flew out of his grip, lodging into the airborne head and propelling it toward the opposite blade-wielding Chunin. That blade-wielding Chunin was furious at Orochimaru for killing his comrade right in front of him. Having shaken off Orochimaru's killing intent, he grimly sliced the head Orochimaru sent at him in two. Capo. Creamy brains mixed with crimson blood splattered everywhere, forming a shower of droplets. In this instant, Orochimaru, like a swiftly moving black python, lunged forward until he was right in front of the blade-wielding ninja. His left hand contorted into an eagle claw and, fast as lightning, seized the Chunin's blade-wielding right hand. The Chunin was slightly startled, instinctively feeling something was wrong, but it was too late. Orochimaru's left hand coiled and twisted like a venomous snake. Cracked. The crisp, chilling sound of bones snapping rang out. Ah! Amidst the Chunin's sharp scream, the long, narrow ninja blade fell from his hand. Orochimaru spread his right hand below, catching the ninja blade, and straightened his body, retreating slightly. A crescent-like flash of light from the blade cut across the Chunin's throat. Pudge! The long blade sank into the flesh, and another head flew into the sky. It spun twice in the air before falling limply to the ground and rolling far away. The subtle, evil smirk on Orochimaru's lips seemed even more demonic. He dragged the long blade behind him, walking toward the last bandit leader. The ninja blade was even taller than he was, tz, carving a shallow track on the ground. Sharp, grating sparks flashed on the track, contrasting with Orochimaru's wicked expression, sending a chill down the Chunin's spine. His mind had been completely overwhelmed by Orochimaru's presence, his blade style grew weak, and his resistance became increasingly futile. Jiraiya and Tsunade were, after all, much stronger than ordinary genin. Jiraiya threw a kunai, pumped all his chakra, and unleashed a fireball the size of a millstone, which struck the Chunin. The Chunin frantically dodged, looking even more flustered, and Tsunade seized an opening, plunging a kunai into his heart. The three of them finally let out a sigh of relief when the last bandit leader fell. After killing the two Chunin, Orochimaru was already completely drained internally. He had held on with sheer willpower to avoid collapsing, but now that everything was over, he immediately sank to the ground. The side effects of opening the 8 inner gates began to emerge. His entire body was sore, and he couldn't move. The completely exhausted Jiraiya and Tsunade changed color when they saw Orochimaru fall and rushed over, looking at him with concern. Lying on the ground, Orochimaru spoke with difficulty to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you go and collect the spoils first, and also check if those 3 Chunin have anything unusual on them. Jiraiya complied and left. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then knelt on the ground. To Orochimaru's surprise, she placed her hand behind his head, propping him up, and let him rest his head on her soft lap. Then, grabbing her own sleeve, she carefully wiped him with concern. Orochimaru lay stunned on Tsunade's tender lap, gazing at her gentle, focused expression, his eyes becoming extremely complex. Chapter 27. Orochimaru lay on Tsunade's lap with a complex expression. Suddenly, a soft hiss sound reached his ears. He looked down and saw that Yamada had somehow slithered out of his clothes and was flicking its tongue at him. The pure white snake, tinged with pale gold, licked Orochimaru's cheek. Its scarlet snake eyes showed concern and affection. Ah, what is this? Wow, this little snake is so beautiful. Tsunade, who was tending to Orochimaru, said, looking surprised and delighted. Yamada glanced at Tsunade, and a clear trace of hostility showed in its scarlet pupils. As a descendant of the Yamada clan, Orochimaru could sense the little snake's animosity. He gently stroked its head in comfort and whispered, "It's all right, it's nothing. This is my companion." Yamada nodded its snake head and focused its gaze back on Orochimaru. Suddenly, Yamada's tongue flickered rapidly a few times, as if it sensed something. Immediately afterward, Its half-meter-long snake body shot out like a white flash of light, instantly reaching the corpses of the 3 bandit leaders. Jiraiya, who was searching for loot, was startled to see the strange snake appear before him. He jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and shouted toward Orochimaru, "Damn it, Orochimaru, there's a snake here, and it's a weird white snake." Jiraiya kept backing away, swinging his arms forward in a shooing motion, his voice trembling with fear as he repeatedly said, "I'm terrified of snakes. Damn it, stay away from me." Seeing Jiraiya's unusual reaction, Orochimaru suddenly remembered his history and gave a helpless, bitter smile. Yamada looked at Jiraiya cautiously. Seeing that the latter actively retreated, it seemed quite satisfied. It casually glided over the corpses of the 3 bandit leaders, occasionally stopping and taking a deep breath. A faint blue chakra was then extracted by Yamada from the corpse and absorbed into its body. Jiraiya screamed again, "Oh, that snake! That snake is absorbing the chakra from the corpses. Damn it, how can this snake be so perverse?" After Yamada had absorbed all the chakra within the 3 corpses, it slithered back to Orochimaru's side. Seeing this sight, Jiraiya was practically petrified. His face was ashen, and he roared, "Orochimaru, this snake is yours. This weird white snake is yours." Yamada sensitively picked up on the word weird, which seemed to be a not-so-flattering adjective, and again aimed a hostile look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya instantly closed his mouth and continued his task with a gloomy expression. While collecting the spoils from the corpses, he muttered, "HMPH, is having a weird snake a big deal? Can a weird snake just scare people for no reason? HMPH, when I go back to the clan, I'll go to Mount Mayaboku and get a big toad." "Heh then. Wait, does a snake eat a toad, or does a toad eat a snake? It must be a toad eating a snake. The ancestor said so, so it must be right." Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya's frustration, and along with Tsunade, watched Yamada's actions without blinking. The small, white-tanned gold Yamada began to display its peculiarities again. Yamada continuously slithered over Orochimaru's body, occasionally puffing out a pale gold breath. It guided this strange pale gold essence to seep into Orochimaru's body. The full body soreness and inability to move, the side effects Orochimaru suffered from using the 8 inner gates technique, rapidly vanished after the pale gold essence permeated him. The chakra inside his body was also quickly refined and condensed like the rising tide. Yamada stopped its movements only when Orochimaru's chakra had recovered by about half. It seemed a little tired and lay lazily on Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru sat up and regathered a third of his total chakra at his heart. The pale gold Yamada seal reappeared. Yamada seemed to sense that its home was fixed. With its scarlet snake eyes half closed, it slipped inside Orochimaru's clothes and coiled itself over the seal. Orochimaru lightly touched his chest, stood up, and started collecting the spoils of war with Jiraiya. Tsunade, who was behind him, followed with an expression of curiosity and longing, constantly asking Orochimaru question after question about Yamada's origin. The tall figure standing on the distant tree was indeed Hiruzen Sarutobi. He wore a satisfied smile, his eyes still holding remnants of surprise. When the 3 Chunin first appeared, he had considered stepping in to provide support, but Orochimaru once again provided him with continuous astonishment. Seeing that the 3 children were essentially capable of defending themselves, Sarutobi quietly left. He had obtained the satisfying information he sought, and the objective of the mission had been achieved, so there was no need for him to reveal himself. Sarutobi was unaware that in the moment he turned around, he nearly caused his 3 subordinates to lose their lives because of that decision. Orochimaru organized the loot from the corpses, providing one-sentence answers to Tsunade's increasingly strange questions about Yamada. Suddenly, he felt something unusual on the bare-handed bandit leader's body. There was a slight, almost imperceptible protrusion near the heart area of the deceased ninja's vest. If Orochimaru hadn't undergone special body tempering secret arts training and wasn't rapidly improving his control over his body parts, he would have had difficulty noticing it. Orochimaru reached inside the collar of the ninja vest and fumbled around. He found a small inner pocket stuck close to the heart. He pulled out a black and white striped scroll about the length and thickness of a baby's arm. Orochimaru discreetly checked it with his spiritual senses. After confirming there were no ninjutsu traps or mechanisms, he slowly and carefully unrolled it. It turned out to be a meticulously crafted map. The territory shown on the map was that of the Land of Fire, specifically the area surrounding the bandit camp. Numerous places on the map were marked with conspicuous red dots. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed instantly, and his habitual evil smirk froze. Although he didn't know what the red dots represented, his seasoned experience from his previous life made him immediately conclude that these dots were highly likely to be the secret stationed locations of Leaf Village, Konoha, Ninja. This suggested that the 3 bandit leaders were probably spies who had secretly infiltrated the Land of Fire. Sensing the complexity of the situation, Orochimaru immediately informed Jiraiya and Tsunade. The 3 exchanged glances, quickly sorted the loot, only taking a few items of the highest value, and gave the rest to the poor women who had suffered greatly in the bandit camp. Once they finished, the 3 immediately took Kai and left the camp. Chapter 28. In a certain location, in the Land of Rivers. Inside a dark room stood 6 men with strong auras. Their faces were indistinguishable. One man stood in the middle with his hands clasped behind his back, while the others stood with bowed heads and slightly bent backs, all in a posture of respectful listening. "Knock, knock, knock." "Come in," said the man standing in the center with his hands behind his back. His voice was oddly deep and resonant, as if being amplified through something. The door opened, and a respectful man wearing a Rain Village forehead protector walked in. He did not dare to be presumptuous, bowing as he presented a paper scroll to the man in the center, speaking rapidly and clearly. "Lord, a message from the Land of Fire." A black shadow swept by, and the scroll was already in the man's hand. As he opened and read it, the aura around him grew increasingly sinister. The surrounding men felt an inexplicable chill. Bang! The man fiercely slammed his fist onto a wooden table next to him. A sharp crack sounded, and the table instantly splintered into pieces. The man could not help but curse. Trash, utter trash. 3 Chunin were actually defeated by 3 Konoha genin brats. I want to know, are the Konoha ninja too strong, or are our Rain Village ninja too inept? The man stressed the words strong and inept heavily. The 6 men around him did not dare to answer and remained silent. The man sighed inwardly at their reaction. After a moment, he regained his composure and calmly instructed, "Immediately relay the message to the remaining members in the Land of Fire. Send the 2 most elite squads to intercept them. Do you understand? The 2 most elite squads? Everyone else is to immediately abandon all supplies, bring only the map, and return. Tell them to execute this command without delay. Go." "Yes, Lord." The Rain Village ninja, who had delivered the message, bowed and left to carry out the order. Just then, one of the 5 men standing in bowed reverence stepped forward and tentatively asked, "Lord, I don't understand why only 2 squads will suffice." The man standing in the center saw his aura gradually soften. Finally, someone teachable, he thought, and answered faintly, "That location is not far from Konoha Village. Under extreme pressure, they could enter Konoha's warning perimeter in half an hour. If even these 2 squads can't stop these 3 strange genin, then sending more people would just be sending them to their deaths once they reach Konoha's warning perimeter. Furthermore, at that point, moving from the shadows to the light means it's no longer espionage. It's war." The man who had stepped forward bowed, as if having received instruction, and then retreated to his place. The room fell silent once more. Orochimaru and the other 3 quickly left the bandit camp and found a small town where they rested first. Although Orochimaru knew that rushing to Konoha without stopping would put them within the village's warning perimeter in half an hour, he didn't dare to gamble. He couldn't risk not making it in time, especially while dragging Kai, an ordinary person, and he couldn't risk an ambush during that critical half hour. After Orochimaru and the 3's chakra and stamina were mostly recovered, they walked together to the town entrance. Orochimaru spoke sternly to Kai. "Kai, I have no need for trash, so I'm giving you a test. Do you understand?" Kai nodded resolutely, his dark eyes fixed intently on Orochimaru, waiting focusedly for him to continue. Orochimaru continued, You must now make it to Konoha alone, using your own strength. Then, find my house. Remember my name, I am Orochimaru. Can you do it? Kai maintained his stubborn and determined expression, nodded seriously, and then turned and walked away without looking back. His young figure possessed a firm resolve, like someone who would not turn back until the goal was reached. Tsunade said indignantly, Orochimaru, he's just a normal child. Aren't you being too cruel? Yeah, Orochimaru, letting him come with us wouldn't hurt anything, Jiraiya chimed in. Orochimaru gave a wicked smile. That child is not ordinary. Orochimaru stopped himself. If he can reach Konoha, he will become the sharpest sword under my command. Shaking off his thoughts, Orochimaru said calmly, All right, let's plan this out. The two of you go first, rushing toward Konoha with all your strength. I'll shadow you from the darkness behind, about 100 meters back. If you encounter an ambush, if you can just hold them off for a moment, I can immediately rush in and launch a surprise attack from the shadows. We'll seize the chance to kill the enemy with one blow. Jiraiya and Tsunade heard Orochimaru's words. Although they knew this was the best method for the current situation, they couldn't hide their displeasure at being used as bait by Orochimaru. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, with anxiety over the dangers ahead and internal discord among the group. Orochimaru keenly sensed the change in atmosphere. He glanced at their expressions and immediately guessed their thoughts. He turned back and said softly, I'm sorry. The two were momentarily stunned, but their eyes quickly showed relief. Jiraiya, arguably the person who understood Orochimaru best, remembered Orochimaru's contributions during the bandit camp raid. He felt a bit ashamed of his recent thoughts. He rushed forward, casually slung an arm around Orochimaru's shoulder and laughed loudly. Ha, don't worry. With I, Jiraiya-sama, here, we'll all make it back to the village safely. Tsunade flashed a brilliant smile. Orochimaru smiled wryly. I truly have changed, he thought. The three prepared themselves, activated their Shinshin, and set off toward Konoha as planned. Orochimaru shadowed Jiraiya and Tsunade from about 100 meters behind in the distance, employing his masterful anti-tracking and reconnaissance skills. His small body concealed all killing intent and his faint, nearly inaudible body odor. He moved like a massive python slithering through the forest, fully utilizing every shadow in the woods, advancing silently without leaving the slightest trace. Jiraiya and Tsunade carefully and cautiously used their Shinshin, weaving swiftly between the trees. One massive tree after another was quickly left behind. The distance to Konoha grew shorter, but the unease in their hearts grew stronger. Whoosh whoosh. Jiraiya and Tsunade leaped over another large tree, continuing their rush forward without stopping. What they didn't notice was a pair of eyes, watching their every move from a shadow beneath the tree. The person hiding in the darkness waited until Jiraiya and Tsunade had moved far away, then pulled down the headset they wore and whispered, calling Team 1 and Team 2. Moth calling Team 1 and Team 2. Team 1 here, Moth speak. Team 2 here, Moth speak. The person identified as Moth was about to speak when he suddenly froze. Chapter 29. The ninja, codenamed Moth, who was hiding in the shadows and about to speak, suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold on his neck. A sharp kunai was already pressed against his throat, the keen edge drawing an extremely shallow scratch of blood on his skin. Orochimaru stepped out from behind the Moth, holding the kunai to his neck with his right hand and making a shushing gesture with his left, smiling wickedly. On the other end of the ear mic, the lack of an answer led to some impatience. Moth, please report the enemy situation as quickly as possible. Report the enemy situation as quickly as possible. The Moth was about to report 3, but Orochimaru's eyes sharpened, and he pressed the kunai in a little further. The scratch on the Moth's neck deepened, and drops of blood continuously flowed down the kunai. The Moth's eyes were filled with the fear of death, and he dared not speak an extra word. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction and held up a 2 sign with his left hand. The Moth reluctantly replied, 2 genin enemies are heading towards Squad 2's location. A torrent of curses and shouts came through the ear mic. Damn it, the intelligence said there were 3. I swear, they send so many elites to intercept just 2. This is truly frustrating. Orochimaru reached out and switched off the ear mic on the Moth's head. The moth was wearing an expression of terror and was about to beg for his life. But Orochimaru's eyes flashed with severity, and he immediately slit his carotid artery. The moth fell, his face a mixture of disbelief and unwillingness. Blood rapidly gushed out, saturating the forest floor beneath him. Orochimaru stepped over the corpse with indifference, a hint of worry in his eyes. He swiftly rushed toward Jiraiya and Tsunade. Orochimaru didn't bother to conceal his tracks, chasing forward frantically. Suddenly, violent chakra fluctuations, the sounds of clashing metal, and explosions reached Orochimaru's senses from a location a few dozen meters ahead. His heart tightened. He immediately concealed his presence again, transforming into a black shadow and stealthily approaching. Upon reaching the edge of the battlefield, Orochimaru cautiously hid behind a large tree. Shielded by the dense bushes, he exposed only his eyes to quickly observe the battle situation. The squad 2 mentioned by the moth consisted of 2 genin and 2 chunin. They were all fully equipped and wore no forehead protectors, making it impossible to tell which hidden village they belonged to. Duo, 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 boom, boom, boom. The 2 chunin, each with a genin, were surrounding and attacking Jiraiya and Tsunade. The 2 chunin occasionally released ninjutsu that constantly put Jiraiya and Tsunade in perilous situations and added several new wounds. However, their strong foundation in taijutsu body techniques and their skillful 3 basic jutsu allowed them to escape death time after time. Still, with their stamina rapidly depleting, defeat and death were only a matter of moments away. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, mixed with a faint scent of blood. Orochimaru began to feel excited again. His dark golden snake eyes carried a bloodlust as he rapidly absorbed the battle information, constantly judging the optimal moment for a surprise attack. He reached up and patted his chest. The dormant little Yamata, awakened by Orochimaru, slithered out, looking at him with displeasure. Its head emerged from the collar of Orochimaru's shirt. Its scarlet snake tongue seemed to have detected some special information, and it quickly darted onto Orochimaru's shoulder, adopting a posture of alert readiness, its body coiled into an S shape, ready to shoot out at any moment. With Yamata's assistance, Orochimaru felt an added layer of confidence. His eyes were locked on the battle situation. Huffs. Jiraiya was constantly panting heavily. His stamina was starting to give out, and his chakra was running low. Orochimaru had not yet arrived. He looked at Tsunade, whose situation was also extremely critical under the simultaneous attack of the other chunin and genin, and a flash of decisiveness appeared in his eyes. Jiraiya threw the kunai in his hand, forcing the opposite genin to retreat. His hands quickly began forming complex ninjutsu hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. 5 or 6 small, reddish fireballs, the size of an adult's fist, flew toward the chunin from all directions. The chunin seemed surprised that the Leaf Village genin in front of him could use a jutsu of this level, and his movements stiffened slightly, missing the best opportunity for a counterattack. He was forced to fly backward in retreat, and his hands also began forming hand seals. Orochimaru, who had been waiting on the side, inwardly praised Jiraiya for his skills. Seeing that the chunin was retreating directly toward his position, his eyes lit up. A boundless killing intent erupted like a thunderclap, covering the entire area. Orochimaru raised his sharp kunai. With a punch sound, it instantly plunged into the unsuspecting chunin's heart from behind. The critically wounded chunin spat out a mouthful of crimson blood mixed with fragments of his heart. The ninjutsu he hadn't finished casting could no longer be released. He closed his eyes and went to meet the King of Hell. Orochimaru revealed his face from behind the chunin, winked at Jiraiya, and gave an evil smile. The astonished Jiraiya felt a wave of delight and surprise, and his nearly exhausted stamina seemed to recover by a few points. The Yamata on Orochimaru's shoulder also shot out in the blink of an eye, biting the genin whom Jiraiya had forced back. On the other side, the chunin who was attacking Tsunade saw the sudden situation. His eyes flickered rapidly. In a brief moment, powerful reinforcements had arrived for the enemy, and 2 of his comrades had been killed. He didn't hesitate. He made a snap decision, abandoned the genin next to him, threw a handful of shuriken, and turned to flee into the depths of the dense forest. Orochimaru's pursuit was momentarily blocked by the shuriken the Chunin threw. Jiraiya wanted to give chase, but Orochimaru stopped him. Together, they apprehended the remaining genin, who was utterly despairing and had lost all will to fight. Orochimaru explained to Jiraiya, "Your chakra is nearly depleted. I heard that there's another squad of ninja on their way. If we chase them and then run into the other squad, no matter how strong I am, it would definitely be a complete wipeout." Jiraiya, covered in wounds, nodded in sudden realization. Relatively speaking, Tsunade had fewer wounds. Orochimaru was not surprised. The extraordinary, strong physique of her clan's descendants was their basic innate talent. Tsunade pointed at the genin restrained by Orochimaru. Still feeling a little squeamish about killing, she hesitated and asked, "What should we do with this genin? Should we kill him?" Orochimaru looked down at the terrified genin, who was tied up like a mummy on the ground. He licked his lips and smiled wickedly. "Heh heh, don't worry, he's still a little useful." The bound genin was a half-grown boy, about 10 years old. He was trembling with fear, his eyes filled with deep horror and despair. Orochimaru yanked him up from the ground, forcefully pushing him against the big tree with a pum sound. The frantic killing intent and intense excitement in his dark golden snake eyes continuously brewed and surged, pushing the genin's psychological limit as they met his gaze. He held a sharp kunai in his hand, scraping it down his eyelids, neck, heart, and other vital spots, relentlessly breaking down the genin's mental defense. Pudge. Chapter 30. Pudge. Crimson blood sprayed out into a shimmering flower in the air. One of the genin's ears had been sliced off by Orochimaru and fell to the ground, dripping with blood. Because the swing of the blade was so fast, the genin only realized what had happened when the blood sprayed onto his face. His pupils instantly constricted to a point from extreme terror. Just as he was about to open his mouth and scream, Orochimaru covered it with his hand. MMMPH, MMMPH, MMMPH. The genin let out muffled sounds. His eyes filled with terror as he looked at the boy who appeared much younger than him. Orochimaru silently gave a wicked smile, then put a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. The genin forced himself to bear the intense pain and complied. His struggles and protests gradually faded. Orochimaru's eyes were as evil and crazed as a demon's, yet his tone was gentle, like a younger boy next door. "See, I just can't control myself very well. When I see blood, I get excited. And when I get excited, my hands, well, they don't know where to go. They just want to pick up a kunai, stab something, poke something, and then I feel comfortable." As the genin listened to Orochimaru's heartfelt confession, his terror intensified. His entire body shook as if he were having a seizure. Orochimaru affectionately stroked the genin's pale, cold-sweated cheek and continued, "It's all right, I won't ask you anything. Can you help me relieve my excitement? You know, it won't be long, maybe just about 5 minutes. Can you do that?" Having finished speaking, Orochimaru lowered the hand covering the genin's mouth. His youthful face wore an amiable, adorable expression, like a younger brother begging his older brother for candy. The genin, his face ashen like gold paper from fear, spilled everything he knew like beans pouring from a sack. Don't get excited, I just want a quick death, I'll tell you everything." The genin answered, his voice trembling, holding nothing back. By the looks of it, if Orochimaru had wanted to know the color of his cousin's underwear, he would have readily confessed that too. After hearing the genin's intelligence, Orochimaru frowned slightly. These people were indeed spies, and spies from the neighboring land of rivers. Orochimaru estimated that this operation must have been tacitly approved by some greater power. Furthermore, in the other squad, there was a special jonin who specialized in tracking. The Chunin who escaped must have already informed the other squad of the situation. They still had at least 15 minutes to travel before reaching the Leaf Village's alert radius. Orochimaru believed that if the special jonin wasn't an idiot, that amount of time was enough for him to catch up and get ahead of the three of them. The situation was getting increasingly tricky. Orochimaru looked at the sky. It was getting late. If they took a detour, there was no chance of reaching the Leaf Village today, and the mission would be considered a failure. It seemed they had no other choice. Orochimaru turned back, still composed and calm, but said solemnly to Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had also heard the intelligence, "Let's go. We have no choice." The two nodded. Tsunade couldn't help but ask, "What about this genin? He gave us the information, shouldn't we let him go?" The genin's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope upon hearing Tsunade's words. Orochimaru gave a cold smile. With a putch sound, the kunai stabbed into the genin's heart. Staring emotionlessly at the disbelieving genin, Orochimaru said flatly, "Didn't he say he only wanted a quick death? I'm granting his wish." Jiraiya and Tsunade remained silent. Yamada slithered out from who knows where and crawled back into Orochimaru's clothes, falling asleep again. Orochimaru sensed Yamada's condition. It was not absorbing any more chakra, suggesting that its capacity for chakra absorption was limited. Afterward, Orochimaru ignored the dead genin, leaped onto a tree branch and said in a low voice, "We're running out of time. Let's go quickly." Ada was a rain ninja from the land of rivers. He possessed a unique talent in tracking and counter-tracking, which earned him the appreciation of Hanzo the Salamander, leading to his promotion from elite Chunin to special Jonin. When the orders from Lord Hanzo came down, Ada resolutely decided to volunteer to eliminate this potential threat for his lord, as repayment for Hanzo's recognition of his talent. Ada immediately sensed that something was wrong when Squad 2 went silent less than a minute after engaging the enemy. He instantly ordered his subordinates to rush toward Squad 2's location at full speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, Ada heard an unusual noise. He signaled to his rear to take up a standby alert position, and the squad immediately dispersed, hiding into the nearby shadows. Huff huffs. Violent panting and gasping came from the direction Ada was watching, and he could hear the thick fear in the heavy breaths. A familiar figure soon darted into Ada's view. He suddenly jumped out, standing in front of the newcomer, and urgently asked, "Akai, what happened? Where's your ear mic?" Akai, seeing Ada, looked delighted. Hearing the question, he replied with lingering fear, "I lost the ear mic while running." "Ada, there were 3 of them, and one was trailing behind. He suddenly jumped out and caught us completely off guard. That person is very strong, and the killing intent on him." Ada frowned. While inwardly calling Akai an idiot, he swiftly cut off the rest of the conversation that was demoralizing his troops. "Enough! Which way did they run? We leave immediately. I refuse to believe that 3 genin can cause such a ruckus for us 4 Chunin. HMPH, Lord Hanzo's great plan must not be ruined by a few brats." Akai nodded in agreement. After Ada mentioned Lord Hanzo, the terror in his eyes subsided somewhat, and his fighting spirit returned. He pointed in the direction of the Leaf Village and said viciously, "When we catch those brats, I'm going to personally slice them in half." Ada nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and chased in the direction the 3 of them had left. Along the way, he fully employed his powerful tracking skills, rapidly closing the distance between his squad and Orochimaru's group. The closer Orochimaru got to the Leaf Village, the more uneasy he felt. He had a strong sense that a hound was rapidly approaching the 3 of them from behind. Ada darted onto another tree. He stopped at a faint, almost invisible footprint on a thick branch, touched some of the soil, smelled it, and his eyes lit up. He sneered, "Full speed ahead, they're not far now." Orochimaru's pace became faster and faster. He could hear the heavy, labored breathing of Jiraiya and Tsunade behind him, but time would not allow them to waste even a tiny bit more. If they were caught by the other squad, Jiraiya and Tsunade, with their chakra nearly gone and multiple injuries, would be completely defenseless, leaving only him. Suddenly, Orochimaru clearly sensed abnormal chakra fluctuations behind them. He knew the pursuers had arrived. At this moment, the 3 of them were still at least 5 minutes away from the Leaf Village's alert radius. Moreover, whether or not they would encounter patrol ninja, even after entering the radius, was a matter of chance. The situation had become extremely critical. Chapter 31. Sensing the rapidly approaching pursuers, Orochimaru gave a wry smile. A flash of resolve passed through his dark golden pupils, and he stopped. Jiraiya and Tsunade halted in surprise. Orochimaru offered a desolate smile, took the sleeping Yamada out of his shirt, and placed it, along with the crucial intelligence map scroll, into Tsunade's hand. He spoke with a false sense of ease. You take Yamada and go first. I'll wait for them here. Jiraiya listened to Orochimaru in disbelief and cried out, "What are you talking about, Orochimaru?" "I said I told you to go," Orochimaru interrupted Jiraiya, roaring loudly. Jiraiya and Tsunade both flinched. Yamada, unable to sense the chakra emanating from the Yamada seal, woke up from its slumber. Seeing that it was in Tsunade's hands, it immediately shot back onto Orochimaru's shoulder, licked his face affectionately, and lowered its head, preparing to slither back into his clothes. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "Orochimaru, are they coming soon?" Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in surprise, then immediately turned and pressed Orochimaru for an answer. Orochimaru gave a bitter smile, looking at Tsunade. Untouched by tragedy, this Tsunade was so meticulous and perceptive. She didn't need to mask herself with drinking and decadence. She was still the generous and wise princess Tsunade. Orochimaru nodded. "I sense that they will catch up to us in 1 minute at the most. In your current physical condition, you can't fight at all. You are just a burden, do you understand?" Orochimaru grabbed Yamada as it tried to slither into his clothes and spoke to it seriously. "Yamada, you go with them." Yamada seemed to realize what was happening. Its scarlet snake eyes showed a human-like expression of stubbornness. It shook its head desperately, like a child about to be separated from its parents. Orochimaru gently stroked its small snake head and said softly, "Go, I will catch up to you soon." Orochimaru paused. "Yamada, if I'm not around, you must protect the little genuine one, Kai, okay?" Yamada's half-meter-long body suddenly stiffened. It slowly coiled up and lay motionless in Tsunade's hand, as if it had died. From the forest not far behind them, the sound of rustling leaves suddenly reached them. All three of their hearts sank. Orochimaru turned his back on Jiraiya and Tsunade, his eyes locked on the direction from which the pursuers were coming. With a soft "hoo," an astonishing aura burst forth from his entire body. In addition to the overwhelmingly powerful, blade-like killing intent, there was a firm, indescribably strong will. "Orochimaru," Jiraiya wanted to say more. "Go," the response was a furious shout from Orochimaru. "You have to come back," Jiraiya said in a low voice, then ran toward the leaf village with Tsunade, constantly looking back. Why did I choose to stay? Orochimaru himself didn't know. It was sudden and without reason, done without conscious thought, as if thought wasn't even necessary. In his mind, he recalled the scene of being betrayed and abandoned in his previous life. Did I want that again? No. He recalled the deathly loneliness and icy solitude he felt deep within his heart every time he faced the faint candlelight in a dark room in his past life. Did I want that again? No. His mind was also flooded with images. Kai's innocent smile in this life, Hiruzen's smile before his death in his past life, the peace he felt lying on Tsunade's lap in this life, the tearing pain in his heart when he witnessed Tsunade's grief and change of character twice in his past life. Past life, present life. Scene after scene, like a movie reel, flashed quickly through Orochimaru's mind. His focus blurred, and he murmured inwardly, "That's why I have to stay." Orochimaru's aura grew stronger, whipping up countless falling leaves. A strange feeling of spiritual integration surged from the depths of his soul. The chakra inside his body began to increase rapidly, starting to boil like heated water. "I am reborn from the endless darkness. I have drunk the solitude and pain of a lifetime. I have buried the hardship and sorrow of an era." Yamada seal release. Chakra surged out from the pale gold Yamada seal once more. His peak condition chakra was forcibly elevated a notch. Orochimaru felt a stinging pain throughout his body. His entire chakra network, unable to withstand the chakra that exceeded his physical limits, violently surged against his pathways. The already strong aura around him became even more ferocious, and faint blue specks of chakra began to dissipate outside his body. "I have returned, I stand here. I will change everything." 8 inner gates, first gate, gate of opening open. Second gate, gate of healing open. The internal restraints were broken open one by one, releasing a powerful, beast-like, frantic strength. A strong, hurricane-like aura, coupled with the materialized blue chakra flow, surged toward the sky like a towering jade pillar. Due to the immense pressure, swollen, pale blue veins bulged all over Orochimaru's body, making him look grotesque and terrifying, like a deformed person. I am Orochimaru. 8 inner gates, third gate, gate of life open. The body, already bulging with veins, was further pressurized. Several areas of his skin immediately tore open, forming bloody gashes several centimeters long. Orochimaru's whole being was like a broken doll. The tragic aura, rushing towards the sky like a hurricane, instantly radiated outward. Booms, booms, boom. A Category 12 storm seemed to sweep across the ground. Trees snapped, branches and leaves flew everywhere, leaving a scene of devastation. He raised his head. In the deep blue, surging, materialized chakra storm and airflow, the only thing clearly visible were Orochimaru's dark golden, godlike, ruthless snake eyes. They swept over the dumbfounded pursuing ninja, showing intense mockery. On his obscured face, the habitual, contemptuous, evil smirk stretched across his lips. He spoke clearly and indifferently. You are all ants. Boom! With a sudden explosive sound on the ground, Orochimaru directly stomped, snapping a thick tree that required 3 men to hug. The powerful recoil transformed him into a ghostly black shadow, and he suddenly appeared next to a Chunin who had been trying to escape. His right hand clamped onto the Chunin's utterly terrified face and gently squeezed. Puch. The large head burst open like a watermelon. Brain matter and blood flew everywhere, splattering over 10 meters away. He moved again. A leg sweep from the air cut a black streak. Cracked. The streak sliced a genin in 2. Fragments of internal organs mixed with blood were scattered, spraying a vicious, 10-meter-wide flower of blood. His figure flashed again. The 2 Chunin had already adopted their most precise defensive stances, but their speed and strength were far inferior to Orochimaru, who was in a rampaging state. Krrrk. Orochimaru's 2 hands wasted no time. His fierce punch directly shattered the arms they had raised in defense. He instantly grabbed their vulnerable necks, and under their terrified gaze, he twisted sharply. Krrrk, their necks were broken. The 2 lifeless corpses fell powerlessly toward the ground beneath the tree. Orochimaru's body, which was constantly tearing open and bleeding, erupted with an even stronger flow of materialized chakra. Furthermore, after instantly killing several people, this materialized chakra flow seemed to have been stained with a hint of blood, making it even more murderous. Orochimaru slowly turned to face the last and only special Jonin. Icy light that seemed to freeze everything shot from his eyes. Overwhelming, omnipresent killing intent surged around him, making Orochimaru look like a descending demon god, radiating a sinister power that dominated the world. Chapter 32. Ada watched the almost unrecognizable figure of the Leaf Village genin in disbelief. In just a few moments, 3 Chunin and 1 genin had perished at his hands. A tremendous sense of dread, the fear of death, was rapidly spreading through his heart. Orochimaru's entire body was like a blood man, covered in bloody gashes and bulging veins. In Orochimaru's own senses, his internal condition was even worse. Nearly all his muscles had suffered varying degrees of damage or even fragmentation. However, Orochimaru was unconcerned. Feeling the boundless power within him, he experienced an exhilarating sense of release that had been suppressed for too long. A scornful, playful smile curled at Orochimaru's lips. He coldly looked at the pale-faced Ada, like a butcher looking at a piece of fish meat waiting on the chopping block. Sensing that the effect of the 8 inner gates would last for a while longer, Orochimaru's long-dormant dark side, which was hidden deep within his heart, resurfaced. He intended to let this ninja die with hope, to let him experience his own insignificance in agony. Orochimaru looked at Ada and said flatly, "I give you a chance. Use your strongest ninjutsu." Ada was stunned. He lowered his head, seemingly pondering the truthfulness of Orochimaru's words. After a breath, Ada looked up with a sliver of hope. His hands quickly began weaving hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Summoning jutsu. A strangely shaped, completely white bird with a pointed red beak appeared before Ada. Without a second thought, Ada immediately leaped onto the bird's back and fled in terror in the direction he had come from. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, then let out a cold snort. The moment Ada started forming the seals, he recognized them as the pattern for the summoning jutsu. He had hoped this special Jonin would give him a surprise and summon a powerful creature, but unexpectedly, this strange summoned bird was merely a means of escape. The white bird's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had flown several hundred meters. Orochimaru gave a chilling smile. An actor must have the awareness to follow the script. He pushed off the ground with his foot. The enormous tree beneath him, which was at least 3 men thick, was instantly pushed dozens of centimeters deep into the mud by the force of Orochimaru's launch. Orochimaru, wreathed in surging, materialized chakra flow, moved across the treetops like a black giant python. He moved swiftly, instantly closing in behind the white bird, and the distance between them continued to narrow. This was actually a unique ninja foot technique created by Orochimaru in his past life. Under the influence of his powerful spiritual sense, the environment was no longer a normal 3-dimensional landscape, but a collection of air convection points, force collision planes, and other factors that were invisible to ordinary people. Previously, limited by his power, Orochimaru could see these things but couldn't utilize them. After activating the 8 inner gates, he finally had the chance to employ these techniques and understandings, which formed the basis for mastering space-time ninjutsu. He moved like a black python, swift as lightning, gliding across the treetops. He would occasionally flash, only to reappear dozens of meters away. Ada, sitting on the summoned beast, could still feel the heaven-piercing, raging-killing intent firmly locking onto him from behind. In a moment of respite, he couldn't help but look back. That look nearly caused him to lose control of his bowels. This young-looking Leaf Village genin had used a technique akin to the body flicker technique. In his horror, Ada frantically slapped the summoned beast's body, urging it to fly faster. Orochimaru, who was rapidly closing in behind him, frowned as the strange bird increased its speed again. His black python-like figure, with a boom sound, suddenly shot into the sky, giving him a commanding view over the terrified Ada. Ram, horse, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger. Orochimaru's hands blurred, forming streaks of dense shadows. Several ninjutsu hand seals were completed in an instant. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet jutsu. This ninjutsu, far exceeding Orochimaru's own level, was unleashed by him in his current state of overload. A torrent of highly condensed flame energy, generated by massive amounts of chakra, spewed from Orochimaru's mouth. The violent, chaotic flame energy swelled against the wind, instantly forming the image of a crimson, fierce fire dragon head in the air. It let out a furious roar. Growl, roar. Under Orochimaru's control, the majestic and fierce flame dragon head roared as it charged towards Ada and his summoned beast. Whoosh, boom. As the ferocious dragon head passed, the white bird didn't even have a chance to dispel the summoning jutsu, turning directly into ashes that scattered in the wind. Ada, however, jumped out in the nick of time, falling toward a large tree. Orochimaru looked at Ada, who had narrowly escaped death, and gave a sinister smile. He merged with the space and rushed forward. In the next instant, he appeared behind Ada. Orochimaru's voice was chilling and evil, as if from the deepest abyss. You deserve to die. The moment Orochimaru's words fell, his blood-gushing fists, wreathed in ferocious, materialized chakra, struck Ada's body like meteors. The powerful force and rapid speed of the punches left Ada completely unable to resist. Crunch, crack. The sound of shattering bones and tearing flesh continuously emanated from Ada's body. He violently spat out mouthfuls of crimson blood mixed with bone fragments. His lifeless eyes were filled with a yearning for death. He had never imagined that wanting to die could be so difficult. Orochimaru's control technique was masterful, allowing Ada to feel the agony of every muscle and bone being shattered while keeping him alive for the time being. Pum! Orochimaru delivered a final upward kick, snapping Ada's last remaining bone. Then, his right hand shot out like lightning, seizing Ada's throat. He pulled him closer with one hand. In your next life, don't be my enemy. Pum! He released his right hand, immediately followed by a whip-like leg that struck Ada's head. The tremendous force caused Ada's head to explode the moment he flew backward, forming a shower of blood that covered an area of over 10 meters in the air. Booms, booms, boom. The headless corpse finally smashed into the ground after breaking several trees, left completely mangled. It's finally over. Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief. The side effects of the 8 inner gates immediately surged forward. His entire body seemed to have shrunk, and the incessant bleeding from the ruptured wounds finally found its opportunity, gushing out like a fountain. Smelling the thick scent of blood in the air, Orochimaru gave a mournful smile. His consciousness gradually blurred. Just as he was about to pass out, he seemed to see several familiar figures rushing toward him from the direction of the Leaf Village. However, before he could clearly see their faces, his body collapsed. His consciousness once again sank into that familiar darkness. Chapter 33. Orochimaru's consciousness lay dormant in the darkness. He felt only a familiar, merging sensation of his soul once again. As this feeling intensified, Orochimaru gradually experienced a profound, mysterious sensation. His mind subconsciously understood that the last remnants of his 2 souls, from his past and present lives, were undergoing their final integration. Orochimaru did not know how long passed in this peculiar state. Finally, the sensation vanished. Gradually, a small light appeared before him, and his consciousness slowly began to awaken. The intense brightness caused Orochimaru to squint instinctively. After blinking several times, he clearly saw his surroundings: the clean, white ceiling and the Hawkage rock visible outside the window. Everything signaled that Orochimaru was out of danger and was in the Leaf Village hospital. He tried to use his hands to push himself up, but suddenly, his entire body was racked with a frequent, agonizing, bone-deep pain, as if he were being simultaneously sliced by thousands of tiny knives, or as if all the muscles and skin on his body had been ripped apart. The intense pain made Orochimaru gasp sharply and caused a cold sweat to break out on his forehead. He looked down to see that he was wrapped head to toe, like a human mummy, in layers of white medical bandages, with an excessive number of splints and braces holding him in place. Clack! The Japanese-style sliding wooden door was suddenly opened. A familiar, small figure rushed in. Just as the figure was about to leap onto Orochimaru's injured body, another familiar voice from behind quickly called out to stop her. "Little Magi, be careful. Your brother is still seriously hurt." The small figure that had rushed in was the beautiful and adorable little Magi. Magi, her face crumpled in tears, lowered the 2 fair little hands that were about to embrace Orochimaru. Her young body leaned over Orochimaru's bedside, her large, bright, watery black eyes filled with deep concern and sorrow. Grabbing Orochimaru's hand, she choked out, "Brother, how did you get hurt? Didn't you say that if Magi studied hard and stayed home, you'd come back safely?" "Woo-woo, you didn't keep your word." "Wah woo-woo." By the end, little Magi couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw herself onto the bed, hugging Orochimaru's hand, and cried heartbrokenly. Listening to Magi's sincere words, the darkness in Orochimaru's heart, which had been filled with slaughter and gore for days, was instantly illuminated by a warm, brilliant ray of sunshine. The gloom was completely swept away, like seeing a clear sky after the clouds part. Hearing Magi's anguished sobs, his heart filled with tenderness. Orochimaru fought the intense, bone-deep pain. With his other hand, he gently stroked little Magi's hair and said warmly, There, Magi, it's all over. Isn't your brother back now?" Following her in was Tsunade. Beside Tsunade was a black-haired, black-eyed boy, Kai, the child with the special talent whom Orochimaru had taken in at the bandit camp. Kai's face and body had some treated and bandaged wounds, suggesting his journey to the Leaf Village hadn't been peaceful either. Kai's eyes were very cold, like 10,000 years of ice. It was only when he looked at Orochimaru and little Magi that a deep concern and warmth surfaced. Orochimaru looked at Kai and gave a smile of satisfaction and approval. Kai froze for a moment. A blush flashed across his calm, cold face, showing intense excitement. After a while, he recovered and silently walked to a shadowy corner by the wall, sitting down on the floor. He maintained the same posture as when Orochimaru first met him, but his eyes stayed on Orochimaru and little Magi, occasionally revealing a trace of satisfaction and happiness. Orochimaru looked at the approaching Tsunade, his mind full of questions. Tsunade glanced at the strangely behaving Kai, looking slightly disheartened. She came to the side of Orochimaru's bed and said with concern, "The doctor said your injuries are very severe, so try not to make any sudden movements." Orochimaru was surprised for a moment, then nodded. Little Magi suddenly raised her head, her tear-stained face full of indignation. Grabbing Orochimaru's hand, she complained, "Brother, this sister Tsunade is mean. She waited for several days before telling us you were back. Otherwise, I could have seen you sooner." Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with confusion. Tsunade smiled helplessly. "You've been in a coma for a week. When Lord Sarutobi first found you, your entire body was bloody and you were hemorrhaging heavily. All your muscles and skin had varying degrees of damage. If your bones hadn't been spared, you might not have been able to be a ninja this lifetime, even if you had survived. When you first arrived at the hospital, Lord Sarutobi had the most elite medical ninja perform surgery on you. It still took 3 days just to stabilize your injuries. If Kai hadn't arrived at the Leaf Village yesterday and recognized us, Lord Sarutobi would have kept us quiet until you were fully recovered." A look of relief flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He patted Magi's head. Seeing her glare at Tsunade with an angry, aggrieved expression, he gave Tsunade an apologetic smile, then turned to Magi and said gently, "It's all right, don't be angry. Sister Tsunade meant well, okay, Magi. Besides, you won't look pretty when you're angry." Magi then turned back to Orochimaru and smiled brilliantly. Her adorable little face, framed by tears, was particularly lovely and endearing, like a flower blooming in the morning dew. Magi painstakingly dragged over a stool nearly as tall as she was and sat by Orochimaru's bed. During this, Tsunade offered to help several times, but the little girl coldly refused her. Tsunade helplessly returned to her seat, facing the grudge-holding little one. Little Magi sat on the stool, holding Orochimaru's hand and resting her head on it. She babbled about her experiences during the days Orochimaru was gone. Whenever she talked about missing him, a few tears would inevitably fall. Crying and laughing, she soon fell asleep. Listening to Magi's even breathing, Orochimaru smiled. He looked at Kai sitting in the corner and turned to ask Tsunade, "What's going on with Kai?" Tsunade didn't know how to answer. "We've tried to persuade him many times, but it's no use. The medical ninja at the hospital said Kai seems to have developed a psychological trauma. He only feels safe when he's in the shadows." Orochimaru frowned slightly. He laboriously beckoned Kai with his bandaged hand. Kai's eyes flickered. He hesitated, then walked over, head bowed. Orochimaru asked gently, "Kai, why do you still hide in the dark?" Kai moved his lips a few times, apparently trying to figure out what to say. Master, I'm very, very comfortable in the dark." Orochimaru thought of Kai's special talent and said no more. Kai looked up, saw Orochimaru's expression, scratched his head, and gave a simple-minded smile. He then returned to his corner. Orochimaru continued asking Tsunade, "What about Yamada?" Just as Tsunade was about to answer, a heart-wrenching shriek suddenly came from the doorway. Og. Chapter 34. Tsunade listened to the shriek and said calmly, "He's here." Orochimaru looked toward the door with a puzzled expression. Clack. The wooden door was opened by a trembling hand holding a basket of fruit. Then, Jiraiya walked in with a miserable face. On his other hand, Yamada was hanging, biting down on his index finger. Tsunade said with a strange tone, "Jiraiya went to the bookstore these past few days and found out that snakes eat toads. He said that to overcome the fear and pressure in his heart, he needed some training, so he borrowed Yamada from me." Orochimaru was again speechless at the reasoning of this buffoon. When Jiraiya entered the room, Yamada instantly released its bite and shot like lightning onto Orochimaru's body, its head constantly rubbing against Orochimaru's face to show affection. Jiraiya, who had also heard Tsunade's words upon entering, rushed over with a look of triumph. He placed the fruit basket on the cabinet next to Orochimaru's bed. Noticing the sleeping Magi, he lowered his voice and said, "That's right, Tsunade is correct. How can the brave and handsome Lord Jiraiya be afraid of a mere snake?" Yamada's head snapped around, and its scarlet eyes stared coldly at the smug Jiraiya. Jiraiya's triumphant expression instantly froze on his face. It must be said that Jiraiya possessed a natural ability to lighten the mood. As soon as he arrived, the atmosphere in the sick room eased up. Jiraiya then softly recounted what happened after he and Tsunade left. It turned out that shortly after they left, they ran into Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had come out looking for them out of anxiety. What followed was a natural sequence of events. Sarutobi arrived in time, rescued the severely wounded Orochimaru, and rushed him to the Leaf Village Hospital for emergency treatment. Even the attending medical ninja said it was a miracle that Orochimaru was able to fight and defeat such a formidable team, a special Jonin, 3 Chunin, and 1 Genin, and then survive the subsequent massive hemorrhage. After reviewing the scroll that Tsunade brought back, Sarutobi was enraged and immediately ordered the swift elimination of all bandit and robber groups in the Land of Fire. However, it was said that no further valuable intelligence was gained. Nevertheless, Orochimaru's contribution was undeniable. The heroic story of him bravely staying behind alone to intercept the powerful enemy for the sake of his comrades and crucial intelligence, and successfully slaying them all, quickly spread among the village's ninja. He even gained numerous admirers among the younger generation. If noisy gatherings weren't forbidden in the hospital, Orochimaru's admirers would probably have burst the door to his room. Moreover, the many fruit baskets and flowers sent by those admirers had to be blocked by the hospital. Otherwise, even getting through the door would be a problem now. After Jiraiya finished speaking, both he and Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with gratitude. If Orochimaru hadn't risked his life to cover their retreat, it was doubtful whether they would have survived the encounter with so many powerful ninja and be lying in a hospital bed now. Orochimaru remained silent after hearing their words, then offered a casual, utterly unrestrained smile. As it was getting late, Jiraiya and Tsunade soon left, promising to return the next day with Lord Sarutobi. After a warm dinner in the hospital room with Kai and Little Magi, Orochimaru sent them back. Watching Little Magi lead Kai away, turning back to look at him repeatedly, Orochimaru felt a warmth in his heart. They are my bonds. As night fell, Orochimaru lay in bed and began to sense the chakra within his body. Upon realizing that his entire chakra network was like a broken water tank, riddled with holes everywhere, Orochimaru felt a wave of frustration. He knew that with such injuries, he shouldn't expect to recover for several months. Yamada seemed to sense Orochimaru's mood. It slithered out from the side, its head rubbing against Orochimaru's face, conveying its deep affection. This unique method of comfort from Yamada helped soothe Orochimaru's mood. After comforting Orochimaru for a while, Yamada began its work. Watching Yamada's actions, Orochimaru was reminded of the scene after he killed the bandit leaders. With a faint suspicion, he was now filled with pleasant surprise. Yamada, its half-meter white and pale gold body slithering, first moved to Orochimaru's right hand. Its triangular snake head aimed at Orochimaru's white-bandaged right hand and let out a puff of breath. A slightly richer stream of pale gold, peculiar air, compared to the last time, was expelled from Yamada's mouth. Orochimaru's heavily bandaged right arm, like an extremely dry sponge, quickly absorbed this pale gold, strange air that Yamada had breathed out. Unlike the previous time, Orochimaru's body, which was now somewhat familiar with the process, reacted by having every cell violently surge, like starving children, eagerly receiving this strange air as it permeated him. Orochimaru carefully sensed the state of his body and the nature of this pale gold air. Supported by his powerful, almost abnormal spiritual energy, he discovered that this pale gold, peculiar air expelled by Yamada contained an extremely rich and pure sense of natural energy. In other words, this pale gold air that Yamada was breathing out was sage jutsu. At this realization, Orochimaru became even more curious about the origin of this strange little creature. The little creature worked until midnight, finally exhausted. It slithered back to Orochimaru's chest and fell into a deep sleep. Orochimaru subtly checked his body and found that his injuries had healed significantly in this short time. His internal chakra network was completely repaired, and his chakra had recovered by about half. Filled with greater gratitude for this miraculous little creature, Orochimaru immediately began condensing the Yamata seal to restore the creature's nest. Once the seal was condensed, Orochimaru immediately began restoring his chakra. When his entire chakra network was surging with a boundless flow of chakra, Orochimaru realized that he had inadvertently crossed the threshold of a Chunin. He faintly felt that this was a result of his near-death experience combined with the final soul integration. Over the next few days, Yamata would slither out every night when all was quiet to perform its healing process on Orochimaru. In just a few days, Orochimaru's injuries, which originally required several months of recovery, were almost completely healed. Every morning, little Magi would drag Kai to Orochimaru's room and stay until dark. Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade also visited him from time to time. Everyone was naturally astonished by Orochimaru's incredible recovery speed. Since Orochimaru kept the reason secret, everyone was left confused, though pleasantly surprised. Tsunade vaguely suspected something but did not voice it. During one of the checkups, Orochimaru's attending medical ninja, Yakashi Tenshu, saw little Magi's talent and wanted to take her on as an apprentice. This was an unexpected surprise for Orochimaru. Little Magi, after asking about Yakashi Tenshu's abilities, readily agreed. In her words, she wanted to become a powerful medical ninja to specifically treat her brother's injuries. While Orochimaru was touched, he could only offer a wry smile. Orochimaru had confidence in the ability of Yakashi Tenshu, the father of Yakashi Kabuto. After all, Yakashi Tenshu was arguably the strongest medical ninja in the Leaf Village at the time, and since little Magi agreed, Orochimaru reluctantly consented. 3 days later, Orochimaru, completely healed with not even a scar remaining, was discharged from the hospital, much to the astonishment of the medical ninja staff. He went to the door of Lord Sarutobi's office and knocked on the door. Chapter 35. Knock, knock, knock. Orochimaru lightly tapped on the wooden door of Hiruzen Sarutobi's Hokage assistant office. "Come in," came Sarutobi's familiar, gentle voice from inside. Orochimaru pushed the door open, walked in, and stood before Sarutobi's desk. He bowed and offered a greeting, "Sarutobi-sensei." Sarutobi, who was reviewing documents, put down his pen upon hearing Orochimaru's voice and smiled with satisfaction. "You're here. Are you completely healed, Orochimaru?" "Yes, sensei," Orochimaru replied. Sarutobi walked out from behind his desk and affectionately patted Orochimaru's shoulder. His eyes held an unconcealed look of satisfaction. "You all completed this mission very well. I will grant Jiraiya and Tsunade each a B-rank mission credit, and you will receive an A-rank mission credit." "Thank you, sensei." Orochimaru maintained his calm and deeply respectful demeanor. Sarutobi chuckled. "Relax, child, don't be so reserved. Being too precocious isn't always good, haha." Sarutobi led Orochimaru to a nearby sofa and coffee table, motioning for him to sit down. Then, he asked cryptically, "Your chakra level is at the Chunin standard now, correct?" Orochimaru didn't hide it. "Yes, sensei. This near-death experience finally allowed me to reach the Chunin level." Upon hearing Orochimaru's answer, a sharp gleam suddenly shot out from Sarutobi's eyes. He slapped his thigh. "Good, very good." Sarutobi was growing increasingly satisfied with this disciple. The more he looked, the more he liked him. Setting aside his excellent talent, reaching Chunin level at age 6, and his terrifying combat ability, even his character and conduct suited Sarutobi's temperament. Multiple ancestors of his clan had made great contributions to the Leaf Village, and his family history was impeccably clean. He was a truly rare genius in Konoha. Orochimaru noticed Sarutobi's slightly distracted and flickering gaze and knew Sarutobi was pondering something. He did not interrupt, quietly waiting by his side. After a long time, Sarutobi recovered and said seriously, "Orochimaru, hold off on the report for your Chunin promotion for now. In a while, I will hold a Chunin exam in the Leaf Village. At that time, I need you to severely warn the ninja from other countries during the exam. Let them know that the Leaf Village is not a soft persimmon to be casually squeezed, HMPH." As he finished speaking, Sarutobi seemed to recall the intelligence that Orochimaru and the others had brought back, and he couldn't help but let out an angry, cold snort. The oppressive aura around him instantly surged and then receded. Orochimaru's body stiffened. Sensing the slight presence that Sarutobi had inadvertently released, he was a little stunned. He secretly compared it to his own peak state in his past life and still lacked confidence. He couldn't help but inwardly lament, the Sarutobi of this era is terrifyingly powerful. Sarutobi noticed Orochimaru's slight tremor and nodded slightly. He knew that all geniuses possessed a degree of arrogance, so he deliberately leaked a bit of his aura to temper Orochimaru's pride. His intentions were certainly profound. Sarutobi continued, "However, before the Chunin exam, I have a secret mission to complete, and I need you to come along. Are you willing?" Orochimaru's heart stirred. He knew he was finally earning Sarutobi's full attention. There was no reason to refuse, so he immediately replied readily, "I will follow whatever my sensei commands." "Haha, good. All right then, I'll give you 3 days to spend time with little Magi and the others. Report to me here early on the morning of the 4th day." Sarutobi was delighted, seemingly having expected Orochimaru's answer all along. Orochimaru nodded. The two chatted for a bit longer before Orochimaru took his leave. During these 3 days, Orochimaru did not slack off on his training. Instead, he prioritized putting extra effort into body tempering and curse seal enhancement. In the bandit extermination mission, he profoundly realized the practicality of Tsunade's famous super strength taijutsu from his past life. Arguably, once skillfully used, it was a series of instant-release jutsu with the power of C-rank or even B-rank techniques. Now, with Yamada's help, Orochimaru could execute it smoothly, which deeply interested him. Every night, after absorbing the chakra leaking from Orochimaru's curse mark, Yamada would exhale its strange pale gold air, helping Orochimaru temper his body and reinforce the curse seal. With Yamada's powerful assistance, Orochimaru's progress was incredibly fast. He redesigned a new 50-pound weighted training outfit and didn't even find it strenuous. Next, Orochimaru followed the old monk's prescription to make several doses of the cooling powder. He had been anticipating the miraculous effect of this potent healing medicine since the chase. Then, Orochimaru spent a significant amount of time compiling all his assassination experience and techniques from his past life, creating a customized training scroll for Kai. Kai excitedly took the assassination training scroll, which was about as thick as a bowl and nearly as tall as himself. Having only recently learned to read, he didn't care whether he understood it or not. The entire day, apart from studying with Orochimaru, he would eagerly hug the scroll, deciphering it one character at a time. Orochimaru did not plan to send Kai to the ninja academy or a regular school. In his vision, Kai was to be his sharpest sword in the darkness, so the fewer people who knew about him, the better. Furthermore, with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Orochimaru was confident he could train Kai into a sufficiently sharp weapon. Orochimaru only taught Kai the basics of literacy and chakra refinement techniques. He didn't intend to interfere with Kai's interpretation of the training scroll. In Orochimaru's view, only knowledge that one painstakingly researches and discovers leaves the deepest impression and leads to the most profound understanding. Of course, he wouldn't allow Kai to blindly train, so he established a rule of testing him after every mission before letting Kai manage his own practice. During these few days, Orochimaru also took Magi and Kai to many restaurants in the Leaf Village. The young girl brought Orochimaru much joy and warmth. During this time, Jiraiya and Tsunade also frequently dropped by for free meals. After a lot of coaxing, Magi finally reconciled with Tsunade. The friendship between the girls, as volatile as the weather in the desert, went from Magi giving Tsunade the cold shoulder to them being as close as real sisters after their reconciliation. On the final night, everyone gathered at a barbecue restaurant in the Leaf Village for a farewell dinner for Orochimaru. Being just children, they couldn't arrange anything fancy, simply exchanging words and well wishes. Upon hearing that Orochimaru would be accompanying Lord Sarutobi on a secret mission, Tsunade and Jiraiya were incredibly envious. However, they were well aware of their current abilities. They were already busy with the training assignments Sarutobi had given them. Jiraiya, sitting opposite Orochimaru, was the most straightforward. Slightly tipsy, he wrapped his arm around Orochimaru's neck and boasted, "Orochimaru, I admit you're a genius, but you still have a ways to go before you match the handsome and gallant Lord Jiraiya." As he spoke, Jiraiya vigorously slapped his youthful chest, making a loud slap, slap sound. Come back safe, and Lord Jiraiya will consider giving you a chance to challenge me, haha. Mumbling the last of his words, Jiraiya promptly collapsed onto the cushion and fell soundly asleep. Orochimaru watched him helplessly. Though young, Tsunade was clearly the best drinker of the three. That evening, she seemed preoccupied and didn't drink much. After Jiraiya finished speaking, she hesitated for a moment, leaned closer, and whispered, "Be careful tomorrow." Orochimaru paused, then smiled and nodded. Surprisingly, his usually keen senses failed to notice little Magi, who was watching from the side with a slight pout. In the corner of the private room, Kai, who had finished eating, was sitting with his knees hugged to his chest, gazing intently at Orochimaru and Magi, his eyes full of affection and resolve. The next morning, while the dew was still fresh, Orochimaru bid farewell to little Magi, who was once again crying buckets, and offered words of encouragement to Kai. He arrived at the Hawkage Tower early. Chapter 36. Entering Sarutobi's Hawkage assistant office again, Orochimaru noticed several more people inside. He surveyed the four newcomers one by one. They were all powerful presences at the Jonin level, and their auras carried a familiar sensation to Orochimaru. He recognized it as the signature of killing intent and malevolence. The four were positioned in two distinct groups, seemingly divided by faction. The two on the left subtly exuded an additional aura of darkness and chill. Orochimaru inwardly tensed. Although they weren't wearing masks, he clearly recognized this aura as belonging exclusively to Anbu personnel and actively serving ones at that. The two whom Orochimaru mentally designated as Anbu stood before Sarutobi with their eyes downcast, displaying extreme deference. The two on the right, however, caused a significant tremor in Orochimaru's heart. One, wearing standard ninja attire, had a strikingly memorable pair of blood-red eyes. Three mysterious black tamo were slowly rotating in his crimson pupils. This man was undoubtedly a member of the Uchiha clan, and certainly a core member. The other, though standing on the same side as the Uchiha, seemed to have a less-than-close relationship with him, keeping a slight distance. While the other people in the room wore the standard Jonin dark green vest and black bodysuit, this person was different. He wore a wide-sleeved martial arts robe that was snowy white on the top half and dark black on the bottom. His pair of snow-white eyes were equally unforgettable. Seeing the peculiar eye color and the unique robe, Orochimaru knew the Jonin who seemed slightly at odds with the Uchiha member was from the Hyuga clan. After a quick scan of everyone in the room, Orochimaru swiftly analyzed the situation in his mind. 2 Anbu Jonin, 1 core Uchiha member, and 1 Hyuga member. With such an impressive lineup, Orochimaru had a bad feeling about the mission's difficulty. It was at least A rank. Unknown to him, as Orochimaru examined them, the people in the room were also sizing him up. After all, in a gathering of Jonin, and even a cage-level powerhouse, the presence of a mere Chunin was incredibly conspicuous. Orochimaru wore neat, dark black short attire, with his half-long black hair naturally cascading down, giving off a subtle air of nonchalance. On his calm, handsome face, his exotic, dark golden snake eyes and the faint, wicked smile at his lips lent him a uniquely sinister charisma. Anyone who saw him would silently praise him as a magnificent youth. The people in the room, with their exceptionally sharp senses, clearly detected the medium Chunin-level chakra fluctuations within Orochimaru's roughly 10-year-old exterior, whose bone age was only 6. While astonished by the child's incredible talent, they also offered a measure of respect. After all, this was fundamentally a world ruled by strength. After everyone had finished assessing each other, Sarutobi finally stood up. He walked contentedly to Orochimaru's side, patted his shoulder, and smiled as he spoke to the 4 Jonin. "This is my disciple, Orochimaru. He will also be participating in this mission." The 2 Anbu, naturally, took their cue from Sarutobi. The 2 Jonin from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans also adopted a neutral stance, meaning Sarutobi was spared the need for persuasion and could get straight to the point. He then began introducing everyone in the room to Orochimaru. The 2 Anbu seemed to be brothers with an 80% resemblance, one named Ayakita and the other Ayakino. Both were austere and cold, They merely nodded to Orochimaru when Sarutobi introduced them. The Uchiha member was Uchiha Tamashige, a member of the main family line. As far as Orochimaru knew, this was Uchiha Fugaku's father and Uchiha Sasuke's grandfather. He lived up to the Uchiha name. Orochimaru felt that, besides Sarutobi, Tamashige had the most potent aura in the room. The Hyuga member was a kind-faced elder named Hyuga Hirano. In Orochimaru's memory, this person was an elder in one of the Hyuga branch house families. After the round of introductions, Orochimaru felt a subtle sinking in his heart and became even more curious about the mission. What kind of mission required the deployment of a cage-level figure, a cage candidate figure, and 3 Jonin, a pyramidal force capable of annihilating a small country? After Sarutobi finished the introductions, Hyuga Hirano suddenly spoke to Orochimaru. "Young one, is it true that you are the Leaf Village's youngest generation's #1 genius, as rumored throughout the village lately?" Having learned a lesson from his past life, Orochimaru knew that to succeed in the future, he would need the support of these great clans and prestige among the excellent civilian ninja. He suppressed his inner arrogance, bowed respectfully, and offered a modest smile. Combined with his naturally unique and sinister charisma, Orochimaru, standing among the Jonin, exuded a captivating presence that was immediately engaging. That is indeed Orochimaru, but I dare not claim the title of genius. Compared to the young descendants of the great clans and the exceptionally talented individuals among the civilian ninja, Orochimaru is still far behind. In those few short sentences, Orochimaru subtly complimented everyone in the room, which naturally pleased everyone. Uchiha Tamashide's haughty expression softened slightly. The 2 Anbu brothers, who had risen from the ranks of civilian ninja, looked at Orochimaru with a touch more approval. After all, a family like Orochimaru's, neither a great clan nor a civilian family, was somewhat on the same side as them. Hyuga Hirano's eyes narrowed into a satisfied slit, and he nodded repeatedly. Sarutobi took in the expressions of everyone present and grew even more astonished by his disciple. In addition to his exceptional talent and strength, he was so mature and adept at social interaction, not merely a genius, but a monstrously excellent individual. As the atmosphere became more cordial following the pleasant exchanges, Sarutobi timed his announcement of the mission perfectly. Intelligence from the Anbu suggests that the land of rivers has been restless recently. Hanzo the salamander is starting to meddle in the southern conflicts. His ambition is considerable, but his reach is a bit too long, even planting numerous spies and moths inside our land of fire, both openly and secretly. Thanks to the scroll Orochimaru brought back, we've cleared out some gathering points, but some crucial intelligence was detected and carried back in time. This whole affair is also complicated. I believe the individual from the Land of Wind is also involved. I've already notified the daimyo to issue a warning to the Land of Wind. I expect their activities won't be too overt once we arrive in the Land of Rivers. The leader of the forces in the southern Land of Rivers allied with Konoha, Mitagaku, has sent an S-rank request. Firstly, we need to uncover Hanzo the Salamander's plans and schemes. Secondly, we need to put on a show of force for the surrounding nations and help Mitagaku reclaim parts of the southern territory to build a southern defensive barrier for our Land of Fire. All right, that's the gist of the mission. We must complete it swiftly and cleanly with the force of a lightning strike. Does anyone have any objections? Hearing Sarutobi's words, Orochimaru became extremely cautious. This type of mission, resembling a small-scale war, involved an extremely complex mix of people and could be unpredictable in terms of fortune or disaster. The 4 Jonin all shook their heads solemnly, agreeing with Sarutobi's decision. Sarutobi smiled with satisfaction and led the way out. Chapter 37. Konoha Year 16, July early morning. Sarutobi, along with Orochimaru and the 4 Jonin, put on the wide, black cloaks used to conceal their identities during travel and quietly exited the Hawkage Tower. The group arrived at the main gate of Konoha, where 12 fully armed Chunin, also clad in dark black cloaks, had been waiting patiently for some time. The 12 Chunin were organized under the 4 Jonin. Everyone was directly under Sarutobi, making Orochimaru appear somewhat out of place. The Chunin glanced at Orochimaru, but he ignored them, maintaining a composed demeanor as he followed Sarutobi. His dark golden snake eyes swept over the 12 accompanying Chunin. They were all capable Chunin with formidable auras. The subordinates of the two Anbu brothers, needless to say, clearly exhibited the unique presence of Anbu members. Orochimaru keenly observed that the subordinates under Uchiha Tamashige and Hyuga Harano were, without exception, elite members of their respective clans. Orochimaru immediately began calculating. It seemed that Sarutobi had made certain compromises to win over the two major clans for this mission. It also appeared to be an opportunity to temper the elite young generation of the clans, which was why he himself was included. Wait, a sudden sense of unease flashed through Orochimaru's mind. There are not just 18 people, there is one more. Thump, thump, thump. A subtle but crystal-clear sound of wooden sandals reached Orochimaru's ears. He looked up to see a man with a dark black, loose-fitting male kimono, a resolute and bold face, and thin, merciless lips appear next to Sarutobi. The man exuded a powerful and overbearing aura, suggesting a hard-line personality. Yet, his dark black eyes, subtly revealing a fierce glint and threads of malice, imbued his presence with an unsettling and hateful sinister quality. A cold, imperceptible, wicked smile crossed Orochimaru's lips. This man was Shimura Danzo. Danzo walked up to Sarutobi, subtly sizing up Orochimaru, and offered an enigmatic, knowing smile. Sarutobi looked at Danzo and gave a hearty laugh, saying, "I'm leaving now. I'm entrusting the village to you." Danzo gave a faint nod. With the exchange concluded, Sarutobi and his group immediately dashed toward the land of rivers. Behind them, Danzo watched their figures rapidly disappear into the distance, his eyes flickering with an unreadable light. The Hajik clan compound in Konoha. Sakumo sat cross-legged and stably beneath a towering tree in the courtyard, like a small tree whose roots had finally dug deep into the soil. A short sword in a silver-white sheath, the white light blade, Hako chakra blade, rested quietly on his knees. Sakumo's hands rested naturally on the hilt and sheath. With his eyes half closed, he sensed the blade's aura and its fundamental principles. Hadake Gen stood in the corridor watching Sakumo from afar, his solemn gaze containing a hint of deep concern. A breeze swept through, and leaves drifted down with a light wind. Suddenly, a thread of needle-sharp, blade-like cold light erupted from Sakumo's half-closed eyes, fixed on the ground. Tsing clang. The sound of drawing and resheathing the sword, due to its extreme speed, merged into a single, continuous, melodious note, echoing through the courtyard like exquisite music. In the air, a stunning streak of silver-white light instantly appeared. This light was incredibly fast, flashing in and out, gone in an instant, like a ghost. The few falling leaves continued their slow descent, but the moment they touched the ground, they silently and abruptly split open, each cut neatly into two halves. Sakumo maintained a calm, water-like composure. He silently stood up and bowed respectfully to Hadake Gen. Hadake Gen, seeing Sakumo's newly acquired, valuable composure, a stability he lacked before, flashed a look of satisfaction. He said softly, "Your instant blade technique has reached an initial mastery. Go back and continue your classes." "Yes, father," Sakumo seemed hesitant to speak. "How is that person doing now?" As his father, Hadake Gen knew exactly what his son meant. He sighed and briefly recounted Orochimaru's achievements and reputation in the village recently, then continued. "Right now, he's accompanying Lord Sarutobi on a top-secret mission. From what I know, he has already reached the Chunin level, and his actual combat ability is likely far greater than that." Sakumo listened calmly, a spark of fierce fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. He replied faintly, "Yes, father. I'll go to the academy now." Hadake Gen smiled and nodded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Threads of faint, subtle sounds of cutting through the air continuously appeared in the dense forest. Sarutobi and his company were moving rapidly through the forest toward the land of rivers. They were arranged in a wedge formation, with Sarutobi as the arrowhead, the 4 Jonin flanking the 2 sides, and the Chunin following closely behind the Jonin. They truly resembled a released arrow, shooting swiftly toward the land of rivers. They ran day and night for 3 days, finally covering most of the distance. Having experienced a near-fatal ordeal, Orochimaru's chakra had not only risen to the Chunin level, but his physical strength had also significantly increased in the process of breaking down and rebuilding. Now, with his powerful spiritual sense, Orochimaru could clearly perceive the counterpoints of the airflow and the clash points of energy, all the mysteries invisible to the average person. He was now able to utilize some of the unique ninja foot techniques he used when the 8 inner gates were open. During the intense run, his chakra consumption was minimal, yet he easily kept pace with Sarutobi and the Jonin, even having energy to spare. During these 3 days, Sarutobi and the Jonin were also testing the level of these elite youngsters while maintaining high-speed travel. Predictably, Orochimaru's relaxed expression and the strange chakra fluctuations around him once again made him stand out, leaving a deep impression on the Jonin. Uchiha Tamashige, in particular, with his advanced 3-tamo Sharingan, saw the effectiveness of Orochimaru's unique foot technique clearly. The shock he felt inwardly was immense. Hyuga Hirano, the elder of the branch house, constantly turned back, observing Orochimaru with a peculiar gaze. He was just short of activating his Byakugan and openly spying on him. Sarutobi silently noted the actions of the Jonin from the 2 great clans and chuckled to himself. The inclusion of the elite members from the 2 clans in this operation certainly involved Sarutobi's compromise, but it was also a result that Sarutobi was happy to see. As for how much his subtle manipulations contributed to this, only he knew. With the addition of the elite members of the 2 clans, not only did their combat strength increase, but if the unexpected occurred, the loss to his loyal Anbu faction would also be minimal. Why wouldn't he embrace it? And the spur-of-the-moment decision to include Orochimaru now seemed to Sarutobi like a genuinely wise choice. Sarutobi continued his journey while contemplating. After another hour, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 38. The 18-member elite squad traveled for another hour. Suddenly, a broad river, about 100 meters wide with a rapid current, appeared before them. Dozens of meters above the wide river surface, a rickety suspension bridge spanned the banks, marking the border between the land of fire and the land of rivers. Sarutobi signaled for everyone to stop. Looking at the turbulent river, his expression relaxed slightly. He said, "Let's find the border outpost. Everyone take a rest. Once we cross this river, we'll be on the soil of the land of rivers." The border outpost was a 3-story building with a courtyard, resembling an inn and restaurant. Sarutobi led the group straight in and booked all the remaining rooms. This was just one of the border outposts, manned by about 30 regular soldiers. They served as both military personnel and, to make ends meet, ran small businesses like inns and restaurants, providing food and lodging for passing merchants and travelers. Seeing the generous amount of money Sarutobi's group paid, the soldiers smiled ingratiatingly and, daring not to delay, immediately made arrangements. The group gathered in a private room. With Sarutobi silent, the ninja remained quiet. Sarutobi gave Hyuga Hirano a look. Hirano understood and nodded. Orochimaru clearly sensed an unusual chakra fluctuation suddenly erupting around Hirano's eyes. Immediately after, snow-white veins bulged and extended from his temples and even the upper part of his cheeks, merging into his strange, white pupils. The Byakugan was activated. Hyuga Hirano raised his eyes and scanned the private room. The miraculous Byakugan easily pierced through the room's partitions, taking in all the movements within the entire inn and restaurant. In the lobby outside the room, a traveler who had been staying there for a week looked suspiciously at the private room where Sarutobi's group was gathered. He carefully pulled out a drawing, settled his bill with shifty eyes, and turned to leave. The man's suspicious actions naturally did not escape Hyuga Hirano's scrutiny, and he faithfully reported them to Sarutobi. Uchiha Tamashide's eyes narrowed. He asked, "Should we take him out?" Sarutobi offered a knowing smile. "Let him go. If those small things, like ants and mice, hide in their holes and ambush us on the road after we enter the land of rivers, they'll be a hassle. It's better to lure them out and deal with them all at once." Uchiha Tamashide and Hyuga Hirano nodded. Orochimaru smiled faintly, silently agreeing with Sarutobi. You must cast a long line to catch a big fish. Hyuga Hirano was about to deactivate his Byakugan. His 360-degree field of vision suddenly caught sight of Orochimaru's slight smile, causing his heart to stir. He pretended to look casually toward Orochimaru. Just then, an intense internal warning flared up in Orochimaru's mind, followed by a sudden, peculiar sensation of being seen through from the inside out. With his exceptionally strong spiritual power, Orochimaru immediately sensed Hyuga Hirano's little action. His dark golden snake eyes shot an uncompromising glare toward Hirano. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of killing intent, like a massive tide, swept over Hirano. Everyone in the room was startled by the killing intent radiating from Orochimaru and immediately changed their expressions. HMPH. Sarutobi, sitting in his chair, let out a cold snort and suddenly erupted. A powerful aura filled with dignity and might instantly surged from his body. In a flash, it forcefully suppressed Orochimaru's killing intent. Without losing momentum, it then fiercely rolled toward Hyuga Hirano. Hyuga Hirano subconsciously mustered his own aura to fight back, but Sarutobi's vast and imposing presence crushed Hirano's aura like a giant hand descending from the heavens, making Hirano suffer a considerable but silent defeat. Sarutobi's voice, tinged with coldness, then reached everyone's ears. Hyuga Hirano, I respect you as an elder, which is why I gave you face. Do not push your luck. What do you think you're doing to my disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple? At the pinnacle of his ninja career, Sarutobi's aura was truly terrifying, leaving Hirano completely subdued. The Hyuga elder was also a shrewd veteran. He immediately deactivated his Byakugan, lowered his posture, and said, Lord Sarutobi, please don't be angry. Hyuga Hirano sincerely apologizes to this young friend here. Hirano then offered an apologetic smile and a slight bow to Orochimaru. Orochimaru keenly noted the complex, unreadable look the elder gave toward his chest. Unsure if the elder had seen the curse seal or Yamada, Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a cold light, having already entertained a killing intent. Seeing that Hyuga Hirano had humbled himself, Sarutobi saw no need to press the matter further. He retracted his aura and said calmly, Have something to eat and then go rest. Remain vigilant while you sleep tonight. Hyuga Hirano slightly bowed his head, his eyes flickering with an unknown meaning, lost in thought. This small interlude made the atmosphere extremely tense. The group of Chunin didn't dare to breathe loudly and quickly finished their meal. After eating, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Hyuga Hirano, his eyes still flickering, deliberately fell behind and called out to Orochimaru, Young friend. Orochimaru pretended not to hear him. Orochimaru, Hyuga Hirano's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Orochimaru stopped and turned around. His dark golden snake eyes stared coldly at Hyuga Hirano. Bothering with formal language, he asked impolitely, Is there something you need? Pleased that Orochimaru had stopped, Hyuga Hirano walked closer and said warmly, I wonder if you could do me a favor, young friend, and visit the Hyuga clan after the mission is over and we return to the village. A trace of doubt flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He knew Hirano's invitation was definitely related to the secret the elder had just tried to see on him, though he wasn't sure if it was the curse seal or Yamada that had piqued Hirano's interest. Unable to figure it out immediately, Orochimaru did not agree rashly. He gave an ambiguous answer. Let's talk after the mission is concluded. Hyuga Hirano was surprisingly understanding of Orochimaru's reply. He smiled fully and patted Orochimaru's shoulder. Young friend is wise and composed, a truly rare talent. My actions just now were far too reckless. I ask for your forgiveness. The moment you wish to visit, this old man will happily roll out the welcome mat at the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru's suspicion deepened, but he still nodded. Returning to his room at the inn, Sarutobi was waiting inside. Seeing Orochimaru, Sarutobi asked kindly, Although Hyuga Hirano's actions were reckless, his character isn't bad. Now that I've warned him, I assume he won't dare to cross the line again. You don't need to hold a grudge. Thank you, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru will remember, Orochimaru replied. However, his mind was still on Hyuga Hirano's words. Sarutobi noticed that Orochimaru seemed troubled. He suddenly recalled the sight of Orochimaru and Hirano lingering behind a moment ago and couldn't help but ask, "Did Hyuga Hirano say anything to you?" Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat, but he evaded the question. "No, nothing, sensei. I just feel a little guilty about Magi always being away from her side." Sarutobi smiled and didn't press for details. The old men of the Hyuga clan have been alive for decades. They are all shrewd veterans. Just be careful yourself. Orochimaru nodded, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. If that Hyuga Hirano tries anything against me, I, Orochimaru, am not to be trifled with. Chapter 39. Hyuga Hirano led the young member of the Hyuga clan toward his room. Behind him, a young voice suddenly spoke. An attractive member of the Hyuga clan, about 17 or 18 years old, walked up and asked in confusion, "Elder, what is so special about that Orochimaru that requires you to humble yourself and treat him with such respect?" Hyuga Hirano looked at this young leader of the main family line and patiently explained, "Nagahisa, you are destined to inherit the Hyuga main house leadership. You must learn to view matters from a broader strategic perspective. Orochimaru is Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, and from his daily words and actions, Sarutobi-sensei clearly values him highly, likely deeming him the one to inherit his legacy. Sarutobi is the designated third Hokage. If he successfully completes this mission, his prestige among the ninja, especially those at the top of the pyramid, will peak. Ascending to the Kage position will be instantaneous. For our Hyuga clan to prosper, we must forge a good relationship with Sarutobi, and Orochimaru is the bridge connecting the Hyuga and Sarutobi. Moreover, the child's own talent is that of a once-in-a-century genius. I saw something special just now with the Byakugan, perhaps." Hirano trailed off, a flicker of memory in his eyes. Hyuga Nagahisa nodded, taking the lesson to heart. Inside the Uchiha clan's room, Uchiha Tamashige stood facing the window, looking out. His three-tamo Sharingan rotated slowly, his gaze deep and uncertain. He suddenly called out, "Fugaku." Foster father, a cold, handsome boy of about 10 years old, Uchiha Fugaku, came to Tamashige's side and bowed. "Fugaku, what do you think of that Orochimaru?" Uchiha Tamashige asked calmly. A hint of caution flashed in Fugaku's eyes. He replied, "Very strong. Without activating my Sharingan, I would definitely not be his match." Uchiha Tamashige was satisfied with Fugaku's sincere assessment. He continued, "Observe him closely. This child is far from simple." Fugaku nodded respectfully. It was deep into the night. Silence reigned around the inn, broken only by the occasional distant croak of a frog or the chirping of a cicada, making the surrounding stillness even more profound. Tonight was a heavily overcast night. Thick clouds obscured the bright moon, plunging the land into a deep, chilling curtain of darkness. It seemed as though some unspeakable event was about to occur. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Threads of extremely subtle, light sounds of cutting through the air rose from the forests and bushes surrounding the inn. Suddenly, a low voice, barely a whisper, said, "Is this the inn?" The person next to him nodded. The first man's voice turned cold, his low command filled with killing intent. "Kill!" Inside the inn, Orochimaru and Sarutobi suddenly opened their closed eyes. Their bodies, lying asleep on the beds, sprang up like springs. Sarutobi, noticing Orochimaru's quick reaction, flashed a look of appreciation. He laughed loudly. "We have guests. Let's go welcome them together." Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes flashing with fierce killing intent. He gave a wicked smile and followed closely behind. Sarutobi leaped straight out the window and onto the roof. On the rooftop, Uchiha Tamashige, Hyuga Hirano, and the two Ambujanin, each leading their elite subordinates, quickly arrived. The magnificent Konoha squad, composed of 18 ninja, at or above the Chunin level, stood on the rooftop, coldly observing the black-clad ninja emerging from the surrounding forest to attack under the cover of night. Standing on the roof, each of the 18 elite ninjas' eyes were filled with killing intent. Powerful auras surged around them. Guided by Sarutobi and the other Jonin, The combined, immense momentum and killing intent of the 18 ninja swept forth like Mount Tai pressing down, crushing the attacking black-clad ninja. The person who had given the earlier command felt a chill in his heart as he sensed this overwhelming killing intent. He looked up, saw Sarutobi and the others poised on the roof, and shouted urgently, "There on the roof! Don't retreat, force your way up." The black-clad ninja paused slightly under the pressure of the combined aura. Before they could react, Sarutobi fiercely struck. His hands created streaking afterimages. In a fraction of a second, Sarutobi wove several complex jutsu hand seals. Ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The same Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, used by Sarutobi, was several times grander in scale than when used by Orochimaru. Hundreds of sharp, spinning black shuriken, like small pinwheels with 4 rotating blades, flew at high speed toward the black-clad ninja. The entire airspace within a 100-meter radius was filled with a buzz, buzz, buzz sound of air being sliced. Slice, slice. 7 or 8 weaker black-clad ninja were instantly pierced by the high-speed shuriken. Blood spurted from their backs, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. A breeze passed, and Sarutobi's hand signs did not stop. Earth style, earth flow river. The floor tiles beneath the several black-clad ninja, who had already reached the roof, suddenly turned into a turbulent, viscous mud. The rolling mud, yellowish-brown and smelling strongly of earth, instantly destabilized the black-clad ninja. Screaming, they began to slip and fall. Sarutobi's hand seals changed again, transforming the nature of the jutsu. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. The jutsu, which was meant to bury enemies in a mud swamp, took on infinite variations when used by a cage-level powerhouse like Sarutobi, doubling its power. Suddenly, several giant underworld hands, meters in diameter, surged out of the churning, bubbling mud swamp. Slamming down hard on the heads of the terrified black-clad ninja, they instantly splattered blood mixed with mud everywhere. In the blink of an eye, another 5 or 6 black-clad ninja were killed. Standing beside Sarutobi, Orochimaru was deeply shaken, silently marveling at Sarutobi's later-earned title of God of Shinobi. The person who had given the command to attack suddenly saw Sarutobi's figure in the darkness and shouted with a hint of panic in his voice. "A cage-level powerhouse, Sarutobi Hiruzen, retreat immediately." Sarutobi stood on the rooftop, heard the shout from the black-clad ninja, and said with an air of powerful confidence, "You are nothing but a flock of useless crows. Leave none alive. Go." Receiving the command, Orochimaru drew a sharp kunai from his ninja pouch. In his dark golden eyes, a bloodthirsty killing intent surged. He fixed his gaze on the person who had given the order among the black-clad ninja, licked his lips, and growled, "Kill." His movement was like a ghost's. His body curled into a black shadow, shooting through the deep darkness like a black python that had spotted its prey, rushing swiftly into the fray. Chapter 40. Orochimaru, utilizing his special ninja foot technique for speed, easily caught up to the fleeing black-clad ninja. Licking his lips and displaying a wicked, bloodthirsty smile, Orochimaru's chilling killing intent locked onto the commanding leader of the black-clad ninja. Along his path, there was no one who could stop him. The sharp kunai in his right hand flashed up and down, thrusting directly, stabbing levelly, slashing obliquely. His exquisite kunai skills were utilized to their full extent, like a textbook demonstration. Clang! The kunai was blocked by one of the black-clad ninja. Orochimaru wasn't surprised. Following the forward momentum of the opposing ninja's push, his little finger hooked the ring at the base of the kunai. The sharp kunai immediately changed direction in Orochimaru's palm. Gripping the kunai normally, he gave a ghostly smile, and with a splat sound, plunged it into the heart of the black-clad ninja, whose face was filled with surprise. Taking a deep breath, the thick scent of blood in the air rushed into Orochimaru's lungs, giving him a familiar sense of exhilaration. His heart began to beat faster and faster. Blood surged out of his ventricles into his blood vessels, and the flow rate of his blood accelerated. Even his blood vessels seemed to twitch lightly. His muscles involuntarily tensed, and Orochimaru trembled slightly with excitement. A faint scarlet hue flashed in his exotic, dark golden snake eyes. He stared intently at the rapidly fleeing black-clad ninja leader and roared in a low voice, "Kill!" Holding the sharp kunai, he curled his body and charged forward. A black-clad ninja, wielding a ninja sword, suddenly slashed from the side. A cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He instantly activated his chakra, converted it to wind release nature, and channeled it into the kunai in his right hand. Clang! The tip of the kunai, now augmented with a pale blue wind blade, extended for over 10 centimeters. After parrying the black-clad ninja's sword, Orochimaru moved his right hand again. Utilizing his immense physical strength while pushing against the ninja sword, he forcefully dragged the kunai up along the sharp edge of the blade. Scratch pop! Stark, fiery sparks shot out at the point of collision. Orochimaru ignored them, his entire body moving upward along the path of the kunai. His left hand flashed out like lightning, grasping the soft cartilage of the black-clad ninja's sword-wielding right hand. In that instant, the ninja felt a shock-like sensation of powerlessness in his right hand, and his grip on the ninja sword loosened. Orochimaru seized the opportunity, slashing the kunai upward obliquely. Splat! Amidst the black-clad ninja's scream of "Og," Orochimaru cleanly severed his right arm. Then, with the momentum of the slash spent, the kunai paused in Orochimaru's right palm again. The normally gripped kunai spun around his little finger, reversed, and slashed to sever the black-clad ninja's head. A fountain of crimson blood shot several meters high into the air, inevitably splashing onto Orochimaru. Orochimaru gave a wicked smile, his footsteps unbroken. He extended his tongue, licking the drop of fresh blood near his lip. In his dark golden pupils, the bloodthirsty killing intent surged even more frantically. Who? Blazing heat came from the side. Another black-clad ninja, attempting to halt Orochimaru's advance, spat out a great fireball jutsu the size of a hydrogen balloon. Wrapped in fierce flames, it barreled toward Orochimaru from the side. Orochimaru's rage intensified, but his mind grew even calmer. Uncontrollable madness showed in his eyes. His almost substantive killing intent soared skyward like a hurricane. His hands intertwined like blooming flowers, weaving hand seals in the blink of an eye. Wind release, many-faced wind. The moment Orochimaru completed the hand seals, a massive, fierce gale suddenly churned up from the ground. Within the powerful wind were fine, deadly wind blades. Orochimaru's excellent hand speed also allowed him to launch several shuriken and kunai, which mixed with the wind blades and the powerful gale, aggressively sweeping toward the great fireball that was roaring toward him from the side. Boom! The black-clad ninja who performed the great fireball widened his eyes, watching Orochimaru in disbelief. He wanted to flee, but it was too late. Orochimaru gave a cold smile. The massive, fierce gale instantly shattered the great fireball. Not only that, but the wind fed the fire, and the fire amplified the wind's might. The already immense gale instantly devoured the great fireball upon contact, and its power surged even higher, becoming like a Category 12 hurricane, violently swirling the surrounding air and currents. Furthermore, after Orochimaru's many-faced wind jutsu consumed the great fireball, the fierce wind became tinged with an orange-red, high-temperature flame. The hurricane, mixed with fine wind blades, instantly transformed into a rapidly surging, monumental orange-red fire wave, covering the sky. Under Orochimaru's superb chakra control, the massive, dramatically surging fire wave, like a fierce tide, extended a tongue of fire, wrapping around the black-clad ninja who had performed the great fireball jutsu and sending him to his death. The fire wave's momentum did not stop. With loud, hoo, roars, it surged forward, instantly slicing to pieces and incinerating several black-clad ninja who couldn't escape in time, aggressively surging toward the leader of the black-clad ninja. The black-clad leader clearly felt the chilling, needle-like killing intent and the massive, overwhelming fire wave behind him. Knowing escape was impossible, he abandoned any thought of concealing his village's secret jutsu. He quickly turned, swallowed a black pill, his eyes serious, and rapidly wove complex hand seals. Orochimaru keenly observed the black-clad ninja's action and was secretly surprised. A military ration pill. A substantial pale blue chakra suddenly surged from the black-clad leader's body, and his hand seals were complete. Sand release, desert great funeral. The forest and grassy area within a 100-meter radius between Orochimaru and the black-clad leader instantly weathered into a yellowish-brown desert. Over 10 towering trees were swallowed, unable to support themselves, as the sand quickly sank inward, forming a massive yellow sand vortex. Then, a giant hand, condensed from yellow sand, surged out of the quicksand vortex and slammed down upon the approaching fire wave. Rumble! A clap of thunder seemed to boom on the flat ground. The massive fire wave and the sky-covering sand hand collided fiercely. A circular vortex of airflow, mixing yellow sand, fire waves, and wind blades, soared into the sky. It exploded high above, raining down a mixture of wind-blown sand and fine rain. From the distant rooftop, Sarutobi and the flanking Jonin, seeing the earth-shattering commotion from Orochimaru's battle, exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Sarutobi was about to personally intervene to deal with the black-clad leader, but Orochimaru, who was in the thick of the battle, sensed his intent and roared. "Don't interfere. I'll handle this myself." The arrogance and dominance in Orochimaru's voice made Sarutobi halt his movement. Ignoring the disrespect in the tone, Sarutobi, with a look of slight worry, kept his eyes glued to the battlefield where Orochimaru was fighting. Orochimaru had stopped Sarutobi. He gave a wicked smile, his eyes burning with even stronger killing intent and interest. Facing the pale yellow windsand rain, he charged forward once more. Chapter 41. The massive shower of yellow sand, formed by the collision of the fire wave and the giant sand hand, drifted down, covering an area of 1,000 meters. The entire front line of the battle around the inn was drawn to the terrifying power of the two incredible jutsu. SHHH, SHHH, SHHH. The fine yellow sand rained down on Orochimaru's body, splashing into small, bean-sized dots of earth-colored mud. Orochimaru ignored it, walking slowly forward. The surging currents of wind whipped his black hair, and a bloodthirsty, wicked cold smile hung on his lips. His dark golden eyes released an ice-cold, bone-chilling killing aura, which locked onto the black-clad ninja leader, who was kneeling on the ground and violently panting 100 meters away. Seeing the leader's ragged breathing, Orochimaru's cold smile widened. The massive jutsu he'd just unleashed had been largely due to the wind release countering the fire release and consuming the great fireball to form a combined jutsu. His own chakra consumption was only that of a B-rank many-faced wind. The black-clad leader, however, was different. He had genuinely deployed the A-rank jutsu, Desert Great Funeral. Setting aside the chakra cost to power an A-rank jutsu, the lush, well-watered terrain severely restricted the execution of the sand release, significantly increasing his consumption. Even after swallowing a military ration pill, he couldn't quite bear it and was now panting violently. Hoo-hoo. The night wind blew, and the fine yellow sand gradually subsided, finally stopping completely. Orochimaru had initially intended to wait for the enemy to make the first move, but seeing that the black-clad leader, who couldn't afford a delay, remained stationary, he became impatient. He crouched and pushed off, simultaneously pulling several shuriken from his ninja pouch. In the midst of his high-speed movement, his hands moved with blurring speed, casting shadows as he launched them into the air with a swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Doubt flashed in the black-clad leader's eyes. He watched the direction of the shuriken and kunai Orochimaru launched. They seemed aimless, flying in all directions. However, an inexpressible sense of alarm suddenly rose in his heart. Orochimaru drew a few more kunai and launched them skyward. With Orochimaru's precise prediction, the rapidly flying kunai and shuriken collided several times with a ding, ding, ding sound, subtly changing direction with breathtaking precision. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly parted, and a single, clear ray of moonlight shone through, illuminating Orochimaru's battleground. Under the moonlight, the black-clad leader was horrified to discover that every shuriken was trailed by a tough steel wire as thin as hair. After colliding with the kunai, the shuriken, along with the steel wires, formed a seamless net descending from the heavens, aiming directly for his head. Panic-stricken, he quickly darted aside to dodge. Seeing the sudden appearance of the moonlight expose his killing move, Orochimaru frowned. As the net of steel wires descended upon the black-clad leader, he quickly wove hand seals again. Wind release, wind cutter jutsu. In the transparent air, a half-meter-long, invisible wind blade, activated by Orochimaru's chakra, shot silently along the black-clad leader's escape path. SHH splat. Under the black-clad leader's shocked and terrified gaze, the wind blade slashed a hideous, decades of centimeters-long gash across his chest. If he hadn't experienced a moment of startling awareness at the last second, Orochimaru's wind blade would have cut him in half. Blood profusely sprayed out. The black-clad leader weakly clutched his chest and fell to the ground. A look of malice and madness flashed in his eyes. Such an injury could no longer support his escape back to camp. Hardening his resolve, he let the blood flow freely from his chest, swallowed another military ration pill, and his depleted chakra surged back, enveloping him in a visible deep blue chakra aura. However, having consumed 2 military ration pills consecutively, his death was certain. Driven by his intense resentment, the black-clad leader began weaving seals with his bloody hands. He was spending his life force with the pills, swearing to drag Orochimaru to hell with him. The net of steel wires descended, firmly binding the black-clad leader to the ground. Almost instantly, Orochimaru rushed up behind him. His reverse-gripped kunai savagely slashed across the leader's neck. Splat, SHHH, SHHH, SHHH. Orochimaru's kunai cut through, but he keenly sensed that the tactile feedback was wrong. He abruptly spun around to look. Sand release, sand clone. The black-clad leader had already dissolved into a pile of shattered quicksand. Orochimaru frowned slightly and coldly snorted at the sight. His powerful spiritual energy furiously swept out, scanning for the black-clad leader's actual location. Not far away, the black-clad leader, covered in blood and his eyes filled with sheer madness, was wrapped in a visible deep blue chakra aura. His hands had just finished the last seal for a sand release jutsu. Sand release, sand binding coffin. The yellow sand, formed by the desert great funeral beneath Orochimaru's feet, suddenly seemed to be imbued with life and surged violently. It quickly condensed into thick, adult thigh-sized chains of yellow sand that wrapped around Orochimaru. The earthy yellow sand chains immediately coiled around Orochimaru's legs. Orochimaru felt a massive force emanating from the sand chains, firmly pinning him in place as they continued to coil up toward his waist and chest. In a split-second crisis, brilliant light suddenly exploded from Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes. Looking at the disheveled, inhuman black-clad leader nearby, he curled his lip in contempt. His surging chakra instantly gathered in his right hand, and he fiercely slammed his fist down onto the sandy ground. Taijutsu, super strength fist. Bam! A dull, thunderous sound suddenly rang out on the ground, startling the surrounding ninja. A large pit, several meters in diameter, appeared around Orochimaru. The sand chains that had been coiling around him instantly lost their anchor, shattering and scattering with a SHHH, SHHH, SHHH sound. More sand chains immediately began to reform, coiling toward Orochimaru like vicious, yellow pythons. Orochimaru gave a wicked laugh. He concentrated chakra in his limbs, forcefully pushed off the ground, leaving a shallow crater, and executed his perfectly mastered, exquisite taijutsu. Bam! He fiercely punched, exploding 2 yellow sand chains. The scattered sand sprayed out over 10 meters. Leaping up, he stomped his right foot forcefully onto the ground. His chakra-infused right leg executed the taijutsu technique, Heavenly Foot of Pain. Thud, thud, thud. A powerful shockwave even exploded in the air where his leg struck. Over a dozen surrounding sand chains immediately exploded into nothingness. Yet another advanced jutsu failed to land a hit. The blood in the black-clad leader's eyes intensified. His hands continued weaving seals. From his blood-filled mouth, he let out a choked, inhuman roar. Die for me. Chapter 42. As the black-clad ninja leader roared, filled with intense resentment and killing intent, his face, and even the muscles and skin of his entire body, seemed to age decades in an instant. Grooves of deep wrinkles appeared, and he became shriveled, looking as if only a sheet of human skin remained. Orochimaru's wicked smile curled up, and he said scornfully, "How much fight can you still put up, you who are running on borrowed time?" This sentence, like a high-explosive bomb, detonated in the black-clad leader's heart. A volcanic surge of endless rage flooded his mind, and the hand seals he was weaving suddenly froze. Sand release, sand dragon emergence. The 100-meter-wide desert, created by the desert great funeral, boiled like water. Hundreds of tons of yellow sand suddenly erupted. Ow! A deafening, terrifying roar suddenly sounded on the flat ground. Centered beneath Orochimaru's feet, the yellow sand in a radius of several tens of meters was violently displaced, and a massive, hideous, yellow-sand dragon head suddenly burst out of the ground, like an orca leaping from the sea. Boom! The gigantic, ferocious yellow-sand dragon head instantly swallowed Orochimaru. Inside the dragon head, the howling wind sounded like the sharp wails of vengeful spirits, and countless yellow-sand tornadoes instantly sliced and tore Orochimaru to shreds. E-rank jutsu, substitution jutsu. Behind the black-clad leader, a ghostly black shadow suddenly appeared. An ice-cold, sharp kunai swiftly circled the leader's neck. CRRK, CRK, CRK. As the kunai sliced through, the sound that emanated from the black-clad leader, whose body was reduced to little more than skin, was a horrifying crunching of bone. The head hit the ground. A pitifully small amount of reddish-black blood, mixed with pale bone fragments, flowed out. The deep blue chakra, which had been drawn out by expending his life force, rapidly dissipated into the air. Without the supply of chakra, the imposing yellow-sand dragon head vanished, leaving behind only scattered yellow sand and shredded wood splinters. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils coldly swept over the corpse on the ground, his gaze as emotionless as 10,000 years of ice. However, his mind was racing. This ninja was clearly a Suna ninja from the Land of Wind. It seemed Sarutobi-sensei was right. The Land of Wind had indeed secretly intervened in the conflict in the Land of Rivers. The clothes over his heart suddenly moved. The sleeping Yamada seemed to sense something. It swiftly slid out of Orochimaru's curse mark with a schluck. The snow-white snake head, with its pair of scarlet eyes, constantly surveyed the surroundings, its purple-red, tens-of-centimeter-long tongue flickering out. Seemingly detecting the chakra contained within the corpses on the ground, Yamada suddenly darted out with a flash of white light, landing on the black-clad leader's corpse. The exquisite snake head, originally the size of a baby's fist, suddenly opened, expanding to the size of a large fan. 2 rows of fine, neat, and incredibly sharp snake fangs gleamed coldly, while the long, purple-red tongue flickered and tasted the air. The slender snake tongue seemed to emit a mysterious force. The thick, dissipating chakra from the black-clad leader's corpse began to gather. It quickly surged and condensed in the air into a crystalline, deep blue chakra mass. It rapidly grew from the size of an adult's fist to the size of a millstone, utterly brilliant, flickering with an emerald blue light, and incomparably magnificent. Looking at the breathtakingly beautiful chakra mass, Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. His powerful spiritual sense clearly perceived that this seemingly magnificent chakra mass held enough powerful energy to turn an area of 100 meters into ash. After all, this was the concentrated essence of a great nation's elite chunin who had expended his life force to generate massive amounts of chakra. After the last wisp of chakra from the corpse also flowed into the airborne chakra mass, Yamada lunged forward and swallowed it whole. Under Orochimaru's unwavering gaze, after Yamada swallowed the chakra mass, its entire half-meter-long body, which was white with a pale golden hue, suddenly emitted a fierce white light. The light wasn't blinding. Instead, it had a gentle, white-tanned gold softness, appearing incredibly noble and splendid. In this splendid white light, the 3-finger-thick snake body became translucent, like eggshell-colored glass. Its internal structure was completely visible. Squinting his dark golden snake eyes, Orochimaru clearly saw that as soon as the emerald blue chakra mass entered Yamada's body, it instantly dissolved into thousands of smaller, lower energy, and more easily absorbed chakra clusters, which rapidly infiltrated the entire snake body. After the entirety of the emerald blue chakra mass had fused into Yamada's body, the brilliant white-tanned gold light it emitted slowly diminished. Yamada closed its scarlet snake eyes and involuntarily coiled into a serene, perfect circle. Subsequently, the gradually weakening white light suddenly solidified. It instantly condensed into hair-thin white threads, which circled and wrapped around Yamada's body. In a few breaths, it solidified into a snowy white, oval cocoon the size of a large bowl. A soft white glow flickered and shone continuously on the snowy white energy cocoon. Orochimaru, upon leaning closer, could vaguely see some of the snowy white cocoon threads on the surface slowly turning into a noble, bright pale gold. After waiting for about a minute, Orochimaru saw that the cocoon had stopped changing. He carefully picked up the bowl-sized snowy white cocoon and gently placed it into a hidden inner pocket over his heart. Orochimaru lowered his head to confirm it couldn't be seen from the outside before moving. He vaguely suspected that the chakra from the Suna ninja, which had been generated by expending his life force, was likely at a Jonin level, and Yamada, having suddenly absorbed this overly massive energy, automatically entered this state of hibernation to digest it. His guess was correct. Yamada, hibernating inside the white cocoon, was undergoing mysterious and wondrous changes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ninja retreated one by one, covered in blood. Outside the inn, the ground was littered with corpses, all belonging to the black-clad ninja. As for the Leaf Village ninja, there were surprisingly none dead. Swoosh. Orochimaru was the last to return to the rooftop. Yet, not a single one of the elite Leaf Village Chunin offered any criticism. Instead, they cleared a path for him to reach Sarutobi. They had all witnessed the earth-shattering battle between Orochimaru and the black-clad leader. In this world of the jungle law, everyone grants sufficient respect to the strong. This was an unwritten rule, the privilege of the powerful. Orochimaru walked to Sarutobi's side with a composed demeanor. Sarutobi looked at the calm-faced Orochimaru and nodded with satisfaction. This child is not only immensely strong but also cool-headed, truly exceptional. Hyuga Hirano, who was scanning back and forth nearby, reported to Sarutobi. Even without activating the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan's perceptive abilities were far beyond the others. Lord Sarutobi, 5 of the 12 Chunin have light injuries. There are no serious injuries and no fatalities among our forces. The enemy ninja have been completely eliminated. Sarutobi nodded faintly. He was not surprised by the result. With a cage-level figure, a cage candidate figure, and 3 Jonin watching over them, the 12 Chunin had no business struggling against a mixed army of rogue ninja and a few Great Nation ninja. If they had, Konoha's ninja would have failed completely. Chapter 43. Sarutobi surveyed the group and commanded with a voice full of authority, "Go and wash off the blood. We're setting off tonight." Everyone bowed in agreement. Sarutobi and the Jonin gave the innkeeper, who was huddled behind the counter in terror, some money as compensation. 10 minutes later, the 18-member elite Konoha squad, fully re-equipped, was already rushing along the main road to the Land of Rivers, leaving behind a row of graves outside the inn, silently proving the strength of the Leaf Village ninja to the world. In a few quick leaps across the rope bridge, Orochimaru crossed the great river that marked the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers. The terrain of the Land of Rivers was identical to that of the Land of Fire. It was full of unspoiled natural environments. Ancient trees, several to dozens of people wide, dominated the view. In fact, due to the Land of Rivers' weak national power and generally low productivity, the natural environment was even more pristine than that of the Land of Fire. Running through the ancient, dense forest, birds of all sizes flew across their path, unafraid of people. The air carried a strong, fresh scent of vegetation, which was invigorating and lightened their moods. Sarutobi, who had been running at the very front as the arrowhead of the formation, was clearly an excellent leader. Silently taking in the expressions of the group, he said sternly, "Don't relax your vigilance. The surrounding area is full of towering trees, making it an excellent place for an enemy to set an ambush. Remember, you are Konoha ninja. Upon hearing this, the Chunin's sense of national honor and pride as ninja of a great nation was ignited. Their efficiency skyrocketed. They heightened their vigilance, constantly scanning their surroundings and maintaining a state of combat readiness. Maintaining such high-speed travel while constantly keeping their minds sharp was wearing. After 2 days, even Orochimaru felt the strain. The other Chunin were covered in dust and looked utterly exhausted. Finally, at this moment, a small, slightly populated town appeared before them. Sarutobi smiled and said, "This is the town. Let's go." Everyone's spirits lifted, and they followed Sarutobi, rushing forward. The moment they walked through the 5 to 6 meter high town gate, a peculiar atmosphere washed over the group. The main street, wide enough for 3 carriages abreast, was sparsely populated. Every person seemed to be hurrying, not even sparing a glance for Orochimaru's uniquely dressed group. They kept their heads down, intent only on rushing along their way. 9 out of 10 shops and stores along the street were closed, with "for sale" signs hanging on the doors. The entire town gave off a dull, oppressive feeling of deadness and lack of vitality. Sarutobi frowned slightly but said nothing. He led the group, walking quietly without using their ninja footwork. They wound left and right, heading toward the largest and most luxurious residence in town. 2 ordinary soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Sarutobi presented the S-rank mission scroll that Mitagaku had issued to Konoha. It bore Mitagaku's personal seal. The 2 soldiers immediately bowed and scraped, their faces wreathed in fawning smiles. Their eyes held a hint of deep reverence. One soldier immediately rushed inside to report, while the other hastily led the group toward the residence. Shortly after Orochimaru and the others began walking, an ecstatic, slightly high-pitched male voice called out from the inner courtyard. "Lord Sarutobi, I've been waiting for you, looking to the heavens and the moon. You're finally here." Orochimaru's dark golden eyes followed the source of the voice. A pale, plump man, barely 1.7 meters tall but several times wider than an ordinary person, appeared before the group. His body fat jiggled as he moved like a rolling ball of flesh, rushing toward them. The fat man grabbed Sarutobi's hand, looking up at him with immense excitement and joy. He exclaimed with delighted shock, "Lord Sarutobi, you finally arrived in time. If you had been a few days later, those traitorous rebels would have torn me to pieces." Orochimaru sneered inwardly. The leader of every faction in the Land of Rivers sees himself as the country's successor, and everyone else is naturally a traitorous rebel. The plump man, Mitagaku, then looked tearful, almost on the verge of crying. "You are truly my second parent, Mitagaku's second parent." With that, the fat man, Mitagaku, made a motion to kneel before Sarutobi. Orochimaru clearly saw the flash of shrewdness in the fat man's eyes right before he feigned the move to kneel. He inwardly sighed at how adept these faction leaders, who managed to survive years of turmoil, truly were. The moment they met, a barrage of flattery and sincere, emotional appeals was unleashed on Sarutobi. Sarutobi would never accept such a gesture. He held Mitagaku up with one hand and said with humble composure, "Mr. Mita, you are too kind. I am merely a ninja, taking money to solve people's troubles." Seeing that his first combination move had little effect, Mitagaku switched tactics. He smiled broadly, addressing Orochimaru and the others. "Are these all Konoha ninja?" As expected, every one of them is a dragon among men. Sarutobi turned to Orochimaru and the others, smiled proudly, and exchanged pleasantries with Mitagaku as they walked into the inner courtyard. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Orochimaru's group saw several people sitting formally in what appeared to be a reception hall. They were whispering to each other, and the main seat was empty. It seemed that these advisors of Mitagaku had been holding a council meeting before Sarutobi's group arrived. The advisors, sitting bolt upright, fawned over Sarutobi and the others as they came in. After more polite greetings, everyone finally took their seats. Sarutobi was placed in the seat of honor, immediately to the right of Mitagaku. Mitagaku took the main seat. His solemn expression made his extremely plump body exude a faint air of authority. First, we must thank Lord Sarutobi for his great assistance. He has brought 17 powerful ninja from Konoha. I believe that with Lord Sarutobi's immense aid, those traitorous rebels are nothing more than mere clowns. After the opening speech, Mitagaku began to introduce his advisors. There were 5 people present. 2 with rugged faces and strong physiques were the leaders of hired rogue ninja groups, named a So and a Sayaka. The other 3, frail-looking, were the civilian officials who helped Mitagaku handle paperwork, temporarily serving as scheming advisors. After the introductions, Mitagaku took out a map of the land of rivers, and everyone finally got down to business. Explore up to 20 chapters in advance. Chapter 44. After everyone had been introduced, Mitagaku beckoned to one of his civilian advisors and whispered a few words. The advisor understood immediately and went into the back room. Mitagaku then instructed several servants to bring out a long table. He cleared all non-essential personnel from the council hall and enforced a full security lockdown. A moment later, the advisor returned from the back, carrying a long, dark black scroll about the size of an adult's arm. He carefully presented it to Mitagaku. Mitagaku took the scroll with his pale, thick hands and unfurled it onto the table. Orochimaru and the others looked closely. It was a topographical and faction distribution map of the land of rivers. The map clearly delineated the various intersecting forces, their defined territories, and the geography. This immediately caught the attention of Orochimaru and the rest. Having such a clear and detailed map would be a great aid in their operation. Mitagaku, puffing out his round, plump belly, said solemnly, "This is the current map of the land of rivers topography and the distribution of the major factions." Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction, carefully observing and analyzing the map. Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes were also fixed on the map. The entire land of rivers was divided into a south and a north. The north, also called the Land of Rain, had seceded years ago after the legendary ninja hands. The salamander established the new ninja village, Aimgakure village hidden in the rain. The south was split into 3 regions, resembling a 3-way war, each controlled by a different faction. After everyone had a general overview of the map, Mitagaku began asking Sarutobi about his strategy. Lord Sarutobi, the 2 factions in the west and the north seem to have joined forces recently. They've gathered their ninja into these 3 strongholds, and it looks like they are preparing a major offensive. Mitagaku pointed to 3 red dots, the size of soybeans, on the map not far from his own territory. He then continued with a distressed look. "If you hadn't arrived in time, Mitagaku would have been devoured whole, skin and bones." Sarutobi smiled faintly. His firm, resolute face and eyes remained fixed on the map laid out on the table, continuously flashing with shrewd insight. A subtle, unconscious pressure emanated from his body, and everyone felt a slight heaviness on their shoulders. Seeing Sarutobi's look of complete confidence, Mitagaku's smile widened. His plump face, like a blossoming flower, was incredibly fawning. "Lord Sarutobi, how do you feel we should proceed? My subordinates will fully cooperate with your plan." After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi pointed to the 3 red dots and said, "I will lead the team to take down these 3 strongholds in one fell swoop tomorrow." Sarutobi's strategy wasn't a complex maneuver. It was simple, direct, and effective. As long as they eliminated these 3 strongholds where the 2 enemy factions had gathered their largest forces, any elaborate scheme the enemy had would become useless. Sensing the message contained in Sarutobi's words, the group felt a palpable, awe-inspiring dominance wash over them. Sarutobi looked up, sweeping his gaze across the group, a look of confident pride on his face. He had the foundation and the strength to back up his words. Clap, clap, clap. Mitagaku clapped repeatedly, fully agreeing with the plan. The rest of the evening was a pleasant affair between the host and his guests. As the sun set, Mitagaku settled Orochimaru and the others into the side rooms of the rear courtyard. All their meals and needs were handled discreetly by trusted aides. A gag order was placed on all servants within the residence, forbidding them from going out, to ensure the news of Sarutobi and the Konoha ninjas' arrival remained contained, aiming to catch the enemy completely off guard during the raid the next day. Night fell. Orochimaru and Sarutobi were staying in the same side room. Sarutobi arranged for several chunin to guard the area overnight before coming in, a hint of fatigue showing on his face. Orochimaru woke from his chakra meditation practice. Seeing Orochimaru, Sarutobi smiled reassuringly. He sat down next to Orochimaru, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Orochimaru, what do you think of this fat man, Mitagaku?" Orochimaru knew Sarutobi was testing him. He organized his thoughts and replied, "The fat man looks harmless and overly enthusiastic, but his heart is as cunning as a fox." Sarutobi nodded in agreement. He then began to recount the background of the various factions in the Land of Rivers. Orochimaru listened quietly, his dark golden eyes constantly flashing with sharp intelligence. From Sarutobi's narrative, he learned that the three major factions in the southern Land of Rivers had all started as rogue ninja groups that gradually gained control of local governments. They then began consolidating other forces, eventually forming this three-way power struggle. In the beginning, they were all outwardly cordial, even signing a peace treaty to govern their respective territories and not interfere with one another. However, like most political stories, the peace agreement was merely a facade. Everyone understood that in this three-way standoff, each faction needed time to consolidate its increased strength and either suppress or win over the populace within its territory. Thus, the three factions played along, acting cordial in public, even exchanging gifts and greetings during festivals. Behind the scenes, however, they intensified efforts to recruit rogue ninja and enhance their military strength. While exchanging holiday greetings, they were no doubt internally cursing each other's ancestors. The situation began to change after the end of the First Great Ninja War, following the death of the second Hokage, which left the Hokage position in Konoha temporarily vacant. The Land of Wind in the west quietly extended its influence into the western faction. The northern faction was secretly controlled by Hanzo the Salamander. Mitagaku, located in the east, was not foolish. Due to his geographical location, he had long been secretly coordinating with the Land of Fire and Konoha. During this period of tension and rapid change, the Land of Wind and Hanzo the Salamander seemed to have reached some unspoken agreement, simultaneously baring their fangs and beginning to poke at Mitagaku, or rather, the Land of Fire's influence. At this point, Sarutobi paused. After giving Orochimaru time to contemplate and digest the information, he continued, "Do you know why I had to come in person this time?" Orochimaru turned to look at Sarutobi, his eyes asking for an explanation. Sarutobi stood up, looking out at the slightly hazy moonlight through the window. A look of distress gradually settled on his face. Konoha is currently leaderless, surrounded by powerful enemies and facing a dangerous, precarious time. The slightest mistake could lead to national catastrophe and total ruin. Orochimaru was shocked by the gravity of Sarutobi's words. He instinctively asked, how could that be? Most importantly, in Orochimaru's memory, the Land of Fire never faced a crisis capable of total collapse after the First Great Ninja War. Sarutobi's brow furrowed even deeper. His eyes, as profound as the night itself, slowly began to reveal the reasons. Explore up to 20 chapters in advance. Chapter 45. Sarutobi frowned and said in a low voice, "Orochimaru, are you aware that the cage of these surrounding great nations are either universally recognized geniuses or imposing, supremely cunning strategists? In the village hidden in the mist Kirigakure to the east, the sitting second Mizukage, Hazuki Joro, excels in genjutsu and water release ninjutsu. Several of the unique water release jutsu he created possess earth-shattering power, amazing even the second Hokage, Lord Tabarama, who was once called the God of Water. Furthermore, the Mizukage once nearly killed the second Tsuchikage in a skirmish with the Iwa ninja. In the village hidden in the stones Iwagakure to the northwest, the second Tsuchikage Mu was nearly killed by the second Mizukage years ago. He returned and arduously trained, creating Dust Release Jinten, a jutsu that merges three elemental affinities, wind, fire, and earth, which is essentially a Kekkei Toda, surpassing a mere Kekkei Genkai in power. Returning with a vengeance, he is now a powerful figure who can fight the second Mizukage to a standstill. In the village hidden in the clouds, Kumigakure to the northeast, the sitting second Reikage, Yatsuki Manro, is known as the God of Thunder in the ninja world. He specializes in lightning release ninjutsu, specifically the Black Lightning technique, which is the most concentrated and powerful form of lightning release. Not only that, he possesses 2 lightning release jutsu hailed as the strongest spear and the strongest shield, making him practically unbeatable. He is arguably the pinnacle powerhouse standing at the top of the ninja world today. In the land of wind, Kei's no Kuni to our west, the second Keizukage, Nagai Hasai, may seem to be the weakest Kage, but he is undoubtedly the most visionary and deeply manipulative strategist among them all. He is the master of the large hand that is driving and manipulating this Land of Rivers mission behind the scenes. As for our Land of Fire, the second Hokage, Lord Senju Tabarama, who is hailed as the God of Water, tragically died at the end of the First Great Ninja War. He stayed behind alone to fend off the Cloud Ninjas Gold and Silver Brothers force to protect me and a group of Konoha elites. Since the death of the second Hokage, Konoha has been leaderless, with internal arguments over the title of Hokage. We are like a tiger whose claws and teeth have been removed, and the surrounding great nations are all beginning to stir. The current situation in the ninja world appears peaceful on the surface, but underneath, it is fraught with undercurrents. The conflict and political situation in the Land of Rivers is a microcosm of this. Although the First Great Ninja War ended not long ago, and peace treaties were signed between the nations, the death of the second Hokage has caused all these factions to gather like hounds scenting blood. This mission in the Land of Rivers is being manipulated by the Keizukage in the background. The other nations are all watching the situation and testing Konoha's reaction. If we falter even slightly on this mission, these great nations will perceive Konoha as a weak lamb. They will not hesitate to rip off the facade of the peace treaty and rush at us with blood in their eyes. At that point, the outcome would be unimaginable. That is why I came personally. I must use a thunderous display of power to dispel the covetous desires of these surrounding nations. And in the ninja world, the best way to dispel others' greed is to make them pay the price in blood and lives. Hearing this, Orochimaru was completely stunned, like he'd been struck by lightning. A storm raged in his heart. Sarutobi finished speaking, turned to look at Orochimaru, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring straight into Orochimaru's eyes. He asked solemnly, "Orochimaru, you are a once-in-a-century genius. I only ask you this. Are you willing to protect Konoha with all your power?" Upon hearing the question, Orochimaru's gaze wavered. He recalled his past life's experiences, being alone even with Kage candidate strength, being manipulated as a pawn by Danzo and the various clans, being betrayed by Danzo, and eventually being discovered by Sarutobi in his secret research lab, leading to his defection from Konoha. His heart immediately churned like boiling water, and he remained silent for a long time, looking down. Sarutobi was not anxious. He simply looked down at Orochimaru, patiently waiting for his answer. After a long while, Orochimaru finally looked up. In his dark golden eyes, an incomparably firm resolve shone. He looked directly at Sarutobi and said solemnly, "As long as Konoha does not fail me, I will not abandon Konoha." "Ha ha ha," Sarutobi tilted his head back and burst into laughter. What he failed to see was the deeply buried, shocking ambition in the depths of Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes. Sarutobi finished laughing, then looked at Orochimaru with satisfaction. He said approvingly, "Very well. In this S-rank mission in the Land of Rivers, there will be a precious Manda clan summoning scroll. If you distinguish yourself, I will give it to you." Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the summoning scroll that Sarutobi found for him in his past life would appear here. His eyes immediately lit up. He knew that with the Manda clan's summoning scroll, once he reached Jonin, he could use the Manda summoning jutsu to cover up his Yamata summoning technique. At once, Orochimaru offered Sarutobi a deep bow with a look of gratitude, saying respectfully, "Thank you, Sarutobi-sensei." Sarutobi simply took Orochimaru's look of surprise as the youthful excitement of hearing about a valuable reward and paid it no mind. He smiled kindly upon hearing Orochimaru's thanks. Sarutobi then patted Orochimaru's shoulder and said, "No need to practice anymore. Get some rest. We have several hard battles ahead tomorrow." "Yes, Sarutobi-sensei." Orochimaru dropped his practice posture, settled the surging chakra within his body, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, before dawn, the sky was still dark. Sarutobi led Orochimaru and the 18 elite Konoha ninja, joined by over 200 genin, dozens of chunin, and 2 jonin from Mitagaku's rogue ninja forces, a total of around 300 people, and rushed toward the 3 strongholds of the 2 opposing factions marked on the map. Not long after Sarutobi's group departed, a dark shadow silently flipped over the wall of Mitagaku's residence. The figure glanced left and right. Seeing only darkness and no one around, it quickly darted into the shadows. This was the darkest time just before daybreak. In the forest, cold wind blew, penetrating to the bone. Ghostly figures constantly moved through it, rushing toward their predetermined targets. In another section of the forest, a different black shadow was also swiftly darting toward a separate direction. Chapter 46. After traveling for about 2 hours, Orochimaru and the others, following Sarutobi, converged in a clearing within the forest. Sarutobi stood in the center, encircled by over 300 ninja who were packed into the small open space. The Konoha ninja stood in the front row, silent and still like statues. However, a profoundly restrained killing intent emanated from them, subtly exerting immense psychological pressure on the surrounding rogue ninja. Under this pressure, the habitually unruly rogue ninja were forced to restrain themselves, not daring to make any extra noise. Over 300 ninja of varying ranks stood quietly in the small clearing, and a dull, deadly atmosphere began to brew. The sky was still dark, with only a faint glimmer of light appearing from the east. Sarutobi glanced at the sky and frowned slightly. The low marching speed of the rogue ninja had caused him to miscalculate the time slightly, making them a little late. He turned to face the dense crowd of ninja, lowered his voice, yet spoke with intense authority. "Aso Asayaka." The only 2 jonin among the rogue ninja, who were also their leaders, stepped forward silently with solemn expressions, bowing slightly to Sarutobi, awaiting orders. Sarutobi looked at the 2 and continued, "When we reach the destination, the 2 of you will take the rogue ninja and form a perimeter 100 meters out. I do not want a single fly to escape. Otherwise, the 2 of you will disembowel yourselves." Aso and Asayaka shuddered. They exchanged a look, seeing fear and helplessness in each other's eyes. They bowed and consented. Rogue ninja at the level of Aso and Asayaka could feel Sarutobi's terrifying presence and accepted the order out of necessity. However, this didn't mean the common rogue ninja, who normally behaved like thugs, would be so obedient. They immediately started to argue among themselves, and those with poor temperaments began cursing loudly. Faced with this group of rogue ninja, who were more like hooligans than street thugs, Sarutobi grew impatient. A terrifying, mountain-like oppressive aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire gathering. Except for the Konoha ninja, everyone else was shaken. Sarutobi's cold voice quickly reached everyone's ears. "Orochimaru." Orochimaru abruptly looked up, understanding the cue. He gave a wicked smile and vanished. His entire body streaked through the rogue ninja like a ghostly, black snake shadow. Apart from the few jonin, no one could clearly see his movements. In just 3 breaths, Orochimaru was back in his place. However, the faint scent of blood on him, along with the sudden, muffled collapses of several rogue ninja clutching their throats or hearts, all indicated what Orochimaru had done in those brief 3 breaths. Excluding the Konoha jonin, everyone else, including the elite Konoha chunin, looked at Orochimaru with astonishment and fear. They had failed to see Orochimaru's movements. Even Aso and Asayaka had only vaguely caught a trace of his afterimage. The rogue ninja who had collapsed were the ones who had openly questioned Sarutobi's command and used profanity. This act of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys was remarkably effective. The scent of blood gradually permeated the air, combined with Sarutobi's terrifying, mountainous pressure. Not a single rogue ninja dared to voice any further dissent. The few who had previously questioned the order but avoided using profanity and survived were now deathly pale, trembling uncontrollably. Sarutobi's cold tone rang out again, low and clear, in everyone's ears. I don't care what kind of treatment you had or what kind of life you lived before. Here and now, during this mission, anyone who disobeys my command, Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, will meet this fate. Seeing no one had any further objections, Sarutobi continued, Asayaka, your only job is to form a tight perimeter. The rest will be handled entirely by us, the Konoha ninja. Iso and Asayaka bowed and nodded again. Unlike before, their current posture and movements were clearly more respectful and sincere. Uchiha Tamashige Hyuga Hirano, Sarutobi called out. Tamashige and Hirano stepped forward from the Konoha formation. Sarutobi looked at the two and commanded, during the attack, your teams will serve as the reserve force, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Yes, Lord Sarutobi, the two bowed and answered. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed, and his aura surged again. The rest of the Konoha forces will attack the stronghold with me. We must resolve the battle within half an hour. Yes, Lord Sarutobi. The two squads of Anbu elites and Orochimaru affirmed in low voices. As Sarutobi finished giving the commands, the restrained killing intent on every Konoha member involuntarily surged, restlessly permeating the air. Sarutobi finished his orders, activated his ninja footwork, and leaped, quickly bounding toward the enemy stronghold. After traveling for another half-hour, the group finally reached the location of one of the three strongholds. Approximately 200 meters from the stronghold, Sarutobi, who was leading, suddenly raised his right hand, making a gesture to halt their advance. The 300-person team dared not defy him and immediately stopped. Orochimaru knew Sarutobi must have sensed something unusual in the dense forest ahead. He immediately released his spiritual sense and swept it forward. As expected, in the forest 100 meters ahead, there were many restrained, shifting auras, indicating the presence of enemy sentries outside the stronghold. Sarutobi nodded to Hyuga Hirano. Hirano understood immediately. Chakra instantly surged around his pupils, filling his eye sockets. Pale veins bulged out, and the unique vision of the Byakugan instantly penetrated the dense forest obstacles, revealing the locations of the enemy sentries. He pointed them out to Sarutobi one by one. At Sarutobi's signal, the two squads of Anbu elites, along with Orochimaru, stepped out. With the aid of the Byakugan, they circled the stronghold, silently eliminating all 32 sentries surrounding the camp. After eliminating the sentries, Orochimaru's group followed Sarutobi to within 100 meters of the stronghold. Orochimaru, standing just behind Sarutobi and the other Jonin, still carried a faint scent of blood from the recent killings. He quietly concealed himself behind a towering tree, wide enough for several people, and cautiously peered out. His dark golden eyes carefully surveyed the enemy's stronghold 100 meters ahead, which was alive with noisy activity. Chapter 47. This was a large stronghold, secretly located in the center of the dense forest, with tight defense and strict security. A flat foundation, several acres in size, had been deliberately cleared in the lush, dense forest. Upon it stood several robust, multi-story buildings, cast with steel and concrete, making them incredibly solid. At the highest points of the buildings, Chunin were stationed, sweeping their gaze around with wary expressions, watching out for any potential enemy movements. In one of the buildings, Orochimaru's powerful senses detected that several of the Chunin standing guard were actually elite ninja from a major nation. Their eyes cold and calm, their aura restrained but formidable. Although there was no perimeter wall, the ground and underground areas surrounding the stronghold were covered in ninjutsu traps, some obvious, some hidden, some emitting a faint aura, and some completely concealed like normal patches of grass. They were laid out in interlocking sections, and if triggered by an enemy, the resulting chain reaction would amplify the power severalfold. These ingeniously and thoroughly arranged, powerful traps surrounded the entire stronghold like a steel fortress, making it incredibly secure. Without someone from the stronghold who knew the trap layout to lead the way, even an ordinary Jonin from a great nation would be hard-pressed to breach the defenses alive after triggering the continuous chain of traps. Sarutobi quickly surveyed the surrounding terrain, the layout of the ninjutsu traps, and the placement of the guard ninja. Once he had a clear understanding, he quickly signaled and issued commands to the assault team behind him. Sarutobi spread his palms, raised both hands, and then swiftly and powerfully extended them flat to both sides. Eso and Asayaka behind him immediately understood. They quickly led the 300-plus rogue ninja, splitting into left and right squads to form a seemingly loose but actually tight perimeter 100 meters from the stronghold. After Eso and Asayaka's forces departed, only 13 elite Konoha-chunin, 3 Jonin, and 1 cage candidate, Sarutobi, remained. Sarutobi led them in a few leaps to the perimeter of large trees immediately surrounding the stronghold. Sarutobi stopped. His eyes, fixed on the stronghold, suddenly flashed with a chilling brilliance. A powerful, hurricane-like aura erupted from his body, which was not particularly tall, even appearing short and slender. Under Orochimaru's calm gaze and the shocked eyes of the surrounding elite Konoha-chunin, the massive tree Sarutobi stood upon, roughly 10 people wide, began to emit creaking, cracking sounds of splitting wood. Fine, long fissures, like a spider web, rapidly spread from beneath Sarutobi's feet, extending across the entire tree trunk. Tiny green wood splinters constantly broke off the branches and trunk, swirling and falling through the air. Sarutobi's hands flashed like lightning, weaving several complex hand seals. Forbidden Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Booms, booms, boom. After 3 explosive sounds, 3 more solid clones, whose auras were identical to Sarutobi's, appeared on the large tree where Sarutobi stood. All 4 Sarutobis released an astonishing aura from their bodies. Their hands, like butterflies flitting through flowers, began to weave the same hand seals. Several powerful enemy ninja in the stronghold had already sensed the shocking pressure released by Sarutobi and rushed out of the buildings in terror. Some of the weaker rogue ninja had already been overwhelmed by the terrifying aura of the cage-level power and collapsed onto the ground. The entire stronghold began to quickly stir, like ants in a hot pot. Orochimaru watched the series of hand seals Sarutobi was performing with some confusion. This is Heya, all 4 Sarutobis roared in unison. Earth release, Earth-style wall fortress. The thick ground within several hundred meters of the stronghold suddenly shook and quaked as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. A tremendous, earth-shaking rumble continuously rose from deep underground. Some of the weaker rogue ninja in the stronghold, faced with such a powerful jutsu that felt like the end of the world, were trembling violently where they lay paralyzed. Their eyes, wide with panic and anxiety as they darted around, showed extreme terror and blind confusion. Crack, crunch. Another series of strange sounds came from deep within the earth. Under the horrified gaze of the ninja in the stronghold, 4 terrifying fissures, several meters wide and hundreds of meters long, suddenly split open around the perimeter of the multi-acre stronghold. 4 massive, sturdy, and solid stone slabs suddenly surged up from the ground, rising straight toward the sky, connecting earth and sky. The powerful underground impact that drove them up caused hundreds of fine, long fissures to shoot out from the base, spreading around like spider webs or lightning patterns. These fissures triggered the various interlocking ninjutsu traps around the stronghold, causing fire to explode, wind blades to fly, and the ground to collapse. One after another, the traps were revealed, rendering them useless before they could harm the enemy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With the massive sound of the earth shaking, the stone walls rising from the ground shot up over 10 meters high above the surface. From all 4 directions, they completely enveloped the entire stronghold, like a massive, thick stone city wall, tightly sealing it off. Some of the stronger ninja in the stronghold already sensed the direness of the situation. Knowing a top-tier powerhouse was attacking, they leaped up into the air, using chakra to stick to the stone wall's surface, desperately rushing to escape over the top of the high wall. These ninjas' movements, naturally, did not escape Sarutobi's control. The terrifying power of a cage-level figure was revealed in this moment. The hand seals woven by the 4 Sarutobis were 2 pairs of identical patterns. The chakra surging from all 4 was incredibly powerful, but was flawlessly contained within their bodies, with not a single trace wasted by escaping outside. The jutsu of 2 of the Sarutobis was completed first, as the final hand seal was woven. Earth Release, Rock Pillar Prison. In Sarutobi's hands, various ninjutsu were used with unexpectedly stunning variations, their power and effect multiplied many times over their base level. Inside the 4 towering stone walls, dozens of circular stone pillars, each as thick as 3 people embracing, suddenly extended from the inner wall. With a loud booming sound, the tops of the 4 stone walls were securely sealed, and the entire stronghold, under the force of these 2 frighteningly powerful jutsu, was completely encased in a thick, stony rectangular box. Not only that, the solid stone pillars inside the wall pierced through the structure and extended outward, accompanied by screams of death and the sounds of collapsing houses. Orochimaru clearly saw that on the tops of many of the stone pillars, there were clumps of bloody, mangled flesh, dripping with milky white brain matter and crimson blood. These were the ninja inside, who had tried to cling to the stone wall and escape the stronghold. The terrifying sounds of the rock pillar prison had barely subsided when the jutsu of the other 2, Sarutobis, was completed amidst the earth-shattering commotion. With the release of a massive amount of chakra, another powerful earth release jutsu was unleashed. Chapter 48. The 2 Sarutobis completed their hand seals, and another powerful earth release ninjutsu was unleashed. Earth Release, Great Earth River. Unsurprisingly, this powerful jutsu, which turns the entire affected area into a river of mud, transformed once more in Sarutobi's hands. The gigantic stone rectangular prism that completely enveloped the multi-acre stronghold, along with the thick stone pillars inside, instantly began to shake and vibrate. Under the influence of the powerful ninjutsu, the colossal stone rectangle instantly dissolved into clumps of brownish-black viscous mud, gathering into 4 overwhelming mud waterfalls descending from the sky, surging down onto the ninja inside the stronghold. The mud rivers formed by the 4 towering mud waterfalls poured into the stronghold. Amidst the whoosh, whoosh sound of waves like the rising and falling tide, the mud rivers stirred up 10-meter-high brownish-black mud waves, which smashed forcefully onto the broken buildings within the stronghold. Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures with powerful auras, estimated to be at the level of ordinary jonin from a great nation, burst out of the mud giants, leaped into the air, and were about to land in the adjacent forest to escape with their lives. The 4 Sarutobis moved their 8 hands once more, performing 2 different sets of hand seals, 2 pairs of which were identical. The hand seals of 2 Sarutobis suddenly stopped, jutsu complete. Earth Release, Great Underworld Hand. 6 brownish-black, skyscraping swamp mud hands, roughly 100 times the size of a normal person's hand, suddenly extended from the surging mud river. The 6 colossal mud hands either slapped down from above, grabbed up from below, or swept in from side to side. The 2 jonin, skilled in ninjutsu and powerful, remained calm and composed in the air despite the relentless offensive, and began weaving hand seals to counterattack. Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Several points of orange-yellow sparks spat out from one jonin's mouth, quickly swelling to the size of a millstone, and continued to rapidly grow until each fist-sized spark had ballooned to the size of a hydrogen balloon used to carry people before stopping. Several giant fireballs, blazing with high-temperature crimson flames, hung in the air like small suns, creating a startling display of power. Under that jonin's control, the giant fireballs flew toward the great underworld hands that were closing in on him. Boom, boom, boom. Under Orochimaru's surprised gaze, 3 great underworld hands caught the fierce fireballs, one by one, in their palms and forcefully crushed them. Although the hands themselves shrank slightly, they continued their relentless pursuit of the jonin. The jonin, terrified, could not evade in time and was captured by the joint effort of the 3 great underworld hands. the three brownish-black hands squeezed with all their might. Splatter, splash. Viscous mud and earth liquid, mixed with pulped flesh and blood, splattered everywhere. The midair seemed to rain mud and blood, and the thick scent of gore instantly permeated the air. The other Jonin who escaped the Great Mud River was clearly much stronger and more experienced in combat, estimated to be a Suna Jonin secretly dispatched by the Land of Wind. Seeing the horrific fate of the other Jonin, he grew calmer. Instead of rushing for the forest, he utilized highly skilled taijutsu body techniques. At the moment, the great underworld hands attacked, leaping repeatedly, allowing him to evade several grabs. Having dealt with one Jonin, Sarutobi sneered upon seeing the other's evasiveness. Under his full control, the great underworld hand's flexibility and speed had more than doubled. The Jonin paused, then began weaving seals. Wind release, thousand faces wind. Unlike the thousand faces wind used by Orochimaru, this Jonin's powerful chakra and astonishing control over ninjutsu increased the power and scale of this B-rank jutsu severalfold, raising it to the level of an A-rank jutsu. The powerful chakra condensed into an extraordinary jutsu effect. Whoosh, 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 a series of powerful storms centered on the Jonin, forming a spherical vortex tens of meters in diameter that completely engulfed the three great underworld hands. Inside this colossal storm vortex, numerous thin, long, scythe-shaped sharp wind blades, ranging from a meter to several meters in length, continuously sliced and flew back and forth. Because the wind blades were so fast and the commotion so astonishing, the normally invisible air currents and wind blades began to distort people's vision, making it impossible to see what was happening inside the vortex. After 2 breaths, the spherical storm suddenly stopped. The 3 great underworld hands surrounding the Jonin were covered in dense, scythe-shaped fissures. They finally shattered piece by piece, turning into clumps of mud that fell into the great mud river below. The Jonin, also descending and using his feet to cling to the great mud river, smirked smugly. He then moved rapidly across the mud river's surface, leaping toward the surrounding forest. Unbeknownst to him, Sarutobi had already prepared a follow-up. The other 2, Sarutobis, simultaneously completed their hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Roar, roar. 2 massive mud dragon heads suddenly emerged from the great mud river in front of and behind the Jonin. Opening their ferocious, gaping mouths, they spat out dozens of fist-sized mud-explosive bullets at the Jonin. The 2 dragon heads unleashed nearly 100 mud-explosive bullets with astonishing speed and enough power to pierce an elite Chunin from a great nation. The Jonin was instantly enveloped from all sides. Left with no choice, the Jonin crouched, preparing to leap upward. Just as the 4 Sarutobis were about to weave seals to deliver the final blow to the trapped Jonin, Orochimaru, who was watching from the side, acted first. With the rich combat experience of 2 lifetimes, Orochimaru keenly seized this fleeting opportunity. His attack, which was executed without coordination with Sarutobi but connected flawlessly, was unleashed in an instant. Wind release, wind cutter. Under Orochimaru's superb chakra control technique and profound understanding of wind release ninjutsu, a slender, meter-long wind blade silently sliced through the void, heading with perfect precision toward the Jonin who had leaped upward. The Jonin only noticed this fatal scythe of death when the wind blade was barely a meter away. However, unable to gain purchase in midair, and with the blade so close, he could only widen his eyes and watch helplessly as the life-taking wind blade, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, effortlessly slit his neck. PSHHH. In midair, a crimson fountain of blood suddenly erupted several meters high. A head, with an expression of disbelief still etched on its face, was sent spiraling over 10 meters into the sky. Poof, poof, poofs. Sarutobi's 3 physical clones dispersed. He turned around, his gaze filled with admiration as he swept over Orochimaru, and then once again cast his resolute gaze toward the battlefield. Chapter 49. The overwhelming mud river receded, gradually revealing the stronghold's original terrain. The rows of formerly neat and sturdy buildings, after Sarutobi's powerful ninjutsu, were now shattered into a field of rubble and ruins. On the houses, which were either leaning, broken, or completely pulverized, brownish-black mud mixed with crimson flesh and blood formed shocking clumps of purplish-black sludge, adhering to the walls. Occasionally, they would drip down, forming small pools of fleshy blood on the ground. As one's gaze swept across the area, they could occasionally see the lifeless bodies of ninja, sprawled on the ground in various postures after the mud river had passed. Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes carefully scanned the stronghold, sensing if any fish had slipped through the net and escaped with their lives. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. A section of wall violently shook and then collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Orochimaru and the others clearly saw that behind the wall, a protective sphere made of thick yellow sand, acting as a shock absorber, was slowly dissolving onto the ground, gradually revealing several surviving ninja with powerful auras inside. Sarutobi's gaze swept over the few surviving ninja, and he immediately sensed their current status and strength. His cold, murderous voice entered everyone's ears. The original plan remains unchanged. Aokiden, Aokiya, the two of you stay here. The remaining 6 members of the squad, plus Orochimaru, go and deal with these ninja. One Suna Jonin with nearly depleted chakra and internal injuries, and 3 elite Suna Chunin. Is that a problem? Yes, Lord Sarutobi. Orochimaru and the others bowed in response and set off. Seeing Orochimaru's group rushing toward them, the few surviving Suna ninja in the stronghold showed expressions of panic. The Jonin, though somewhat better composed, still had a hint of anxiety written on his face. Orochimaru sneered coldly. To be intimidated before the fight even began instantly reduced the combat power of these Suna ninja by several notches. Inhaling the thick scent of blood in the air, the atmosphere of battle excited Orochimaru. He licked his lips and, with an evil, domineering demeanor, said to the 6 elite Anbu Chunin following him, "Leave that Jonin to me. Don't interfere." The 6 elite Anbu Chunin exchanged glances. Recalling the formidable strength Orochimaru had displayed earlier, they silently acquiesced. Using chakra to cling to the still-dissipating mud river beneath his feet, Orochimaru rushed toward the surviving Suna ninja like an arrow shot from a bow. The killing intent radiating from his body, almost on the verge of materializing, surged forth. Behind him, it faintly transformed into a towering giant python, locking onto the Suna ninja, ready to strike and devour. This almost materialized killing intent slightly stirred the air, impacting the hearts of the Suna ninja. Sensing this vast and powerful killing intent, the Jonin, whose chakra was more than half depleted, was startled. He quickly whispered a few words to the Chunin behind him. Lip-reading was not difficult for Orochimaru. Keeping his eyes fixed on the mouth movements of the Jonin and the other Chunin, he easily understood everything they said. He gave a sinister smile. The Jonin was preparing to face the enemy alone to create an opportunity for his companions to escape. This kind of courage and spirit earned Orochimaru's respect. Therefore, he did not intend to hold back, using his full power. His feet shuffled quickly, increasing his speed by a few more points. The Suna ninja keenly noticed Orochimaru's increased speed. The Jonin angrily shoved the Chunin away, then grabbed a sharp kunai and charged forward himself. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He's almost out of chakra, so he's resorting to close combat? Fine, I'll indulge you. Orochimaru likewise grabbed a kunai and met the Suna Jonin's charge. Clang! A sharp, even somewhat piercing, collision sound echoed. Orochimaru fiercely pressed his kunai against the opponents, pushing toward the Jonin. While Orochimaru engaged the Suna Jonin, the 6 Konoha elite Chunin had already bypassed the 2 of them and rushed toward the 3 elite Suna Chunin. The 3 Suna Chunin, hesitant to abandon their leader, were not fast. The 6 Konoha Chunin caught up to them in an instant, and they immediately became entangled in combat. Clang, clang, clang. Continuously clashing kunai with Orochimaru, the Jonin noticed that his 3 Chunin companions had also been intercepted, and his concentration faltered. Orochimaru seized the chance. The kunai in his hand, like a small, agile viper, instantly swept diagonally upward, carving a narrow, several-centimeter-long bloody gash on the Jonin's forearm. Caught off guard, the Jonin was taken advantage of by Orochimaru and instinctively retreated backward. Facing this child who was certainly no older than 10, he felt a tremendous pressure. He knew that the shadow of death was gradually enveloping him. Orochimaru watched the Jonin retreat calmly, but didn't press the attack. The sharp kunai, like a docile pet snake, flipped and danced flexibly between the 5 fingers of his right hand, nimble and lively. He looked at the Jonin opposite him, whose expression was growing grim. He licked his lips slightly and said with a sinister smile, "You're a Suna ninja from the land of wind, aren't you?" Orochimaru's rhetorical question received no reply. The Jonin knew Orochimaru was difficult to deal with. He shook off his turbulent thoughts and began to take the fight seriously. Seeing the Jonin's determined expression, an unconcealed glint of excitement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He said faintly, "Yes, that's more like it. Excite me a little more." Orochimaru's snake pupils, due to intense excitement, narrowed into thin, light golden vertical slits, fixed on the Jonin. The massive killing intent, chilling, cold, and enough to instantly plunge an ordinary person into a Shura-like illusion of corpses and blood, surged out from his body. The Jonin slightly crouched, adopting an aggressive stance. A powerful aura also emanated from him, holding its own against Orochimaru. He said faintly, "Don't underestimate a Jonin from the land of wind. You will pay the price." Hearing this, Orochimaru responded with a look of disdain. However, the blood within him flowed faster and faster, and he became increasingly excited. A prey like this is finally getting interesting. The auras of the two constantly clashed. By now, the great mud river had completely dissipated. The rubble and debris between the two were churned and rolled back and forth by the force of their auras. Thump thump. Both of them simultaneously slammed their feet to the ground and charged out, kicking up 2 small clouds of dust and stone mist from their starting positions. The powerful acceleration from the recoil made both their figures trail a faint afterimage. Chapter 50. Although the Jonin was suffering from internal injuries, his internal organs slightly displaced from resisting Sarutobi's powerful ninjutsu, and his strength was reduced to only 50%, he was still a Jonin trained by a great nation like the Land of Wind. The intensity of his taijutsu body techniques, the speed of his movements, and his sheer will to fight made Orochimaru feel a subtle strain. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed their kunai repeatedly in midair. While Orochimaru felt the struggle, the Jonin was also having a tough time. He used every ounce of skill he had, his sharp kunai constantly parrying Orochimaru's attacks and looking for an opening. However, the longer he fought, the more his heart seized up. He could sense the monstrous, prodigious talent of the child before him, who was not yet 10 years old. He wielded his kunai with textbook precision. His moves flowed tightly, showing few flaws. Sometimes his attacks were continuous, like a mighty river, and other times his defense was as solid as a steep mountain wall. Yet, Orochimaru's kunai style was unlike anything he had seen in all his years as a ninja, startling and baffling him. Orochimaru's kunai switched between offense and defense with great speed. His attacks were like a free-roaming wild horse or a hanging antelope horn, unpredictable and impossible to guard against, making every strike a surprise. His defense, however, was like a loose yet flawless net, always appearing precisely where it needed to be to parry every potentially fatal blow. In the Jonin's view, Orochimaru's kunai style was agile yet insidious, bizarre yet cunning, like a viper constantly weaving around its prey, elusive and impossible to predict. However, the ever-present threat to the enemy's life forced constant vigilance, because a moment of relaxation could be met with the viper's lethal fangs. Clang, clang, clang. The two exchanged several more blows before breaking apart. Ha, ha! They stood several meters apart, panting heavily, locking their murderous intent onto each other. Neither dared to launch a careless attack for fear of exposing a weakness. This brief but dangerous skirmish left 3 several-centimeter-long cuts on Orochimaru's arm and chest. The Jonin, however, had twice as many. Orochimaru's agile, demonic kunai style had truly made him suffer. Already nursing internal injuries, he now had 6 more fresh cuts, worsening his condition. The scales of victory were beginning to tilt, and the Grim Reaper had already raised his scythe. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru tried his best to steady his breathing. He shook the kunai in his hand to ease the soreness in his right arm. The Jonin's physical strength and power were still something he couldn't fully counter. Even with his internal injuries, this brief confrontation had left Orochimaru's wrist aching badly, almost cramping. His eyes flashed as his mind raced. Orochimaru took out another kunai from his ninja pouch and placed it in his left hand. 2 kunai now spun in his hands, circling like 2 turning light wheels in his pale, jade-like palms, flashing with cold, sharp light. Watching Orochimaru's movements, the Jonin's heart gradually sank. He had initially thought Orochimaru's choice to forgo ninjutsu and duel with taijutsu and kunai was the arrogance of a youth unaware of danger. But now, it was clear. This young boy was terrifyingly composed and powerful. Holding the 2 kunai, Orochimaru gave the Jonin a wicked smile. This smile, which would make every maiden in Konoha scream, was utterly cruel and cold in the Jonin's eyes. Springing forward, Orochimaru became a black shadow, instantly attacking the Jonin. In an urgent frenzy, the Jonin quickly drew a second kunai, clumsily defending himself with 2 blades. However, the second kunai, grabbed in haste, resulted in a dual-wielding technique that was clearly a step below his single kunai skill. Not only did it fail to increase his fighting power, but it became a burden. Some of his single kunai moves were used awkwardly, riddled with flaws. Orochimaru, on the other hand, executed a dual kunai assassination technique that he had created and mastered in his past life. The 2 kunai in his hands, sometimes stabbing straight, sometimes flipping over for a horizontal slash, and instantly changing grip from forward to reverse, allowed his attack methods to transform in the blink of an eye. The 2 kunai were like 2 poisonous snakes. In the span of 10+ breaths, they had already opened 5 more cuts on the Jonin's body. One cut, over 10 centimeters long, missed his heart by only an inch. If the Jonin hadn't reacted in time, he would already be a corpse. Stumbling backward, the Jonin increased the safe distance, looking at Orochimaru with horror and disbelief. His single kunai technique was as proficient as an assassin immersed in bloodshed for years, and now his dual kunai technique was equally skillful. This was beyond what the word genius could describe. By now, the battle between the Chunin on the other side was over. 6 elite Konoha Chunin, flanking 3 demoralized Suna Chunin, had eliminated the remaining enemies without suspense. After finishing the battle, the 6 elite Konoha Chunin dispersed, forming a loose circle outside the ongoing duel between Orochimaru and the Jonin. They maintained a lookout to prevent the Jonin's escape while observing Orochimaru's combat skills. The dual kunai assassination technique he had just displayed truly amazed and impressed all 6. Orochimaru's eerie dark golden snake eyes calmly looked at the Jonin opposite him. He smiled sinisterly. "Heh heh, old man, can you still offer me any fun? If not, you can go on your way." Ha ha, the Jonin panted heavily. He was nearing his limit. Not only was his chakra low, but his physical strength and endurance had also been severely depleted during the frantic battle. He ignored Orochimaru's provocation. As a Jonin from a major nation, he undoubtedly possessed a tenacious, battle-hardened will. His gaze swept over the circle of elite Konoha Chunin surrounding him. He knew he wouldn't be leaving this place alive today. His eyes narrowed, seeming to come to some quiet decision. Swoosh, swoosh. The Jonin threw down the 2 kunai in his hands. Thud, thud, the kunai struck the muddy earth with a dull sound. The Jonin fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. His aura abruptly surged, and his hands began to weave hand seals rapidly. Orochimaru loosely held the 2 kunai in his hands, watching the Jonin's movements with interest. Sensing the chakra fluctuation around the Jonin growing increasingly violent, the excitement in Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes deepened. As an uncrowned king who knew virtually every ninjutsu recorded in Konoha, he clearly recognized that this must be a self-created jutsu by the Jonin. Orochimaru trembled, excited and curious. What could be more intriguing to him than witnessing an entirely new ninjutsu? He widened his eyes, eagerly anticipating the effect of this technique. Chapter 51. Ha, The Tsunajonin suddenly let out a massive yell, injecting the very last bit of chakra in his body into the ninjutsu he had spent his entire life creating. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes were fixed on the strange chakra fluctuations coming from the Jonin, revealing deep excitement. Yet, beneath that sinister smile, his powerful spiritual sensing ability had already swept out, registering every minute anomaly in the surrounding space. Intense chakra fluctuations, like boiling water, emanated from the Jonin. The final hand seal for this powerful ninjutsu was finally completed. Wind release, vacuum Itachi killing array. So that's it. Indeed a great jutsu, haha. Under Orochimaru's powerful spiritual sensing and vast ninjutsu knowledge, the power and effect of the technique were roughly sensed in a fleeting instant. Excitement welling up inside, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally and wickedly. The jutsu effect activated. Centered on Orochimaru, a violent surge of airflow suddenly arose within a 10-meter radius. The invisible air, surging violently, formed a light white spherical storm vortex about 10 meters in diameter. The colossal spherical storm, like a black hole, constantly churned, shook, and affected the surrounding air. With the sounds of whoosh, whoosh, clang, clang, it sucked in all the loose stones and dust. Its scale rapidly grew, and its momentum became increasingly astonishing. The 6 elite Konoha nearby even had to use all their chakra to cling to the ground just to stay upright. From afar, Hyuga Hirano, who was watching the astonishing power of the jutsu, grew worried. Placing great importance on Orochimaru, he subconsciously wanted to go to his aid, but Sarutobi stopped him. Sarutobi extended his left hand, and the corners of his mouth, which held a faint smile, curled up slightly. Don't worry, that child, Orochimaru, will surprise us. Only at Sarutobi's level could one clearly sense Orochimaru's soul fluctuations, which remained as still as an ancient well. Not only were they calm, but they seemed quite excited, Sarutobi thought with mild exasperation. In the space of just one breath, within the spherical storm vortex, into which 70% of the jutsu's chakra had been poured, a deadly, silent vacuum domain, like a desolate wasteland, abruptly formed in the interior. Outside, the winds raged and debris flew everywhere. Inside the vacuum domain, however, there was absolute silence, completely devoid of fluctuations. Standing within it, Orochimaru held his breath, curiously observing this vacuum domain created by immense chakra. There was no air inside, but there was a growing air pressure transmitted from the entire storm vortex. The larger the storm vortex and the more astonishing its scale, the higher the internal air pressure rose, making the enemy inside feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them, suffocating them. Feeling the pressure, which had increased by about 50 kilograms, Orochimaru mused with interest. This jutsu is quite fascinating. However, before Orochimaru could fully investigate the mysteries of the jutsu, the vacuum domain inside suddenly began to buzz faintly. Buzz, 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 like the fluttering wings of a fly or mosquito. He looked closer out of curiosity. In just one breath, 6 thin, scythe-like, light yellow wind blades, about a meter long, mysteriously condensed around Orochimaru in the vacuum domain. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils suddenly narrowed into a faint golden line. He was slightly startled, keenly sensing that these abnormally colored wind blades contained high-speed moving sand. If the original wind blades were like a long, sharp watermelon knife, then the current wind blades, laced with these high-speed moving grains of yellow sand, were like watermelon knives whose edges were serrated. Not only were they sharp, but if they hit, they were guaranteed to tear off a chunk of flesh along with the blood. Orochimaru wanted to continue observing, but the 6 high-speed wind blades mixed with yellow sand gave him no chance. Accompanied by a trail of buzz, buzz sounds, they rapidly attacked him from all directions. Orochimaru gave a cold smile. His right hand reached into the mechanism of the weighted vest he wore over his inner clothes and gave a slight tug. Poof! The 50-kilogram weighted vest easily detached from his clothing. Orochimaru felt his body lighten. He quickly deployed his special ninja footwork, generating faint afterimages as he moved at full speed. He even had the leisure to study the structure of the sand within the wind blades, further exploring the jutsu's secrets. From the outside, in the span of 6 or 7 breaths, the power of this evolving jutsu had multiplied several times. The storm vortex forming the vacuum domain expanded to a diameter of 15 meters, and its suction force on the surroundings also increased significantly. Grass and trees within a 100-meter radius were all bent toward the storm vortex. Some of the closer trees were uprooted entirely, carrying clumps of dirt, and were sucked into the vortex. They were then sliced and shredded into wood chips by the swirling, knife-like currents and carried high into the sky, gradually forming a towering wind pillar several tens of meters high that was clearly visible to people 4 km away. Amidst this terrifying suction force, the Jonin, who had exhausted all his chakra, clung desperately to a piece of broken foundation, sprawled on the ground, laughing hysterically. "Ha-ha, you Konoha genius, no matter how monstrous you are, you'll still be killed by a Suna ninja. Ha-ha, ha-ha, damn it, all you Konoha ninja should die." Only the 6 elite Konoha Chunin nearby heard the Jonin's vile words. They locked their powerful killing intent onto the exhausted Jonin. However, the immense suction force of the storm vortex made it difficult for them to even maintain their own footing, giving them no chance to personally kill the Jonin. They could only stare fixedly at him with 6 pairs of eyes blazing with anger, indulging in the fantasy of killing him with their gaze. The spectacle outside was astonishing, but Orochimaru inside the vacuum domain was also becoming increasingly uncomfortable. The wind blades mixed with sand were multiplying. They had now increased to 10, and their length had extended by half a meter. The sand-infused wind blades, like boomerangs, constantly sliced back and forth within the vacuum domain, gradually forming a light yellow flower of death made of wind blades, leaving Orochimaru with less and less room to maneuver. Orochimaru utilized his special ninja footwork techniques to their utmost. His mind raced. He simply cast aside the 2 kunai in his hands, which had been badly cut up from clashing with the wind blades. He then slowly closed his eyes, using his sharp and powerful spiritual sensing to replace his sight. Chapter 52. A bright, magnificent light flashed in the dark golden eyes. Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes. Within the 10+ meter vacuum domain, Orochimaru's powerful spiritual sensing unfolded without reserve, instantly presenting a silent, spherical, silver-white ball of light in his mind. He was standing inside this light ball. The light ball changed. 10 silver-white light chains, roughly 1.5 meters long, suddenly appeared inside. They traced faint white trajectories, flying toward Orochimaru like graceful butterflies, but this stunningly beautiful image in his senses carried the danger of death, tracing the path of the Grim Reaper's scythe. The flight trajectories of the yellow sand wind blades were slowed down several times under Orochimaru's powerful spiritual sensing, as if viewing a movie in slow motion. This allowed him to easily evade the blade's cutting action, as if strolling in a garden. The faint golden light cocoon of Yamada at his heart, as Orochimaru dodged the wind blades, gradually took the place of his heart. Its beating frequency synchronized with his heartbeat, continuously releasing incredibly subtle and pure light golden aura that melted into Orochimaru's flesh and blood. This made his body increasingly stronger, his movement speed faster, and his utilization of special ninja footwork more refined. He took a short side step, dodging a long, narrow wind blade flying directly at him. 2 more wind blades came rushing in from the left and right, encompassing him. The buzz, hum echoed in Orochimaru's ears. He fiercely leaned his upper body back, using his hand to support himself on the ground. Suddenly, an unexpected 2-meter-long scythe of death spun back toward him from the front. Spiritual sensing clearly presented the trajectory of this fatal wind blade in Orochimaru's mind. However, though he saw the path of the scythe of death, he was currently in the fatal phase where old strength was exhausted and new strength was yet to be born. The wind blade came closer and closer. Orochimaru's scalp felt a cold prickle. In the nick of time, he violently slammed his right hand onto the ground. His entire body spun rapidly in midair like a top, rotating several 360-degree turns before precariously hanging in the air. The 2-meter-long, light yellow wind blade easily severed some strands of black hair that Orochimaru shook off, grazed the clothes on his back, and flew past by the narrowest margin. As the vacuum domain rapidly expanded and the internal air pressure gradually increased, Orochimaru's enhanced physical endurance and movement speed were steadily outpaced by the rate of consumption. Already unable to breathe, his normal and enhanced stamina were being drastically depleted with no chance for recovery via breathing. The situation became increasingly perilous. Such dangers occurred multiple times, and his body gradually accumulated several cuts. The crimson blood flowing from them even soaked the clothes on his upper body red. Orochimaru, however, was unconcerned. The more he sensed the mysteries of the ninjutsu, the more excited he became. He constantly licked his lips. This powerful jutsu, whose full potential had not yet been reached even at its current scale, held a plasticity that drove him to greed and madness. He absolutely had to figure out its secrets. His powerful spiritual sensing spread out. Under the excitement and madness, Orochimaru's senses became even sharper. Suddenly, a new, roughly 1-meter-long wind blade abruptly appeared. Orochimaru focused all his attention, rigidly locking onto this process that had been repeated many times before. The entire process of the wind blade's condensation, which lasted about half a breath, was sensed, then segmented and analyzed in his mind hundreds or thousands of times, like splicing film frames, allowing him to understand it. PSHH. A 1.5-meter-long, light yellow wind blade, its jagged edge scraping Orochimaru's left arm, drew out another spurt of fresh blood and a piece of crimson flesh. Orochimaru frowned slightly, licked his lips, and a wicked, crooked smile spread across his face. I understand. I finally understand. Orochimaru roared internally with madness. His eyes suddenly snapped open, shooting out a brilliant light. In his mind, the process that had been segmented and analyzed hundreds and thousands of times slowly unfolded. Tiny specks of dust from within the vacuum domain, combined with the air and sand dust disintegrated from the external storm vortex, were injected at the moment the wind blade formed, along with the high speed of the external storm vortex's surge. This was what added the yellow sun serrations to these sharp wind blades. After figuring out the jutsu secret, Orochimaru looked at the light yellow wind blades continually flying around him and smiled coldly. Game over. He extended his right hand. A sphere of wind release chakra condensed to its absolute limit, disrupting the air pressure and wind blade trajectories within the vacuum domain, rapidly gathering in his right palm. Wind release, Reisingen. The shape transformation of wind release chakra, under Orochimaru's superb chakra control technique, was utilized to the extreme in his palm at this moment. A sphere of highly condensed, deep blue wind release chakra, about the size of an infant's head, appeared in Orochimaru's palm. The moment the Reisingen appeared, it seemed to be the perfect counter to this jutsu, immediately causing an uproar throughout the entire vacuum domain. The wind blade's movement trajectories were greatly disrupted. The thin, long, light yellow wind blades swayed uncontrollably, like drunkards who had downed several bottles of strong liquor, flying aimlessly in the air. Their paths even began to overlap, with two wind blades occasionally colliding with each other. The entire vacuum domain began to sound with unusual explosions, continuously shaking, showing signs of instability. Orochimaru smiled faintly. When a ninjutsu that utilizes shape transformation to its extreme encounters another ninjutsu that is even more condensed and extreme in its shape transformation, the result is self-evident. Holding the Reisingen, Orochimaru pushed off the ground, transforming into a black shadow. He raised his hand and pressed forward. The wind blades he encountered melted rapidly, like ice and snow under the hot sun, turning into wisps of breeze that brushed past Orochimaru's ears and vanished into thin air. After a few strides, the barrier of the vacuum domain was right before him. Orochimaru's gaze turned cold, and he fiercely pressed the deep blue Reisingen in his hand against the light white barrier. Scratch ZZZZT. The collision between the Reisingen and the barrier even fiercely sparked sporadic blue-violet flames. A powerful rotational twisting force, even greater than the front of the Reisingen, suddenly erupted on the back of the object under attack. It was as if a slightly smaller, but absolutely no less intense, counterclockwise rotating tornado was forcefully inserted into a clockwise rotating, sky-high tornado. The two abruptly clashed, sparking blue-violet lightning chains that sprayed out over 10 meters. Accompanied by the deafening sounds of boom, rumble, zzzt, scratch. The gigantic, 10-plus meter tall tornado, along with the 10-plus meter diameter vacuum domain, disintegrated and broke apart in a few breaths. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After carving several ground marks, tens of meters long and several centimeters deep, across the ravaged ground, the force rapidly dissipated. Poofs! The surging airflow was suddenly and forcefully arrested, resulting in a deafening explosion at the scene. Under the eyes of Sarutobi and his group, the Tsunajonin, and the 6 elite Konoha, eyes filled with relief, unease, and anticipation, the large clouds of foggy white smoke dissipated, revealing Orochimaru standing firmly in the center of the clearing. At this moment, his slightly young and slender figure appeared in the eyes of everyone like a towering mountain, range rapidly rising into the sky. Chapter 53. The smoke finally dissipated. Orochimaru, who had emerged from the vacuum domain, took a deep breath. The cool, fresh air rushed into his lungs, acting like a fully powered engine. It rapidly broke down the oxygen and injected it into his bloodstream, circulating to all parts of his body. His strength, which had been almost completely depleted, instantly returned. Covered in blood and dirt, the defeated Tsunajonin on the ground struggled to his feet. He looked at Orochimaru, who only had a few more cuts on his body, with an incredulous and astonished gaze. The Rasengan in Orochimaru's right hand slowly faded. With his strength recovered, he coldly raised his head. His body blurred, moving several times faster than before. In an instant, a sharp kunai appeared in his hand, and he was standing behind the Tsunajonin. The icy blade pressed against the Jonin's neck and lightly sliced across it. Pshh. Crimson blood sprayed far out. Thud. The Jonin's eyes slowly glazed over. He fell weakly to the ground, and a spreading pool of blood began to seep out from beneath him. This battle brought a major issue to Orochimaru's attention. Since his rebirth, Orochimaru had the aid of the wondrous spiritual entity Yamada. His daily training progress was astonishingly fast, progressing by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, his body, taijutsu, and chakra advanced simultaneously, establishing an incredibly solid foundation. However, even in these circumstances, facing this ordinary Tsunajonin operating at only 50% strength, it still took considerable effort and cost to finally kill him. Moreover, this ordinary Jonin had actually created a powerful ninjutsu. If Orochimaru hadn't had the experience of 2 lifetimes and used the targeted Rasengan, there's no telling who would have won the fight. This forced him to restrain the slight pride and arrogance that had secretly begun to rise within him, causing him to underestimate the ninja of the world. Orochimaru's dark golden eyes were as deep as an unfathomable abyss. He looked at the Jonin's corpse on the ground, his mind turning over 100 thoughts. Reflecting on his past life and everything that had happened, he couldn't help but clench his fists. It's not enough, far from enough. I need more, much stronger power. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes revealing a profound ambition. Coming back to his senses, Orochimaru knelt down and began searching the Jonin's tool pouch and the satchel on his lower back, not missing any concealed areas where things might be hidden. Finally, in an inner pocket on the Jonin's chest, he found a white scroll, about 3 fingers thick and a hand-length long. The scroll contained the Jonin's complete training process and notes, his life's work. Orochimaru immediately skipped other sections, quickly skimming through it. About halfway through the scroll, he found the origin and principle behind the ninjutsu the Jonin had created. His dark golden eyes fixed on the lines of data and detailed explanations on the scroll. Orochimaru's mind, like a computer running at astonishing speed, rapidly recorded all the information, digesting and analyzing it, constantly deepening his understanding and knowledge of the ninjutsu. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru muttered, licking his lips, "So this jutsu is called Vacuum Itachi Killing Array. I understand. I understand the power of this technique." In the instant the vacuum domain forms, extract all the dust inside, add it to the wind blades to create yellow sand wind blades. whose cutting power and force far exceed ordinary wind blades, and then use the storm vortex's powerful suction to create constantly increasing internal air pressure. What great creativity! Interesting, truly interesting, hee. Seeing the exquisite details, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile wickedly. In his mind, rich and profound ninjutsu knowledge constantly simulated various improvement plans and experimental schemes. Orochimaru faintly saw all sorts of derivative techniques for this jutsu. Indeed, this jutsu has extremely strong plasticity, and its power has significant room for growth. Good, very good. In just a few dozen breaths, combining his recent experience and discoveries within the vacuum domain, Orochimaru had roughly grasped the subtleties of this brand-new ninjutsu. Countless genius concepts arose in his mind. However, he knew this wasn't the time for detailed study. He quickly put the scroll of training notes into the satchel on his lower back, picked up the weighted vest he had discarded, put it back on, and stood up. He then took some time to hastily apply cooling powder to his wounds and briefly bandage them with supplies he carried. At this point, the 6 elite Konoha Ambu ninja had recovered and respectfully approached, reminding Orochimaru to continue their mission. Orochimaru nodded slightly. He and the 6 Chunin rejoined the unit, standing beside Sarutobi. The group then quickly rushed toward the next stronghold. On a hilltop, somewhere in the southern part of the Land of Rivers, a group of strangely dressed individuals, all wearing black trench coats with hoods covering their faces, stood on the raised hill. They seemed to be waiting for someone or something. The person who appeared to be the leader of the group stood at the highest point of the hill, gazing into the distance and observing the horizon. A tremendously powerful chakra fluctuation faintly emanated from him, clearly indicating he was no ordinary person. The rest of the figures stood several meters behind him, like sturdy pine trees deeply rooted in the ground, awaiting the leader's command at any moment. Suddenly, with a quiet swoosh, a slight sound of air being cut passed by. The group of figures looked back alertly. On the ground, a kneeling figure had appeared. This person was the suspicious individual who had previously left Itachi's estate. The hooded figure standing at the hill's summit seemed to know who the newcomer was. Without turning around, he spoke in a strange voice that sounded as if it were passing through a metal medium. "Do you have any news?" The newcomer remained kneeling, not raising his head, and respectfully replied, "Lord Hanzo, Sarutobi has arrived in the Land of Rivers with 17 Konoha ninja and is heading toward the 3 strongholds." Oh, the leader, addressed as Lord Hanzo, was none other than Hanzo of the Salamander from the Aimgakure village hidden in the rain in the northern Land of Rivers. His body, standing at the summit, trembled slightly as he continued to question, "Were you able to find out who else, besides Sarutobi, is among these Konoha ninja?" Besides Sarutobi and a boy with dark golden snake eyes who showed up at Itachi's war council, the others are all wearing trench coats to conceal their figures and hoods to hide their faces. We could only tell they are Konoha ninja from the faintly exposed Konoha forehead protectors. Hanzo of the Salamander nodded and waved his hand, saying, "You don't need to return to Itachi's estate. Head straight back to Aimgakure." "Yes, thank you, my lord." The kneeling figure seemed immensely excited. After Hanzo finished speaking, he leaped and rapidly sped toward the forest outside the hill. The group of cloaked ninja quickly followed suit. After Hanzo had left, the excited newcomer finally stood up from the ground and headed north toward the Land of Rivers. Chapter 54. A breeze blew over the deserted hilltop. Leaves scattered and silence reigned. In the adjacent forest, the fallen leaves on the ground were carried away by the breeze, faintly revealing a pile of earthen yellow sand underneath. Strangely, this type of sand, typically found only in desert regions, had inexplicably appeared in the naturally pleasant environment of the Land of Rivers. Soon, however, a peculiar chakra fluctuation emanated from the pile of yellow sand. The sand, hidden beneath the leaves, seemed to suddenly be endowed with life. It rippled like flowing water, and then, like a fountain, masses of fluctuating sand surged into the air, gradually condensing into a middle-aged ninja wearing a vest. A Suna sand forehead protector was clearly worn on his brow. The middle-aged Suna ninja, who had been buried here for a long time, looked in the direction Hanzo of the salamander and his men had left, his eyes flickering. He pulled out a narrow strip of paper, quickly scribbled something, then cupped his hand to his mouth in a unique gesture, blowing a sharp cry toward the sky. Screech, screech. The piercing bird cry echoed in the air, instantly drawing back an equally sharp response. A swift, strong osprey appeared on the distant horizon and, in the blink of an eye, flew down to land on the middle-aged ninja's shoulder. The Suna ninja smiled faintly, stroking the osprey's smooth feathers. The bird narrowed its eyes in apparent enjoyment. The Suna ninja then rolled the note he had written into a small paper cylinder and inserted it into the bamboo tube mechanism tied to the osprey's leg. He shrugged his shoulder, and the osprey understood, leaping into the air and shooting off like an arrow toward the direction of the land of wind. The middle-aged Suna ninja watched the osprey disappear into the distance, then chose a direction and departed himself. The informant who had reported information about Sarutobi's group to Hanzo was excitedly sprinting in the direction of Aimgakure when a dark shadow suddenly flashed past his eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his neck and instantly lost consciousness, permanently. A ninja wearing a dog mask and black clothing appeared, holding the corpse, manifesting on a nearby towering tree. This was clearly a Konoha Anbu member. The Anbu member looked at the corpse in his hand, his gaze turning cold. He kicked off the tree, leaping several times before speeding toward the distance. Swoosh! The dog mask Anbu member appeared in a clearing in the forest. The three other Konoha Anbu members who had been waiting there, wearing different animal masks, immediately bowed in unison, calling out, "Captain." The dog mask Anbu, carrying the corpse, walked toward the three, nodding faintly. He asked, "Is the secret jutsu formula for memory extraction ready?" The three men moved apart, revealing a complex and profound ninjutsu formula inscribed on a large rock behind them. One of them replied, "Yes, Captain, it's ready. We were just waiting for you to bring the body back." The dog mask Anbu walked to the rock, looked at the formula, and nodded. He placed the corpse on the rock, positioning the head precisely in the center of the formula. After arranging the corpse, the Anbu captain glanced at his three teammates and commanded in a low voice, "All right, start quickly." "Yes," the three replied in unison. They and the captain gathered around the formula on the giant rock, standing in fixed positions 90 degrees apart. Once his three subordinates were in position, the Anbu captain's expression grew serious. A strong chakra fluctuation emanated from him. All the chakra in his system gathered in his hands and was injected into the special ninjutsu formula carved on the rock. The other three also began their actions. The massive amount of chakra injected by the four men caused the special jutsu formula to radiate a deep blue, crystalline glow, slowly activating its effect. The Anbu captain slowly closed his eyes. Images surging from the corpse's head rapidly transmitted into his mind. His eyes subtly trembled. Cold sweat had already begun to continuously break out on his back. Not only was the consumption of chakra intense, but his mental power and will were also enduring an enormous challenge from this special ninjutsu formula. Suddenly, the influx of several images caused him to instantly snap his eyes open, a brilliant light shooting from his pupils. He commanded in a deep voice, "Enough, I've seen it." The other three simultaneously sighed in relief and withdrew the chakra they were injecting. The dog mask captain looked at his three teammates and said sternly, "Quickly clean up the area. We need to relay this information to Lord Sarutobi as soon as possible." "Yes," the three teammates replied in unison. The corpse was buried, and the giant rock was destroyed into the finest debris to ensure the special ninjutsu formula would not be compromised or leaked. Once everything was handled, the Anbu squad swiftly vanished into the dense forest. After traveling for about 2 more hours, Orochimaru's group arrived at the second stronghold. Unlike the previous location, this stronghold was close to the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers, and its natural environment reflected the customs of the land of wind. Looking around, on the vast land scattered with low sand dunes, one could occasionally glimpse a patch of sand-constructed buildings that contrasted sharply with the architectural styles of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers. Sand houses, sand lookout towers, and sand walls were all present. The area covered was equal to or even greater than the previous stronghold. Although this stronghold did not have the dense, interlocking traps of the last one, the senses of Sarutobi and the other Jonin-level powerhouses detected the chakra signatures of 10 major nation Jonin inside. Even more alarming, one of these signatures far exceeded the Jonin level, indicating the presence of a cage candidate-level powerhouse. This formidable force, consisting of 9 major nation Jonin plus 1 cage candidate, was undoubtedly a more potent form of protection and deterrence than any cunning trap. Sensing such a powerful aura, composed of multiple Jonin and rising straight into the sky like a colossal jade pillar, from a distance, Sarutobi's and the others' expressions were grim. Moreover, at the same moment the Konoha Jonin sensed the enemy's Jonin, Sarutobi clearly perceived that the cage candidate-level powerhouse in the enemy's stronghold had also sensed their presence. They were momentarily caught in a difficult position. Neither retreat nor advance seemed viable. Orochimaru's eyes flashed cold. He turned around, looking at Aso and Asayaka, who were trembling with fear under the pressure of the powerful aura. He smiled wickedly and gently, but his tone was so cold it made the 2 men shiver. If I recalls correctly, your Lord Take said that these 3 strongholds were forces established by rogue ninja organizations. Sirs Aso and Asayaka, I wonder if Orochimaru misheard, or if your Lord Take never intended to tell the truth. At the end of his sentence, Orochimaru's killing intent, sharp as a sword or blade, struck the 2 men, icy and chilling to the bone. Sarutobi and the rest of the Konoha ninja also looked over with hostile expressions. The auras they subtly released turned Aso's and Asayaka's faces ashen. Chapter 55. Facing the overwhelming and terrifying momentum of the Konoha forces, Aso and Asayaka turned ashen. Cold sweat poured from their foreheads as they hurriedly explained, Lord Sarutobi, esteemed Konoha Jonin, we are simply people who take money to do jobs for others. We had no idea what Lord Take was thinking. That's right, Lord Sarutobi, we are innocent. After listening for a while, Sarutobi stepped forward. Orochimaru had played the bad cop for him, so Sarutobi naturally took the stage to play the good cop. He gave Orochimaru a silent look of approval, then smoothly said, Enough, Orochimaru. This is not the time for internal strife. Yes, Master Sarutobi. Orochimaru turned and bowed. Aso and Asayaka looked at Sarutobi's retreating back with deep gratitude, sighing in relief simultaneously. Everyone then turned their attention back toward the stronghold. Seeing the terrain, nothing but sand dunes providing zero cover for hundreds of meters, and the incredibly powerful defensive force inside the stronghold, Sarutobi felt a bitter pang. He knew they couldn't retreat. If they pulled back, burdened by over 300 rogue ninja, they would only be chased down and gradually devoured by the enemy's numerous Jonin. Moreover, the mission would be a failure, and the brutal consequences that followed were something Sarutobi could not bear. With no other choice, Sarutobi had to issue the command for a full-scale assault. Kill! Over 300 ninja of varying strengths shouted a single, bloodthirsty roar. The sound was like thunder cracking on flat ground. A staggering surge of killing intent, gathered from over 300 ninja of varying strengths, rushed toward the stronghold without reservation, like a towering tsunami. The 300-plus ninja, rousing the chakra throughout their bodies, charged toward the stronghold like an ocean tide. Inada Fujino was a highly talented Suna ninja, and he worked incredibly hard. At the age of 45, in the last phase of his ninja prime, he finally achieved cage candidate level strength. He was satisfied with this. Sitting in his chair, a bored Inada Fujino couldn't help but think about his future plans. He intended to retire from his village duties after completing this final S-rank mission, guarding the stronghold in the Land of Rivers, and return home to spend time with his wife and teach his son. With this thought, his wife's gentle face and his son's adorable smile surfaced in his mind. A warm, happy smile appeared on his lips as he reminisced. Suddenly, Inada Fujino sensed a powerful aura lurking not far from the stronghold. Immediately following this, an extremely powerful surge of killing intent instantly descended, covering the entire stronghold. A loud, aggressive battle cry was heard from a distance, followed by the sharp warning shout of one of their own sentries. Enemy attack. Fujino instantly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on him. He shivered, and his body stiffened. He frowned slightly upon seeing the panicked expressions of his subordinates. Fujino was, after all, a 45-year-old ninja who had survived the first Great Ninja War. Undisturbed in the face of crisis, he displayed a cool combat mentality and excellent command ability. He rose from his seat and commanded in a deep voice. Egawa, Tanai, Kawa, gather all the Jonin. Quickly integrate all the Suna ninja, along with the rogue ninja, and come with me to meet the enemy. Yes, Lord Inada. The 3 Jonin subordinates bowed in response and rushed out to execute the order. They were, after all, ninja of a major nation. Once directed by a powerful commander, their disciplined military prowess was excellent. In just 10 breaths, all the Suna ninja were ready, lined up in formation behind Inada Fujino, awaiting orders. On the other side, not far from the Suna formation, 400 rogue ninja also formed a loosely arranged, slightly crooked formation, waiting for Fujino's command. By the time his subordinates reported that all the ninja had been assembled, Inada Fujino had already been observing the enemy from the lookout tower for a long time. He easily recognized the resolute-faced man with the mighty aura at the front as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the cage-level powerhouse of Konoha, who had been famous since the first Great Ninja War. The several powerful Jonin closely following Sarutobi each made Inada Fujino's heart sink. He recognized the blood-red Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the distinct white pupils of the Hyuga clan. Even though Fujino knew his side had double the number of Jonin, he was still apprehensive and had no confidence in the upcoming battle. Hearing his subordinates report, Fujino turned back to look at the 50 elite Suna ninja in the neat formation and nodded. However, he curled his lip in disdain at the 400 rogue ninja on the side. In his opinion, these rogue ninja, with their inferior strength and weak fighting spirit, were an insult to the title of ninja. In the crucial moment, Inada Fujino didn't go too far. He merely glanced at the rogue ninja, then released the formidable aura of a cage candidate-level powerhouse and shouted, "Charge!" The sky-high killing intent, generated by the 2 ninja armies, slammed into each other like 2 surging torrents. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strong convection currents suddenly surged up across the sand dune terrain for hundreds of meters. Yellow sand filled the air, buffeting the sporadic patches of green grass. When Sarutobi and his companions saw the 400-plus rogue ninja and the 50 elite Suna ninja, composed of 30-plus Suna genin and 10-plus Suna chunin, charging out, they all cursed inwardly, unrestrainedly sending their regards to the 18th generation of Mita-Take's ancestors. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of so many strong enemies, whose strength far exceeded their own, Orochimaru was quite excited. He licked his lips, curious about the potential effect of applying the core principles he had just grasped from the self-created ninjutsu in a real combat situation. Sarutobi's sharp gaze quickly scanned the enemy's formation and strength. The powerful enemy force meant Sarutobi couldn't immediately devise a good strategy. Hardening his resolve, he turned and ordered, "Listen, Konoha Jonin, the cage candidate level powerhouse is mine. You all do your best to hold off the remaining 9 Jonin. When I return, that will be our moment of victory." "Yes, Lord Sarutobi," the 4 Konoha Jonin responded in unison. "If you cannot hold out until I defeat the cage candidate and return, then scatter and run for your lives." Sarutobi continued, his voice heavy. The hearts of the Konoha ninja sank. Aso, Asayaka, and the 300-plus rogue ninja were thrown into turmoil. If it weren't for the previous intimidating effect of Sarutobi and Orochimaru, the group would have dissolved into chaos, with many likely defecting or fleeing the battle. Orochimaru silently followed right behind Sarutobi. A wicked, awe-inspiring, demonic arc curved at his crimson lips. The dark golden eyes fixed on the opposing Suna and rogue ninja grew increasingly bloodthirsty and cold. His entire body was shrouded in a formidable, bone-chilling killing intent, as if wrapped in 10,000 years of cold ice. Chapter 56. Inada Fujino clearly had the same intention as Sarutobi. Seeing that he commanded 9 Suna Jonin and a number of elite Chunin that far exceeded Konoha's, his uneasy heart settled slightly. With an icy tone and chilling killing intent, Fujino loudly issued his command to his subordinates. Egawa, you will help me hold off Sarutobi later. The rest of you must ensure that all of Konoha's Jonin are left here. Yes, Lord Inada. The 9 Suna Jonin behind him were highly motivated and displayed astonishing fighting spirit, seeing the absolute superiority in the number of Jonin on their side. As a cage candidate level powerhouse with extremely rich combat experience, Inada Fujino immediately brought along his most trusted subordinate, who had coordinated with him for many years. In his mind, although Sarutobi was a cage-level powerhouse, the young Sarutobi's chakra would certainly not be able to sustain the continuous release of his extreme-level elemental ninjutsu. Fujino's accumulated chakra from decades of practice should be significantly greater than Sarutobi's. Furthermore, with his subordinate, who had coordinated with him for years, helping to flank Sarutobi, it was enough to make Sarutobi suffer a considerable loss. As long as he could open up the situation on his side, and then use their twice as many Jonin to completely annihilate the 4 Konoha Jonin, the balance of victory would heavily tilt towards their side, even with the presence of the Uchiha and Hyuga bloodline limit holders. With this thought, Inada Fujino's plan became clearer. He called his subordinate, Jonin Egawa, and suddenly accelerated, charging toward Sarutobi. Sarutobi, seeing the cage candidate level powerhouse on the opposing side charging forward alone, also focused his gaze. His battle intent boiled over. Rousing all the chakra in his body, he shot forward like an outgoing cannonball, the ground echoing with a burst of sound as he rushed to meet the attack. Boom! Sarutobi, like a tiger let out of its cage, clashed with Inada Fujino in a straightforward punch. The physical strength, taijutsu of both was immensely powerful, and dull clashing sounds continuously rang out. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful air currents generated by their formidable physical strength constantly spread out, raising columns of air and waves of sand on the ground. These shot out like bullets before falling back to the earth far away. Jonin Egawa rushed up as well, displaying the practiced, tacit coordination he shared with Inada Fujino. The two continuously formed a flanking attack against Sarutobi, and the connection between their ninjutsu was extremely tight, leaving few openings. Scorching high-temperature flames, solid earth walls, invisible sharp wind blades constantly collided and clashed between the three in the air, with ear-splitting explosions and colossal roars sounding non-stop. The terrifying and powerful ninjutsu forced the other ninja to keep their distance, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Inada Fujino seemingly had only cage candidate level strength, but his refined physical prowess honed over years, his chakra accumulated over decades of training, and the seasoned connection between his attacks allowed him to fight Sarutobi to a stalemate. With the addition of his subordinate, Jonin Egawa, who coordinated with him for years, they even managed to subtly suppress Sarutobi's offensive. However, Sarutobi was still a cage-level powerhouse. His understanding and control of ninjutsu were at the peak level. The combination jutsu and the extreme-level elemental ninjutsu unique to cage-level figures that he deployed from time to time displayed astonishing power, breaking open the situation repeatedly. The three soon entered a thrilling, desperate tug-of-war, with neither side able to decisively defeat the other. Observing the stalemate in Sarutobi's battle, Orochimaru couldn't help but frown. While Sarutobi single-handedly held off a cage candidate and an elite Jonin, the other Konoha Jonin also unleashed their power. Ayakita and Ayakino, the elite Jonin brothers, had trained together since childhood and both later became Jonin and joined the Anbu. They had a telepathic understanding that multiplied their combat power geometrically. Ayakita and Ayakino exchanged glances and performed the hand seals together. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire technique. Ayakita took a deep breath and continuously spat out over 10 high-temperature fireballs, each the size of an adult's head, flying toward the opposing Tsunade. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Ayakino, sharing a mental connection with his brother, also took a deep breath, but spat out over 10 high-pressure wind spheres. The fast and rapid high-pressure wind spheres instantly caught up to the blazing fireballs. Each fireball accurately enveloped a high-pressure wind sphere, spat out by Ayakino. The ninjutsu released by the two immediately underwent a radical transformation. Wind enhanced the fire's power, and fire boosted the wind's might. The high-temperature fireballs, burning with intense flames and enveloping the fast-moving wind spheres, instantly grew several sizes, becoming the size of millstones, incredibly hot and extremely fast. They reached the opposing Tsunade in the blink of an eye. Seeing the astonishingly powerful attack launched by the two Konoha elite Jonin brothers, the opposing Jonin, Tanai, felt his heart sink. He charged forward with two other Jonin to intercept the attack from Ayakita and Ayakino. Uchiha Tamasuke looked coldly at the remaining 5 Jonin on the opposing side. His 3 Tama blood-red Sharingans spun rapidly. Having initially mastered extreme-level fire release, he spat out a high-temperature great fireball, the size of a manned hot air balloon, blazing red with a streak of dazzling white, and single-handedly held off the 3 Tsunade led by Kawa. Facing the last 2 remaining Tsunade, Hyuga Hirano let out a hearty, robust laugh that spoke of his age and strength. The pale, ghastly blue veins bulged out around his eyes as he majestically performed the profound and proficient Hyuga clan's gentle fist taijutsu. Every push and punch delivered a long wave of fist energy through the air, trapping the 2 Tsunade within an invisible 8 trigrams fist array. The Konoha elite Chunin, along with the 2 rogue Jonin, Aso and Asayaka, also engaged in combat, facing the combined attacks of 1 to several Tsunachunin, or even 7 or 8 Tsunagenin. Even Aso's and Asayaka's 300-plus rogue ninja subordinates were spurred on, fighting and killing with the 400-plus rogue ninja on the opposing side. Clang clang clang, kill ah. For a 1,000-meter radius, the sand dunes and grasslands became a heart-stopping, bloody battlefield of life and death. Chapter 57. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils took in the entire situation and battle lines. He licked his lips, filled with excitement. The rich scent of blood and the aura of slaughter in the air made him feel as if he was back in his previous life, back to being the cruel warlord and uncrowned king of that era. He felt a sense of freedom and control, like a fish in water. The battle was currently divided into small fields of varying sizes. Some were one-sided, dominated by Konoha. Some were fierce situations where the Suna ninja had the upper hand, and even more were bloody, protracted tug-of-war battles where blood was exchanged for blood and life for life. Using his strange, special ninja footwork, Orochimaru took small, swift steps. He eyed a spot where a fierce tug-of-war was taking place between the rogue ninja. He smiled wickedly, crouching down. Like a swiftly winding black python, he charged into the enemy's rogue ninja group. Lightly hooking 2 sharp kunai from his ninja tool pouch, Orochimaru looked at the group of rogue ninja and smiled faintly with disdain before plunging into the enemy crowd. Dozens of rogue ninja on the Suna side only saw a black shadow flash past. Immediately after, continuous screams rang out around them. Desperate cries before death echoed throughout the crowd. Orochimaru's handsome face wore a wicked smile. A hint of excited ecstasy and obsession flowed from his dark golden snake eyes. He executed the sinister and vicious double kunai technique to the fullest, constantly carving paths of death marked by blood and life through vital spots like the back of the heart, the neck, the back of the head, and the spine. PSHH, PSHH? The sound of metal piercing flesh rang out continuously. A crimson flower seemed to bloom suddenly on the flat ground. Blood, still warm and steaming, constantly sprayed out and splashed onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru had harvested over 10 lives before quietly vanishing. The Suna side, having lost over 10 rogue ninja, saw the scales of strength instantly flip. They were immediately slaughtered one-sidedly by the Konoha rogue ninja, who grinned in triumph. His dark golden eyes then zeroed in on another disadvantaged skirmish. 6 Tsunagenin and 4 Tsunachunin had cornered a junior member of the Uchiha clan and a junior member of the Hyuga clan in a fierce assault. These were, after all, juniors from the 2 great Konoha clans. The Hyuga junior, about 15 or 16 years old, employed the Hyuga gentle fist with immense proficiency. It was clear he had practiced tens of thousands of times. He continuously delivered waves of fist energy, roughly a meter long, that encircled half of the attacking Suna ninja within the range of his technique. The Uchiha Jr. was also a young genius. He looked a year or two younger than the Hyuga Jr., but his blood-red Sharingan had clearly activated Tsutomu. His continuous, devastating fire-release ninjutsu firmly held back the other half of the Suna ninja. However, as time passed, both of their chakra and stamina were rapidly consumed. The various Suna ninjutsu and the rain of ninja tools flying around continued to keep the assault intense. Gradually, the 2 juniors from the Konoha clans began to gasp for breath. Their stamina was failing, and it seemed they were about to be defeated and killed. Orochimaru recognized these 2 Konoha ninja. They were the youngest among the family juniors brought along by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans for experience. Their names were Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Norichika. Now, it seemed they might actually be the strongest among this group of family juniors. Seeing the danger they were in, Orochimaru suddenly kicked off the ground, accelerating into a faint afterimage. He rushed in like a whirlwind. His 2 sharp kunai launched a fierce, continuous attack against a Tsunachunin, flowing like the Yangtze River. The sound of clashing metal, cling, clang, clang, constantly echoed. However, although this ordinary Chunin was from the land of Wind's major nation, the Suna village, he was leagues away from Orochimaru in terms of kunai technique. The 2 kunai transformed into small, venomous snakes, pressing the Chunin back with rapid attacks. Panic quickly flashed in the retreating Chunin's eyes. In a moment of carelessness, Orochimaru seized an opening. 1 kunai deftly deflected and neutralized the Chunin's kunai. The other, like a venomous snake shooting out lightning fast, suddenly opened its deadly fangs and fiercely stabbed into the Chunin's heart, spraying blood. After instantly killing 1 person, Orochimaru's movement didn't stop. He turned and released the 2 kunai, sending them flying toward a group of Tsunagenin. He completed a set of hand seals in the space of a breath. Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. The 2 sharp kunai split into 4 into 8. In a flash, over 10 kunai shot toward the genin. PSHH, PSHH. The dull sound of metal entering flesh rang out. Several genin screamed tragically before being killed. Then, using his left foot as an axis, Orochimaru spun rapidly on the spot. While his turn created a blast of strong wind, he simultaneously unleashed another ninjutsu with a roar. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind suddenly surged up from the ground. Within the jutsu, Orochimaru had incorporated some of the insights he had gained from the vacuum Kame-tachi killing array. Within the strong gust of wind, over 10 faint yellow sand wind blades, each half a meter long, condensed. While their length and power could not compare to the blades in the vacuum Kame-tachi killing array, they were numerous and awe-inspiring. The 10+ yellow sand wind blades hummed with a buzz, buzz, buzz sound in the strong gust of wind, roaring toward the remaining 2 Suna Chunin and genin. The Suna ninja retreated in terror under the might of the yellow sand wind blades. Seizing the opportunity created by Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Norichika exchanged a glance and attacked together. The Tsutomu Sharingan spun wildly. High-temperature great fireballs surged out of Fugaku's mouth, blasting directly toward the Suna ninja's retreat path. With yellow sand wind blades in front and blazing fireballs behind, in a few blinks, several Suna genin who couldn't dodge were cut and burned to death, and 1 Chunin was severely wounded. Immediately after, Hyuga Norichika rushed to the front of the Suna ninja, executing the gentle fist. With a special starting stance, the 8 trigrams 64 palms roared out like a machine gun. The remaining 2 Chunin instantly had their chakra sealed and died violently. The remaining genin instantly became scattered chickens and dogs. easily handled by Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Norichika, and were not worth mentioning. With the fight resolved, Orochimaru once again darted into the crowd. He was like a venomous snake slithering across the battlefield, appearing only in the most relaxed and weakest areas of the enemy to deliver a fatal blow. He was sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, like an elusive Grim Reaper. Every time he swung his scythe, he harvested several lives. Chapter 58. Gradually, as a result of Orochimaru's roaming and surprise attacks, localized victories in one small skirmish after another began to expand like cancerous cells, spreading to the surrounding battles. Little by little, the minor successes accumulated into a greater advantage, causing the scales of victory to shift precariously, now slowly tipping toward the Konoha side. Some of the Suna ninja began to notice Orochimaru's actions and repeatedly dispatch squads to intercept and kill him. Orochimaru keenly sensed the Suna ninja's change in tactics. He took off his weighted vest, further increasing his speed. With his rich combat experience, a look of contemptuous coldness hung on his face. When he encountered an interception squad with inferior strength, he would instantly pounce, like a wolf among sheep, and annihilate them. If it was a stronger Suna squad, Orochimaru would be as elusive as a slippery loach, appearing erratically, occasionally showing his fangs to bite at stragglers in the Suna ranks before immediately withdrawing. Orochimaru's repeated harassment and attacks not only failed to produce significant results for the Suna squads, but also caused them heavy casualties in a short time. Furthermore, the skirmishes where Suna ninja were pulled away to intercept Orochimaru were immediately and completely suppressed by Konoha, with Suna ninja constantly being defeated and killed. His dark golden snake eyes swept over the last surviving Suna Chunin in an interception squad, a man who was pale-faced, shaky on his feet, and darting his eyes around in fear. Orochimaru gave a sinister smile, clamped the blood-soaked kunai between his teeth, and made hand seals with both hands. Wind release, wind cutter. In the blink of an eye, an invisible, scythe-shaped wind blade, about a meter long, condensed in the air. Under Orochimaru's masterful ninjutsu control, it silently bypassed the fighting ninja and flew toward the Suna Chunin's back. As the wind blade flew out, Orochimaru gripped the kunai he had held in his mouth, a light, disdainful smile on his lips. He charged forward. PSHH. The Suna Chunin, whose alertness was greatly diminished by fear, had his arm cleanly severed by the invisible wind blade Orochimaru had launched. If he hadn't suddenly snapped awake at the last moment, the Suna Chunin would have been instantly killed. However, Orochimaru didn't let him live for long. Holding the kunai, he transformed into the black shadow of the Grim Reaper, charging forward in a breath. Facing the Suna ninja's painful wails, he ruthlessly plunged the kunai into his neck. A fountain of blood erupted. The head, with eyes still wide in terror, spun into the air, tracing a parabola before dropping heavily to the ground. The dead, lifeless eyes stared blankly at Orochimaru, who was once again stirring up waves of bloody carnage. 15 minutes later, Orochimaru, breathing lightly and with several new cuts on his body, stood quietly atop a slightly elevated sand dune. His dark golden eyes, cold and indifferent like the eyes of a god, looked down on the entire battlefield, taking in the full scope of the situation. As Orochimaru expected, after his period of roaming and assassinations, the entire genin and chunin level of the battle had been completely transformed. Konoha's victory was only a matter of time. Seeing this sight, Orochimaru smiled proudly and cast his bloodthirsty gaze toward the vast, open jonin battlefield on the other side, which was far more perilous, heart-stopping, and loud. The brothers Ayakita and Ayakino were indeed an asset, being telepathically coordinated Ambu Jonin who had worked together for years. The ninjutsu they used, though not high-ranking, had extremely fast activation speeds. The jutsu launched by the two brothers either formed combination ninjutsu with multiplied power or created incredibly swift pincer attacks. Facing 3 Suna Jonin, they fought brilliantly, even subtly gaining the upper hand over the Suna ninja. Orochimaru then looked at Uchiha Tamasuke's battle. He was a core member of the Uchiha clan who had activated the 3 Tamo Sharingan, possessing terrifying cage candidate level strength. Having preliminarily mastered extreme fire release, his fire release ninjutsu, streaked with a dazzling white light, was astonishingly powerful and difficult to extinguish. Every fire release attack forced the three Tsunajonin to expend several times the chakra Tamasuke used just to block it. Furthermore, as the three Tamo blood-red Sharingan spun rapidly, various subtle genjutsu were silently unleashed, repeatedly putting the three Tsunajonin in dangerous situations. However, the battle involving Hyuga Hirano made Orochimaru frown. The two Tsunajonin had quickly exploited Hirano's weakness in a short time, keenly sensing the range of his combat effectiveness. They were now constantly kiting him, keeping their distance and attacking with ninjutsu. Hirano, after all, was at an age where his ninja strength was on the decline. Facing the ninjutsu of the Tsunajonin, his Hyuga gentle fist could only rely on waves of fist energy and his rotation defense to passively hold them off. His attempts to quickly close the distance were repeatedly forced back by the two Tsuna ninja, making the fight look extremely difficult for him. However, upon closer inspection, Orochimaru keenly noticed a hint of profound calculation in Hirano's eyes. He cursed the old fox under his breath, his mind constantly turning over his options. Orochimaru then glanced at Sarutobi's battle in the distance. Overwhelming sand waves, deafening earth-shattering roars, winds shooting skyward, blinding flashes of fire. Orochimaru shook his head. Although he couldn't clearly see the details of Sarutobi's fight, he knew that a battle of that caliber was not something he, currently only at elite Chunin strength, could influence. He shifted his focus back to the Jonin battles. His dark golden eyes continuously absorbed every detail of the fighting, rapidly analyzing and judging the situation in his mind. After a few breaths, his eyes lit up. His entire body blurred into a faint afterimage, moving with the speed of smoke like a ghost. Orochimaru took a wide detour, rapidly moving toward Hyuga Hirano's battle. As his figure flickered, Orochimaru quickly made hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. More than 10 fire-red fireballs, each the size of a millstone, carrying strong fiery winds, attacked the two Tsunajonin. Hirata was a middle-aged Tsunajonin who had also survived the first Great Ninja War, making his combat experience considerable. In a short time, he and his comrade had seized on the weakness of the Konoha ninja before them, who was incredibly strong in close combat but seemed weary at long range. They were preparing to finish him off with ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, masses of high-temperature flames struck from the side. Hirata turned to see that an elite Chunin was harassing them recklessly. Furious, he roused the chakra throughout his body and, using the advantageous dune terrain, fiercely launched a powerful A-rank ninjutsu. Sand Release, Sand Spear Rain. A colossal amount of chakra was injected by Hirata into the sand dune beneath his feet. The dune, spanning tens of meters, immediately churned, rising into the air to condense into dozens of yellow sand spears, each several meters long and as thick as an adult's arm. They shot toward Orochimaru with an ear-splitting whistling sound. Hyuga Hirano, who had been playing the pig eating the tiger by passively defending, instantly seized the perfect opportunity. His body blurred into a white shadow, his speed increasing by more than double as he lunged toward the two Tsuna ninja. On the other side, Orochimaru watched the dozens of sand spears shoot toward him with furious momentum. He bit his hands, drawing blood, and a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from his dark golden eyes. Pure chakra continuously gathered in his hands as he formed a series of hand seals, then slammed his hands heavily onto the ground. Summoning, first-tier Rashomon Rise. Chapter 59. Facing the surging, rapidly firing yellow sand spears, Orochimaru smiled wickedly. He put his long, pale hands up to his teeth, biting two small cuts on his thumbs. The chakra extracted by his powerful spiritual and mental energy was exceptionally pure. It surged into his hands, from which crimson blood was flowing, and in the space of a moment, he formed a series of hand seals. A brilliant light burst from his dark golden pupils, and he slammed his hands heavily onto the ground. As the pure chakra flowed into the ground, Orochimaru, with decades of experience from his previous life, skillfully connected his spiritual energy to that profound, mysterious place. A complex, arcane ninjutsu seal array, several meters in diameter, suddenly appeared on the sand. Summoning first-tier Rashomon rise. Boom, rumble. As a deafening sound of the earth shaking and mountains trembling erupted, the ground several meters in front of Orochimaru suddenly cracked open. A spiderweb of uneven fissures continuously extended, forcibly shattering the ground several meters ahead and over 10 meters wide. From the fissures, an aura of evil, brutality, darkness, and death constantly emanated, as if connected to another bizarre and wicked world. Large clouds of smoke and dust shot up into the sky. A sturdy, demon-faced gate, about 5 or 6 meters long, 7 or 8 meters high, and half a meter thick, rose from the shattered earth. The large, wide demon-faced gate was blood-red all over, framed by sharp, monstrous whiskers. A black-tiled dome topped the structure. The front featured a ferocious, pale-blue demon mask head with wide-open fangs and glaring eyes, constantly radiating an evil aura. The first-tier Rashomon stood before Orochimaru, conveying an impression of unyielding durability. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp, pointed yellow sand spears constantly stabbed the thick, blood-red Rashomon. Dull, heavy impacts continuously sounded. Although the demon-faced Rashomon was left battered and uneven, not a single spear managed to pierce its defense, as it steadily blocked all dozens of the sand spears. Harada, whose attention had been diverted by Orochimaru, was seized upon by Hyuga Hirano, who had been playing the pig eating the tiger. With the pale blue veins around his eyes bulging, Hirano's eyes flashed with fierce focus. He sped out at more than double his previous pace, rushing in the blink of an eye toward the two Suna ninja. His left foot forward, his right leg bowed and placed behind him, he squatted down. His left hand was extended forward, his right hand stretched back in a fish-tail shape. The unique starting stance was struck, and the invisible 8 trigrams field enclosed the two Suna ninja. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 128 palms. Thud, thud, thud. Incredibly powerful punches unleashed waves of fist energy several meters long, violently striking Harada and the other Suna Jonin. The fierce blows even knocked the two Jonin into the air. Hirano pressed his attack, swiftly striking 64 palms onto each Jonin's body. The ferocious force, striking their tenketsu, chakra points, not only sealed the flow of their chakra, but the surging fist energy also ripped through their clothing on both sides, letting out streams of crimson blood. After the 128 palms, the Jonin floating in the air were already severely wounded. Hirano's momentum did not stop. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams mountain crusher. He retracted both palms, then instantly and fiercely thrust them out again. Booms, boom. Like 2 cannonballs leaving their barrels, the 2 mountain crusher palms sent out 2 thick waves of fist energy that traversed several meters of open space, violently striking the center of Harada's and the other Jonin's chests. Puffy puffs. The expressions of the two Suna ninja changed drastically. Their hearts were instantly pulverized by the powerful blow. Their terrified eyes bulged out, and 2 jets of blood, mixed with heart fragments, sprayed from their mouths. With 2 thud sounds, their bodies fell heavily to the ground, both sent to the grave. Orochimaru stepped out from behind the demon-faced Rashomon and smiled wickedly at the sight of this flash-quick, forceful, gentle fist attack. Having delivered 2 sets of physically draining, forceful attacks, Hyuga Hirano was also slightly winded, breathing heavily. He turned to Orochimaru, giving him a grateful smile. His gaze then swept over the terrifying demon-faced Rashomon behind Orochimaru, a thoughtful focus in his eyes, though it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Orochimaru paid no mind to the old fox's thoughts and sprinted toward the battle involving Ayakita and Ayakino. Hyuga Hirano also reacted, setting aside family rivalries to move and support Uchiha Tamasuke. Under Orochimaru's constant guerrilla harassment, one battle opportunity after another was created. The 3 Suna Jonin led by Tanai had clearly seen Orochimaru cooperate with Hyuga Hirano to ambush and kill the 2 Jonin, so they were cautious, maintaining a steady defense. But the brothers Ayakita and Ayakino attacked with the ferocity of 2 bulls in heat, seizing every chance to constantly widen their advantage. This eventually accumulated into a sudden burst of power, allowing them to jointly kill one of the Tsunajonin. Uchiha Tamazuke and Hyuga Hirano also achieved great results working together, powerfully killing 2 Jonin. Just as it seemed the remaining 8 Tsunajonin would be completely wiped out, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow, leaving a long trail, charged fiercely from Sarutobi's battlefield. The overwhelming pressure of a cage candidate instantly covered the entire area. Orochimaru's heart jumped. He keenly recognized the approaching figure as Inada Fujino, the cage candidate-level powerhouse. Uchiha Tamazuke felt the powerful pressure and frowned. His pride flared up as if provoked. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Uchiha Tamazuke took a deep breath and forcibly exhaled. A single spark grew rapidly in the air. Ruar! A deafening dragon roar sounded. A huge, fiery red, ferocious dragon head emerged from the soaring flames. It opened its mouth and spat out a highly condensed fireball, red with a streak of blazing white, wrapped in fierce, high-temperature flames, which shot toward Inada Fujino. Inada Fujino roused the chakra around his body. Wind release, tornado hurricane jutsu. A strong, surging, deep blue hurricane deflected the high-temperature fireball, sending it smashing into the ground. Inada Fujino took the opportunity to summon a gigantic black eagle. The moment the giant eagle appeared, it flapped its wings, sending out over 100 crescent-shaped wind blades, each about a meter long. Konoha's Jonin and others quickly employed defensive techniques. Seizing this chance, Inada Fujino grabbed the remaining 3 Suna Jonin and, abandoning the fighting Suna ninja and rogue ninja, fled into the distance. Sarutobi arrived late. By the time Orochimaru and the others looked up, the giant eagle was already flapping its wings at the edge of the sky. They were unable to pursue. The victory in the cage-level battle, achieved by Sarutobi, instantly decided the outcome of the entire conflict. Chapter 60. The subsequent cleanup became exceptionally simple. The remaining dozen or so Suna ninja had their chakra sealed by Hyuga Hirano and were put under guard, awaiting a hefty ransom from the Land of Wind. The 150-plus captured rogue ninja from the Suna side were disbanded and incorporated under the command of a So and a Sayaka. To these rogue ninja, who served whoever fed them or paid them, it made little difference whose command they were under, as long as they could survive and earn money. None of them resisted, allowing the Konoha ninja to integrate them into a So's and a Sayaka's ranks. Although the Konoha side had achieved victory, the drawback of their previous prolonged disadvantaged position became apparent. Out of the 300 rogue ninja brought along, many were dead or wounded, leaving barely over 100 still fit for use. While the Konoha Jonin all survived, albeit with numerous injuries, the casualties among the 13 elite Chunin, including Orochimaru, were somewhat heavy. Half of the 6 Anbu elite Chunin were dead. The rest of them looked pale, not only from exhaustion due to continuous high-intensity combat, but also from rapid blood loss. Their clothes were stained crimson with the blood of both enemies and themselves, and all were significantly wounded. 1 junior from the Uchiha clan and 1 from the Hyuga clan, who were brought along for experience, had also died. Orochimaru glanced over, noting that the 2 he had saved, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Norichika, were indeed sharp enough to have survived. Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Norichika returned a look of gratitude. With the battle over, Hyuga Hirano routinely reported the casualty status to Sarutobi. In a mere half-hour, during this battle that was not necessarily grand in scale, but certainly brutal and bloody, nearly half of the 13 elite Chunin Sarutobi had brought were killed, and the rest were seriously wounded. This left Sarutobi feeling a little downcast. However, as the future ninja professor, Sandaime Hokage, he quickly composed himself, instructing his subordinates to clean the battlefield and asking for details about the course of the battle. When Sarutobi heard about Orochimaru's combat performance and record, he nodded repeatedly, looking at Orochimaru with unconcealed admiration. Orochimaru, having reigned in his killing intent, appeared very humble. He smiled, picked up his weighted vest from the ground, and began treating his own wounds with cooling powder. After taking care of his own injuries, Orochimaru didn't keep his supplies to himself. He knew that these Konoha elites were all talented individuals, and an act of kindness now would surely yield a 100-fold return in the future. He first handed several packets of cooling powder to Sarutobi, and then distributed the rest to the Konoha troops. As Orochimaru expected, when he handed the incredibly effective cooling powder to the Konoha ninja, he was met with unanimous gratitude. The 6 surviving Ambu-chunin, who had witnessed Orochimaru's battle up close, even had a glint of admiration in their eyes. They were still quite young, around 16 or 17, an age when they deeply craved power and admired strength. Seeing that Orochimaru, despite his young age, possessed astonishing power and was also willing to help them in their time of injury and difficulty, it was only natural for them to admire and revere him. Sarutobi looked on, his eyes filled with satisfaction at Orochimaru's actions. Orochimaru noticed the thoughts of everyone and smiled slightly, continuing to gently and kindly help the Konoha ninja treat their injuries. Sarutobi's look of surprise after using the cooling powder was noticed by Ayakita and Ayakino. These 2 brothers weren't burdened by the usual Jonin arrogance and didn't treat the powerful Orochimaru like a child. Based on their prior shared experience in battle, they approached him familiarly, asking for more of his cooling powder and making small talk. Although Orochimaru was young, having been familiar with numerous forbidden and secret jutsu in his past life, the insights and knowledge he revealed about ninjutsu often made the Ayakita and Ayakino brothers' eyes light up, making the conversation exceptionally cordial. Any ninja who could become a Jonin was naturally not ordinary. Along with their strength, their hearing was also excellent. Hyuga Hirano and Uchiha Tamasuke eventually joined Orochimaru's side as well. Though they did not completely abandon their great clan pride, their actions clearly indicated their request. Orochimaru didn't mind, distributing the cooling powder like a benevolent young monk. With this round of favors given, the unity and morale within the Konoha unit increased further. With such an outstanding disciple, Sarutobi, the squad leader and teacher, naturally earned even greater respect and trust from the Konoha ninja. Orochimaru, who was busy spreading favors, suddenly paused. Sarutobi and the other Jonin also instantly tensed up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 dark shadows flashed and landed a meter in front of Sarutobi, bowing respectfully and kneeling on one knee. The 4 figures, wearing various white animal masks, were entirely cloaked in large black trench coats. Their hoods concealed their faces so thoroughly that only hints of their hair color were visible. Yet, the cold, dark aura they exuded could not be hidden even in the sunlight, causing a chill to run through the hearts of those nearby. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils focused, Anbu personnel. The 4 Anbu members respectfully addressed Sarutobi. Lord Sarutobi, we have urgent information to report. Sarutobi looked around. The Konoha ninja were gathered on a gentle sand dune, resting and treating their wounds. The rogue ninja in the distance were cleaning the battlefield and guarding the Suna prisoners. He nodded and said to the 4 Anbu, "Speak, what is it?" Lord, Hanzo of the Salamander has arrived in the southern land of rivers. Barring any accidents, he is now inside the 3rd stronghold you intend to attack. Furthermore, Hanzo of the Salamander has already been informed that you, Lord, are personally leading this operation. The Anbu reported. The Konoha ninja all heard the report and were instantly shaken. Hanzo of the Salamander, the cage-level powerhouse who founded Aimgakure, village hidden in the rain in a minor nation, had gained a fearsome reputation in the ninja world in recent years. Orochimaru was surprised, but not entirely unexpected. He looked toward Sarutobi. Sarutobi's gaze was solemn but confident. He stood up proudly, looking toward the direction of the 3rd stronghold. The imposing pressure unique to a cage-level powerhouse was subtly released. In the 3rd stronghold, Hanzo of the Salamander seemed to sense something. His heart stirred, and he, too, stared back in the direction of Sarutobi's location at the 2nd stronghold. Lord Sarutobi, what should we do now? Ayakita and Ayakino approached Sarutobi and asked. Hearing the Ayakita and Ayakino brothers, Sarutobi pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "Let's go. We'll return to Mitate's estate for now, and I will meet Hanzo tomorrow." Then, Sarutobi seemed to make up his mind and commanded with a serious tone, "Fourth Squad is now immediately integrated into the unit. We will proceed jointly with the Land of Rivers mission. Everyone, gather the spoils and prisoners and return immediately." Orochimaru looked in the direction Sarutobi was facing, his eyes flickering with thought. Chapter 61. Due to the captives and the injured, Orochimaru and the others didn't arrive back at Mitate's manor until evening. Knowing that 2 of the 3 major strongholds had been cleared, Mitate's round, white, plump face was beaming, smiling as brightly as a blooming white chrysanthemum, his small eyes narrowed into slits. Orochimaru clearly caught the flashing calculation in Mitate's narrowed eyes. He figured this outwardly honest, but inwardly cunning, fat man was calculating what profit this excellent situation could bring him. After quickly finishing dinner, Orochimaru returned to his chamber. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began his consistent, continuous chakra training. About an hour later, a rhythmic knocking, thump, 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 came from outside the door. Orochimaru opened his dark golden snake eyes and focused. Sarutobi walked in, holding a jet-black scroll in his hand, about the diameter of a palm and the length of an adult's forearm. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. This was the Manda summoning scroll he had signed in his previous life. Sarutobi noted the eagerness in Orochimaru's eyes and smiled warmly. He approached Orochimaru, handed him the Manda summoning scroll, and said with a smile, "I've reviewed this Manda summoning scroll. It is indeed a remarkable summoning beast. You must guard it well and put it to good use." "Yes, Sarutobi-sensei." Orochimaru was slightly excited. With the Manda scroll, his strength was somewhat restored, and he could use many secret ninjutsu again. Orochimaru solemnly accepted the jet-black Manda summoning scroll from Sarutobi's hands. The black, antique scroll was titled with 5 large, centered characters, Manda Summoning Jutsu. The typeface wasn't any common one. It was crooked and winding, as if pieced together from countless slender, small black pythons. When looked at closely, one could faintly sense a strange, profound mystery in those 5 irregular characters. The corners were somewhat worn and yellowed. The formerly rough scroll cover, polished by the passage of time, was slightly mottled and ancient, giving the entire scroll an air of having endured countless years. Orochimaru stroked the Manda summoning scroll repeatedly, his eyes showing a sense of intimacy, as if he were seeing a long-lost close friend. He muttered in his heart, "Old friend, across 2 timelines, we meet again. We will fight side by side once more." Sarutobi looked at Orochimaru's expression, assuming he was merely excited to see a precious summoning jutsu, and thought nothing more of it. He continued, "You know the hand seals for the summoning jutsu, don't you?" Orochimaru collected himself, looked at Sarutobi, and nodded. Next, Sarutobi took out a familiar sheet of paper from the pouch on his back, chakra paper. Sarutobi handed the chakra paper over. "I've devised corresponding training plans for both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Now that you've reached the Chunin level, you should also test your chakra nature, so I can create a plan for you." "Yes, Sarutobi-sensei." Orochimaru, who always preferred to be in control, had already formulated a complete training and advancement plan for himself. Still, seeing Sarutobi's kind intention, he accepted the chakra paper and performed the test in earnest. He channeled a thread of pure chakra into the white paper. The square chakra paper, about the size of an infant's palm, immediately changed after Orochimaru injected the chakra. The entire sheet instantly split in 2, as if suddenly sliced by a sharp blade. Then, a powerful force seemed to suddenly emanate from all 4 sides of the paper. The entire sheet shattered into fragments and scraps. Finally, the shredded chakra paper suddenly ignited in Orochimaru's palm, turning into black ash. The transformation finally stopped. Sarutobi watched the changes in the chakra paper. An astonished look once again fell on Orochimaru, and he said in disbelief, "You child, you are actually a ninja with fire, wind, and earth 3-element chakra natures. Moreover, The sheer extent of the paper's change shows your chakra is both dense and pure. You are truly a monster. Orochimaru inwardly thought, just as it was in my previous life, fire, wind, and earth. Hearing Sarutobi's praise, Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, Sarutobi-sensei, you are busy. I'd like to go practice the Manda summoning jutsu. Sarutobi looked helplessly at the pitch-black sky outside. Understanding Orochimaru's eagerness, he waved his hand. Go on, go on. Come back soon, though. You must balance your training with rest. Orochimaru, having received permission, quickly rushed out. Arriving in the forest outside the town, Orochimaru was clearly excited. His dark golden snake eyes examined the Manda summoning scroll for a moment before pulling it open. Like other summoning scrolls, a long initial section slowly recounted the history of the Manda clan. However, unlike the eight-headed serpent summoning jutsu, there was no restriction that only Jonin could sign it. The end featured a long list of previous signers' names. Orochimaru pulled it to the final blank space. A sharp light burst from his dark golden snake eyes. He lightly bit the tip of his right finger on a sharp tooth, using the crimson blood as ink. With a solemn expression, he looked at the white scroll. With a flash of inspiration, he neatly wrote the 5 large characters. Orochimaru of the 8 heads. The moment the blood-red name was finished, a familiar feeling suddenly arose in Orochimaru's heart, the summoning contract with the Manda clan, which now surfaced deep in his soul. After signing the Manda summoning scroll, the black scroll suddenly shone with a deep blue chakra light, melting into Orochimaru's left hand. It transformed into a bizarre, inky black serpent mark, like a slender, coiled black snake, wrapped around Orochimaru's left forearm. Excitement flashed in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes. He licked his lips. I wonder if my little guys are still as obedient as they were in my previous life. Dipping his right hand into the still wet blood, he traced the inky black serpent mark on his left hand. Orochimaru quickly formed the summoning hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Summoning jutsu. The 5 complex hand seals were completed in the space of a breath. Orochimaru slammed his left hand heavily onto the ground. One arcane, intricate ninjutsu formula after another rapidly spread out like a spider web. Orochimaru's vast spiritual power skillfully connected to the space corresponding to the contract. Suddenly, a giant, powerful, greedy, and evil presence pulled Orochimaru's spiritual energy toward it. In the spiritual sensation, a pair of gigantic, lantern-like emerald snake eyes, filled with bloodthirsty, destructive killing intent, seemed to suddenly appear before him. The moment he sensed the presence connected by the summoning jutsu, Orochimaru's face violently changed. Damn it, it's actually him. Chapter 62. Orochimaru's spiritual energy connected with the terrifying entity bearing those emerald snake eyes within the summoning jutsu. His dense, pure chakra was immediately and continuously injected into the arcane summoning formula on the ground the instant the contract was formed. The surging blue chakra current illuminated the entire summoning formula with a bright, blue glow. However, Orochimaru, whose chakra was at most at the elite Chunin level, though pure, was far from enough to summon the powerful being his spiritual energy and the formula had connected to. His chakra system, which typically surged with the abundance of a great river, was drained like a massive, unleashed flood. In just a few breaths, all of his chakra was injected into the summoning formula. A rare hint of anxiety flickered in Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes. He frowned at the summoning formula pressed under his left hand, which seemed like a bottomless pit, its mad consumption of his chakra showing no signs of slowing. 8-headed serpent cursed seal, release. The faint gold, 8-headed serpent-style cursed seal over Orochimaru's heart instantly disintegrated under his mental command. It transformed into strands of faint gold light, as thick as chopsticks, which rapidly seeped into Orochimaru's body, pouring into his completely depleted chakra system. Originally, the 8-headed serpent cursed seal was merely an insignia formed by condensing Orochimaru's chakra, combined with the 8-headed serpent's faint gold breath. To call it a cursed seal was perhaps inaccurate, it was more like a chakra seal. However, after being continuously permeated and infused with the 8-headed serpent's aura every day, the chakra sealed within the mark had become increasingly pure in Orochimaru's perception, and seemed to have undergone some vague, inexplicable transformation that Orochimaru himself couldn't fully comprehend. The moment these faint gold lights entered his chakra system, they transformed into streams of extremely pure chakra. They circulated through his system and flowed into the complex summoning formula via his left hand. But even the chakra from the cursed seal was quickly nearing depletion, and the summoning formula, like a thirsty beast, showed no let-up in its furious absorption of Orochimaru's chakra. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils contracted into thin, golden vertical slits. Just as all his chakra was about to be completely extracted and his very life force was next to be injected, a sudden change occurred. The 8-headed serpent, which had long been transformed into a faint gold cocoon in the inner pocket of Orochimaru's vest, seemed to sense Orochimaru's danger and suddenly began to pulsate violently. Thump, thump, thump. The frequency of the cocoon's beating gradually synchronized with his heart. Once again, in this moment of crisis, it took the place of Orochimaru's heart, beating powerfully and continuously. Not only that, but faint gold light also constantly emanated from inside the cocoon, seeping into Orochimaru's body. His chakra system absorbed it, rapidly converting it into pure chakra, which then surged into the summoning formula. Finally, boom! With a muffled crash, large plumes of white mist billowed out from the summoning formula on the ground. Hiss, hiss, Orochimaru breathed heavily. All the chakra in his body was completely exhausted. He felt utterly drained, as if he had just fought several fierce battles. He barely managed to lean against a large tree to support himself, his dark golden eyes flashing with intense vigilance, fixed on the rapidly dispersing white mist. His spiritual sense registered a violent, bloodthirsty, and gloomy aura emerging from the center of the white mist. His heart sank. Sure enough, I summoned him. A strange, massive sound, as if some giant creature were moving and crushing the earth, emerged from the white mist. Orochimaru only saw 2 luminous, emerald lights, the size of lanterns, suddenly brighten within the dense fog. Immediately afterward, a wicked, bloodthirsty killing aura instantly covered the entire area, causing Orochimaru's body to involuntarily stiffen. Orochimaru frowned, straightening his unyielding spine. A fierce, domineering intensity flashed through his dark golden eyes, and he let out a low challenge. A profound, bone-chillingly indifferent killing intent, so thick it was almost tangible, streamed from his soul and burst forth, fiercely confronting the terrifying aura emanating from the entity in the white mist. The powerful clash of the 2 ferocious auras created a sudden gust of wind, which instantly scattered the dense white mist, revealing the terrifyingly powerful serpentine creature within. "You've finally appeared." A low, hoarse roar boomed in Orochimaru's ears, echoing continuously. It shook the forest for thousands of meters around, making the trees tremble. The massive, dark purple serpent body, which would require at least dozens of people to embrace, was roughly estimated to be about 5 stories high, even when coiled and curled, and covered an area over 100 meters wide. Merely looking down from its height created an astonishing pressure. Patches of black and dark purple, car-sized polygonal scales, formed banded black patterns covering the serpent's body, giving the giant snake an extra layer of wicked gloom. On the gigantic, mountain-like head, 4 sharp, massive purple horns swept backward, pointing straight up, like a purple crown on its head, suggesting a dark dominance that challenged the heavens. The 2 lantern-sized emerald snake eyes were filled with endless bloodlust and greed, staring directly at Orochimaru. When it spoke, 4 dagger-sharp fangs were revealed. The creature Orochimaru had summoned, nearly exhausting his life force, was none other than Manda. "Oh, the one who signed the contract is just a little brat." Manda's low, hoarse voice, booming like thunder, sounded again. That aura isn't bad." No sooner had Manda spoken than its pair of emerald snake eyes fixed on the young Orochimaru, freezing his entire body in an instant. The killing aura, which had previously been diffused unconsciously, was now controlled by Manda. With a thought, it rushed in from all directions, seemingly endless, tightly enveloping Orochimaru. Damn it, this old geezer still won't give me any respect. Orochimaru inwardly cursed, his snake eyes narrowed. He felt like a small boat tossed about on a stormy sea, ready to capsize at any moment. After a moment, Manda's enormous head rushed toward Orochimaru, carrying a thick, foul, bloody wind. Its massive emerald snake eyes glowed crimson. "Little whelp, give me a living person. I want to eat people, eat people." Manda, howling and roaring up at the sky, stirred up immense sand and air currents, uprooting dozens of towering trees surrounding the clearing and flattening them. Boom! Manda's huge body slammed down from the sky. Its massive head, flashing with bloodthirsty red light, left a deep trench in the ground as it landed in front of Orochimaru. Staring down at the tiny Orochimaru, its long, purplish-black snake tongue flickered in and out around him. It hissed menacingly. "Otherwise, I won't mind eating you." Orochimaru stood straight, facing Manda. His dark golden snake eyes met Manda's without flinching, filled with cold indifference. The wickedly gentle smile returned to his lips, his pale, handsome face showing the composure and calmness of one who has everything under control. A brilliant flash of faint gold light instantly erupted from Orochimaru's chest. Chapter 63. Before Manda even finished its fierce roar that was tearing apart the surrounding woods, a tender voice from the eight-headed serpent's light cocoon on Orochimaru's chest entered his ears. "Master, I can subdue this big worm." The tone was tender and clear, with a hint of the playful boasting a child directs toward a parent. Orochimaru was startled by the sudden, youthful voice that seemed to come from nowhere. "Master, it's me, the eight-headed serpent," the tender voice continued, full of deep affection. Hearing this, a light flared in Orochimaru's dark golden eyes, and his heart settled completely. The thought of bringing Manda, a beast he couldn't fully command even at his previous peak, under his control, filled him with irrepressible excitement. His wicked smile involuntarily curled up, and he extended his tongue, repeatedly licking his slightly dry lips. A brilliant faint gold radiance burst forth from Orochimaru's chest, as if a small sun were hidden there. This golden light wasn't harsh. Instead, it carried an air of gentle nobility and dignity. The radiance shone through Orochimaru's clothes, illuminating the outline of the oval light cocoon. Manda's enormous emerald snake eyes were fixed intently on the faint gold light on Orochimaru's chest. Even the fierce, surging aura around Manda seemed to freeze instantly. As the faint gold light intensified, the cocoon rapidly dissolved like ice in bright sunshine. A portion of it melted into the eight-headed serpent's body, and another part seeped into Orochimaru's body. The faint gold light that entered Orochimaru swiftly injected itself into his chakra system. In the blink of an eye, his entire chakra system was once again surging with pure chakra, like a great river. Next, under the gaze of both Orochimaru and Manda, the eight-headed serpent, which didn't seem to have grown much in size since awakening from the cocoon, slithered out from Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru was surprised to find that the previously subtle faint gold markings on the eight-headed serpent's pure white body were now much clearer and brighter, shining with a mysterious, brilliant gold light under the pale moonlight. The eight-headed serpent calmly slithered down Orochimaru's body and onto the ground, moving to face Manda. Its scarlet snake eyes fixed on the massive serpent. As its tongue flickered, the tender voice clearly echoed, "You big worm, how dare you threaten my master, HMPH." No sooner had the childlike voice faded than the next sight left both Orochimaru and Manda utterly stunned. The eight-headed serpent, which was about a finger thick and half a meter long, barely matching Manda's tongue in size, suddenly shone with brilliant light. A soft golden light that filled the entire field of vision soared skyward. A massive, semi-transparent phantom, glowing with inherent gold light, instantly erected itself between heaven and earth, appearing before Orochimaru and Manda. The phantom was a golden serpent with 2 heads and 2 tails, with a colossal body hundreds of meters long. When fully upright, it stood even taller than Manda, appearing like a divine entity descended from the heavens, viewing Manda with an innate elegance and nobility. The 2-headed, 2-tailed serpent, even larger than Manda, was covered in streaks of noble, mysterious golden patterns that continuously pulsed with soft gold light. On its 2 room-sized snake heads, the pair of scarlet snake eyes shed the childishness of the true 8-headed serpent. In their place was a cold indifference and ruthlessness that viewed all living beings as nothing, along with a profound mystery and depth, as if they had witnessed the birth and annihilation of countless life forms. As the 2 golden snake heads focused on Manda, they emitted a silent roar, like a noble emperor reprimanding a disrespectful vassal. An overwhelmingly potent, faintly visible aura of terror, unique to the King of Serpents, instantaneously descended. Boom! The ground for hundreds of meters around violently shook, and dust billowed up. Under this earth-shattering pressure, Manda's massive serpent body was forcibly pressed down into the deep trench it had originally made, sinking in up to half its colossal bulk before the downward trend barely ceased. Hiss! Manda opened its mouth and let out a miserable hiss. Along with its long tongue, a gout of dark purple snake blood sprayed out. Orochimaru, though under the same aura, felt no discomfort. He stared blankly at the 8-headed serpent's bizarre and terrifying form, and then at the snake blood Manda had expelled, remaining speechless for a long time. As Manda spat out the snake blood, it immediately regained its senses. Its immense body coiled into a subservient posture, bowing its proud head to the 2-headed, 2-tailed, 8-headed serpent phantom. Great One, Manda of the Great Serpent Clan, pays his respects to you. The noble, mysterious, faint gold phantom of the 2-headed, 2-tailed, 8-headed serpent instantly vanished like a deflating balloon. The golden light faded, revealing the 8-headed serpent's slender, tiny body. The 8-headed serpent quickly slithered back onto Orochimaru, coiling on his shoulder and keeping its scarlet eyes fixed on Manda. Orochimaru keenly noticed a hint of fatigue in the 8-headed serpent's scarlet eyes. Rumble! Manda's massive body, leaving a winding trail, slithered out of the depressed earth. Its emerald snake eyes looked toward the 8-headed serpent on Orochimaru's shoulder with a trace of deference, then addressed Orochimaru. "Little whelp, what is your name?" "Orochimaru, I am Orochimaru," Orochimaru declared with pride and conviction. "Orochimaru," Manda repeated, its emerald eyes flicking as if recalling something. "Very well, I won't eat you. I will assist you in battle from now on. However, after every battle, I require a sacrifice, a large sacrifice of living people." Hiss, hiss. As it finished speaking, Manda's eyes revealed an irrepressible greed. Orochimaru frowned. "Just like in my past life, this old monster Manda still demands living sacrifices." Considering his future plans and the backing of the 8-headed serpent, Orochimaru hardened his resolve and refused unequivocally. "No, living people are out of the question. I can provide raw sacrifices like pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep, though." A fierce look flashed across Manda's enormous eyes. Just as it was about to release its violent aura, the 8-headed serpent made a quiet hiss sound, and its scarlet eyes met Manda's. The threatening aura was immediately withdrawn. Manda relented dejectedly. "Fine. However, the quantity must be doubled. 200 sacrifices of raw animals like pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep after every battle." Then Manda respectfully implored, "Furthermore, I humbly request a single drop of your blood, Great One." Suddenly, Manda noticed Orochimaru's strange, dark golden snake eyes and added in a deep voice, "Wait, little whelp, I want your blood too." Chapter 64. Faced with Manda's increasingly excessive demand, Orochimaru suppressed his impatience, carefully analyzing the potential benefits and losses. He knew who the Great One Manda referred to, and he could see that the 8-headed serpent was clearly a superior serpent species, possessing a natural, innate authority that was strong enough to make Manda discard its high arrogance, acknowledging the strict hierarchy among snake creatures. He figured the 8-headed serpent's blood must be what Manda needed to become stronger. However, Manda's demand for his blood was something Orochimaru couldn't immediately grasp. He looked back at the 8-headed serpent. Its tiny scarlet snake eyes rotated, and then it nodded its assent. To be cautious, Orochimaru first squeezed a few drops of his own fresh blood from the bite mark he had made earlier. He held up his hand, and the crimson blood dripped down. A dark shadow flashed. Manda's dark purple tongue swept through the air and instantly swallowed Orochimaru's blood. The moment Manda consumed Orochimaru's fresh blood, its two enormous emerald snake eyes froze. Its low, hoarse, ancient voice held a trace of uncontrollable excitement and surprise. "Little whelp, no, child. Orochimaru, are you a descendant of the eight-headed serpent clan?" Manda's thundering voice trembled slightly. Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes studied Manda closely for a moment, keenly noticing the sudden shift in its tone. Sensing a crucial turning point, he nodded. Thinking of the difficulty of summoning Manda this time, he then spoke. "Now you've got what you wanted, and I must get what I want. From now on, when I summon you, you must contribute more than half of your own chakra, and you must fight for me with all your power." "No problem. Manda will absolutely protect you well," Manda said, staring at Orochimaru with eyes that showed the surprise and reverence of someone who had found the most precious treasure in the world. Manda then looked at the eight-headed serpent on Orochimaru's shoulder, with respect and anticipation. The eight-headed serpent's tiny mouth suddenly opened, and a single drop of golden snake blood shot out. Manda's dark purple tongue swept it up again. The instant the eight-headed serpent's golden blood was swept into Manda's mouth, a sudden, violent change occurred. Crackling. A deafening series of explosions, dozens of times louder than firecrackers, instantly erupted across Manda's body. Its broad, tough scales exploded and burst open like a chain of dominoes, splashing dark purple snake blood everywhere. Thump, thump, thump. Not only on its exterior, but muffled crashes also resonated inside Manda's body, indicating a violent internal transformation. The snake blood on its surface shot into the sky like small fountains, reaching several meters high. Hiss, roar. Manda's colossal body fell to the ground, thrashing and rolling, emitting shrieks of anguish. Dust filled the air. Orochimaru immediately used the ninja walk to retreat far away to observe, keen to avoid the chaos. In just half an hour, the forest floor for thousands of meters around looked like the end of the world had arrived, completely ravaged. Countless towering trees, thick enough for several or even dozens of people to embrace, were snapped in half by Manda's rolling body. Then, they were shattered into pieces of wood by its massive tail, which were sent flying into the wind. After another 10 minutes, Manda's transformation seemed to stop. The smoke and dust in the forest gradually subsided. Orochimaru cautiously approached. Dark purple blood continually flowed from Manda's massive body, gathering into a considerable pool beneath it. The car-sized scales all over its body were peeled back, broken, or shattered, making the serpent look utterly miserable. Rumble. With a ground-shaking roar, Manda suddenly straightened its body, which reached 5 stories high. It opened its mouth and spat out a large mass of dark purple snake blood, weighing dozens of kilograms. The moment this mass of dark purple snake blood splattered onto the ground and trees, it gave off a foul, acidic stench. It relentlessly corroded the wood and soil with a sizzling sound, releasing a pungent white smoke. After Manda expelled the blood, its remaining scales quickly shed onto the ground like falling dumplings, as if it were undergoing another skin molting. The gigantic Manda revealed a brand new, denser set of scales beneath the pale moonlight. The previous dark purple and black scales had a sinister gloom. The new scales were less shadowy and more vividly dappled, showcasing the boundless killing intent concealed beneath their beauty. The 4 massive horns atop its head were sharper and more prominent, like 4 long swords piercing the sky. The violent aggression in its aura was slightly reduced, replaced by a new sense of majesty and grandeur. The transformed Manda lowered its massive head, facing Orochimaru and the 8-headed serpent, and said with a hint of respect, "Thank you for the gift of your golden blood, Great One. Descendant of the 8-headed serpent clan, I will fulfill our agreement." Orochimaru smiled slightly, his dark golden eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. After all that effort, he had finally secured control over Manda's power. The ever-increasing power and strength filled Orochimaru with satisfaction and a deep, intoxicating pleasure. Poof! A huge cloud of smoke enveloped Manda. Orochimaru released the summoning jutsu, and Manda was sent back by the power of the summoning contract. As Manda was being transported away within the contract's power, its ancient, hoarse voice muttered, "The descendant of the golden ancient python and the eight-headed serpent clan." After sending Manda back and reforming the eight-headed serpent cursed seal, the eight-headed serpent burrowed back into Orochimaru's chest to recover. Orochimaru didn't want to linger and immediately rushed back toward Itachi's manor. In the dead of night, with the moon high overhead, Orochimaru returned to his chamber. As he pushed the door open, he saw a sight that made him pause. Sarutobi was sitting at a desk, writing furiously. Hearing the door open, he looked up, blinking his bloodshot, tired eyes. He smiled at Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, you're back just in time. I've finished this training plan for you. It includes some fire, wind, and earth attribute ninjutsu that I believe will be useful to you right now, along with some of my own insights and experiences. Take it, assimilate it, and your strength should grow even greater, hee. Oh, and I sense that your spiritual energy is quite strong, so I've also recorded a few intricate and useful genjutsu in here." Sarutobi rolled up the scroll in his hand. Orochimaru could vaguely see the dense, still-wet ink covering the scroll's surface, various ninjutsu and insights. A strange feeling, an emotion he rarely felt and had long forgotten in his past life, welled up in his heart. Gratitude. Although Orochimaru was confident he already knew most of the ninjutsu listed, Sarutobi's act of staying up all night to create a personalized training plan touched the heart of a person usually as cold as ice, focused only on power and self-interest. A wave of emotion surged within him. "In this life, I have exceptional talent and an excellent reputation. Perhaps there is more for me to grasp and cherish." Sarutobi rolled up the black training plan scroll and handed it to Orochimaru. He spoke with sincere earnestness. "Orochimaru, your talent is superb, but you must remember, don't greedily pursue the countless bizarre variations and effects of every ninjutsu. The mastery of jutsu lies in quality, not quantity. You must find a path, a ninja way, that belongs only to you. Only then can you truly become a powerful ninja." Orochimaru took the scroll, which was filled with Sarutobi's effort. He spoke with genuine sincerity, untainted by any motive or calculation. "Thank you, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru understands." Sarutobi smiled with relief and walked out. Orochimaru was left standing alone, his eyes flickering with 1,000 thoughts. Chapter 65. The southwestern part of the ninja continent is a seemingly endless desert. Perennially lacking water and rain, the climate changes drastically. Severe dust storms and gales, strong enough to sweep away entire camps, are frequent occurrences. The yellow sand is covered with various strange, complex sand dunes and ridges. They rise abruptly from the ground, resembling gigantic golden dragons resting on the earth, making this vast, remote desert utterly mysterious. Within this ocean of sand lies the land of wind, a nation known for its tough and resilient people. And within the land of wind's territory is Tsunade, the village hidden in the sand, one of the 5 great ninja villages on the continent. Tsunade occupies an extremely large area. To call it a village is more accurately to call it a city. Walls reaching over 10 meters high surround the settlement like the arms of a giant, protecting the massive interior from the encroachment of the sandstorms. Inside the village, rows of buildings are laid out neatly like pieces on a chessboard, forming a vast, man-made work of art. It was another beautiful clear night in the desert. The moon, like a golden pearl dish, hung high in the sky, casting a bright, watery moonlight over all of Tsunade. Screech! A sharp, high-pitched eagle cry suddenly rang out, echoing continuously above Tsunade and lingering for a long time. Inside the Tgthegood Tower, the tallest building in Tsunade, shaped like a giant basketball. A shadow completely shrouded in a cage robe heard the sharp cry, uttered a puzzled murmur, put down the documents in his hand, and looked out the window. Suddenly a knock, thump, 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 came at the door. The shadow, wearing the cage robe, moved back to his desk and assumed a dignified posture before saying, "Come in." A ninja wearing the standardized Tsunade uniform walked in. The gray-yellow and black ninja attire was as simple and humble as the character of the nation's people. The ninja stopped about a meter from the desk, knelt respectfully on one knee, and held up a small paper tube with both hands, saying in a low voice, "Lord Tgthegood, a message has arrived from the land of rivers." A team led personally by the Hidden Leaf's cage-level strongman, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with 18 elite leaf ninjas, has arrived in the land of rivers. The Tgthegood, clad in the cage robe, stood up, walked around the desk, took the paper tube from the ninja, and carefully read the information. After reading it several times, the Tgthegood finally put down the small paper scroll. Before he could formulate a response, another sharp knock, thump, 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 came at the door. Another sand ninja walked in, knelt before the Tgthegood, and held out a small, encrypted scroll with both hands. The second ninja said, bowing, "Lord Tgthegood, urgent encrypted intelligence from the land of Rivers' stronghold." The arrival of 2 consecutive messages concerning the land of rivers struck the Tgthegood as slightly odd, and he immediately sensed a bad omen. Sure enough, after cracking the encryption and opening the scroll, his face instantly darkened. The air in the Tgthegood's office seemed to instantly become thick and heavy, like mercury. Taking a breath required enormous effort. The 2 sand ninjas kneeling on the floor dared not even breathe, feeling anxious and uneasy. After a long while, the Tgthegood, still wearing the cage robe, took a deep breath. The heavy atmosphere and the suffocating air instantly returned to normal. The Tgthegood turned, hands behind his back, and looked out the window, his gaze deep and vast. The night sky, which had been clear and filled with moonlight, gradually gave way to a hazy wind and sand, the sign that a great storm was approaching. The kneeling sand ninjas dared not move, respectfully awaiting the Tgthegood's further command. After a long pause, the Tgthegood turned around, his tone calm, steady, and resolutely decisive. "Recall all ninjas dispatched to the land of rivers. Tell Hanzo to struggle on his own. Tsunade will not be participating any further." "Yes, Lord Tgthegood," the 2 kneeling men replied. After the 2 sand ninjas left, the Tgthegood sat back down in his chair, lost in deep thought. Creak. The door opened without a knock. The Tgthegood looked up, surprised at the newcomer, and greeted them with humble courtesy. "Lady Chiyo." "Heavy losses in the land of rivers, correct?" The person referred to as Lady Chiyo was, surprisingly, a woman. Her firm tone, however, carried a strength and wisdom rare even among men. "Yes, this time I certainly miscalculated. I did not anticipate Sarutobi's strength reaching that level. However, it's not too late to pull back our forces now," the Tgthegood said, his tone remaining composed and calm as he analyzed his mistake. "As long as we gain control of that formidable supernatural power, all difficulties will vanish into thin air." A hint of appreciation showed in Chiyo's eyes. After the Tgthegood finished speaking, however, she frowned slightly and offered a quiet admonishment. "The ninja world has gained another player on the board. You shouldn't put all your hope in external power, either. Even if we manage to seal that power, the difficulty of controlling it will be immense." The Tgthegood nodded. Chiyo silently withdrew, leaving the Tgthegood alone once more, plunged into deep thought. The following morning, the Hidden Leaf forces were all in high spirits and morale. Sarutobi seemed to have sensed something, or perhaps he had his own idea, as he did not bring the group of wandering ninjas under me to take. He only took the Hidden Leaf ninjas as they rushed toward the 3rd stronghold. Orochimaru, positioned just behind the Jonin, followed closely behind Sarutobi. The group's speed was moderate. After running steadily for 3 hours, they finally reached the 3rd stronghold, located near the northern part of the land of rivers and currently under the control of Hanzo of the Salamander. The moment they emerged from the forest, the view opened up dramatically. This was a sprawling, well-watered wetland with lush grasses and numerous water birds. A crisp, cool breeze mixed with moist air rushed toward them, bringing the rich, penetrating fragrance of various aquatic plants and wild flowers. The sky was high and clear, the clouds pure white like snow. White water birds constantly circled high above, occasionally diving into the river to snatch a fat fish. 2 long, gently flowing turquoise rivers passed through the area, encircling a small river island a few acres in size. Houses built in the style of stilt-mounted bamboo huts stood together on this island, forming the 3rd stronghold. As if sensing the arrival of outsiders, a powerful, towering presence, straight and imposing, suddenly surged up from the stronghold. Chapter 66. Orochimaru and the others did not conceal their presence. They followed directly behind Sarutobi and headed straight for the third stronghold. Just as Orochimaru's group emerged from the forest, the powerful, heaven-piercing aura emanating from the stronghold suddenly climbed another level. On the gently flowing river surface, centered on the island where the stronghold lay, circles of surging ripples violently churned, ceaselessly crashing against the banks and creating a whoosh, whoosh sound like a mighty ocean tide. The water birds circling above the river wetland nervously flapped their wings, frightened, and flew hastily away towards the distance. The astonishing momentum, which pierced the very heavens, instantly scattered the clear white clouds above the stronghold and oppressively surged toward Orochimaru's group. Stunned by this approaching, terrifying aura belonging solely to a cage-level master, the entire group paused and halted their steps simultaneously. Orochimaru frowned and looked at Sarutobi beside him. Sarutobi, whose face was gentle yet firm, and who was not particularly tall, let a sharp light flash in his eyes. He stepped forward, pushing past the others, just a single step. An immense and vast terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his physical body. Bang! The astonishing auras of two of the ninja world's peak masters suddenly clashed, triggering a muffled, thunderous roar on the flat ground. A ring of visible airwave ripples rapidly spread out from the center of the collision. Where the ripple passed, the river channel boiled and trees fell over, leaving a scene of utter chaos. If the aura of the cage-level master in the stronghold was surging and tremendous like an ocean tide, then Sarutobi's aura was solid and heavy, like the earth release jutsu he excelled at, immovable, stable as a mountain. Even as strong winds blew and crashing waves hit the shore, his presence remained unshaken, firm as a colossal peak. Sarutobi, standing in front of the Konoha ninjas, his ordinary back suddenly resembled a steep, towering mountain whose peak could not be seen, deeply imprinting his weight and power into the hearts of everyone present. Suddenly, over a dozen powerful figures in black emerged from the stronghold. The forehead protectors they wore were clearly the style of Aimgakure, village hidden in the rain in the northern land of rivers. The leader wore a strange outfit resembling a diving helmet, revealing only a pair of deep-set, sharp eyes like a falcon. The cage-level aura emanating from his entire body clearly revealed his identity. Hanzo of the Salamander, the cage-level master who personally fractured the land of rivers and established Aimgakure in its north. Seeing Sarutobi and the others, Hanzo's face remained unreadable. A cold voice emerged from the diving mask, sounding rigid and stiff. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hanzo of the Salamander, your reputation precedes you. You truly are a hero of the ninja world. Facing a fellow cage, Sarutobi maintained his usual composure and magnanimity. He continued, I trust Mr. Hanzo knows why we are here. A peaceful resolution is certainly out of the question. However, a clash between figures of our caliber might damage the peace between Aimgakure and Konoha. Why don't we let our juniors and subordinates play a bit? HMPH? Hanzo let out a cold snort. Just as he was about to reply, another ninja swiftly emerged from the stronghold and respectfully handed a scroll to Hanzo, whispering into his ear. Lord Hanzo, the Land of Wind has decided not to participate in the operations in the Land of Rivers. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light, barely noticeable, crossed Hanzo's eyes. He opened the scroll to read it carefully. When he looked up, his originally surging aura unconsciously weakened slightly. With a mix of resentment and helplessness, he changed his tone and said, Mr. Sarutobi is indeed broad-minded. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested, and let our subordinates compete. Sarutobi completely understood Hanzo's sudden change in tone and weakening aura. He said no more, simply giving a confident and bold smile, having subtly guessed the underlying reason. Orochimaru, who had also surmised some clues, pulled his mouth into an arc filled with wicked intent. Upon hearing Hanzo's agreement, the elite Chunin of Konoha grew excited. As elites, they were undoubtedly proud. This was an opportunity to display their skill and power before cage-level masters. If they won, they might even gain fame across the ninja world. They couldn't help but feel thrilled, rubbing their hands together, all preparing to ask permission to fight. Before anyone else could act, Orochimaru seized the advantage of proximity. He stepped forward, approached Sarutobi, and asked for permission. "Sarutobi-sensei, let me go." When the Konoha ninjas behind him saw Orochimaru step out, they immediately quieted down, putting aside their various desires to fight. Sure enough, Sarutobi thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. The Konoha Chunin neither felt discouraged nor surprised. Instead, they focused intensely on Orochimaru, anticipating the exciting battle to come. Sarutobi and the Jonin observed the reaction of the Konoha elite Chunin, all showing expressions of surprise mixed with thoughtfulness. During this mission, Orochimaru's strength had subtly and unknowingly won over the hearts of these core Konoha ninjas, leading to a trace of trust, or perhaps even awe, that the Chunin themselves hadn't realized. The ninjas from both sides took their positions on the opposite riverbanks. Orochimaru, dressed in a sharp, jet-black outfit, walked out from the Konoha side. His small, young body, his handsome and tender face seemingly always wearing that wicked smile, and his semi-long black hair falling freely, his entire being exuded a strange, contradictory aura, confident yet arrogant, wicked yet unrestrained. The high-ranking officials on both sides had their eyes light up. Orochimaru walked out slowly, as relaxed and casual as if strolling in his own garden. He calmly stepped onto the river surface. His superb chakra control technique ensured that not a single ripple was disturbed the instant his feet touched the water. This detail, seen by the Konoha Jonin, naturally caused another wave of astonishment. As Hanzo on the opposite side saw it, his heart sank, and a feeling of bitterness and helplessness, unique to a ninja from a small nation, surged within him. A great nation like Konoha truly possesses an abundance of talent. Apart from the two Aimgakure Jonin Hanzo had brought, the other Aimgakure Chunin, who failed to grasp the subtlety of the moment, became agitated. Seeing Konoha send out what looked like an inexperienced young boy, they clamored, all eager to participate. Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes swept over the 7 or 8 excited Aimgakure Chunin clamoring to fight, and a cold glint flashed erratically. His arrogant and indifferent words, like ancient glacial ice, quietly reached the ears of everyone present. "Come up, all of you. It's a good chance for me to test my own caliber." Chapter 67. Orochimaru's cold, yet aggressively challenging words were like a bomb dropped into both ninja camps, causing an immediate commotion. On the Konoha side, the Jonin were mildly surprised but prepared to cover Orochimaru at any moment. The Chunin, however, were thrilled by his arrogant, dominating words. Their eyes, fixed on Orochimaru, showed traces of awe that nearly overflowed. In contrast, the Aimgakure Chunin, who were also staring intently at Orochimaru, looked at him with an intense, blade-like hatred, as if they wished to flay him alive with their eyes alone. One particularly volatile Aimgakure Chunin, without waiting for Hanzo's command, charged out. He drew a sharp kunai from his ninja pouch and furiously lunged at Orochimaru. Hanzo and his two Aimgakure Jonin, though inwardly angered by Orochimaru's words, silently sanctioned the rogue ninja's attack, maintaining an impassive exterior. Orochimaru's powerful spiritual energy swept over the charging Aimgakure Chunin, instantly and completely discerning his strength, which was merely that of an average Konoha Chunin. With cold indifference in his dark golden snake eyes, Orochimaru remained standing, not even moving his body. He simply extended his right hand flatly. Chakra surged and his hand trembled slightly, and in that instant, the hidden shadow snake hand jutsu, honed through countless battles in his previous life, was unleashed. With a soft hiss, 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 5 mottled brown and black venomous pythons, their mouths wide open and crystal venom dripping from their sharp fangs, shot out like lightning from the narrow sleeve of Orochimaru's right arm. The Aimgakure Chunin charging at Orochimaru only saw 5 black blurs flash before his eyes, followed immediately by a wave of gut-wrenching pain spreading through his body. The 5 striking pythons had traversed the dozen or so meters in an instant. With a shrill, piercing scream, 4 of the pythons fiercely pierced the ninja's 4 limbs, carving out bleeding holes the size of a baby's fist. They then coiled up his limbs, binding the Chunin's stout body tightly like a mummy. The force of the coiling continuously increased, threatening to crush every bone in his body. The 5th mottled python, which had been moving leisurely behind the others, still flashing with bloodthirsty malice and flicking its tongue, slowly wrapped itself around the Chunin's neck. Feeling the smooth, icy cold sensation of the snake scales against his throat, and hearing the sinister, soul-calling hiss sound in his ear, the intense pain from his pierced limbs surged over him like a tide. The Chunin had never felt such overwhelming fear of death. His eyes were wide with terror, his pupils constricted into pin-sized black dots due to the extreme panic. As his gaze met Orochimaru's icy snake eyes, a desperate plea for mercy flowed out. He tried to beg, but the python, relentlessly tightening its grip around his neck, only allowed a helpless, guttural, "Huck, huck, huck" sound to escape as his face turned crimson. Orochimaru clearly saw the plea for mercy in the Chunin's eyes, but disregarded it entirely. The sinister smile curled upon his lips, and he said softly, "I told you to come up, all of you." The moment his voice fell, Orochimaru's dark golden eyes hardened. The python wrapped around the Chunin's neck, opened its jaws wide, and applied sudden, tremendous force. A crisp cracking sound, crack, 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 rang out. The Chunin's eyes instantly dimmed and life left his body. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 pythons darted back into Orochimaru's sleeve. The Chunin's lifeless corpse fell into the river with a weak plop. Having instantly killed one opponent, Orochimaru glanced at Hanzo's group across the river. His astonishing killing intent, which was nearly substantial, was released without restraint, causing the surrounding water to ripple violently. The wicked smile on his lips intensified. "Come on, let me test my own caliber." Orochimaru's highly provocative act finally enraged the remaining 6 Aimgakure ninjas who had previously volunteered to fight. After receiving a nod from Hanzo, they all shot forward, fueled by anger. The 6 Aimgakure ninjas varied in skill. 4 were standard Chunin, and 2 were elite Chunin. Orochimaru's powerful spiritual energy swept over the 6 ninjas. A flash of blood-red, bloodthirsty intent crossed his dark golden pupils, and his signature smile returned. His immense killing intent fused with his spiritual power, and he skillfully infused pure chakra into it. Silently, a genjutsu was launched, the blade of killing intent. The 6 charging Aimgakure ninjas suddenly felt an overwhelming, mountain-like surge of killing intent descend upon them. Every single one gasped, eyes wide, as they seemingly saw the moment of their own death at Orochimaru's hands. Taking advantage of the instant the Aimgakure ninjas were paralyzed by the genjutsu, Orochimaru quickly formed the necessary hand seals and launched a ninjutsu. Now backed by pure and abundant chakra, Orochimaru's superior ninjutsu control technique was demonstrated to its utmost, making the technique's power even greater than before. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. The high-temperature fireball, the size of a hydrogen balloon, was under Orochimaru's perfect control. It glowed fiery red and emitted intense heat, yet not a single visible flame escaped its surface. All the heat was compressed within the massive sphere. Radiating a scorching red light, it steamed up large amounts of mist-white water vapor as it rolled rapidly toward the 6 Aimgakure ninjas. The Aimgakure ninjas, trained and taught by a cage-level master, possessed adequate battle sense and awareness despite their lack of training resources. After only a moment's daze, they regained their footing and immediately used the simple method Hanzo had taught them to break out of genjutsu, disrupting the flow of chakra within their bodies. However, their reaction was entirely within Orochimaru's control. The moment the Aimgakure ninjas cleared the genjutsu and saw the true situation, their faces paled. The highly compressed, massive fireball had already flown over 10 meters and was right upon them. Furthermore, having disrupted their chakra flow to break the genjutsu, the ninjas were in an awkward moment where they couldn't immediately use ninjutsu. 2 ordinary Chunin who had been charging at the front and were less skilled couldn't dodge in time. They were mercilessly swallowed by the fireball and killed without even letting out a scream. The timing of that genjutsu and subsequent ninjutsu was absolutely impeccable. The Konoha Jonin were astounded, and the Konoha Chunin's eyes were practically glowing. Sarutobi, watching Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hand, was deeply moved. That was a summoning jutsu I only gave the boy last night. Chapter 68. After unleashing the astonishingly powerful Great Fireball, Orochimaru did not pause. He continued to execute jutsu, preparing a follow-up, and utilized the copious steam generated by the fireball as cover. He subtly activated the Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hand, an advanced form of the Hidden Shadow Snake Hand that features twice the number of venomous pythons and is capable of deterrence, restraint, capture, and direct attack. No less than 12 mottled, venomous pythons, each as thick as a grown man's arm, shot out from Orochimaru's right hand. Concealed by the steam and hugging the surface of the water, the thin serpentine shadows rapidly wriggled toward the Aimgakure ninjas. The highly compressed fireball, though it consumed 2 Aimgakure ninjas, bought time for the remaining 4 to escape and counterattack. 2 of the remaining ninjas frantically jumped sideways. While they were still in midair, they were met by 6 ferocious, mottled pythons lunging at each of them. Inevitably, 2 more terrified screams rang out. The pythons returned, having harvested 2 more lives. In a mere 7 or 8 breaths, only 2 figures remained on the field. The elite Chunin who had lagged behind and possessed the highest skill. These 2, clearly the talented individuals Hanzo had diligently nurtured, remained calm and collected despite the deaths of their comrades and the incoming Great Fireball. Both surged their chakra and quickly formed hand seals. Water Release, Water Wall Jutsu. A thin, pale blue water wall, about 3 to 4 meters high and 7 to 8 meters wide, churned up white foam on the river surface. It rapidly rose up, positioning itself in front of the 2 ninjas and securely protecting them. The highly compressed fireball violently collided with the pale blue water wall, emitting a continuous, sizzling sound as massive amounts of steam rose up. Although Orochimaru's fireball jutsu was countered by the water release technique, the immense pure chakra and high compression injected into it ensured that the elite Chunin's somewhat incomplete water wall jutsu barely managed to hold it back, and only after being completely expended. Both techniques dissolved into nothingness. While one elite Chunin defended against Orochimaru's great fireball, the other Aimgakure ninja wasn't idle. He had already finished his hand signs and launched a counterattack. Water Release, Water Shark Missile Technique. A shallow, light blue water shark, about the size of a canoe, sped through the water, its sharp dorsal fin cutting the surface, its massive jaws wide open. It created a long wake behind it as it surged toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who had not moved his body yet had effortlessly eliminated 5 Aimgakure ninjas, smiled faintly as he observed the remaining 2 ninjas. Their skill level was comparable to that of a great nation's elite Chunin. A hint of interest sparked in his dark golden eyes. Now this is somewhat entertaining. Focusing on the water shark slicing toward him, Orochimaru suddenly formed a hand seal and slammed his hand down onto the water surface. Thin, complex jutsu formulas instantly snaked out from the center of his palm. Summoning jutsu, Serpent Trample. Poof! White smoke rose from the formula. 2 mottled venomous pythons, each as thick as a grown man's thigh and dozens of meters long, their hideous fangs bared, shot out from the mist. One of them, under Orochimaru's control, circled once, whipped up its tail, and violently struck the light blue water shark. Cracked! The impact of the snake tail created a thunderous crash. The river surface for several meters was violently depressed by the immense force, sending up white spray over a meter high. The light blue water shark was instantly smashed to pieces by the colossal force. A flicker of frustration crossed the Chunin's eyes. He continued to inject chakra, and just as the shattered water shark was about to reform its shape using the river water, the python summoned by Orochimaru opened its jaws and instantly swallowed it whole. Boom! The delayed effect of the water shark missile jutsu activated. The light blue shark exploded inside the python's belly. Crimson snake blood mixed with shredded flesh splattered everywhere. staining a 10-meter radius of the river's surface bloody red with the serpent's remains. The water shark missile jutsu failed utterly, but the other python summoned by Orochimaru, its icy snake eyes gleaming, was already slithering rapidly toward the two Aimgakure ninjas. Orochimaru followed up using wind release, Gale Palm. With a gust of fierce wind, two thin, spinning, pinwheel-shaped wind blades sped toward the two ninjas, cutting off any escape routes to their left or right. Schlick! One Aimgakure ninja failed to dodge in time. The python's two fangs drilled two bloody holes straight into his head. His skull was squeezed open like a watermelon by the biting force of the python, and his entire body was swallowed by the snake. The wind blade sliced across the remaining ninja's body, but it shattered with a splash. It was a water clone. An alarm bell suddenly went off in Orochimaru's mind, and a sharp kunai stabbed into his body from behind. In the nick of time, Orochimaru's body dissolved into a mass of brown-black mud and bubbling slime, a mud clone. As the Aimgakure ninja stared in surprise, Orochimaru burst up from beneath the river. With a powerful, heavy kick, he violently smashed the ninja's jaw. Crunch! The sustained force sent the ninja flying into the air. Slightly breathless, Orochimaru was about to deliver the killing blow to the last survivor when a vast, ocean-like aura and a tremendous, surging chakra wave suddenly erupted from the opposite riverbank. Every Chunin was a core, irreplaceable asset for a minor nation's leader like Hanzo. Every death meant a significant loss of his efforts, and it was agonizing for him. Seeing Orochimaru about to kill the very last elite Chunin, Hanzo finally could not endure it any longer and moved to rescue him. Moreover, Orochimaru's freakish talent and combat power were enough to ignite an unstoppable killing intent in Hanzo's heart. Vast and immense chakra was continuously infused into the water. The terrifying power of a cage-level master was unveiled in that moment. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. This ordinary B-rank ninjutsu, when used by Hanzo, suddenly gained boundless might. A deafening roar, AOOH, erupted from the water. A powerful, ferocious dragon roar sounded as the river, 10 meters wide, began to boil. A dark blue, terrifying water dragon, seemingly condensed from the most magnificent turquoise crystal, soared into the sky. In the hands of Hanzo, who had mastered water release to an extreme degree, this intensely concentrated, dark blue water dragon was as thick as 10 men embracing it. It carried a heavy, terrifying water pressure within its body. A mere brush would break bones and tear tendons. Wrapped in surging gales of wind, it charged oppressively toward Orochimaru. Chapter 69. The slightly breathless Orochimaru instantly recognized the power hidden within this water dragon and felt an even greater sense of impending danger. He stood his ground, vigilant, yet his expression remained as placid as water. In that instant, his dark golden eyes surged with limitless excitement and boldness. Seeing Orochimaru facing such peril, the hearts of the Konoha Chunin involuntarily leaped into their throats. Sarutobi and the Konoha Jonin, enraged by Hanzo's sudden intervention, were all ready to launch ninjutsu to intercept the fiercely charging deep blue water dragon. It was precisely at this moment, under the terrifying pressure of the massive water dragon, that the astonishing killing intent Orochimaru had previously released intensified again, climbing another notch, barely managing to hold back the dragon's overwhelming pressure. Orochimaru gazed up at the water dragon. His small body looked like an ant before the monstrous creature, yet he straightened his back, holding his proud, resilient spirit as straight as a sturdy pine tree rooted in stone. The remaining chakra in his body churned violently like boiling water, gathering in his hands. He bit a small cut into his right thumb with his teeth, then slashed it across the strange serpentine tattoo on his left forearm. One after another, mysterious and complex hand seals were rapidly woven, like a flurry of butterflies. OOH. The water dragon roared furiously as it soared skyward, and then rapidly plunged toward Orochimaru to devour him. In a fraction of a second, Orochimaru finished the hand seals. The aura surrounding his entire body suddenly condensed, then sharply exploded. He slammed his left hand, which had just finished the seals, heavily onto the clear river surface. Slap. A summoning formula, several times larger than the previous one appeared. The profound, ink-black, tadpole-like formula lines rapidly snaked and emerged from the turquoise water, spreading out from Orochimaru's palm like creeping ivy. Summoning jutsu, Manda descends. Poof! A sky-concealing cloud of white smoke billowed out from the summoning formula. Manda's ferocious snake head, the size of a small hill and sporting 4 sharp, sword-like horns, emerged. It held Orochimaru on its head. Its emerald snake eyes, glowing with cold, sinister, bloodthirsty malice under the golden sunlight, roared at the heavens, letting out its first angry bellow upon arriving in this world. Hiss! The surging sound wave shattered the remaining aura of pressure the water dragon had exerted on Orochimaru. Manda's enormous body, like a skyscraper, coiled on the river's surface, literally cutting the entire river into 2. At Orochimaru's signal, Manda's thick body writhed rapidly. Its massive, mottled tail, thick enough for dozens of people to embrace, swept through the air with a muffled, sharp whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound, striking viciously toward the deep blue water dragon. Hanzo's pupils dilated with astonishment when he saw the terrifying Manda summoned by Orochimaru, but his hands did not slow down. Under his control, the diving water dragon quickly changed direction, its enormous, savage head lunging to bite the striking snake tail. Boom! A dull, heart-stifling, tremendous crash suddenly erupted from the point of collision, rippling out and shaking the spirits of everyone on both banks. The water dragon was struck by Manda's mottled, massive tail. It was instantly pulverized and disintegrated from head to tail by the sheer force. Under the bright golden sunlight, it sprayed countless shimmering, multicolored water droplets and splashes of all sizes, which shot out like bullets in every direction. It was as if a sudden downpour had started on the flat ground, soaking Hanzo's group of ninjas and chilling them to the core. Although Manda shattered the water dragon, it was, after all, an ultimate water-release ninjutsu unleashed by a cage-level master. In that moment of pure force-on-force confrontation, the immense water pressure inside the deep blue dragon heavily impacted Manda's tail. A section of its scales was cracked, and trickles of dark purple snake blood flowed out. Orochimaru, even though he shared the burden of the summoning with Manda, had his remaining chakra completely drained. He was utterly exhausted, panting heavily. He struggled to stand atop Manda's head, directing the serpent to attack again. To the astonishment of the onlookers, after Manda crushed the water dragon unleashed by Hanzo, its massive body shot skyward. It opened its cavernous mouth, armed with 4 razor-sharp fangs, and swallowed the last terrified Aimgakure ninja, sending him into the rolling, highly corrosive venom in its throat. With the battle settled, Orochimaru collapsed onto Manda's head. As he panted violently, his dark golden snake eyes remained vigilantly fixed on Hanzo across the river, ready to order Manda to defend against any further attack. Manda's emerald snake eyes followed Orochimaru's gaze, looking down at Hanzo. Its vast, abyssal killing intent surged forward without restraint. Hanzo looked at Manda's massive body, which nearly blocked out the sun, and a flicker of unnoticeable defeat crossed his eyes. Sarutobi and the other Konoha ninjas were amazed by the terrifying Manda summoned by Orochimaru. Their eyes held disbelief and incredulity. An elite Chunin actually withstood a blow from a cage-level master. Sarutobi leaped several times, landing on Manda's massive head. He approached the utterly exhausted Orochimaru, observing his promising disciple with concern. Manda keenly sensed the presence of an outsider on its head and immediately became furious, hissing and roaring. "Bold whelp, how dare you stand on Lord Manda's head? I will eat you." Before Manda could act, Sarutobi surged his chakra and stomped heavily on Manda's head with his right foot. The might of the cage-level master forcefully jarred Manda's head downward by several meters before it halted its descent. Manda started to rage again, but Orochimaru patted its head. Manda instantly suppressed its fury, sulkingly shook its head to try and dislodge Sarutobi, though it knew the effort was futile. Sarutobi had initially intended to use his power to intimidate the terrifying serpent on Orochimaru's behalf, believing the boy couldn't control it. He realized his worry was unnecessary, smiled slightly in resignation, and looked at Hanzo across the river. Given the current situation, Hanzo had no choice but to concede to Sarutobi, saying meekly, "Mr. Sarutobi, my side, Aimgakure, has lost." Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. Sarutobi laughed heartily. "Mr. Hanzo is indeed broad-minded, haha. It was merely a competition between subordinates. Let's not damage the peace between us." With that, Sarutobi jumped down, landing cordially in front of Hanzo. Several Konoha Jonin followed behind him. The ninjas from both sides entered the stronghold to discuss peace treaties and agreements. Seeing the battle was over, Manda slowly lowered its body. Its hill-like head rested on the bank. Orochimaru slid down from Manda's head, landing on his feet, utterly exhausted. Manda turned its emerald snake eyes to Orochimaru and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Little whelp, be careful not to die. Lord Manda is still relying on you for those sheep and cattle sacrifices." Orochimaru nodded. Manda vanished with a poof, turning into a cloud of smoke that dissipated into thin air. After the terrifying Manda was gone, the Konoha Chunin rushed forward, surrounding Orochimaru. They looked at him with concern and awe, helping him and asking him questions. The scene was lively and boisterous. Chapter 70. The secret mission in the Land of Rivers, which had lasted about 10 days, was finally over. The utterly exhausted Orochimaru didn't know the exact agreement reached between Sarutobi and Hanzo, but the sudden, significant expansion of Mitate's territory and influence undoubtedly told him that the Land of Fire, backing Mitate, had gained substantial benefits from the negotiations. With the mission complete, Orochimaru returned to the village and was granted a lengthy vacation by Sarutobi. The golden sunlight, warm like a lover's soft hand, pierced through the window and shone into Orochimaru's bedroom. Orochimaru was lying relaxed in his futon on the tatami floor, his clothes open, revealing his small but beautifully sculpted, sinewy body. Little Manji was intently running her hands up and down Orochimaru's body, diligently manipulating her chakra. Her small face was flushed red, and fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead, making her look exceptionally delicate and sweet. Orochimaru's pale, handsome face, bathed in the warm sunlight, showed a rare, soft expression. He rested his hands behind his head, his eyes half closed, gazing at the ceiling. The coldness and ruthlessness of battle were gone from his dark golden eyes, replaced by a sense of faint warmth and enjoyment. "Are you done, Manji?" Orochimaru asked with a soft chuckle. "Almost, big brother." Manji's voice was slightly breathless. "Just a little longer. How do you feel, big brother?" "Very comfortable. Manji is really amazing." Orochimaru felt an irrepressible smile bloom. "Really, big brother?" Manji's pink, small face, red like a ripe apple, suddenly rushed to within centimeters of Orochimaru. Her watery eyes blinked, showing endless girlish innocence and little secrets. She asked seriously, "Is Manji's healing jutsu really that amazing?" Orochimaru sat up, leaning against the wall behind him. He looked directly at Manji's cute little face and bright, dark eyes. The pure, pleasing fragrance of the little girl drifted into his nose. Manji's hands, which were emanating an oval cluster of bright green chakra, seemingly containing dense vitality and life force, came closer, about to touch the faint, barely visible scars on Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru gently stroked Manji's head, affectionately mussing up her hair, and smiled warmly. Manji pouted her rosy little lips and looked at Orochimaru with a look of mock fury. Just as she was about to scold him for messing up her hair again, her eyes, fixed on Orochimaru, suddenly froze. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils had become incomparably clear, like two exquisitely polished jade stones, cleansed of impurities. They contained endless wisdom and mystery, yet were calm and utterly tranquil. The perfectly curved smile on his lips also revealed a hint of wicked, demonic laziness and unruliness. In the brilliant golden sunlight, the moment a smile bloomed on Orochimaru's pale, handsome face, he seemed to gather the most dazzling light between heaven and earth. His entire being radiated an astonishing charisma that was hard to resist. Little Manji's apple-red cheeks turned even redder. She lowered her head to hide her face. Orochimaru didn't mind. He chuckled and said, You've learned the healing jutsu that Yakushi Tenshu taught you in just a few days. Manji, your talent truly is incredible." With that, Orochimaru stood up. He cinched his loose, pale moon robe with a faint gold belt and looked into the mirror. His expression was wicked and unrestrained, yet with an added sense of nobility and gravitas. "Orochimaru, come out. Let's go. Tsunade and Sarutobi-sensei are here." Jiraiya's loud voice rang out from outside. Orochimaru smiled, turning to look at little Manji, who was still kneeling on the floor, inexplicably shy. He sighed helplessly, walked over, smoothed her hair, and asked teasingly, "What are you thinking about? Today's your brother's birthday. Let's hurry, sensei and the others are waiting." "MMHMM," Manji replied softly, stood up, straightened her clothes, and followed closely behind Orochimaru. Walking out the door, Orochimaru called for Kai, who emerged from one of the shadows. He then walked out with both of them. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sarutobi were waiting listlessly by Orochimaru's door. Suddenly, Sarutobi's eyes brightened. Walking steadily down the wooden corridor of the estate was a pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl. The boy was wickedly handsome, and the girl was cute and well-behaved. They instantly became a beautiful focal point. Sarutobi's brow, which had been furrowed due to the recent political struggles between the clans and various forces, relaxed. He smiled contentedly. "Yes, today is Orochimaru's birthday. Let's put those things aside for now." Tsunade, seeing Orochimaru and Manji walking side by side, had a flash of unperceived sadness in her eyes. Then, she was the first to rush forward, smiling as she handed her gift to Orochimaru. "Happy birthday, Orochimaru." It was an exquisitely folded paper crane. Jiraiya, in his usual rough-and-tumble way, gave Orochimaru a Lord Jiraiya hug. Sarutobi's gift was a delicious birthday feast. Everyone laughed and celebrated, spending the entire day eating and playing to celebrate Orochimaru's 7th birthday before finally calling it quits. In the evening, everyone walked down the streets of Konoha with smiles on their faces. The cool, refreshing breeze brought a feeling of tranquility and peace to their hearts. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi beside him, thought for a moment, and said, "Sarutobi-sensei, you are going to be the third Hokage, aren't you?" Sarutobi's body stiffened. He was once again surprised by his disciple's sharp insight. He replied with a troubled look. Although the second Hokage left a will, and the proposal from the daimyo's office was passed, the Jonin vote in the village hasn't started yet. It's too early to say. "Wow, Sarutobi-sensei is going to be Hokage." Jiraiya, who had finally dropped the old man Sarutobi nickname after a long time, asked in surprise. Sarutobi smiled at Jiraiya and Tsunade, then changed the subject, telling Orochimaru, "You need to focus not only on ninjutsu training, but also prioritize strengthening your body. The resilience of your body is crucial if you want to become a Jonin." Orochimaru nodded. He knew it was time to begin training using secret medicine and forbidden jutsu. Seeing Orochimaru lower his head in thought, Sarutobi said no more. He knew his disciple rarely needed worry, one instruction was enough. After walking a bit further, the group, having enjoyed the day, separated and headed toward their respective homes. Orochimaru returned to the family estate with Manji and Kai. Chapter 71. Confrontation at the apartment. At a hotel apartment in Metropolis. After seeing the doctor that afternoon, Linda's condition had been poor. Her head felt foggy, and she wanted to sleep the moment she touched the bed. She didn't know what was wrong with her body. Logically, as a Kryptonian, it should be impossible for her to get sick when under direct sunlight, yet she was sick, seriously sick. "Go to sleep if you want to, don't fight it." Linda nodded. She glanced at the designer clothes her friend was wearing and smiled. "Is he taking you out again?" Melissa tucked her into bed and said gently, "Don't worry, sweetie. I'll be back tonight. I won't leave you alone." "Get out of here." Linda playfully glared at her, closed her eyes, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Melissa pushed her a few times without a reaction, then turned and left the bedroom. The moment she closed the door, the smile on her face instantly vanished, replaced by impatience and annoyance. Knowing her attitude was wrong, she took a deep breath, adjusting her makeup and state of mind. By the time she stepped into the taxi, She had transformed back into a vibrant young woman with a captivating smile. Meanwhile, in the fifth-floor bedroom, the sleeping Linda heard a strange sound. Footsteps. No. It wasn't Melissa's. Her powerful senses instantly roused her. She looked coldly at the uninvited guest. Luke Shaw. That's right, it's me. Luke nodded slightly. We meet again, Miss Danvers. What are you doing here? Saving your life. Linda scornfully pursed her lips. My life doesn't need saving from you. Leave now, or don't blame me for being rude. Luke took out a document and tossed it onto the bed. Read this first, then decide whether to kick me out. The ambush. Traffic in Metropolis was always bad, especially during the evening rush hour. Long lines of cars stretched across the road, seemingly endless. To avoid being late for her appointment, Melissa had to take the driver's suggested detour. The taxi wound its way through the city's back alleys, unknowingly heading toward the suburbs. As the buildings on both sides grew increasingly dilapidated, Melissa frowned. Are you sure you haven't taken a wrong turn? No mistake, this is it. Just past the factory ahead is the bridge. The movie theater is on the other side of the river. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Melissa was suspicious, but said nothing, as she was completely unfamiliar with the roads in Metropolis. A few minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a stretch of abandoned factories. The driver took off his hat, revealing an Asian face. Beautiful, we're here, time to get out. Melissa frowned. Just as she was about to speak, a Browning pistol was shoved through the window, pressed against her temple. Don't move, get out slowly. My brother's gun is a faulty one, it misfires easily. It would be a shame to hurt you with such a beautiful face. She was being mugged. Melissa felt speechless. She raised her hands and followed the man's instructions, getting out of the car and walking into the factory. The factory building was dilapidated, the floor covered in dust. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. The driver turned on the dome light, rubbing his chin as he looked Melissa up and down, lingering on her chest and hips. He looked ready to pop his eyeballs into her. Boss, this chick has a great body. Want to take a crack at her? What do you think? The two exchanged glances and let out lewd, strange laughs. The laughter echoed through the factory, giving Melissa goosebumps. Unable to stand the waste of time, she stopped. Her eyes opened, her pupils contracted, and a faint, almost invisible light appeared around them, while the whites of her eyes turned pitch black, a bizarre sight. An invisible psychic force radiated outward. The armed mugger suddenly froze, his eyes scattered, lifeless, empty, and bewildered. Sensing something was wrong, the driver shouted, "Boss, are you all right?" "Boss, boss." After several unanswered calls, the driver panicked and screamed in horror. You BTCH, what did you do to the boss? Let him go now." Melissa gritted her teeth, her sweat-covered face filled with infinite resentment. She opened her red lips and commanded, "Kill him." Bang! White light erupted from the muzzle. A piece of white cloth shot out, the words "fuck you," on the fabric being particularly glaring. Melissa was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Wasn't this a robbery? Why is it a toy gun? Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from outside. Luke and a sullen-faced Charlie walked in. Kjian, no, I should call you Agent Jeffrey. A very brilliant performance, truly a show of the year. Melissa's pupils contracted. She said in disbelief, Luke Shaw, Charlie, you, wait, these two muggers were sent by you. Who else would set the stage for you? Luke walked up to the frozen man and slapped him on the shoulder. The green flame seeped into his body, and the man instantly cleared up, saying in a terrified voice, "Young master, this woman is dangerous." Luke nodded. He took a bank card and slipped it into his hand. "Brother Lion, Brother Zhao, thank you for your hard work tonight. Go find a place to enjoy yourselves and try to forget this woman's face. Don't worry, young master, we know the rules." After speaking, the man glanced at Melissa and left with his companion. With them gone, only the three of them remained in the factory. Luke lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "Miss Jeffrey, should we get straight to the point or talk first?" Melissa lowered her head, silent. Judging from what just happened, Luke Shaw was either a psychic metahuman or a sorcerer skilled in soul magic. His ability likely countered hers. Thinking this, she raised her right arm, and her thumb subtly brushed the crystal diamond ring on her middle finger. The crystal concealed an emergency beacon. If she pressed it, the FBI would receive her distress signal. The rescue team could arrive in 5 minutes at most. Luke shook his head in disappointment. It seems Miss Jeffrey isn't in the mood to talk. In that case, I apologize. Charlie, kill her. Wait a moment. Melissa forced a smile. Since I'm here, you have to give me a chance to talk. Fine, I'll give you one chance. Tell me about your relationship with Linda Danvers. Melissa's eyes darted around. She feigned confusion and said, Mr. Shaw, I don't understand you. Linda and I are just friends. There's no other relationship. Luke exhaled a smoke ring. I know quite a bit about you and the Kryptonian girl. I primarily came here today to verify the accuracy of my intelligence. Since you don't want to talk, forget it. Charlie. Wait. Melissa dropped the smile, her face grim. Luke Shaw, what do you want from me to let me go? Answer my questions, and I'll turn you into a vegetable. Don't answer, and you die immediately. Melissa took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. What do you want to know? When did the FBI first learn of Linda Danvers's existence? The orphanage. Which means the Danvers couple were arranged by you. Melissa remained silent. Luke smiled and continued. Since she had adoptive parents, why did you still need to assign yourself to be near her? The Danvers couple had a very bad relationship with her. Linda doesn't like Earthlings. So the FBI assigned you, with your psychic ability, to be her classmate, to subtly influence her and eventually control her. Melissa chose silence, neither confirming nor denying. Luke didn't push. He continued. Tell me about the SAT. You took it 5 times. Your highest score in the first 4 attempts was 1810. The 5th time, you scored 2180, an increase of 370 points. That was the FBI's doing, wasn't it? And the freshman dorm assignment. Without their interference, how would you and Linda have ended up in the same room? Melissa frowned. Mr. Shaw, I don't understand why you care so much about Linda Danvers. Because she's pretty. Her face speaks for itself. You won't find another like her in 100,000 people. But the key is her body. I've never seen a butt so shapely in my life. Boom. The sound of a collapsing building came from far away. Luke awkwardly rubbed his nose and coughed. I've gone off topic. Let's get back to business. Miss Jeffrey, you've been Linda's surface best friend for 5 years. Don't you feel any guilt deep down? And your superpower, your ability has severe side effects. It causes people to forget things they shouldn't forget and affects their mental state. Did it ever occur to you that you've been hurting her all these years? Melissa stared intently at Luke. Linda sent you, didn't she? Luke pointed to Charlie. This idiot sent me. Charlie. Melissa ignored her ex-boyfriend and yelled furiously. Where is Linda? I need to see her. I advise you to forget that idea. The ability you imposed on her has been lifted by me. The Linda Danvers you knew is dead. She is now Kara Zor-El, the Supergirl from Krypton. If you meet her now, she might punch you into a meat patty. Liar, you're lying. I don't want to hear anything you say. Melissa shouted at the sky. Linda, I know you can hear me. Believe me, I never intended to hurt you. My identity might cause misunderstandings, but it was unavoidable. I have always been on your side, and I have never betrayed you. You are my friend, my only friend. Come out, please. Even if you want to kill me, please let me see you one last time. Linda, I can't live without you. Luke gave Charlie an odd look, his eyes practically dripping with sarcasm. Charlie's face was flushed red. He clenched his right fist and cursed under his breath, that damned lesbian. Melissa cried and shouted tearfully for a long time, but received no response. Miss Jeffrey, stop acting. It's useless. Every email you sent to your superior is in my possession. They detail your action plan and your betrayal. Do you think she would still believe you after reading those emails? Oh, I forgot to tell you one more thing. I placed a signal jammer on the 2nd floor of this factory, maximum power. The distress signal you sent to the FBI has been intercepted. Even if you wore out that ring, no one would know you're here. He finished speaking and signaled to Charlie. Charlie drew his pistol and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bangs, bangs, bang. 3 consecutive shots, one to the head, one to the heart, and one to the abdomen. Melissa fell backward onto the ground, a look of profound indignation still lingering on her face as she died. Charlie stayed behind to deal with the scene. Luke turned and walked away. He hadn't walked far when he saw the Kryptonian girl on the beach. "I thought you would stop me." Linda didn't speak, staring blankly at the sea. "Want to grab a drink?" After a long silence, Luke shrugged helplessly. Just as he was about to leave, a voice reached his ears. "Your treat." "No problem." Chapter 72. Orochimaru took out the vial holding the secret medicinal pills and carefully poured one out, preparing to drop the pitch-black pill into his mouth. Suddenly, a movement occurred on his chest. Yamata's small snake head emerged. Its crimson eyes were fixed intently on the secret medicine in Orochimaru's hand. It continuously flickered its tongue, its snake pupils showing a human-like look of craving. In a childish voice, it said, "Master, I want that one. I want that little black pill." Surprised by Yamata's words, Orochimaru, naturally agreeable to his wondrous and endearing golden python, placed the pill in his palm and offered it to Yamata. A slender, equally crimson snake tongue flashed out, and the secret medicine was immediately swallowed by Yamata. Orochimaru closely observed Yamata's changes, only to see Yamata slowly close its crimson eyes, retracted its flickering tongue, and coiled itself into a beautiful pale gold and white snake knot. After about 10 breaths, it suddenly straightened up, opened its mouth, and exhaled a plume of thick, faint gold breath onto Orochimaru's arm, which quickly permeated his body. Orochimaru, having previously experienced the miraculous properties of Yamata's breath, immediately realized this was the optimal moment to use the forbidden technique and secret medicine to temper his body. Without hesitation, he poured out another black, acrid secret pill and swallowed it. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, Orochimaru closed his eyes. His pale hands rapidly wove a succession of arcane and intricate forbidden jutsu hand seals, commencing the body tempering. Orochimaru distinctly felt the secret medicine decompose instantly in his mouth. An acrid, pungent odor, several times stronger than before, shot into his nasal cavity. Fighting the impulse to tear up, his hands kept weaving the hand seals. After decomposing in his mouth, the medicine turned into a pungent, saliva-mixed liquid that flowed into his body. Upon entering Orochimaru's body, the liquid immediately exhibited a powerful, violent medicinal property, just as unbearable as its taste. The dominant property surged instantly through his limbs and internal organs. Orochimaru's cross-legged body shuddered violently. Fine, cold sweat broke out on his back and forehead. It felt as if tiny razor blades, the size of fingernails, had been inserted into his body, constantly slicing and grinding every muscle, every chakra pathway, and every cell. The intense pain, strong enough to push a person to the brink of mental collapse, persisted for a long time. This secret medicine was originally intended to temper the bodies of ninjas from great clans. However, due to its overly aggressive properties, even ninjas with resolute willpower dared not use it frequently, fearing the intense properties would drive them insane. Yet Orochimaru, relying on his powerful spiritual energy acquired from his rebirth, had daringly increased the medicine's dosage by more than half. While the effect was enhanced, the resulting pain was more than doubled. Enduring the agonizing pain, various regrets and frustrations from his past life flashed through his mind. Orochimaru's face, still calm as water despite the agony, suddenly broke into a wicked smile. A faint madness flickered in his dark golden snake eyes. "I endured a lifetime of loneliness and isolation. I survived endless sorrow and darkness. What else can defeat me? What else? Come on, let me suffer a little more. Let me become a little stronger." As if responding to Orochimaru's words, the faint gold breath from Yamata, which had permeated his body, encountered the violent medicinal property and underwent an inexplicable, wondrous transformation. Like fire meeting water or ground fire stirring up heavenly thunder, the pain throughout his body instantly intensified by more than double. This fierce, aggressive pain, continuous like an endless ocean tide, ramped up once more and continued unabated. Apart from the even greater cold sweat pouring out, Orochimaru's only change was the increasingly wicked yet gentle smile on his lips. He could feel his body rapidly strengthening amidst this pain that seemed to pierce his very soul. As the final hand seals were formed, the forbidden jutsu, used in conjunction with the secret medicine, began to activate. If the secret medicine and Yamada's faint gold breath served to strengthen and temper Orochimaru's body beyond its original state, then the forbidden jutsu he was now using was intended to influence and restructure his body's growth and development under the control of chakra and willpower. It was a process of reorganization toward a more rational, perfect structure and proportion, one better suited for unleashing power. This was a monumental, and indeed a great, project that even touched upon the evolution of life itself. It could not be completed overnight. Tonight was merely the beginning. This structure was a proportion, or rather, the closest possible measurement to the perfection of all bodily aspects, which Orochimaru had deduced in his past life after dissecting thousands of powerful ninja corpses and analyzing the cell structures of various cage-level masters. Now, under the control of the forbidden jutsu, Orochimaru was undertaking this self-modification, or rather, evolution, which pointed directly toward the evolution of the life form itself. The very belief and ideal Orochimaru had pursued throughout his past life but had strayed from. With everything starting anew in this life, Orochimaru was perfectly implementing his beliefs and plan. Cells, skin, pathways, and muscles all were undergoing metabolism with the intervention of Orochimaru's chakra. They changed at a degree so slow it was almost imperceptible, inching slowly closer to that near-perfect proportion. Due to Orochimaru's intervention and modification, and in order to approach that proportion, the metabolism of his somatic cells was artificially accelerated. However, the division of human somatic cells is finite. In other words, this modification and evolution was built upon the consumption of his lifespan. Yet Orochimaru didn't care, as long as that jutsu succeeded. The effects of the secret medicine and Yamada's breath gradually faded. Orochimaru slowly stopped using the forbidden jutsu and modifying his body, opening his eyes. He could perceive the vastness and profundity of this life-form evolution project. His current strength and modification progress were merely a drop in the ocean for this massive endeavor. Even with the consumption of his lifespan, the progress wouldn't be too fast. The entire night's modification only brought his bodily proportion closer to that perfect degree by about 1/10,000th. But those drawbacks... Orochimaru's dark golden eyes looked through the transparent door toward the distant sky, where a sliver of dawn was appearing. His deep gaze seemed to contain countless universal truths and a powerful conviction, making him incomprehensible, yet instilling awe and reverence. As long as that ninjutsu, which is even stronger than eternal life, can succeed, the progress of this life-form evolution project can be greatly accelerated. It can be completed. The life force consumed can be replenished, and I can even attain a lifespan far exceeding that of humans. Eternal life and immense power shall all be completely mine. A shocking ambition once again permeated Orochimaru's profound eyes. Chapter 73. Orochimaru stood up. The bones throughout his body let out crisp, popping sounds. Crack, crack, crack. Waves of robust, surging power instantly filled his entire body. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and adopted a look of deep intoxication as he felt the newfound power coursing through him. In just one night, his physical strength and power had increased by more than half, and his body's agility had also significantly improved. Fully satisfied, Orochimaru glanced around the quiet room. He deliberately left a few unnoticeable personal habits in specific spots. Then, he wove the complex unsealing hand signs and peeled the talisman off the door. Stepping out, he resealed the door with the talisman, just as it had been before. Orochimaru looked at the bright morning light, walked to an ancient tree in the courtyard, and sat down cross-legged. He began forming the practice seals, purifying and refining the chakra within his body. The morning is the best time for planning. If a Hyuga clan member were present and activated their Byakugan, they would be astonished to find that Orochimaru's chakra system was continuously extracting a massive amount of extremely pure chakra from the significantly upgraded physical strength of the night before, combined with his vast spiritual power. Because the amount of chakra increasing so dramatically in a short time was astonishing, subtle breezes began to generate around Orochimaru. Small, fragmented wind spirals, like lamb's horns, stirred up fallen leaves around his body, making them dance. The faint wind moved his black hair, making his pale face appear as cold and transcendent as a deity. Kai stepped out of his bedroom. Upon seeing Orochimaru sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree, his dark black pupils shone with intense fervor and devotion. This had evolved into a form of faith. In his heart, Orochimaru, the man who had pulled him out of the darkness, was everything. He was the god he had to serve and repay with his life. Kai hid his turbulent emotions behind a peaceful, almost dull exterior. He tried to soften his footsteps as much as possible, walking to another ancient tree not far from Orochimaru. He settled into the shade, burying his body in the shadow, hugging his knees to his chest. His eyes, peering out from beneath the black hair that nearly obscured his vision, watched the figure he idolized and looked up to. Orochimaru's powerful spiritual energy seemed to sense the presence and gaze of another. He withdrew from his meditative state, opened his eyes, and looked in Kai's direction. He smiled slightly and beckoned, "Kai, come here." A flash of barely contained excitement crossed Kai's slightly vacant expression. He sprang to his feet like lightning and respectfully walked to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru surveyed the environment of the courtyard. Several ancient, towering trees created shadows that covered nearly half the yard. He nodded and said to Kai, "You've been training for a while now. Come, let me see your special ability and the results of your training." Kai showed signs of hesitation and reluctance. He lowered his head and spoke in his usual stutter, yet his tone was firm. "Master, I won't attack you, attack." Kai stammered for a while, unable to find the right words. Orochimaru paused, understanding Kai's meaning. Looking at Kai, who was a year younger but half a head shorter than himself, Orochimaru reached out and patted his shoulder. "It's nothing serious. I just want to observe your abilities." Then Orochimaru paused, his gaze flickering as he continued, "You also need to prove your worth to me." Hearing Orochimaru's last sentence, Kai's hesitation vanished. He needed to prove his existence to the man he adored, to prove that he was useful. Orochimaru detected Kai's shift and smiled faintly. He pointed to the shadows of the ancient trees that covered half the courtyard. "I'll stand right here in the shadow. Use your ability and attack me with everything you've got." Kai nodded. Orochimaru suddenly felt a subtle chakra ripple around Kai. The shadow beneath Kai's feet immediately rippled strangely, like the surface of a pond. Kai's small body slowly sank into the dense, dark shadow. Carefully sensing Kai's disappearance into the shadow, Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with interest. His eyes showed the excitement of discovering something new. Yes, it's a bloodline limit, a unique and fascinating bloodline limit. Under the detection of Orochimaru's powerful spiritual energy, the moment Kai disappeared into the shadow, the surrounding shadows instantly exuded an inexplicable strangeness, like a forest teeming with ferocious beasts and venomous insects. A chilling danger hidden beneath a calm surface. Without warning, a chilling presence suddenly manifested behind him. Orochimaru's mind reacted instantly. He abruptly shifted his stance and ducked low, evading the sharp kunai that swept past his back. Bracing his right hand on the ground, he counterattacked with a swift, mid-air whip kick, which cut through the air with a subtle whoosh. Kai, lacking combat experience, clearly didn't react in time. Although he managed to raise his arm to guard, the powerful kick sent him flying backward. With a boom, he was sent crashing into the towering ancient tree behind him by the heavy, powerful whip kick. Orochimaru had held back his strength at the last moment, so Kai only felt a momentary tightness in his chest. A look of disbelief instantly crossed his face. He hadn't realized he was so weak compared to Orochimaru. In an instant, the resilient nature that had been forged by the bandits who had tormented him took over. Kai hardened his expression, activated his unique bloodline limit, and submerged into the shadow once more. In the subsequent attacks, Kai gradually incorporated the assassination principles Orochimaru had written for him, combining them with his unique bloodline limit. His movements became increasingly bizarre and elusive, posing a growing threat to Orochimaru. Screech. Finally, during one attack, a corner of Orochimaru's robe was torn. Satisfied, he nodded and began to utilize ninjutsu. A faint excitement shone in his dark golden snake eyes. Orochimaru's hands, which were concealed within the wide sleeves of his pale moon kimono, moved slightly. Hidden shadow multi-snake hand, the serpent coil formation. 20 to 30 mottled, venomous pythons, each as thick as an adult's arm, suddenly shot out from the wide kimono sleeves. Their ferocious mouths and venomous fangs were bared as they continuously slithered and patrolled around Orochimaru, vigilant. Their slender tongues flickered constantly, emitting the eerie hiss, hiss, hiss sounds. From an aerial perspective, these 20 to 30 pythons circling Orochimaru looked like a massive, coiled snake formation, with Orochimaru acting as the head, poised to strike. Orochimaru looked at the pythons surrounding him and nodded slightly. This technique was an application of the hidden shadow multi-snake hand. As his chakra grew stronger in the future, the number of summoned pythons would increase. These pythons could defend and counterattack autonomously or under his direct control. With sufficient numbers, it was a respectable defensive strategy. Chapter 74. Orochimaru stood in the shadow cast by the ancient trees, which covered most of the courtyard. The ground for several meters around him was filled with his ferocious, mottled venomous pythons, creating an atmosphere that sent a chill up one's spine. Standing amidst the snake array, Orochimaru simply closed his eyes, using his powerful spiritual energy to sense the chakra fluctuations caused by Kai's bloodline limit. Kai, utilizing his bloodline limit to hide in the shadow dimension, tightly gripped the sharp kunai in his right hand. Through his unique perspective, he observed Orochimaru's every move. The shadow dimension was a place of utter darkness, composed of twisting, black-hued spatial lines, making it impossible to distinguish any concrete scenery within. Kai was hidden inside, moving freely and agilely like a fish in water, constantly searching for the perfect opportunity to attack. However, seeing the serpent coil formation formed by the summoned snakes, Kai's eyes grew increasingly serious. The contents of the assassination technique scroll Orochimaru had written for him flashed through his mind. He quickly synthesized the knowledge, improving himself. Suddenly, Kai's eyes brightened. He curled into a black shadow, brandishing his kunai, and burst out of the shadow dimension. Orochimaru's extended spiritual energy was like a vast net, enveloping the area several meters around him. It was truly like the net of heaven, which is vast but lets nothing slip through, as every movement was fully known to him. His spiritual energy clearly sensed the direction of Kai's attack. Orochimaru smiled faintly. The saying, "a hair pulled moves the whole body," was true here. One startled snake would trigger the entire array. The 20 to 30 mottled pythons coiled and swam around him, and under Orochimaru's control, they shot out like vines before Kai could even attack, wrapping him from head to toe, layer after layer. Kai, encased like a mummy by the snakes, was utterly unable to move. 2 to 3 dozen pythons tightly coiled around his limbs and every vital joint on his body. Furthermore, 2 to 3 dozen pairs of cold, ruthless snake eyes focused on his every movement. If Kai made a single abnormal move, he would face the tragic fate of having his bones instantly crushed and dying an agonizing death. What pleased Orochimaru, however, was that even in this predicament, there was not a trace of fear in Kai's eyes, only shame and self-reproach. The brief battle gave Orochimaru a solid understanding of Kai's abilities. He didn't continue the test. With a slight shift in his mind, the 20 to 30 pythons wrapped around Kai retreated like homing pigeons, all disappearing back into Orochimaru's wide sleeves. Kai's kunai had already fallen to the ground when the pythons wrapped around him. He lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. Orochimaru recalled the pythons and walked up to Kai, gently stroking his head. Such an action by one child toward another would normally be awkward, but when done by Orochimaru, it carried a touch of heartwarming charisma. He spoke softly to Kai, "Your ability is very good." Upon hearing this, Kai's body suddenly shook. His eyes seemed to burst with light as he looked at Orochimaru with intense emotion. The important thing is to suppress your entire presence the moment you emerge from the shadow. You must completely suppress and obscure even the chakra fluctuation caused by leaving the shadow. Go practice more. Next time I test you, I expect to see results. Orochimaru pointed out the flaws in Kai's use of his ability during their brief sparring session, giving him earnest guidance. Kai nodded vigorously, his eyes full of determination and conviction. "Big brother, breakfast is ready?" Manji's soft voice came from behind. During Orochimaru's mission time, Manji's progress wasn't limited to medical ninjutsu. She had even learned to make simple breakfasts. Hearing Manji's voice, a gentle smile immediately touched Orochimaru's lips. He patted Kai's shoulder. "Let's go." He then walked toward Manji. Kai quietly followed one step behind Orochimaru. Manji skipped over to Orochimaru, grabbed his hand, and clung to his side like a koala bear, incessantly chattering about some amusing things that happened while he was away. Orochimaru didn't speak, just smiled quietly, his heart filled with comfort and serenity. Kai, walking behind Orochimaru and Manji, watched their figures, which seemed to fill his entire world. After breakfast, Orochimaru was about to head out for training when he suddenly saw Jiraiya running toward him excitedly, with a joyful-looking Tsunade following close behind. Jiraiya stopped abruptly in front of Orochimaru, panting. His face was flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Orochimaru, Orochimaru. Sarutobi-sensei is going to be the third Hokage." Then, a dazed Jiraiya began to fall into a blissful daydream, muttering to himself, "I, Lord Jiraiya, am the disciple of the third Hokage, haha. It's fate that I, the handsome and heroic Lord Jiraiya, shall become." Hearing the news so suddenly, Orochimaru, who possessed memories of his past life, was not surprised. He immediately turned to Tsunade and asked, "Tsunade, you must know the details. Tell me exactly what happened." Tsunade, managing to suppress her excitement, laid out everything she knew. "After Sensei left us last night, the village immediately called him away to a secret Jonin opinion voting session. Sensei won by a large margin and became the acting third Hokage. I heard the clan elders say that the village elders and higher-ups decided to let Sensei act as Hokage for 3 years to test whether he has the capability and qualification to become the third Hokage." Orochimaru's brow subtly furrowed after hearing this. The events surrounding Sarutobi becoming the third Hokage were significantly different from his past life. A figure with a dark, cunning, fox-like aura suddenly crossed his mind. He couldn't help but ask, "Tsunade, do you know a man in the village's high command named Danzo Shimura? What was his reaction after Sarutobi-sensei became acting Hokage?" Tsunade looked confused. She pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, "I heard the elder say that someone named Danzo seems to have established a new department in the village called the Foundation of Konoha, Root." Orochimaru inwardly thought, "I knew it." He quickly did the math. It looked like even with the second Hokage's personal nomination before his death, Sarutobi didn't become the official Hokage immediately. Danzo and the great clans must have pulled many strings behind the scenes. Just as Orochimaru's eyes flickered with deep thought, a ninja dressed in Hyuga clan attire interrupted his concentration and stood before Orochimaru and the others. Chapter 75. Within the vast inner compound of the Hyuga clan's ancestral home, in a strictly guarded quiet room, 3 figures, representing 3 generations of the Hyuga clan, were kneeling on the floor. The middle-aged man, with a gentle and handsome face that nevertheless exuded the authority and prestige of one long holding a high position, naturally sat in the principal seat. The elderly and the young man were Hirano, who led the young Hyuga elites in the Land of Rivers mission, and Hyuga Aisho. Hyuga Hirano, an elder of the Hyuga clan's branch family, respectfully addressed the middle-aged man in the main seat. "Clan head, now that Hiruzen Sarutobi is the acting third Hokage, it is certain he will officially become Hokage in 3 years. Our Hyuga clan must find a way to forge closer ties with Sarutobi." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement and asked Elder Hirano, "Do you have any suitable candidates in mind, Elder?" Elder Hirano replied confidently, "During the mission in the Land of Rivers, I discovered a child named Orochimaru. He possesses astonishing talent and a mature, steady mind. Furthermore, this old man inadvertently used the Byakugan to observe that a mysterious power resides within the child. That aura is quite similar to the description of certain spiritual entities of the ninja world found in our clan's secret texts. It is likely that the child's background and origins are not simple. Moreover, he is the prize student of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He is well worth the Hyuga clan's investment. Oh, the Hyuga clan head murmured noncommittally, his half-closed eyes flickering as he carefully considered the idea. He then looked at Hyuga Aisho, who was seated beside him, listening attentively, and asked faintly, "Aisho, what is your opinion?" Aisho looked up, gauging his father's reaction. After carefully composing his words, he answered with perfect earnestness, "Orochimaru's strength is indeed very great. During the Land of Rivers mission, he even saved my life. As for his personal conduct, it is my observation that in the mere 10 days we spent together, at least 2 squads of elite Anbu have already been won over by Orochimaru." The authoritative middle-aged man was slightly surprised by Aisho's words. Knowing his son's temperament, he grew even more interested in Orochimaru. He smiled faintly and said, "I have already sent someone to invite the child. Go prepare a quiet room. After I have met with him, Elder Hirano, you are to use the clan's resources to investigate the child's background." "Yes, clan head," Elder Hirano replied solemnly. The ninja dressed in Hyuga clan attire scanned Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Upon seeing Orochimaru's distinct dark golden snake eyes, he said respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Orochimaru?" Orochimaru secretly admired the thoroughness of the great clan's etiquette education. Facing the respectful address from a ninja who was at least 20 to 30 years his senior, he nodded without a change in expression. Hyuga Saizen, Hyuga Kinquin in the original, smiled politely and said, "I am Hyuga Saizen of the Hyuga clan. I have been sent by Elder Hirano to invite Mr. Orochimaru to be a guest at the Hyuga estate." Hearing the Hyuga ninja's words, Orochimaru suddenly recalled the chain of events that followed Elder Hirano using the Byakugan to peer into his body in the Land of Rivers. His mind was churning, but his face remained calm as water. He thought for a moment and said to Jiraiya and Tsunade, "Wait for me at my house for a while. Once I return, we'll all go see Sarutobi-sensei." Tsunade glanced at Hyuga Saizen and nodded. Jiraiya, seeing Tsunade agree, reluctantly followed them into Orochimaru's home. After the two left, Hyuga Saizen smiled, gestured with his right hand, and led the way for Orochimaru. Watching Hyuga Saizen's back, Orochimaru secretly mused. He knew this trip to the Hyuga clan was certainly more than a simple social visit. Setting aside the possibility that Elder Hirano had seen Yamata or the presence of the cursed seal in the future, the widely known fact of his status as the prized disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi was enough to make this visit far from ordinary. Faintly, Orochimaru smelled the intrigue woven into the invitation. About 20 minutes later, Orochimaru stood before the massive, imposing gates of the Hyuga ancestral home, which occupied an extremely large area. The tall threshold and walls, marked by the long passage of time and years of wind and rain, were slightly worn but gained a sense of antique simplicity and history. Like a natural barrier, they deterred the commoners from attempting to peek at the information or scenery within the walls, further reflecting the deep-seated pride and superior psychology of the great clan members. Hyuga Saizen led Orochimaru straight into the compound without stopping. Along the way, the continuous flower beds, bonsai, pure water ponds, and serene gardens were all breathtaking, each with its own style, constantly catching the eye. Faced with this scene, where beauty appeared almost every few steps, Orochimaru couldn't help but inwardly praise the Hyuga clan. They truly deserved their reputation as one of Konoha's oldest and largest clans. At another set of worn, heavy doors, Elder Hirano was standing on the steps, observing Orochimaru's arrival. Hyuga Saizen bowed respectfully to Elder Hirano and withdrew. Elder Hirano approached Orochimaru with a kind smile and said warmly, "Young friend, there's no need to be surprised. From here on, this is the compound of the Hyuga main family. I will lead the young friend to meet our clan head." While acknowledging the strict separation between the Hyuga main family and branch family, Orochimaru looked at Elder Hirano. who smiled like an old fox and mentally raised his guard to the highest level. Seeing that Orochimaru's expression was calm as water and that he offered no response, Elder Hirano, unable to discern Orochimaru's thoughts, maintained his bright, chrysanthemum-like smile. He also extended a hand and led the way forward. This was a quiet room under heavy guard. Along the way, Orochimaru's powerful spiritual energy sensed at least 20 to 30 strong presences, both overt and concealed, observing him. Upon arriving at the door of the quiet room, Elder Hirano turned to Orochimaru and said, "Young friend, please enter. Our Hyuga clan head has been waiting for you for some time." Orochimaru carefully scrutinized Elder Hirano's extremely bright, smiling face, but could discern nothing. With a subtle, wicked smile, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 76. The sun gradually climbed higher, and the warm, gentle morning light was replaced by the scorching heat of noon. Catcha! The door to a heavily guarded, quiet room in the Hyuga clan compound opened. Orochimaru emerged, looking relaxed, with a slight smirk on his face. The results of this trip to the Hyuga estate were, overall, satisfying to him. The Hyuga clan had recognized Orochimaru's potential and his status as Sarutobi's disciple, intending to use him as a bridge to cement relations between the two parties. Naturally, Orochimaru seized the opportunity and presented his own conditions for Hyuga support. After an hour or two of intense discussion and negotiation, both sides reached a mutually satisfactory outcome. Hyuga would provide Orochimaru with appropriate support and assistance, and Orochimaru, in turn, would act as a lubricant between Hyuga and Sarutobi. Ostensibly, neither side lost out, and the balance of give and take seemed stable. However, the appropriate support and assistance Hyuga was to provide could be a small amount or a large amount, both still being appropriate. To get what he truly wanted, Orochimaru would undoubtedly need further negotiation and requests, and what conditions Hyuga might impose then remained to be seen. Conversely, Orochimaru's role as a lubricant could also be played with a certain amount of trickery. Orochimaru smiled cryptically. After their exchange, both parties knew the other was not an easy character to deal with, which was a good foundation for a beginning. Sarutobi was only the acting Hokage, and both Hyuga and Orochimaru knew there would be many more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Orochimaru tucked the white scroll he held, about 3 fingers thick and the length of an adult's palm, securely into his inside pocket. This was the reward of the negotiation: a scroll from the Hyuga clan's archives containing data on human internal structure and composition. Although Orochimaru had dissected hundreds of powerful ninja bodies in his past life, when it came to understanding the composition and structure of the human body, who could surpass the Hyuga clan, which possessed the mighty Byakugan, the eye of penetrating insight? Therefore, to better carry out his project of tempering and evolving his body, Orochimaru had subtly introduced this request at the right moment during the negotiations. Predictably, to lure Orochimaru with favors during this first discussion, Hyuga Hashimi, the clan head, agreed without much deliberation. With this initial test and gain, Orochimaru's mind was filled with covetousness for the forbidden jutsu and secret technique information treasured by the Hyuga clan, a lineage with deep roots and long traditions. He instinctively licked his lips, excited, and secretly resolved to plan carefully to firmly bind Hyuga, this newly formed ally, to his personal chariot. Elder Hirano, who had been waiting outside the room for a long time, finally saw Orochimaru emerge. His shrewd old eyes quickly assessed Orochimaru's expression as he walked, instantly discerning the result. A brilliant smile, like a chrysanthemum, immediately plastered itself back onto Elder Hirano's face. He approached Orochimaru and said, "Young friend, I trust your meeting with our clan head was pleasant." Orochimaru glanced at the old man, who was solely devoted to the Hyuga clan's well-being, and a hint of respect crossed his mind. He smiled and nodded. Lord Hashimi truly lives up to his name as the Hyuga clan head. His demeanor and discourse are deeply admirable. The two exchanged polite, insincere words and walked toward the Hyuga clan's main gate. Orochimaru was engaging in this composed pretense when he suddenly registered some distracting noise. "You mongrel, you trash. You deformed brat, how could you be born into our great Hyuga clan? You're defiling our clan's reputation. HMPH, how could a bastard like you awaken the noble Byakugan? It would have been better if you had died outside." Orochimaru frowned and looked toward the source of the noise. Elder Hirano was also filled with anger. Having always held his clan's status in the highest regard, he believed all clan members were elite ninjas of impeccable manners and strength. To suddenly hear such vulgar, abusive language from within the clan was a loss of dignity, not to mention extremely improper for an outsider like Orochimaru to hear. Elder Hirano's gaze sharply followed the sound. The next instant, having clearly seen the scene, his body subtly shuddered without anyone noticing. What they saw was a very common instance of children bullying another child. However, based on their clothing, all the participants were Hyuga clan disciples. Furthermore, one or two of the bullies, around 10 years old, did not have the sealed mark on their foreheads, meaning they were from the main family. The bullied boy, aged about 5 or 6, let the others curse and hit him without fighting back. He just huddled against the wall, covering his head with his arms, remaining silent. Suddenly, Orochimaru's snake pupils narrowed slightly. He keenly noticed an interesting detail. The bullied Hyuga child actually possessed a pair of strange dual pupils. Orochimaru looked at the silent, downcast child, a faint, wicked smile playing on his lips. He turned to Elder Hirano and asked, "Is that child a Hyuga?" Orochimaru's words were subtly barbed, hinting at a sharp implication and silently provoking the old man beside him. As expected, Elder Hirano understood Orochimaru's meaning. His body froze and his expression turned extremely grim, but since the facts were right before their eyes, he had no choice but to explain. The child's mother was indeed a member of the Hyuga clan. However, during a mission, she conceived a child with an outsider without the clan's knowledge. After returning to the clan, she died in difficult childbirth, giving birth to this child with dual pupils. In the final sentence, Elder Hirano's tone was deeply complex, containing both sorrow and recollection. Orochimaru felt a hint of confusion. In the typical melodrama of such great clans, the outcome should have been the female protagonist being dealt with by the clan discreetly, leaving no trace, and certainly not giving birth to the child. Then, a single sentence from Elder Hirano, tinged with profound grief, answered Orochimaru's confusion. "That child's mother was my daughter." Orochimaru's gaze softened, and he nodded apologetically. He knew that facing such a grandson, Elder Hirano's feelings were undoubtedly complicated. On one hand, as an elder second only to the clan head, he had to uphold the clan's rules and ancestral teachings. On the other hand, it was the child born to his beloved daughter. Orochimaru could also sense the ruthlessness and stubbornness of the old man beside him. Because in the end, the clan above all elder chose the former, abandoning his own grandson to uphold the clan's rules and teachings, which resulted in the current situation. Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes continuously scrutinized the child with dual pupils. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 77. The insults hurled by those Hyuga main family children had reached Orochimaru's ears, and an idea spontaneously formed in his mind. What would happen if a boy with dual pupils and impure Hyuga bloodline awakened the Byakugan? A stream of data from his past life flashed through Orochimaru's memory, giving him a faint hypothesis about the child's condition. Combined with the strange properties of Yamada's breath, this situation might allow him to improve the cursed seal. Growing increasingly confident, Orochimaru already considered taking this child as a subordinate. If the boy could awaken the Byakugan, it would be quite interesting, and he would be a valuable asset. Moreover, by helping this grandson of Elder Hirano awaken the Byakugan, not only would he gain a good subordinate, but his relationship with Elder Hirano would undoubtedly be greatly strengthened. This would be extremely beneficial for obtaining the Hyuga clan's forbidden and secret jutsu data. The whole affair was nothing but advantageous. While Orochimaru's mental abacus was clattering away, Elder Hirano had already quickly walked toward the children. Although he valued the clan highly, it didn't mean he was indifferent to his own grandson. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a special exception to allow the child to be born in the first place. Orochimaru didn't interfere, watching as Elder Hirano sternly reprimanded the main family children, then gently led his unfortunate grandson away. Holding his grandson's hand, Elder Hirano's old eyes repeatedly scanned the bruises and wounds on the child's body. He sighed, his heart heavy. However, he had already anticipated this when the child was born. This ancient, rigid, and obstinate clan was deeply prejudiced against a child with an impure bloodline. Even as an elder second only to the clan head, he could only protect the boy for a while, not for life. But if the child couldn't awaken the Byakugan, and was forbidden to learn ninjutsu because of his Hyuga blood, what strength could he possibly have to protect himself? With this thought, the old man tightened his grip on the child's hand, his heart aching even more. The child seemed to sense the change in Elder Hirano's mood. He looked up, and a rare trace of warmth touched his downcast eyes. He quietly called out, "Grandfather." Elder Hirano's eyes were filled with affection. He gently stroked the child's head. On the boy's delicate face, the old man seemed to see the beautiful features of his most beloved daughter. Seeing this moment, Orochimaru became even more certain. He stepped forward and said to Elder Hirano, "Elder Hirano, I am deeply fond of your grandson's temperament. Why don't you let him stay at my house? While I can't promise him endless riches, it would at least be better than staying here in the Hyuga clan and constantly being bullied. Moreover, my family is sparsely populated, and I've adopted a few children his age. They can play together, and perhaps it will make the child happier. What do you think?" It must be said that Orochimaru's words were highly persuasive. Combined with his effortlessly sincere tone, the speech deeply resonated with Elder Hirano. Elder Hirano considered the matter carefully, then nodded and agreed. "Very well, thank you in advance, young friend." Orochimaru smiled and waved his hand. Orochimaru and his new charge exited the Hyuga clan's gates. Standing at the entrance, Elder Hirano spoke kindly to his grandson. "Bluebird, go. This older brother and I are very close. Go stay at his house for a while and be good. Grandfather will come to see you." Hyuga Bluebird did not reply, only looked up at the Hyuga clan's gate, then nodded. In that instant, he felt like an abandoned bird crying out alone in a cold winter night, greeted only by deepening darkness and the coming morning. Bluebird passively took Orochimaru's hand. Orochimaru looked at the child. His eyes, like Kai's once were dead, desolate, and despairing, seemingly devoid of life. The only difference was a faint trace of deep unwillingness hidden in the boy's depths. Taking all this in, Orochimaru smiled slightly, holding Hyuga Bluebird's hand as they walked away. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and the child remained silent. Orochimaru smiled wickedly and said slowly, "Impure bloodline, ostracized by the Hyuga clan, insulted by other children, unable to awaken the Byakugan, unable to become a ninja. Don't you feel unwilling?" Hyuga Bluebird kept his head down and remained silent, but the hand holding Orochimaru's tightened, betraying the fierce turmoil within him. Orochimaru stopped, his dark golden snake eyes fixed on Hyuga Bluebird, whose eyes were equally unique. A smile, tinged with excitement and interest, slowly widened on his lips. "What if I could give you the power to make your bullies look up to you, the power to reclaim your dignity, the power to make your mother rest in peace and your grandfather proud?" Listening to Orochimaru's highly seductive words and description, a brilliant halo appeared in Hyuga Bluebird's dead, desolate eyes. He stared blankly at Orochimaru, seemingly trying to ascertain the credibility of his promise. Orochimaru stroked Hyuga Bluebird's head. "What I need is for you to always follow my path, obey my commands, and even give everything you have until the end of your life. Can you do that?" Hyuga Bluebird was still just a child. He hesitated. He lowered his head, finding it difficult to decide. Orochimaru smiled. "Take your time to think about it. For now, let's go home." Orochimaru was not in a hurry. He was confident that the child would soon give him a satisfactory answer. Returning home, Jiraiya and Tsunade were still waiting for Orochimaru. Orochimaru gave Manji a few instructions, settled Hyuga Bluebird, and then walked with Jiraiya and Tsunade toward the Hawkage Tower. Suddenly, Orochimaru paused. His spiritual energy had detected a rat nearby. Recognizing the chakra signature, dark and characteristic of that one clan, he quickly surmised what was happening. He smiled faintly and continued walking forward with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Inside an antique study in the Uchiha clan compound, clan head Uchiha Tamakatsu was practicing calligraphy while listening to a report from his subordinate. Clan head, that prized disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, went to the Hyuga clan today. It appears he has allied himself with the Hyuga. Should we still try to recruit him? The Uchiha ninja's tone was somewhat uneasy. He cautiously looked up to gauge his clan head's reaction. No need. Since he has been recruited by the Hyuga, then so be it. It is that brat's loss for not joining the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tamakatsu said flatly. His right hand, holding the calligraphy brush, moved with powerful strokes, writing a huge character for shadow, cage. The sheer sharp edge and arrogance burst through the paper with every stroke. Uchiha Tamakatsu looked at the character for shadow, smiled slightly, and nodded faintly, waving his hand to dismiss the subordinate. The study fell quiet again. Uchiha Tamakatsu stared at the character, shadow, his eyes flickering with unknown thoughts. Chapter 78. It was late in the evening when Orochimaru returned from his meeting with Sarutobi. Knowing the Hyuga matter couldn't be kept secret, he chose to tell Sarutobi a summarized version of what happened. Sarutobi, far from being angry, earnestly warned Orochimaru to be careful of the old foxes in the Hyuga clan and to remain highly vigilant in his dealings with them. Orochimaru readily agreed. Remembering the issue of Hyuga Bluebird's dual pupils, he requested to borrow some medical and experimental equipment from Sarutobi, using Manji's medical ninjutsu training as a pretext. When he arrived home, Manji, Hyuga Bluebird, and Kai were already waiting for him at the dinner table. Perhaps recalling her own past experiences, Manji was very caring and attentive to Bluebird, who was a year younger than her, showing the demeanor of a good older sister. Coupled with the choice and hope Orochimaru had offered him, the despair and loneliness in Hyuga Bluebird's eyes had significantly faded. Seeing Orochimaru enter, Bluebird's gaze was complex, showing a hint of struggle and confusion. Manji cheered and rushed to hug him, while Kai silently began to serve the dishes. After dinner, Bluebird did not disappoint Orochimaru and gave a satisfactory answer. Orochimaru was in no hurry. He told Bluebird to rest, then went into an empty, prepared room and took out the scroll that sealed the medical and experimental equipment. With practiced movements, he began setting up the room. He set out a medical experiment bed that could be adjusted up, down, and turned, various instruments for observing the body's condition, and several tubes made of special materials that could transmit chakra. An hour later, a fully equipped, technologically advanced medical laboratory was complete. Next, Orochimaru took out the scroll containing the data on the internal structure and composition of the human body that he had received from the Hyuga clan, and began to read it meticulously. Scanning line by line and cross-referencing the information with the rich knowledge base in his mind, Orochimaru gained much new insight. After quickly digesting the content and integrating it into his knowledge system, he felt even more confident in tackling the problem of Hyuga Bluebird. With all preparatory measures complete, Orochimaru called Manji and Kai over. As a precaution, he instructed Kai to stand guard outside the door. Manji, who already possessed some knowledge of medical ninjutsu, would act as his assistant. This arrangement also allowed Orochimaru to instruct her on medical ninjutsu knowledge. Hyuga Bluebird, looking both excited and apprehensive, lay down on the medical experiment bed under Orochimaru's watchful eye. Orochimaru moved to the nearby operating table, first taking out a square, snow-white talisman the size of a human face. He then picked up a slender brush, dipped it in black ink, and fixed his dark golden snake eyes on the white paper. He quickly mentally outlined a complex and arcane secret jutsu formula. Within a few breaths, Orochimaru put the brush to the paper. The slender brush, guided by Orochimaru's pale, long fingers, moved like a nimble, dancing spirit. The dark, twisting, arcane formula, resembling tiny ants, was rapidly sketched and drawn. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a profound and intricate secret jutsu formula had leaped onto the square, white talisman. Orochimaru smiled faintly at Manji, who was standing nearby, watching with deep admiration. While waiting for the talisman to dry, Orochimaru flicked on the switches of all the instruments with a crack. Crack, crack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The faint whirring sounds of the instruments starting up merged into a continuous hum. Immediately afterward, Bluebird, lying on the medical experiment bed, heard a click, and the powerful, blinding, stark-white surgical lamp above his head switched on, illuminating the entire bed with intense clarity, revealing every minute detail. Orochimaru pressed the position adjustment switch for the medical experiment bed. With a click-click-click of the mechanism, the section of the bed holding Bluebird's head was slowly moved directly under the bright surgical light. Bluebird felt an intense, dazzling white light before his eyes and instinctively closed them. Yet, he was not an ordinary child. He slowly calmed his mind, knowing that what awaited him now was either heaven or hell with no third option. He could only passively accept it. Orochimaru used 2 tweezers to grip the top corners of the white talisman and slowly covered Bluebird's face with it. Then, Orochimaru said in a deep voice, "Manji, bring me the chakra tubes." Manji immediately handed over several chakra tubes, each about the thickness of an index finger, to Orochimaru. Orochimaru used the chakra tubes to connect the talisman to the surrounding instruments. Finally, he placed his hands on the talisman, his dark golden snake eyes fixed on the core of the formula. He carefully injected a suitable amount of chakra into the formula on the paper, activating the secret jutsu. Simultaneously with the activation of the secret jutsu, the connected instruments began beeping rapidly, DDD, as data flashed across their screens. Orochimaru raised his head, his dark golden snake eyes sweeping across the instruments. A faint, weak fluorescence reflected in his pupils, taking in all the data and changes. He moved toward a monitor that virtually displayed the internal structure of Hyuga Bluebird's head, compiled from the various data readings. Beep, beep, beep. Green lines flashed continuously on the instrument, rapidly sketching and refining the structure. After a few breaths, a bright white light flashed across the screen. Looking at the virtually displayed image on the monitor, Orochimaru smiled wickedly. Very good eye power. He is indeed a very interesting child. The advanced imaging instrument clearly displayed the virtual structural map of Hyuga Bluebird's internal head on the screen. On the green skull, a network of intricate, cross-crossing lines and pathways, incomprehensible to ordinary people, were visible. Most prominently, a rich, concentrated white light was visible in the area of Bluebird's unique dual pupils. Orochimaru quickly scanned the astonishing density of white eye power in Bluebird's eyes, focusing on more detailed and in-depth areas and information. Comparing this with the vast data on the Byakugan he had accumulated in his past life, he acutely realized that the white eye power in Bluebird's eyes was not only several times more concentrated than that of other clan members, but the pathways in the eye area were also several times more complex than those of ordinary Hyuga clan members. Orochimaru frowned slightly, gradually grasping the cause of Hyuga Bluebird's inability to awaken the Byakugan. Over the next few nights, Orochimaru continuously adjusted the instruments, carefully testing every aspect of Bluebird's head condition and information multiple times. Looking at the results, Orochimaru smiled with a hint of arrogance, thinking I knew it. Chapter 79. Orochimaru's gaze swept over the data sheets recorded over the past few days. His dark golden pupils constantly shone with dazzling brilliance, and by comparing the various data and information, he finally deduced the secret behind Hyuga Bluebird's inability to activate his eyes. It turned out that Bluebird, with the strange phenomenon of dual pupils, had several times the Byakugan's inherent eye power compared to ordinary Hyuga clan members. This meant that the amount of chakra required to activate it was also several times greater than that of other clan members. Moreover, the internal structure of Bluebird's dual pupil Byakugan was far more complex than that of other Hyuga. The combination of these two factors was the reason Hyuga Bluebird had been unable to awaken the Byakugan. However, Orochimaru was now even more expectant of the effect and capability of Bluebird's Byakugan once it was awakened. Knowing the reason why Hyuga Bluebird could not activate his Byakugan, Orochimaru began to ponder the solution. While Bluebird's inherent chakra was not weak, it was far from the level required to activate the Byakugan. Furthermore, given the complexity of Bluebird's dual pupil internal structure, even with external assistance providing sufficient chakra, successfully channeling and integrating the massive amount of eye power within that complex structure would be a significant problem. If any mishap occurred and the attempt failed, the result would not just be the failure to activate the Byakugan. It could very likely lead to severe problems such as blindness in both of Bluebird's eyes. After all, the eye is one of the most complex structures in the human body. Orochimaru frowned. He knew that the Hyuga clan, with their penetrating Byakugan, must have also researched Hyuga Bluebird's condition. It seemed the challenge of the massive eye power requiring an enormous amount of chakra to be channeled, combined with the complex internal structure of the dual pupils, had halted their efforts as well. Orochimaru considered his options. The ninja world had many methods for injecting chakra into an opponent's body for destructive purposes, but beneficial methods such as repair or internal guidance were scarce. It looks like I will have to apply a curse mark after all, Orochimaru thought. Recalling the miraculous healing and pathway-repairing properties of Yamada's breath, Orochimaru made up his mind. For the next month or so, Orochimaru focused his entire attention on researching and developing a new curse mark, in addition to his regular training. He took blood samples from Yamada and combined them with the knowledge from his past life, the data series from extracting enzymes from Jugo to develop the cursed mark of heaven and earth. Finally, after more than a month, he achieved results. Orochimaru's dark golden snake eyes locked onto the few milliliters of shimmering, pale gold enzyme fluid within the glass test tube, which was about the thickness of a thumb. He licked his lips contentedly and let out a light chuckle of excitement. In this new curse mark enzyme, Orochimaru had mixed Yamada's blood, his own blood, and a portion of his own chakra in precise proportions, striving to maximize its effectiveness and function. Initially, Orochimaru, who only used Yamada's blood as the basis for the new curse mark enzyme, was consistently unable to synthesize a complete formula. All his series of data and calculations pointed toward failure. It was then that Orochimaru remembered his first meeting with Manda and Manda's peculiar requirement for both Yamada's blood and his own blood. This sparked a moment of inspiration. He mixed some of his own blood into Yamada's blood, which unexpectedly led to some miraculous changes. If Yamada's blood without Orochimaru's blood was a ticking time bomb containing enormous internal energy that could explode at any moment, then Yamada's blood with Orochimaru's fresh blood added became a beautiful and dazzling firework, also containing immense energy and proving useful in many unforeseen ways. Unable to perform human experiments as he did in his past life, Orochimaru pursued perfection, recalculating and deducing the formula multiple times. Only when the data repeatedly indicated success did he call for Hyuga Bluebird. Over the past month, Bluebird's mental state had changed drastically. His eyes were now filled with anticipation and longing when he looked at Orochimaru, a palpable thirst for power. Despite his extensive experience from his past life and the flawless data calculations, Orochimaru knew that a new curse mark that had never been truly tested on a human body carried a certain risk. His dark golden snake eyes fixed on Hyuga Bluebird, Orochimaru spoke solemnly. "I need to place a curse mark on you to solve your problem. You must consider this carefully. There is a certain risk. If it fails, you will not only fail to gain power, but it could very likely cause permanent blindness in your eyes." Hearing Orochimaru's words, the young Hyuga Bluebird displayed a carefree expression highly uncharacteristic of his age. He respectfully replied to Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, for Bluebird, an outcome where the gain is proportional to the sacrifice is already a rare wish." Orochimaru smiled wickedly. Yes, according to his calculations, this new curse mark carried a certain risk. The success rate was around 50 to 60%, and it was also related to the recipient's will and physique. Furthermore, Orochimaru had understated the severity of a failed result. But for Orochimaru, this 40 to 50% chance of failure was negligible compared to the failure rate of the original cursed mark in his past life. Orochimaru motioned for Hyuga Bluebird to lie down on the medical experiment bed. The glaring, dazzling surgical light switched on, and Orochimaru's voice, slightly immature but deep and magnetic, spoke in Hyuga Bluebird's ear. "Child, prepare to welcome your paradise. You will serve as my lifelong follower and subordinate, perfectly executing my will." Immediately afterward, Bluebird felt a sting on his neck. A burst of incredibly powerful chakra surged into his body. Subsequently, his entire body began to tremble slightly from the pain. However, he did not utter a sound, and his bodily tremors were restrained by the straps on the medical experiment bed. Orochimaru picked up the syringe containing 1 milliliter of the curse mark enzyme and injected it into Hyuga Bluebird's carotid artery. The carotid artery, one of the body's major arteries, acted like a high-powered engine, rapidly channeling the curse mark enzyme throughout Hyuga Bluebird's limbs and body. Instantaneously, earth-shattering changes began to occur within Bluebird's body. As the curse mark enzyme was injected, a miniature, pale gold image of the Yamata no Orochi, identical to the cursed mark on Orochimaru's chest but several times smaller, appeared at the injection site on his neck. After steadily pushing all 1 milliliter of the curse mark enzyme into Hyuga Bluebird's body, Orochimaru quickly withdrew the syringe. The surrounding instruments continuously emitted DDD, beep beep beep, sounds of rolling data, vividly presenting the massive internal changes occurring within Hyuga Bluebird's body through complex data chains. Chapter 80. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils swept back and forth, taking in the streams of data. Everything aligned perfectly with his calculations. Under the effect of the cursed mark enzyme, Hyuga Bluebird's body was undergoing astonishing changes, constantly strengthening. More chakra surged into his inherent chakra system to accommodate the immense power from the curse mark. Orochimaru watched the various data readings and smiled faintly. Hyuga Bluebird's will was quite strong. While the curse mark brought enormous changes, it also caused considerable pain. Bluebird's tenacious will allowed his body's strengthening speed to keep pace with the huge changes brought by the mark. Of course, if his will had been weak, he would undoubtedly have exploded like a balloon from the overwhelming energy of the cursed mark. DDD, beep beep beep. The data flashed, reflecting off Orochimaru's face, which flickered between light and shadow, yet always held that wicked smile. Half an hour later, a sharp gleam flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Seizing a fleeting moment identified after multiple calculations, his right hand pressed onto the cursed mark on Hyuga Bluebird's neck. His powerful spiritual energy, accompanied by his chakra, surged into Hyuga Bluebird's body. The moment the pure and abundant chakra rushed into Bluebird's body, the changes brought by the curse mark had reached their climax. Orochimaru's chakra, with overwhelming force, smoothly channeled the chaotic, surging natural chakra that had erupted within Bluebird. Next, Orochimaru's spiritual energy, carrying Bluebird's native chakra, entered the complex dual pupil pathways without any resistance from Bluebird's immune system, smoothly rushing into the eye area as if it carried a special pass. At this moment, the intense, agonizing pain coming from his eyes made Hyuga Bluebird let out an involuntary cry of pain. Beneath the white talisman, 2 trickles of crimson blood slowly seeped out of Bluebird's closed dual pupils. He immediately passed out. Orochimaru ignored Bluebird's pain. The process of using the curse mark to awaken Bluebird's Byakugan had reached a critical juncture. Orochimaru's spiritual energy, carrying Bluebird's native chakra, slowly channeled, guided, and opened up the vast eye power contained within the complex dual pupil pathways. During this process, although Orochimaru's spiritual energy was exceptionally powerful and his chakra control ability was highly sophisticated, some minor damage to the intricate and fragile eye pathways was inevitable. However, the miraculous Yamata's blood contained within the cursed mark immediately took effect, repairing the damaged eye pathways almost instantaneously with the damage occurring. Everything unfolded according to the script calculated by Orochimaru. An hour later, Orochimaru had finished channeling over 90% of Bluebird's eye power. It was at this moment that an unexpected change occurred. The vast chakra congested within Bluebird's dual pupil pathways suddenly boiled over, like water brought to a rapid boil, just as it was about to be completely channeled and smoothed out. That immense, deathly white eye power instantly enveloped Orochimaru's spiritual energy and surged into Hyuga Bluebird's dual pupils. Creak treak. A faint, chilling sound of bulging veins suddenly erupted. On Hyuga Bluebird's face, which was covered by the white talisman, veins, pale white and resembling earthworms, rapidly bulged from the sides of his temples. They extended outward, covering nearly half of his face. Without exception, every single vein stretched toward and converged into Bluebird's unusual dual pupils. Buzz! A low hum instantly sounded in the space around the dual pupils. A faint chakra fluctuation emerged and immediately spread out. Dual pupil Byakugan activated. At this moment, Orochimaru, whose right hand was pressing on Bluebird's cursed mark and whose eyes were closed while channeling the eye power, felt as if he had gained an extra pair of eyes. He perceived a strange field of vision, one unique to the Byakugan. In this Byakugan field of vision, with black and white as its base colors, only the fluctuations and colors of chakra added any hue to the world. It possessed a nearly 360-degree perfect field of view and could see through almost everything. Orochimaru immediately realized that this must be Hyuga Bluebird's Byakugan vision. Somehow, at this moment, he was able to enter this vision and use this pair of dual pupil Byakugan. Suddenly, Orochimaru, who was curiously examining his surroundings with this Byakugan, was astonished to find that this unique field of view was not merely perfect, but truly had a 360-degree, all-encompassing, perfect vision. It could even clearly see the expanded blind spot directly behind the first thoracic vertebra, flawlessly perfect. Sensing the miraculous and unique vision of the dual pupil Byakugan, Orochimaru suddenly recalled his body tempering plan. Through Bluebird's Byakugan, he instantly performed a full X-ray vision scan of his own body. In the black and white field of vision, a perfect three-dimensional, stereoscopic X-ray image of Orochimaru appeared. Within his chakra system, pure and robust blue chakra surged. A pale gold energy mass was visible at the center of his chest, but its specific nature was obscured. Orochimaru did not want to miss this rare opportunity. Controlling Bluebird's dual pupil Byakugan, he looked even deeper. He clearly saw intricate, black and white, crisscrossing, and highly complex pathways emerging all over his body, along with constantly operating internal organs and tiny, miraculous chakra points. Feeling that the eye power of the dual pupil Byakugan still had reserves, Orochimaru concentrated once more, pushing the remaining eye power to perform the deepest level of X-ray vision on his body. The peculiar Byakugan vision instantly became distorted. Light and shadow shifted rapidly, and Orochimaru felt an overwhelming dizziness that threatened to make him faint. When he opened his eyes and regained his senses, he found that his spiritual energy had returned to his body. He was standing in front of the medical experiment bed where Hyuga Bluebird lay, maintaining his previous posture without moving an inch. A strange glow flashed in his dark golden eyes. In that final moment, Orochimaru had managed to clearly use Hyuga Bluebird's dual pupil Byakugan to penetrate and view his own cellular structure. Using this as a blueprint, he had instantly constructed a three-dimensional, stereoscopic X-ray diagram of his body's structure, analyzed down to the cellular level within his mind. This crucial structural diagram was imprinted into his memory with just one glance. It automatically surfaced in his mind whenever recalled. This invaluable diagram would undoubtedly play a vital role in Orochimaru's massive project dedicated to the evolution of life. With this structure map, Orochimaru now had a precise and perfectly clear blueprint when using the forbidden jutsu and secret medicine to temper and modify his body. This would surely yield twice the result with half the effort, and the efficiency would be dramatically increased. However, when Orochimaru tried again to replicate the sensation of using Bluebird's Byakugan, his spiritual energy-infused chakra, upon entering Bluebird's body through the cursed mark and then into the dual pupils, was immediately repelled by Bluebird's eye power. Knowing that such an opportunity was unlikely to recur, Orochimaru had no choice but to withdraw. At that moment, Bluebird also woke up. Chapter 81. Orochimaru removed the restraints and the talisman from Hyuga Bluebird. Looking at the boy, whose face still showed traces of blood and tears and whose expression was utterly respectful, he spoke slowly. I have activated your Byakugan while you were unconscious. Now, gather the chakra in your body into your eyes and test the effect. Hearing this, the respectful Hyuga Bluebird was filled with surprise and joy. He immediately controlled his chakra to seep into his dual pupils. Dual pupil Byakugan, activate. Veins bulged out, and a faint chakra fluctuation appeared. Hyuga Bluebird's Byakugan successfully activated. Orochimaru gazed at Bluebird's powerful eyes, which were distinctly different from other Hyuga clan members. He smiled wickedly and asked faintly, "How does it feel?" "Good, very good. I've never felt this good. The Byakugan is truly powerful." Bluebird was overjoyed, but he didn't forget Orochimaru's grace. He lowered his head, and his small body immediately knelt on one knee. "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru continued to ask, "Can you see the blind spot directly behind the first thoracic vertebra?" "Yes, my lord," Hyuga Bluebird confirmed after testing his Byakugan. A glimmer of hope surged in Orochimaru's heart. He asked again, "Look up and look at me. To what extent can you see through?" "My lord, I can see your chakra system and your pressure points," Bluebird respectfully said, having scanned Orochimaru, but immediately lowering his head, not daring to be presumptuous. Orochimaru felt a bit disappointed, but he was still comforted that the dual pupil Byakugan, upon initial activation, possessed a perfect 360-degree field of vision and could even directly see chakra points. Next, Orochimaru used the Yamata cursed mark on his own chest to sense the secondary mark on Bluebird's neck. Only after confirming he could sense and control Bluebird's life and death did he finally nod in satisfaction. Hyuga Bluebird suddenly felt a strong surge of chakra from the Yamata cursed mark on his neck, instantly rushing into his fragile mind. A sharp, drilling pain, as if being stabbed by needles and hacked by an axe, ensued. The next second, just as it felt like death, the change abruptly vanished. Bluebird knew it was Orochimaru's doing. He immediately knelt down, pleading sadly for mercy, not knowing what mistake he had made. After confirming the successful development of the new curse mark, Orochimaru, who had just demonstrated both might and grace, gently stroked Bluebird's head and said softly, "All right, stand up. You did nothing wrong. I just wanted to confirm that the cursed mark was developed successfully. Your dual pupil Byakugan is a unique and powerful Byakugan. Slowly uncover its capabilities. From now on, follow my path and face your brand new life." With that, Orochimaru led the way out the door. Hyuga Bluebird hastily stood up, eyes full of gratitude and reverence as he followed closely behind. The dual pupils, now retracted from the Byakugan state, stared at Orochimaru's figure. Orochimaru couldn't help but recall his unexpected experience of controlling Bluebird's dual pupil Byakugan earlier. At that time, the Byakugan's penetrating ability had reached the level of cellular internal structure, far surpassing what Bluebird had just described. He frowned slightly and considered the possibility of Bluebird concealing information, but quickly dismissed it. There was simply no need for it, and Orochimaru hadn't noticed anything wrong with Bluebird's expression or eyes. He trusted his own judgment. In that case, there was only one explanation. Orochimaru pushed the door open and looked out at the moonlit night. Light flickered in his dark golden snake eyes. What he had seen must have been the most powerful form and capability of the dual pupil Byakugan. Orochimaru snapped back to reality, seeing Kai slowly emerging from the shadow dimension outside the door. He smiled and walked over, patting the shoulder of Kai, who had been guarding the door the entire time. Faced with Orochimaru's encouragement and praise, Kai was still extremely flustered. His face flushed red, and he stammered incoherently. Master, thank you, Master." Hyuga Bluebird quickly walked out from behind, following Orochimaru. Kai glanced at the Yamata cursed mark on Bluebird's neck in a way no one would notice, his downcast eyes flickering slightly. Time flew like an arrow, and the sun and moon hurried past. Under Orochimaru's highly systematic and disciplined training and life plan, 3 years quickly passed. 3 years of accumulation and tempering, aided by secret medicines and forbidden jutsu, had solidified Orochimaru's foundation. His chakra had reached the peak of the Chunin level, and the forbidden jutsu, ninjutsu, and combat techniques he could utilize had increased exponentially. His personal strength had entered a period of rapid growth, and his actual combat power was far beyond what his chakra rank suggested. With the unexpected discovery of the three-dimensional, cellular-level body structure diagram, Orochimaru's project for his own life-form evolution progressed with high efficiency. In 3 years, he had managed to complete about 1/10 of the total project. However, as the project progressed, the energy required for later stages increased exponentially. Even though the project was enormous, having completed just 1/10 meant that Orochimaru's physical body was already several times stronger, tougher, and more agile than 3 years ago. His physical strength and constitution had reached the level comparable to an average Jonin, a height that most ordinary ninja could never achieve in a lifetime. Now a handsome, 10-year-old youth, Orochimaru stood calm and composed in a clearing in the Konoha forest, wearing a wide-sleeved, pale moon kimono. The faint smile on his lips and his indifferent expression made him look peaceful, but his powerful spiritual energy was constantly probing and sensing for dangers in the surroundings. The breeze rustled, occasionally lifting Orochimaru's hair and the corners of his robe, sending fallen leaves swirling down. The youth in the clearing, pale and refined like a figure in a painting, with a wicked smile, contradictory aura, and chilling murderous intent, looked cold and composed, as if everything was under his control. He was like a magnet, firmly drawing the attention of others, exuding an irresistible and potent charm. He was Orochimaru. Manji leaned against a giant tree in the clearing, one so thick it would take several people to hug it. Her slender, long eyelashes trembled slightly in the wind. Her bright, watery black eyes stared unblinkingly at Orochimaru's figure, captivated. Nearly 10 years old, Manji wore a beautiful, well-fitting, light pink Japanese dress. Paired with her exquisite features, which had already blossomed into a beautiful young woman, she exuded a vibrant, youthful aura that was instantly captivating. Over the past 3 years, under the tutelage of Yakashi Tenshu and Orochimaru, her medical ninjutsu had grown increasingly proficient. She also radiated a gentle, soft, and sensitive aura, like a clear stream or calm, peaceful light music. Chapter 82. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils scanned the surrounding forest. His powerful spiritual energy sensed an imminent threat. Immediately following this warning, 3 swift dark figures shot out of the forest, rapidly charging toward Orochimaru. They were Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hyuga Bluebird, who had already activated his dual pupil Byakugan. Since Orochimaru returned from the Land of Rivers mission 3 years ago, Jiraiya and Tsunade had trained alongside him. The training plan set by Sarutobi was always expertly taught to the two by the experienced and knowledgeable Orochimaru. Rather than calling Sarutobi their teacher, it was more accurate to say that Orochimaru was their true instructor. Sarutobi, who was busy acting as Hokage, was happy with this arrangement. He merely checked in periodically to review everyone's progress. While praising Orochimaru's deep understanding of ninjutsu and his powerful talent, he felt increasingly satisfied and gratified by his prized student. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kai, and Hyuga Bluebird frequently teamed up to engage in real combat sparring against Orochimaru. It must be noted that even though Orochimaru fought 1 against 4, he had never lost in these 3 years. He always managed to calmly respond and defuse their attacks one by one. Through these 3 years of continuous combat training and Orochimaru's direct instruction, everyone's strength had seen significant progress. They had all successively reached the Chunin level, and their practical combat experience had surged. Their actual combat power was far beyond that of an average Chunin. Today was yet another well-prepared combat exercise. Jiraiya charged out of the forest, laughing heartily and yelling fiercely. Orochimaru, fall before the might of Lord Jiraiya. Tsunade, rushing forward at high speed, couldn't help but inwardly malign him. What an idiot! But her feet never slowed as she dashed toward Orochimaru. After yelling, Jiraiya rapidly formed several hand seals and shouted, "Ha! Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique." Over a dozen basketball-sized, fiery red, high-temperature fireballs blasted out of Jiraiya's mouth. They roared through the air, their condensed chakra and scorching flames generating heat waves that distorted Orochimaru's vision. Like rapid bullets, they streaked across the sky with red traces, heading straight for Orochimaru. While the dozen Phoenix Sage fireballs assaulted Orochimaru, they also bought time and provided excellent cover for Tsunade and Hyuga Bluebird, who specialized in close-quarters combat, to close the distance. The high temperature of the Phoenix Sage Fire technique did not cause Orochimaru's eyes to waver. He calmly glanced at Tsunade and Hyuga Bluebird, who were pressing forward. His pale, long hands moved, leaving faint afterimages. A fire-style ninjutsu, identical to Jiraiya's, was completed in an instant. Fire-style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Nearly double the amount of fireballs Jiraiya launched, a full 20 to 30 basketball-sized, high-temperature fireballs roared out. Launching later, they arrived first. Each fireball was more condensed and powerful than Jiraiya's. The heat wave generated by their collective launch created a surge of fire like a tumultuous tide. Jiraiya's fireballs were instantly swallowed upon collision, and the attack's momentum increased, surging toward Jiraiya. Under Orochimaru's perfect control of the ninjutsu's power, Jiraiya was only scorched and fell onto a grass patch that was already pocked and damaged by the fireball's impact. However, Jiraiya, who was scorched black like a roasted pig after being countered in a single strike, struggled to raise his head and smiled triumphantly. Concealed within the dozen fireballs that Orochimaru's attack had swallowed were several sharp, black shuriken. They spun at high velocity, piercing through the fire surge with an ear-splitting shriek, heading toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at the incoming shuriken, his lips slightly curling into a faint smile. This slow-witted kid is actually showing some improvement. His dark golden snake eyes tracked the trajectory of every shuriken. His powerful spiritual energy immediately calculated the attack position of each one. Orochimaru, in his pale moon, wide-sleeved kimono, moved like a drifting stream of wind. He quickly dashed and sidestepped a few times, skillfully dodging every single shuriken by mere millimeters. The sharp weapons didn't even graze a thread of Orochimaru's robe. However, Jiraiya's two attacks had bought enough time. Tsunade and Hyuga Bluebird successfully closed the distance, trapping Orochimaru within their attack range. Tsunade, who had learned the strength of 100 technique from Orochimaru, wrapped her hands in black gauntlets. The chakra on her two fists, controlled with masterful skill, was condensed to an extreme degree. They came hurtling toward Orochimaru like two rapidly launched cannonballs. The fierce punch winds made Orochimaru feel a subtle sense of threat. It was clear that being hit by these two fists would result in shattered bones and torn ligaments at the very least. On the other side, Hyuga Bluebird's hideous, pale-white dual-pupil Byakugan was fully activated. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams empty palm. Strikes of the Hyuga Gentle Fist, executed with textbook precision and speed, accompanied by boom, 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 sounds of exploding air, came flying through the air. They launched pressure waves, each about a meter long, that targeted the chakra points all over Orochimaru's body with incredible subtlety. Facing the fierce and pressing attacks from both of them, Orochimaru remained composed and unperturbed, a smile of excitement on his lips. His hands, having completed the necessary hand signs, slammed heavily onto the ground. Earth-style, Great Earth-crushing palm. A tremendous rumble sounded as the ground rapidly cracked and fragmented. Two fissures, several dozen centimeters wide, began at Orochimaru's feet and quickly extended toward Tsunade and Hyuga Bluebird. Before their furious attacks could reach Orochimaru's body, the rumbling ground fissures disrupted their momentum, causing them to lose balance and exposing a momentary opening. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils flashed brightly. Seizing this instant, he stretched both arms out, giving a slight tremor toward Tsunade and Hyuga Bluebird, hidden shadow snake hands. From the wide, pale moon sleeves on both sides, several mottled pythons, each the thickness of an adult's arm, shot out. Leaving dark trails, they slammed into the two, sending them flying back. Swish, swish, swish. Dust flew as they slid across the grass, leaving two distinct furrows in the ground. Orochimaru's arms were still extended, and the mottled great snakes had not yet been retracted into his sleeves when the warning in his heart flared up again. Chapter 83. The moment the warning flared up in Orochimaru's mind, a chakra fluctuation, so faint it was almost imperceptible, suddenly emerged from the shadow behind him. A thin, swift black figure shot out of the shadow dimension, holding a sharp kunai in its right hand, and lunged toward Orochimaru's back. The figure that burst from Orochimaru's shadow was Kai, who possessed the unique bloodline limit. The right hand holding the kunai remained perfectly steady during the high-speed thrust. Kai continuously and subtly adjusted the kunai's angle of attack and the position of air displacement, keeping the kunai aimed squarely at the vital point of Orochimaru's back. This special micro-adjustment technique reduced the sound of air braking during the thrust to barely a whisper. However, with the extensive combat experience Orochimaru had accumulated over 2 lifetimes, experience forged in battle and a sea of corpses, combined with his powerful spiritual energy, he still detected Kai's near-perfect assassination attempt. The kunai, flashing a dark gleam, relentlessly drove toward the vital point of Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru did not turn his head. Estimating the position sensed by his spiritual energy, he immediately squatted down. His right hand, like a carp flipping its tail, swung sharply backward in a swift, elegant arc. With a snap, it clamped onto Kai's right wrist, immediately turning the attack into a counter. Orochimaru's hand, like a nimble spider, his pale, long fingers quickly moved to pinch the soft bone of Kai's wrist. Kai's 3 years of training had not been for nothing. The moment Orochimaru's hand clamped down on his wrist with lightning speed, he knew Orochimaru's next move. He decisively abandoned the thrust, his pinky finger barely slipping through the small ring at the base of the kunai, using the momentum to flip it into a reverse grip. The sharp blade forced Orochimaru to abort his intended maneuver. At the same time, Kai, having lost his best opportunity to attack, was forced to retreat back into the shadow dimension. Orochimaru noticed Kai's retreat into the shadows, smiled faintly, and stood up. Hiss, hiss. The mottled great snakes retracted into Orochimaru's sleeves one by one. As Tsunade and the others focused their attention on Orochimaru, he smiled cryptically as the snakes were retracting, unseen by them. He secretly commanded 2 of the pythons to burrow into the ground fissures created by his earth release. Great earth crushing palm, subtly setting up a contingency. At this point, Jiraiya, scorched black by Orochimaru's counterattack, had recovered. He scrambled up awkwardly and, along with Tsunade and Hyuga Bluebird, whose offense had been halted, took positions on 3 sides, forming a pincer attack that constantly compressed Orochimaru's combat space. Adding Kai, who had mastered the essence of Orochimaru's assassination techniques and was hidden in the darkness, threatening Orochimaru's back and any momentary opening, the situation was complex. These factors caused Orochimaru to drop his earlier relaxed demeanor. He glanced at the 3 perfectly coordinated figures in the arena. Smiling wickedly, his dark golden eyes grew serious. His voice, which was beginning to change but remained deep and magnetic, carried a hint of excitement as he addressed Hyuga Bluebird and the hidden Kai. The warm-up is over. Kai and Bluebird, activate your cursed marks and let's play. Hyuga Bluebird was stunned. In previous combat exercises, Orochimaru had never told them to activate the cursed mark. This meant he was serious this time. After only a moment's thought, Bluebird obeyed Orochimaru's command. Jiraiya and Tsunade were still wondering what kind of a thing this cursed mark was when Hyuga Bluebird's entire being underwent a massive transformation. The pale gold Yamata cursed mark on Bluebird's neck writhed like a living thing, breaking down into dozens of pale gold, worm-like threads. They swiftly crawled along the deathly white veins bulging on Bluebird's temples and drilled into his dual pupil Byakugan. Bluebird's already eerie, vein-popping, deathly white dual pupils were instantly infused with a pale gold sheen. The first stage of Bluebird's cursed mark had been activated. From Jiraiya and Tsunade's perspective, Bluebird's handsome face appeared to be covered in pale gold, worm-like creatures, all eagerly drilling into his dual-pupil Byakugan, a horrifying sight. The moment Bluebird activated the first stage of the cursed mark, his aura instantly became entirely different from before. Pure, deep blue chakra emanated furiously from Bluebird's body. The surging aura rapidly swept up the scattered blades of grass and dust around them. His overall power had instantly increased by nearly double. Seeing Bluebird's sudden power boost, Jiraiya saw a glimmer of hope in defeating Orochimaru in this exercise. He let out a shout of excitement. "Aha! Orochimaru, if I still can't hit you this time, my name, Lord Jiraiya, will forever be spelled correctly." Jiraiya threw several shuriken to make Orochimaru dodge. Then, using an accurate preemptive measure, he launched a ninjutsu. Earth-style, Earth Pillar Spike. Several basin-sized openings suddenly tore open beneath Orochimaru's feet. 2-meter-tall, extremely sharp rock pillars burst from the ground. Although Jiraiya had accurately predicted the timing, he clearly underestimated Orochimaru's speed and adaptability. Orochimaru, in his wide-sleeved, pale moon kimono, leaped lightly like a nimble antelope, dodging the shuriken and several of the rock pillars. Using the momentum, he spun into a whip kick, sweeping aside the last, incredibly sharp rock pillar with a boom. His hands flashed through hand seals, instantly counterattacking Jiraiya. Wind-style, Gale Palm. A fierce gust of wind erupted from the ground, carrying several meter-long, narrow wind blades that howled as they sliced toward Jiraiya. Just as Orochimaru counterattacked Jiraiya with ninjutsu, Hyuga Bluebird, who had activated the Yamata Cursed Mark, came rushing in with a fierce, rapid attack. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams Empty Palm. The same technique, the same airwave punches roughly a meter long. But the difference was that the fierce, internal force-like power contained within them was nearly double what it was before. Bluebird's punches caused a continuous poom, poom, poom of detonations in the empty air, carving out vacuum trails that howled as they bore down on Orochimaru. Faced with this overwhelming, surging tide of airwave punches, a flash of excitement crossed Orochimaru's dark golden eyes. A bold spirit surged within him. He channeled the strength of 100 technique into his powerful physical body. Pure, abundant chakra rapidly gathered in his 2 pale, strong fists. Against Bluebird's barrage of 8 trigrams Empty Palms, he countered with 10 consecutive strikes without pause. The 10 punches, infused with the skill of the strength of 100 technique, unleashed a savage power. 10 muffled detonations sounded successively right in front of Orochimaru, instantly creating a circle of invisible punch force, several meters in diameter, in the empty air. The 2 waves of punch force, one soft and hard, the other purely hard, but both utilizing exceptionally potent martial skill, collided violently in the air. With a series of intense rumble. Explosions, the grass in the center of the clash instantly sunk into a deep crater several meters across, with cracked, spider-web-like patterns covering every inch of the ground. Just as Orochimaru deflected Bluebird's attack, a fierce wind howled over his head. Chapter 84. Sensing the fierce wind directly overhead, Orochimaru didn't look up. He retracted his powerful punch stance and executed a few clean, nimble leaps and sidesteps, easily dodging the attack. Boom! Tsunade landed with a heavy, powerful strike, the heavenly kick of pain, a strength of 100 technique. The strength of 100 technique was originally created by Tsunade in her past life. After learning it from Orochimaru, Tsunade, as the princess of the Senju clan with exceptional physical talent, immediately demonstrated immense comprehension, showing a tendency to surpass her teacher. The savage force blasted a meter-wide deep crater in the ground. Whoosh! Dust and soil flew everywhere. The moment Orochimaru dodged, he immediately prepared to weave hand signs to counterattack. However, just then, Kai, whose timing was exquisitely precise, shot out from Orochimaru's shadow. After Bluebird gained power from the cursed mark, Kai, deeply feeling his own lack of power and inability to contribute to Orochimaru, had also requested Orochimaru to imprint him with the Yamata cursed mark after Orochimaru explained its pros and cons. Unlike Hyuga Bluebird, Kai's activated cursed mark manifested as strange, cloud-like, pale gold patterns the size of a thumb, extending from the Yamata mark on his neck and spreading across various parts of his body. While the appearance was unnerving, both his speed when emerging from the shadow and the force of his kunai thrust were increased by nearly double. What was even more bizarre was that the chakra fluctuation generated the instant Kai emerged from the shadow was even fainter than before, achieving a level of near silence and complete stealth. The sharp kunai slashed out a chilling dark streak behind Orochimaru, and it wasn't discovered until it was about to touch the skin on Orochimaru's back. In this moment of crisis, Orochimaru flashed a meaningful smile. He stopped the hand seals he was half-forming, and the contingency he had secretly set earlier was immediately triggered by a mental command. 2 modeled giant pythons, each the thickness of an adult's arm, burst out of the ground with scattered rock fragments and dust. One opened its huge, blood-red mouth to bite at Kai's kunai-wielding right hand, while the other had already coiled around Kai's thigh, intending to swiftly bind Kai's small body. The instant the 2 giant pythons launched their offensive, Orochimaru used his left foot as a pivot, spinning to the right. His lithe body passed through the gap, narrowly grazing the sharp edge of the kunai, successfully evading Kai's attack. Left with no choice, Kai had to withdraw his attack again. The dark light was fierce. With 2 quick swish, swish sounds, the 2 giant pythons that had erupted from the ground were immediately sliced into several pieces. Crimson snake blood spilled onto the ground, and they stopped moving shortly after. After dealing with the 2 giant pythons, Kai was about to retreat into the shadows to prepare for another attack, but Orochimaru was not about to give him the chance. Spinning to face Kai, Orochimaru pushed off the ground, causing 2 small depressions to form instantly. With the astonishing acceleration gained, Orochimaru's left hand clamped onto Kai's neck. He suddenly exerted force, forcibly yanking Kai, whose body was already half submerged into the shadow dimension, completely out and tossing him into the air before sweeping a whip kick across. Kai, violently thrown into the air, heard nothing but the fierce wind rushing past his ears. Unable to move his position and evade the attack, he immediately adopted an excellent defensive posture. He curled his body to minimize the surface area and crossed his arms tightly in front of him. Kai's reaction was noted by Orochimaru. The instant his whip kick was about to connect, Orochimaru accelerated again, making high-intensity micro-adjustments at his knee. He instantly flexed and extended his leg multiple times in a minimal range, delivering several rapid whip kicks consecutively. The ferocious, multi-stage kicking force sent Kai flying like a football. However, Orochimaru's masterful technique caused the force to dissipate across Kai's limbs the instant the kicks landed. Although Kai was sent flying, he was only bruised and sore and had sustained no major damage, though he was temporarily out of the fight. In the brief moment Orochimaru took to neutralize Kai, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hyuga Bluebird all unleashed their strongest attacks, rushing toward him head-on. Powerful chakra fluctuations emanated from Tsunade's 2 black gauntlets. Clearly, this strike was her full-power attack, gathering all her chakra. The savage punch force generated a surging, hurricane-like tide of astonishing fist pressure. Jiraiya dared not slack off. He mobilized his remaining chakra and quickly formed hand seals. Unthorse Snake, Dragon Rat Ox Tiger. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Technique. Awo, a dignified, commanding dragon roar suddenly erupted from the ground. After Jiraiya poured a massive amount of chakra into the technique, a formidable dragon head, the size of a millstone, pierced out of the empty air in front of him. The moment its head emerged, it opened its vicious, ferocious mouth and spat out an orange-red, high-temperature fireball the size of a water barrel, carrying a menacing heat wave and charging aggressively toward Orochimaru. Hyuga Bluebird's Yamata Cursed Mark was pushed to the extreme of its first stage. The pale gold color in his dual pupil Byakugan was becoming increasingly vivid and brilliant. He moved his hands with an enigmatic technique, extending his left hand forward, drawing his right hand back, and lowering his center of gravity. His dual-pupil Byakugan locked tightly onto Orochimaru's movements, and a bright light flashed. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher. His right hand, poised to strike, surged with accumulated energy from behind, thrusting forward. Strong waves of chakra quickly poured into his right hand, and all his momentum was focused on the attack. He let out a fierce shout, "Ha!" and the Mountain Crusher slammed out from his right palm. The strong, deep blue chakra was even visible in Hyuga Bluebird's right palm. After condensing an astonishing momentum, this exquisite and powerful Gentle Fist technique was unleashed. The air was compressed by the Savage Punch, creating an ear-piercing shriek. This Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher, shot out a vacuum wave, dozens of centimeters thick and several meters long, soaring toward Orochimaru. With Kai, the threat in the shadows, resolved, Orochimaru's pressure was greatly reduced. Facing the combined full-power strike from Tsunade and the others, he focused his mind once again. The 3 attacks were exceptionally fierce, and their momentum was greater than Orochimaru had anticipated. However, he was only more excited and thrilled. Instead of preparing to dodge, he met the attacks head-on, intending to finish the fight in one decisive blow. After 3 years of training, Orochimaru's hand seal speed had also greatly improved. In just one breath, his pale, long hands wove a series of familiar, complex hand signs. A powerful aura surged from Orochimaru, driving his remaining chakra entirely into this powerful ninjutsu. Chapter 85. Orochimaru used his remaining chakra to unleash this astonishingly powerful ninjutsu, preparing for a decisive final clash with Tsunade and the 2 others. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Rising. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground for dozens of meters around violently trembled as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. A massive sound, transmitted from deep underground, echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The surface fissures previously created by the earth split and turn palm technique disintegrated and shattered further. The ground a meter in front of Orochimaru suddenly erupted with a spiderweb of narrow, fine cracks, quickly bulging upward. First, a thick smell of earth wafted from the cracks, followed by an even more terrifying howl than the fire dragon summoned by Jiraiya. The roar of the earth dragon, its power easily more than double, resounded in their ears, vibrating their eardrums. A colossal, earthen-yellow dragon head, the size of a small room and radiating a terrifying aura, suddenly burst from the ground. It dragged a mighty dragon body, roughly 7 to 8 meters long and thick enough for several people to embrace, roaring and bellowing. Under Orochimaru's control, it surged forward to meet the full-power attack from Tsunade and the others. Boom! The astonishing full-power strikes from Tsunade's group viciously slammed into the solid, rocky yellow earth dragon summoned by Orochimaru. It was as if heavenly thunder had struck an earthly fire, or an earthquake had triggered a deafening explosion. A thunderous roar, spreading an invisible sound wave for miles around, momentarily stunned the chests of the 3 attackers, sending them flying backward. Shards of rock, sparks of fire, and the broken remnants of their punch forces scattered everywhere, devastating the surrounding grass and earth. The choking cloud of dust and smoke slowly dissipated. The majestic, powerful earth dragon slowly revealed itself from the dust. Its thick body was pockmarked and riddled with scars of various sizes, and one half of its huge head had been completely blasted away, leaving it disfigured. However, it was coiled in a defensive position, having managed to block the trio's attacks, and still had enough reserve energy to protect Orochimaru within its coils. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hyuga Bluebird exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. They all knew that, even including Kai, the 4 of them had lost. Orochimaru stepped onto the dragon's head, which carried him over to Manji, who was watching from the side. As the earth dragon dissipated, Orochimaru, who had completely exhausted his chakra and stamina, looked slightly depleted. After all, the final earth dragon rising ninjutsu was quite taxing on him. Manji rushed to embrace Orochimaru and immediately activated the mystical palm technique, condensing a shimmering emerald green medical ninjutsu glow to treat him meticulously. Little Yamada, the wondrous, mystical snake, also poked its head out from his clothes and exhaled a puff of pale gold breath onto Orochimaru. Seeing Yamada emerge, Orochimaru waved his hand at Manji. "Go check on Jiraiya and the others. With Yamada, I'm fine now." Manji hesitated slightly at Orochimaru's words, glancing at Yamada, whose pale gold markings on its snake body were even more pronounced than 3 years ago. Yamada clearly sensed Manji's concern and spoke in its childish, tender voice. "Sister Manji, you go ahead. I will take care of Master." Only then did Manji give Orochimaru a final concerned look, before rushing toward Kai and Jiraiya's group. Half an hour later, the group, mostly recovered, gathered around Orochimaru as usual, listening to him critique the recent combat exercise, detailing each person's strengths, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. Surrounded by his peers, Orochimaru, who was speaking eloquently, failed to notice 2 pairs of eyes fixed on him, filled with worship and deep affection. Jiraiya, Kai, and the others listened intently to Orochimaru's profound analysis and detailed explanations, gaining immense benefit. Just then, Orochimaru abruptly stopped speaking. A look of confusion flashed across his eyes. In his spiritual energy perception, he clearly detected a signature presence belonging to an Anbu member rapidly approaching. Whoosh! An Anbu member, with a cold presence, clad in a black trench coat and wearing an animal mask, appeared next to Orochimaru 1 breath later. He bowed slightly and said indifferently, "Orochimaru, Tsunade Jiraiya, Lord Sarutobi summons you immediately." Jiraiya and Tsunade habitually looked toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru couldn't immediately guess the reason, but nodded in agreement to the Anbu member. After telling Manji, Kai, and Hyuga Bluebird to head home first, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade raced toward the Hawkage Tower. Knock, knock, knock. Orochimaru knocked on the door of the Hawkage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having served his 3-year interim term, had been formally installed as the 3rd Hawkage of Konoha Village, the Land of Fire. "Come in," Sarutobi's familiar voice came from inside the room. Orochimaru and his companions pushed the door open. Behind the large Hawkage desk, Sarutobi was currently reviewing documents and handling village affairs. Sarutobi, whose power was peaking with his age, unconsciously exuded an aura of cage-level density, stability, and profound depth, far heavier than 3 years prior, which pressed upon their minds like a towering mountain. Sarutobi drew his eyes away from the documents he was reading and looked up. Seeing his 3 disciples, he smiled warmly, a genial expression that felt like a spring breeze. "You're here." "Sarutobi-sensei," the 3 greeted respectfully in unison. "Why did you call for us, sensei?" Orochimaru asked. "The Chunin exams are about to begin. Notices and letters were sent out to all countries a few days ago. You should prepare yourselves too," Sarutobi said with a smile. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He nodded. "Yes, Sarutobi-sensei." Sarutobi's tone suddenly became serious and grave, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. "These Chunin exams will not be simple. They will even include the direct disciples of the cage from various countries. You must be extra cautious. Here is the list of participants for the Chunin exams from each country. Take a look." Saying this, Sarutobi took out a file wrapped in a yellowish file cover and handed it to Orochimaru. Tsunade and Jiraiya also crowded around, hoping to glean some information about the ninja from other countries. The seal on the file was already broken. Orochimaru easily took out the documents. His dark golden pupils scanned the list, and a rare, profoundly astonished look appeared deep within his eyes. Chapter 86. Looking at the names of the candidates from various nations printed on the document, a look of profound astonishment instantly seized Orochimaru's eyes. His previously calm state of mind was suddenly overwhelmed by a turbulent storm. Yatsuki A, 19 years old, the future 3rd Reikage. Hazuki Mangetsu, 13 years old, a powerful mist ninja capable of wielding all 7 legendary ninja swords. Yagura, the future 4th Mizukage. Anoki of the 2 Scales, 20 years old, the future 3rd Tsuchikage. Moriyama Nagai, 18 years old, the future 3rd Keisukage. Sasori, 10 years old, one of the future Akatsuki members. Impossible, how can Sasori be 10 years old already? How can the future third cage-level figures of the great nations be so young? How is this possible? How could the changes be so vast? Orochimaru's gaze flickered with anxiety. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had discovered the historical trajectory of the ninja world had changed so drastically, charting a path that even Orochimaru himself could not predict. Tsunade, standing close to Orochimaru and looking at the list, keenly noticed his unusual state. She couldn't help but ask with concern, "Orochimaru, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Orochimaru forced himself to suppress the anxiety and unease in his heart. His eyes scanned the list once more. He knew a massive challenge and crisis were now awaiting him. Orochimaru shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." Upon hearing this, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit disappointed, sensing the dismissive tone in Orochimaru's voice. Next, Orochimaru pointed to the future third cage-level figures on the list, like Yatsuki-A and Anoki, and asked Sarutobi, "Sensei Sarutobi, I'm afraid these people are already at the level of average jonin from a great nation, aren't they?" Sarutobi looked at the names Orochimaru pointed out and smiled helplessly. The second cage of the great nations aren't fools. They must have started preparations 3 years ago. After all, they gain nothing from that mission, so they naturally won't be content. This time, the triannual Chunin exams happen to be hosted by Konoha. They are sending their disciples, concealing their true strength levels, intending to weaken the elite forces of our country and others. Orochimaru nodded, knowing Sarutobi was referring to the Land of Rivers mission 3 years ago. After careful consideration, Orochimaru decided to recommend Manji and the other two to participate in the Chunin exams as well. Faced with such a formidable lineup from the great nations, not only did Orochimaru need strong support, but it was also time for Manji's group to undergo a life-and-death trial. Thus, Orochimaru proposed, "Sensei, I would like Manji, Kai, and Bluebird to form their own squad and also participate in these Chunin exams." Sarutobi was aware of the 3 children's strength. After pondering for a moment, he agreed. Sarutobi then looked as if he wanted to say something else but stopped, a trace of unnaturalness in his expression. He only muttered a cautionary note, "Prepare well and be careful, Orochimaru. I trust your strength." Saying this, he handed over the Chunin exam application forms. The 3 of them filled out the forms to participate in the Chunin exams. Orochimaru also filled out 3 more forms for Manji and the others. Handing the forms back to Sarutobi, Orochimaru sensed something in Sarutobi's expression. He smiled proudly at his teacher. "Sensei, with me here, everything will be fine. Don't worry." Sarutobi was momentarily stunned, then broke into a relieved and gratifying smile. After leaving Sarutobi's office, Tsunade, who was bursting with questions, immediately asked Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, are the ninja sent by the great nations really that formidable?" Orochimaru paused slightly. Although he knew the growth trajectory of these individuals in his past life, he didn't want to add psychological pressure to Tsunade and the others. He opted for a vague answer. "I'm not exactly sure how formidable they are, but what Sensei said is probably right. Just be careful when the time comes." Sure enough, after hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade and Jiraiya were secretly relieved. Orochimaru added, "Use these next few days to prepare well. The Chunin exams are going to be very interesting." By now, Orochimaru had regained his calm. Having worked through his thoughts, the prospect of the coming immense challenge only sparked a profound curiosity in his heart. Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Ha ha, we'll make the clowns from the other nations realize the power of Lord Jiraiya." Before Jiraiya could finish his boast, 2 sudden bursts of fierce chakra fluctuations impacted them from the roads to their left and right. The moment the chakra fluctuations arose, Orochimaru reacted immediately. His dark golden pupils swiftly scanned the sources. On the road to the left, 3 Wind Country ninja wearing Sand Village headbands stepped out from the crowd. A handsome boy with red hair and black eyes was skillfully manipulating a wooden, human-shaped puppet. With a click, click, click of mechanisms, it rushed forward. As the puppet sprinted at high speed, 6 sharp steel needles suddenly shot out from its 6 twisted, bizarre arms. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed dangerously. He clearly saw a purple sheen on the needles' tips. they were coated in deadly poison. On the road to the right, 3 powerfully built lightning country ninja, wearing cloud village headbands and exuding a wild aura, strode out openly. One boy, small in stature but heavily muscled and with a wild gaze, suddenly leaped forward. A strong wave of lightning release chakra surged around him as he launched a punch wrapped in dense electrical light straight at Jiraiya. Though the boy was young, that single punch, condensed with powerful lightning release chakra, was enough to severely injure Jiraiya. Killing intent surged in Orochimaru's heart. He pulled Jiraiya, who hadn't reacted in time, behind him and stood at the center of the 2 attacks from the sand and Cloud Ninja, channeling the chakra within his body. Summoning Snake Authority Bind. An overwhelming aura of killing intent, almost solidifying into a physical pressure, erupted. 2 poisonous snakes, the thickness of a bucket, shot out of Orochimaru's pale moon sleeves with a hiss. 2 black shadows flashed, and the 2 giant pythons immediately coiled around the rushing puppet and the Cloud Ninja boy. In less than a breath, they had wrapped around them several times. Then, they suddenly tightened their grip. Their thick bodies immobilized the puppet and the Cloud Ninja boy. Their lantern-sized heads fixed deadly stares on the slightest movement of the puppet and the boy, flicking their tongues, ready to attack again at Orochimaru's command. Orochimaru's cold, chilling killing intent heavily impacted the minds of the Sand and Cloud Ninja. Ignoring the puppet and the Cloud Ninja boy bound by the pythons, his dark golden snake eyes swept over the Sand and Cloud Ninja behind them. He smiled wickedly and said icily, "This is Konoha. You Cloud and Sand Ninja are a bit too lively, aren't you? Let me have some fun with you."